Introduction asterisk. It evokes an illusion that the earth could shatter at any moment. When the tremors of the ground reach their zenith, suddenly, everything falls silent. Even the volcano, which had been spewing forth molten lava and billowing thick black smoke, becomes still. A moment of tranquility before the tempest. Under the watchful gaze of the densely gathered players of the mountain's foot, a thunderous roar resounds as the volcano erupts violently, hurling volcanic stones, laden with lava, in all directions. Defend. It is uncertain who shouted, but responding to the call, the mage players instinctively unleash their skill, barrier, erecting walls of white light to shield the other players. Chapter 2. The Invitation from Littlefinger. The Iron Islands, in their audacity, have instigated a rebellion. As an ally of the uprising from 6 years ago, the Vale of Arryn harbors no doubts regarding the stability of Robert Baratheon's reign. The authority of the law remains unchallenged, nor do they question whether their own lord, now seated upon the Prime Minister's throne, would act with partiality. Loren certainly wishes to avoid donning black attire. He suppresses his murderous intent until the soldiers of Coldwater have ravaged the salt works and retreated. Most of the salt workers are elderly, their resistance feeble, resulting in only minor injuries. They assist Loren and Old Blore to their feet and begin to salvage the salt fields. After resting for a moment, though the pain from his injuries lingers, Loren silently joins the repair efforts. The salt fields are swiftly restored, but the brine from the upper pools has already mixed with the lower crystallization pools, leaving little to harvest today. Once their tasks are completed, Loren departs from the beach. Old Blore follows closely, until amidst the rocky wasteland, he suddenly inquires, "Loren, do you know where we are?" Rubbing his arm, which is visibly healing, Loren surveys his surroundings and realizes that the overgrown grass conceals a rough, square formation of stones. It appears to be a dilapidated fortress, perhaps the former residence of a lord. Old Blore shakes his head, catching up to walk alongside Loren. Not merely a lord, Loren. Few remember that the Undul's conquest of Westeros began here on the Fingers. In those days, both inside and outside the Vale were dotted with kingdoms, large and small. He can hardly suppress a smile. Who would have thought that even this desolate Finger Peninsula had 2 kings once? This was the castle of a king from long ago. Now, millennia later, the once proud fortress has been swallowed by the wild grass. Loren, too, manages a rare smile, just a few grass-crowned kings. Old Blore continues with a knowing tone. Indeed, not just these grass-crowned kings. Even the Targaryens, who once ruled with dragons, ultimately vanished like a storm over the narrow sea. Patience, young Loren. Soon, Sir Bale will return. Loren shakes his head. Old Blore, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. The Cowits are clearly intent on utterly destroying the saltworks before my father returns. Old Blore purses his lips, feeling somewhat helpless. After the judgment, they settle down for a while. Should we not write another letter to the Prime Minister? Loren offers a faint smile. I fear that during wartime, Lord John will be too preoccupied to concern himself with the disputes of 2 lesser-known families. Nevertheless, as you said, even the storms of the narrow sea will dissipate, let alone such trivial matters. The 2 continue on, and Loren adds, "Old Blore, please keep the salt workers calm during these days. I shall resolve this matter." Before long, they arrive at the 3-tiered tower. Atop the tower, a tall banner flutters in the wind. It is the family banner designed by Loren, depicting only a hand, with 4 fingers curled and the middle finger raised towards the heavens. To Loren's surprise, a man approaches from the direction of the tower, waving to them. The man, with graying hair, is of similar age to Old Blore. He bows, placing a hand over his heart, and says, "I am Wolford. Under the orders of Lord Peter Baelish, I have come to invite young Loren to a discussion in the lordship." Littlefinger? Shouldn't he be in King's Landing? Loren is filled with bewilderment. While his family and the Baelish are both lordly houses of the Fingers, there has been little interaction between them. Moreover, Loren is well aware of Littlefinger's character in the world of ice and fire, and he would prefer to avoid any engagement with him. However, due to his thorough understanding, Loren knows he cannot decline the invitation. Littlefinger has now inherited his father's title and lands, remaining a relatively obscure lord. Yet, he is destined to become a key figure in future councils, and refusing him might lead to countless troubles in the future. Besides, perhaps this meeting could also help resolve his current predicament. It is an honor to receive Lord Peter's invitation. May I inquire about the matter at hand? Wolford hesitates for a moment before disclosing. Lord Peter wishes to discuss matters concerning the saltworks. As Loren anticipated, it indeed revolves around the saltworks. Survival hinges upon one's resources. The desolate Finger Peninsula compels its inhabitants to rely solely on fishing for sustenance. Though the Hawthorne family, as lords of this land, do not suffer from hunger, they also cannot claim wealth. Loren's father has often lamented that the combined wealth of the lords of the Fingers might not equal that of a single lord from the Riverlands. When Loren arrived here 4 years ago, he aspired to change this status quo. However, such aspirations are easier said than done. The barren land severely restricts agriculture and craftsmanship. Without modern cold chain technology, traditional fishing can only serve local markets, yielding meager profits. This world is not devoid of resources. Dornish tropical fruits and fine wines, the North's woolen textiles, the fruitful riverlands and honey, the old town's paper and books, the glass and mirrors from the free cities. Even the Vale boasts unique products like aromatic candles that are marketed throughout and beyond Westeros. Loren had yet to validate his inventive capabilities, and as he delved deeper into the world, many of his ideas remained unrealized. It was not until he chanced upon fishermen extracting edible sea salt from crevices in the rocks that he had an epiphany. If innovation was unfeasible, then he would engage in the existing market, employing operational models that surpassed the current standards. Even so, Loren nearly exhausted his family's finances to develop the process for harvesting sea salt last summer. Fortunately, the ensuing winter was brief. Once spring arrived, the sea salt from the peninsula was readily embraced by the people of the Vale. When news of the Iron Islands rebellion reached the Fingers during the long summer, the storm salt and sea salt from Dorne and the free cities had already been completely ousted from the Vale. Now, the sea salt from the peninsula began to capture markets beyond the Vale, and merchants from across the narrow sea were already aware that the middle finger of the Fingers could produce salt as white as jade. The Hawthorne family was becoming increasingly prosperous, yet trouble loomed on the horizon. Loren's father often advised against revealing the abundance of grain in their cellar, always presenting a humble appearance. Even old Blore donned worn leather armor deliberately. However, with the sea salt gaining traction in various markets, such pretense was becoming self-deceiving. After bidding farewell to Littlefinger's steward, Loren turned to old Blore and said, "In the coming days, let's keep a close watch on the merchant ships. We need to recruit a few more hired knights." Old Blore, as the steward, had handled such matters before. He nodded in agreement, then carried the crab trap into the kitchen, busying himself with preparing dinner for the two of them. Chapter 3. 2 Silver Stags. The following morning, Loren rode westward on horseback. As he exited the Wuji Peninsula, a crystalline river emerged from the verdant woods, flowing past a vast expanse of flat wheat fields before cascading into a distant fjord. On the southern bank of the river stood an ancient castle. This was Coldwater Keep, nestled by the banks of the Coldwater River. The Cowett family's fortress, though diminutive, boasted towering walls adorned with moss and vines. In the wake of most knights and soldiers being summoned to quell a rebellion, only 3 guards remained atop the walls. Upon noticing an approaching horseman, the guards cautiously readied their bows and shields. Loren slowed his steed, directing it toward the western side of the castle, where a stone bridge lay. As he rounded the southern wall, one of the guards recognized him. "It's Roren Hawthorne. Quickly inform ATIS." Before long, ATIS emerged from the castle, blocking Loren's path as he approached the bridge. "Loren, where are you headed?" Loren gazed at him coldly. "I am on my way to the lands of Sir Peter, as per his invitation." ATIS grinned mischievously, making a peculiar gesture by rubbing his index and little fingers together. "Oh, is that so? A meeting of the 2-fingered lords?" Behind him stood 2 unheralded free knights, who erupted into laughter. Disregarding them, Loren attempted to bypass their jesting and proceed onto the bridge. Yet, ATIS obstructed him once more. "Lord Loren, crossing the bridge requires 2 silver deer." Loren was aware that there was no toll for this bridge, and a shallow crossing lay less than 2 miles upstream. Nonetheless, he reached into his pocket and retrieved 2 silver deer, tossing them toward ATIS. ATIS caught the coins, then stepped aside with a triumphant smirk. Having crossed the stone bridge, Loren urged his mount into a gallop, passing by fields and dense woods, as Coldwater Keep gradually faded from the horizon. He altered his course, racing toward the northern side of the fjord, where another peninsula belonging to his family awaited. Before long, he concealed his black horse among the overgrown grass and sprinted toward the coastline. With practiced agility, he descended the rocky outcrop, leaping into the tumultuous sea. Once more, Loren felt a familiar warmth envelop him as he swam, his arms slicing through the water with the grace of swordfish gliding through the ocean. Over the past 4 years, many fishermen and merchants traversing the peninsula had come to recognize Roren as a master climber. A select few were aware that he would swim in calm weather. Yet, unbeknownst to most, Roren was a swimmer of unparalleled skill, capable of surpassing all in Westeros. This was tied to the deepest secret he harbored. Indeed, Roren possessed the ability to manipulate water. He could sense moisture in the air on land and outpace flying fish in the sea. Furthermore, he was unbound by the magical tides of this world, able to wield his powers without incantations or specific rituals. It was a blessing that made his 3 decades of solitude worthwhile. Regrettably, this magic had its limitations on land, functioning more as a supplementary aid, revealing its true strength only in aquatic combat. Moreover, the Citadel, which wielded dominion over Westerosi discourse, harbored an aversion to magic. Thus, in this alternate realm, Loren's true capabilities remained concealed. The currents propelled him toward his destination. When he resurfaced for the second time, the Coldwater River cascaded from nearby, and through the enveloping mist, the castle stood silently. He swam to the rocky outcrop beneath the cliff, retrieving a rope with an iron hook, along with a change of clothing and a mask. From the moment the Cowett family first wronged him and injured his father, he had plotted his revenge. Moreover, Roren was acutely aware that the longest summer in generations was upon them, and following this prolonged warmth would come a winter of the dead and the encroaching threat of White Walkers. He needed to bolster his strength before the inevitable darkness fell. This salt mine was critical to his modest family survival. He had initially intended to send the Cowetts a warning, but his father dissuaded him. After the Prime Minister's decree, Coldwater Keep had settled into a brief period of calm, yet now it harbored an attitude of destruction for that which it could not possess. Roren retrieved his pre-prepared tools, having hidden them there the previous night. Changing into his attire and donning the mask, he secured the rope around his waist and began to ascend the slightly slick cliff face. Perhaps due to its proximity to the cliffside, no guards were stationed on this side of Coldwater Keep. Unlike the renowned fortresses of Westeros, even the Cowett family was unaware of the castle's construction date. Weathered by time and tempest, the outer walls of the ancient fortress now bore a patchy appearance, with even the lookout holes in the tower facing the fjord shrouded in cobwebs. Roren silently approached the base of the tower, checking the grappling hook once more. Having done so, he hurled the iron hook upward. After a barely perceptible sound, the cloth-wrapped hook latched onto the castle wall. He tightened the rope and began to ascend. Quickly scaling the wall, he took cover behind the tower, carefully observing the surroundings. In the courtyard, a stable hand was pouring a bucket of water into the trough. Near the southern wall, a maid nimbly hung freshly washed clothes. Fortunately, the tower was devoid of occupants, allowing Roren to slip inside swiftly. Before long, the stable hand departed the stables, entering a room at the castle's corner. The maid wiped the perspiration from her brow with her rolled-up sleeves before heading toward a northern chamber. She hesitated outside the door for a moment before knocking. "Atis, could you bring me the clothes I changed out of? I need to wash them." Atis let her in, then attempted to close the door, only to be blocked by the maid. He then reached toward her, but she swiftly swatted his hand away and fled. As the door closed, Atis continued to mutter curses. The courtyard returned to tranquility, with only a few horses lowering their heads to drink. Roren approached Atis's door silently, swiftly pushing it open and slipping inside. "Bastard, how dare you defy me? When Royce returns, I will have him throw you out of Coldwater Keep." Atis raged, believing it was the maid who had returned, until he turned around to find Roren before him. "Yuh!" Roren covered his mouth with one hand while tightly gripping his neck with the other. Magic quietly surged within him. Atis struggled, but in horror, he realized he was immobilized, his strength rapidly draining away. "Atis, I have come to take your life. I have already paid the 2 silver deer. You remember, don't you?" His eyes darted in terror, his heart constricting, making it difficult to breathe. After what felt like 2 minutes, Roren finally released his grip. Atis crumpled to the floor like a puddle of mud, his lifeless eyes fixed on the ceiling. The courtyard remained as serene as ever, the guards on the walls idly gazing outside. With a calm demeanor, Roren exited the room and retraced his steps back to the tower. At that moment, a window on the southern loft was suddenly flung open. The maid spotted Roren in the courtyard, momentarily bewildered, gazing in confusion. "Elena Stone, after opening the window, return to your laundry and do not be lazy." The maid turned her head and replied, "All right, but there is one." She pointed outside, glancing back once more. only to find the yard deserted. Loren navigated through the sea, his heart pounding fiercely. Although there were some unforeseen complications in the end, he was fortunate to have done a mass beforehand. Thus, this assassination was still deemed a success. Chapter 4. The little finger, the rhythmic sound of hooves shattered the pale morning mist as we raced towards the smallest peninsula. The black stallion, named Black Wind, reveled in its unrestrained gallop, and as Loren placed his hand upon its back, he could feel the exuberant blood coursing beneath its skin. This noble steed, a sandy warhorse from Dorne, had encountered misfortune on its journey to White Harbor. It fell ill and subsequently suffered an injury during a storm in the narrow sea. The merchant vessel sought refuge in the bay near the salt flats, and Loren overheard the merchant's grim intention to sell the foal to fishermen for slaughter. Seizing the moment, he purchased the horse. Though the injured foal was of little monetary value, the salt flats had only recently begun operations, and the Hawthorne family was nearly bankrupt. Fortunately, both his father and the steward, being knights, expressed no opposition to the acquisition of the horse. Loren sought their counsel on equine care and devoted himself to its nurturing day and night. Fortunately, both humans and animals possessed substantial reserves of water, and magic proved remarkably effective in healing. Gradually, the stallion's sprain was alleviated, and it was cured of its colic and parasitic infections. Now, over 2 years later, the growth of the stallion astounded both Belle and Old Blore. During the War of the Nine Pennies, I had witnessed the knights of Lannister and Baratheon boast of their steeds. Had they encountered this Black Wind, they would have surely felt inferior. Thus, the horse earned its name. Old Blore relished recounting tales of his youthful adventures across Westeros and the wars he had endured. One day, young Blore inquired why, despite his many battles, his father had never been anointed as a knight. Old Blore stammered, ultimately giving his son a playful kick. Yet, as Black Wind grew larger, Old Blore seemed to recall the reason for his own unknighted status. Had I possessed such a horse back then, I would not have allowed John Clinton to escape during the Battle of Bells. In the War of the Nine Pennies, had Old Blore ridden this very horse, it might have been I who dealt the fatal blow to Blackfyre. Although Loren and young Blore remained skeptical, they dared not voice their doubts. For these boasts were often accompanied by Old Blore's inebriation. As the sun dipped gradually towards the horizon, the vibrant hues of the evening sky cast their brilliance upon the Moonshadow Mountains. At last, Loren set foot upon the small, barren peninsula. Peter's domain was even less prosperous than the Hawthorne estate, and the only signs of habitation were a village constructed of dirt and stone. Peter resided not far from this settlement, in a modest tower. Loren quickly recognized the old steward, Wolford. "Is Lord Peter at home?" he inquired. "Indeed he is. Welcome, young Master Loren," the old steward replied, doffing his straw hat and bowing. The tower door swung open to reveal a slender, diminutive young man adorned in garments embroidered with the sigil of the Titan. Upon seeing Loren, the young man greeted him with a bemused smile, his small, gray-green eyes sparkling with life. "Young Master Loren, you have journeyed far." Loren dismounted from his steed and slightly bowed, expressing his deep honor at being invited by Lord Peter. The steward took the reins, and Peter welcomed Loren into the tower. The aroma of freshly baked bread filled the room, prompting Peter to call out to the kitchen, "Kara, we have guests." A somewhat plump maid emerged, carrying a platter of bread accompanied by a small dish of salt. The parlor was sparsely furnished, with only a modest fireplace and wooden tables and chairs in sight. The two men took their seats at opposite ends of the wooden table. Having traveled all day, Loren was ravenous and unceremoniously grabbed several slices of bread, sprinkling them with salt before beginning to chew. Peter, unperturbed, wore an even broader smile. He poured a cup of hot tea for Loren, remarking, "I presume someone of your youth would be indifferent to antiquated customs." "Guest privileges, I assure you, do matter," replied Loren, pinching a bit of salt, if only it were sourced from the Fingers Peninsula. Peter laughed heartily, his freshly grown mustache quivering with mirth. "I have heard that the merchants traversing between the Vale and the narrow sea have bestowed upon you a moniker, Master Loren, Greedy Loren, if I recall correctly. Neither my father nor the steward excels in negotiations with merchants, thus the saltworks affairs have fallen solely to me. The merchants find it difficult to gain any advantage from me, hence the rather unflattering title." Loren, however, seemed unfazed, lifting his gaze with a smile. "Lord Peter, you are far more handsome than the rumors suggest. The two sisters of the Tully family will surely lament their missed opportunity." The tale of Littlefinger's disastrous duel to thwart the marriage of Catelyn and Brandon had become a curious anecdote between the Vale and the Riverlands. Let us speak no more of that. Peter's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its usual warmth. "The Hawthorne family's sea salt has swept through the Vale this past year. reaching the farthest corners of the Seven Kingdoms, all thanks to your endeavors, Master Loren, truly astonishing. Loren chuckled softly, you flatter me. Our modest holdings pale in comparison to your remarkable achievement of increasing the tax revenues of Gulltown tenfold. He continued, I have heard that Lord John has invited you to King's Landing for a new appointment. I had thought you were already there. Littlefinger smiled shyly, indeed. I shall be taking up a position at the customs in King's Landing, though I had to return for a brief visit due to some lingering matters at home. Inviting you, Master Loren, is also related to this. Loren understood that the conversation was about to turn serious, but did not hasten the inquiry. Oh, I fear my youth may render me unhelpful. Perhaps you might first elaborate on the matter at hand. Peter's greenish gaze swept across Loren's face. I have heard you are seeking a new site for saltworks. That is indeed true. Regrettably, I have scoured the neighboring territories, and only Sir Ian has a stretch of suitable coastline, but he was dissatisfied with my offer, and thus it came to naught. Peter refilled Loren's cup with hot water. His tone lowered. The residents of the Fingers Peninsula live in dire straits. If Master Loren could extend a hand, they would be eternally grateful. Loren nodded in acknowledgement, holding the cup in his hands. As you say, my lord, my father, as a knight, has always taught me to show kindness to the less fortunate. Regrettably, in my youth, I find myself earnest yet powerless. My family has incurred substantial debts in the construction of salt fields. The investment in salt is indeed considerable, whereas the profits remain rather meager. Indeed, to care for the weak is a noble vow befitting a knight. Peter barely maintained the last vestiges of a smile, unaware of why Lord Loren had not come to visit. There was little else, but the beach was perfectly smooth and inviting. Loren sighed, his frustration palpable as he remarked, You are unaware, my father has gone to partake in the king's rebellion against the usurpers. The Kovat family of Coldwater has been bullying the old servants and young masters of neighboring households. In the short span of mere months since my father's departure, they have come to provoke us time and again. I have reluctantly halted my search for new salt fields. On my way to pay my respects, I was shamelessly extorted by that scoundrel, Addis Kovat, for 2 silver deer. I fear the return journey will be fraught with further entanglements. When you arrive in King's Landing, you must advocate on my behalf before Sir John. I will, Peter assured. A good man should not endure rudeness. Peter's smile returned, and he suggested that Kara prepare some roasted lamb for dinner. After you dine, Lord Loren, you should rest for the night. We can visit the beach tomorrow. Perhaps we can forge a partnership. That is not feasible, Loren replied bluntly. He observed Peter's face, finally discerning a second expression beyond mere smiles. Though Peter's lips remained curved upward, his eyes narrowed instinctively, radiating an air of vexation. Loren found humor in the situation. Recognizing that Peter still had much to learn in King's Landing, it would undoubtedly be an excellent school for him. Loren did not genuinely wish to provoke him. He then rose and said, With only old Blore guarding the homestead, I must return promptly. Shall we venture to the beach now? What do you think, Lord Peter? Littlefinger also stood, his tone laden with significance as he remarked, Lord Loren, with your wit that belies your age, the bards of Westeros will surely sing of your tale. Loren humbly replied, You flatter me. I believe, rather, that you, Lord Peter, resemble a dragon lying in wait upon the Fingers, your shadow soon to loom over King's Landing. The beach was in close proximity to the tower, and as the two rode forth, the sun dipped below the distant mountains. The horizon was ablaze with a sanguine sunset, and the waves of Bite Bay crashed vigorously against the shore. Chapter 5. Negotiations with Littlefinger. The beach bore the marks of previous construction. The stones lay in disarray, yet remnants of their former arrangement remained discernible. Loren did not address it directly, for he knew that some lords from the Vale had attempted to establish their own salt pans. While the process of solar evaporation appears simple, it entails a comprehensive series of steps, from constructing the beach to measuring brine and crystallizing salt. Loren possessed a modicum of understanding in this matter, having invested much time and resources before achieving success. It was clear that for other lords, replicating this endeavor would prove no simple task. Peter's efforts here had evidently faltered. Although he achieved considerable success in the taxation matters of Seagull Town, the intricate power dynamics there, coupled with the multitude of individuals keenly observing the fiscal affairs, left him with scant opportunities to enrich his own coffers. Loren shifted a few stones aside, inspecting the quality of the beach's soil, then cupped a handful of seawater to taste. The salinity of his family's saltworks was adversely affected by its proximity to the Coldwater River, resulting in diminished output. In contrast, the climate of Peter was dry and windy, the beach gentle, and the soil possessed commendable water retention, an ideal locale for constructing a saltworks. Returning to Peter's side, Loren maintained a serene demeanor. He gestured courteously as they walked toward the shore, Peter walking alongside him with a faint smile. As they strolled, Loren remarked candidly, "To be frank, this stretch of beach is perfectly suited for establishing a saltworks. However, the quality of the seawater leaves much to be desired, leading to a higher degree of impurities in the harvested sea salt, which would undoubtedly be inferior to that produced at my facility." He lifted his gaze to admire the evening glow on the horizon before turning back to continue. "Let us be succinct. I am curious about how Lord Peter intends to collaborate." Peter's greenish-gray eyes fixed upon Loren as he replied, "I have heard that Sir Yin is willing to pay 5 gold dragons for the establishment of a saltworks." Loren whistled, summoning Black Wind, who joyfully bounded to his side. "Then you must also be aware of my asking price," he said. Peter's smile widened. "You proposed 5 gold dragons to Sir Yin as well." As Loren tidied Black Wind's mane of stray weeds, he responded, "Indeed, 5 gold dragons for the rental of that small stretch of beach for 2 years. By the 7 gods, my offering is quite generous. Sir Yin couldn't he possibly earn such a sum even if he were to open a brothel there." Peter seized the moment. "I will offer 50 gold dragons for a saltworks of equivalent size to yours." Loren met his gaze unwaveringly. "It seems we have little more to discuss, Lord Peter. I shall not create a rival for myself." A profit-sharing arrangement, Peter suddenly adopted a more aggressive stance. "If that proposal is also unacceptable, you may leave." Loren sighed inwardly. It was no surprise that a finance minister chosen by the prime minister would swiftly identify a potential resolution. His thoughts raced, and he stated bluntly, "A 70-30 split. With you receiving 30. Peter declined. "No, the beach is mine. You shall receive 30. Loren stood his ground. "The investment, labor, sales channels, and the technique for salt production are all mine. Establishing a saltworks here will inevitably affect my output, necessitating compensation. A 70-30 split is already quite fair." At that moment, the two men discarded their pretenses. Loren transformed into the avaricious negotiator, meticulously calculating with the merchants, while Peter became the tax officer scrutinizing each copper star in Seagull Town. Their verbal sparring continued until the full moon quietly rose over the narrow sea, ultimately culminating in an agreement for a 70-30 split for the first 3 years, transitioning to a 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement thereafter. "Mr. Loren, since we have reached a consensus, may I inquire when construction can commence?" Peter, now mounted, suddenly posed the question. Loren mounted his horse and raised an eyebrow, saying, "My Lord Peter, there is no need for haste. We must first sign the agreement, you know, the kind inscribed on paper." The two returned to the low tower once more. The drowsy old steward forced himself to retrieve paper and quill. Loren, with no hint of hesitation, took the instruments and began to write fervently. Though a mere document might not bind Peter entirely, it remained the most prudent course of action. Fortunately, as he had only recently arrived in King's Landing, he had several years ahead before ascending to the esteemed position of Minister of Finance. Before that time, he would have ample opportunity to recuperate his investments and reap substantial profits. Meanwhile, Peter was also engrossed in his own writing. The night on the peninsula was particularly tranquil, with only the soft rustle of the quill against the parchment breaking the silence. Peter soon laid down his pen, observing Loren still absorbed in his task. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he patiently awaited him. After a while, Loren too set down his quill, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, silently pushing their respective agreements toward each other. Loren bypassed the initial oath invoking the 7 gods and scrutinized Peter's text. On the other side, Peter picked up the agreement, his astonishment unmistakable. After a moment, he shifted his gaze from the final clause to Loren's face, smiling softly as he shook his head. "Loren, I believe you are better suited for a position at the King's Landing Customs." "You flatter me," Loren replied, leaning back in his chair, his gaze serene. "Shall we proceed according to my agreement, then?" Peter shook his head, crossing out 2 clauses with his quill. Loren, without needing to look, understood that his subtle intentions had been uncovered. "My Lord Peter, to prevent losses due to one party's withdrawal, we must establish a penalty for breach of contract. If you withdraw, you need only provide the salt processing technology, whereas my withdrawal would require compensation of 2,000 golden dragons. Loren, this is not equitable. Furthermore, the management of the saltworks must be transformed into a joint venture, with no other recourse." Loren continued to negotiate with him over the penalty and the appointment of management personnel. Ultimately, a new agreement was reached with Loren making concessions. Fearing Peter might engage in linguistic games, he personally transcribed 2 copies of the contract. The hot tea had long since cooled, and the night had deepened. Upon finishing their signatures, both men exhaled in unison. Peter invited Loren to stay the night. Yet, Faced with the choice of sharing a room with Peter or spending the night under the stars, Roren decisively opted for the latter. He took his leave, citing the excuse of returning to a household with only an elderly servant and the necessity to return home early. Fortunately, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, ensuring he would not lose his way. Once clear of Peter's domain, Roren found himself momentarily disoriented on horseback, nearly toppling. He steadied himself and spurred his horse into the dense woods bordering a farm. The magical exertion during the ambush on Addis had drained a considerable amount of his energy, and after a full day of relentless travel, Roren was utterly exhausted. The mental sparring with Peter had left him utterly depleted, enduring to the last. Roren felt an old ailment resurface, his head pounding relentlessly. Black wind lay beneath a tree, and Roren reclined beside it. Through the canopy, the starry sky of Westeros sparkled, the azure eyes of the ice dragon constellation gazing down upon the ancient land. Eventually, exhaustion overcame Loren's weary body, and he surrendered to slumber amidst the wild grasses beneath the tree's shelter. Meanwhile, in the tower they had just vacated, Peter ignited a sheet of paper by candlelight. A draft of the agreement he had previously prepared, though both had tacitly agreed not to mention it afterward. He returned to his wooden chair, drawing the candle closer. Holding another copy of the agreement, he scrutinized it once more. From the names and territories of both parties to the anticipated location of the saltworks and the required construction dates, he meticulously examined their protracted disputes over profit sharing and breach of contract responsibilities. Even the potential losses and reconstruction obligations due to waves or war were considered. The flickering flame cast a wavering light upon Peter's face, which bore a serious and almost entranced expression. As the wick grew longer, a sudden crackle startled him awake. Peter then carefully stored the agreement, took up the candle, and returned to his chamber. Chapter 6 bore on for some inexplicable reason. Roren suddenly dreamt he had become a hedge knight wandering through Westeros. Under a battlefield where dragons soared, he charged forth valiantly and was dubbed a knight. At a tournament attended by thousands, he triumphed in a joust, presenting a laurel, a symbol of love and beauty, to his beloved maiden. In the bridal chamber, the newly adorned bride turned slowly, revealing a visage as pale as snow and eyes as cold as ice. A chill awakened him from his dream. Beneath him lay a cold surface. Opening his eyes, he glimpsed the clear sky through the tree branches, while raindrops continuously dripped from the leaves, a remnant of the morning's torrential downpour. Black wind grazed leisurely not far away. Roren stood up. Yet he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He whistled and sneezed several times in succession, realizing he had fallen ill. Roren was not distressed, at least. The situation was not as dire as the previous day. He employed magic to dry his clothes and splashed his face with water from a puddle to invigorate himself. Often, he would deplete his magical energy, slowly regaining it, feeling his powers gradually strengthen. However, given his current condition, it was prudent not to squander his energy unnecessarily. With the urgency of his earlier journey dissipated, Roren leisurely embarked on his way home. Though not far from the Finger Peninsula, the landscape was markedly different. Streams originating from the Moonlight Mountains nourished the fertile land on either side. Along the way, tranquil forests were abundant, and only when black wind traversed through the woods would the creatures of the forest take flight. Occasionally passing by a few villages and lordly estates, he observed farmers clad in tattered linen garments laboring diligently. As dusk descended once more, the ancient castle by the Coldwater River came into view. It was the home of Roren Hawthorne. The guards atop the castle walls recognized him once more. Inside the fortress, chaos ensued as attendants and knights jostled together, spilling through the narrow stone gate. Just as Roren crossed the bridge, he found himself blocked again. He advanced with determination. Clear the way. 3 mercenary knights exchanged glances, yet none responded. It was not until an elderly man, his hair a shade of gray and clad in a woolen tunic, squeezed through the throng of attendants that Roren heard. "Roren, you are accused of murdering Addis and must return with us to the castle." Roren recognized the old man as the steward of Coldwater Keep. Drawing his long sword from its sheath, he declared, "I know not what game you are playing. Either let Addis emerge or stand aside, otherwise I shall strike you in the name of noble offense." Loren's gaze was icy as he regarded the group before him. Noticing the old man's hesitation, he tugged at the reins, and Blackwind whinnied, charging toward the mercenaries. The 2 closest knights, brandishing their shields, approached him from either side, but like lightning, Blackwind surged forward, and Roren unleashed 2 swift strikes. The wooden shields splintered, and the knights stumbled, unable to advance. Leaving them behind, Roren veered around the castle, heading toward the peninsula. At times, he could not help but feel fortunate to be born into a noble family. Albeit a modest one, he was not a commoner easily trifled with. Had he been the son of a farmer or fisherman, he could only hope to gather enough rations under the Lord's exploitation to endure the long nights, while praying that a young maiden wielding a Valyrian steel dagger would indeed put an end to the invading whites. Upon spotting the familiar sigil of the middle finger, Loren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Bloro, peering from the tower's rooftop, joyfully descended upon seeing his return. Loren stabled Blackwind, and Bloro hurried over. Grasping the reins, he cautiously remarked, "Addis Kobat of Coldwater Keep is dead." Loren understood his implication. After all, Bloro must have sensed something amiss when he ventured out in the dead of night. He offered a wry smile, neither confirming nor denying. "Rest assured, old Bloro, I shall not invite trouble." The following day, when Loren awoke, the sun had already risen. Rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as fine particles of dust danced in the light. His head still felt heavy, having rarely fallen ill in 3 years. This time it struck him with a force akin to a mountain's weight. Fortunately, he had slept well the previous night, which granted him some vigor. Voices echoed from the parlor below the tower. Loren rose and made his way downstairs. "What we need are mercenary knights. You see, my lord sometimes requires assistance on the battlefield or during his inspections of the lands. Attendants must at least have a steed. You, as a mercenary, should head to Rivermouth. Perhaps their noble lord will travel by litter, allowing you to keep pace." Opposite old Bloro sat a lean warrior. His black hair haphazardly gathered at the back of his head, and his dark leather armor was stained with oil and grime. Upon hearing old Blor's words, the warrior shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course I can ride. Perhaps the esteemed Hawthorne could generously advance a few months' wages? It would be a lucrative arrangement. Whether fending off pirates or quelling insurrections, I excel in both." Old Blor shook his head in refusal. The remuneration offered by the Hawthorne family was substantial, and numerous knights had recently come forth to enlist, yet this was the first mercenary without a horse. Just then, he noticed Loren appearing on the staircase, and he stood, inclining his body slightly in a respectful bow. The warrior on the other side also rose, languidly remarking, "What a youthful lord you are. I swear, Westeros shall not find another noble as valiant as yourself." Loren smiled as he descended the stairs. "I am Roren Hawthorne. The lord of this place is my father." The warrior casually bent slightly. "Borland, Master Loren." Loren removed a sword belt from the wall, his smile widening. "May I test your skills?" "Of course." They ventured outside the tower, swords drawn, facing each other. With weapon in hand, Borland exhibited none of his previous lethargy. His dark eyes, akin to a night lion, fixed intently on Loren. The two approached each other cautiously. Clang! The swords clashed in midair, producing a sharp metallic sound. The echo of steel striking steel resonated continuously as they exchanged over 20 blows. With each encounter, Loren felt the force of Borland's swordsmanship. However, armed with keen observation, he successfully parried Borland's assaults. Gradually, Loren felt his head grow heavier and his arms began to ache. Borland seemed to sense this, intensifying his onslaught. After a strenuous defense, Loren seized the opportunity to disengage from the combat. Borland sheathed his sword, appearing somewhat impatient. "Well, Loren, truthfully, among the noble youths I have encountered, few possess such martial prowess as you. And among the mercenaries I have seen, there are also few who flatter noble youths as you do." Borland laughed heartily, unfazed. Loren chuckled in return and turned to old Blor. "Advance him 2 months' wages." Old Blor nodded, casting another glance at Borland before retreating into the tower. Loren understood the steward's concerns. Hiring knights and mercenaries had always been notorious. Yet he had made up his mind. "Borland, a probationary period of 1 year. After a year, your wages will double, and I shall gift you a horse." He keenly observed Borland's eyebrows raise, his eyes seemingly ignited with newfound light. "You have earned my loyalty, Master Loren." Chapter 7. Blackfish. When Loren heard the distant sound of hooves approaching, he knew the repercussions of Atticus Colworth's death were finally upon them. A trio of riders appeared, all skilled archers on well-bred steeds, adorned in fine armor. The leading knight had removed his helmet, revealing a resolute visage beneath his black and white hair. His countenance was ashen, stern as the black fish emblazoned upon his red and blue striped leather armor. Behind him were 2 young knights, their breastplates adorned with the striking insignia of the azure eagle against a backdrop of pure white, a symbol of the esteemed Eileen family. Old Blor and Poland had donned their steel armor, standing vigilantly by Loren's side, swords at the ready. Loren gestured for them to remain calm and approached the 3 knights. With a hand resting against his chest, he bowed slightly, addressing Sir Brynden. "My father is away on a campaign to quell the rebellion. and it falls to me to extend my hospitality to you." His voice, hoarse from an ailment not yet fully recovered, startled even himself. Sir Blackfish scrutinized his pallid visage and inquired, "Do you know me?" "Indeed, the Knights of Bloodgate have safeguarded the Vale of Eileen for many years, and my father often speaks of you." Sir Brynden nodded, but then, in a chilling tone, remarked, "Roren Hawthorne, you stand accused of murder." Sir Nestor, the warden of the Vale, received a message from Coldwater Keep, instructing me to investigate. Lauren's expression remained untroubled. "This is a slanderous accusation. On the day of the incident, I crossed the Coldwater River and did not return until the following day. This matter is known to all the attendants and knights of Coldwater Keep. The Cowart family harbors prejudice against me, yet I trust that Sir Brynden will dispense justice fairly." Sir Brynden, who had arrived in Coldwater the previous day, was well aware of Lauren's account's veracity. However, the castle's maidservants insisted that an assassin had infiltrated the fortress. Others accused Roren Hawthorne from Fingers Peninsula of having a motive for murder, claiming he was adept at climbing cliffs, making entry into Coldwater Keep quite feasible. Sir Brynden had traversed the castle walls, but the ancient fortress, scarred by war, yielded no clues. Certainly, Loren could have taken a longer route across the shallows of the river, yet doing so would inevitably delay his journey. Sir Blackfish had formulated a plan and asked, 5 days ago, when did you depart?" "Approximately at this time." "Very well." The departure time aligned with the guard's accounts from Coldwater Keep. Sir Brynden turned his horse around, stating, "Loren, you must not leave the territory until your name is cleared." "As you wish, my lord." The 3 riders set off, crossing the Coldwater River towards the domain of Finger. It was not until the 3rd day that the weary Sir Blackfish returned to Coldwater Keep. From Finger, he learned that Lauren's arrival coincided closely with his own. On the return journey, Sir Brynden visited the farms and villages along the way. Many had witnessed a lone rider on horseback traveling along this route. From this perspective, it appeared that Loren had indeed lacked the opportunity to commit the crime. Moreover, according to Peter, their discussions regarding the construction of the new salt town had continued until midnight. The notion that one could commit murder and remain composed enough to conduct business was, to Sir Brynden, utterly inconceivable for a mere 13-year-old boy. Standing atop the battlements of Coldwater Keep, he brushed aside the cobwebs from a lookout hole, gazing out at the fjord and the Middle Finger Peninsula before him. Shifting his gaze to the fjord, he observed the mist rising at the mouth of the Coldwater River, with tumultuous waves crashing within. After a moment, Sir Brynden shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Brynden summoned 2 young knights to descend from the tower. In the courtyard of Coldwater Castle, the muffled sound of weeping emanated from a secluded chamber. The maid who had entered Ades's room prior to his demise had been imprisoned. The steward and the knights believed she harbored resentment towards Ades for his occasional light-hearted jests, thus possessing a motive for murder. Brynden had encountered Ades's lifeless body in a shadowy cellar, devoid of visible wounds, yet blood flowed from all 7 orifices, suggesting death by means other than asphyxiation. He found it incomprehensible that a mere maid could wield the power to slay a robust knight. The maid had already endured whipping. Brynden scorned the knight's methods. Yet as a mere knight of the blood, he felt it was beyond his jurisdiction. The 3 resumed their journey towards the fingers of the Middle Peninsula. Before the tower, Loren was engaged in practice with Boron, and they halted in unison upon hearing the sound of hoofs. Blackfish Brynden had slowed his steed the moment he discerned the clash of arms. Observing the 2 from a distance, he was once again engulfed in doubt. However, he recognized that further evidence eluded him. Noticing the 2 practitioners gazing in his direction, Brynden urged his horse towards the base of the tower. "Loren, the accusations against you in Coldwater Castle remain unsubstantiated. I shall convey the facts to Nestor Royce. Ultimately, Sir John may need to render a final judgment." Loren inclined his head slightly, expressing gratitude. "Sir Brynden, I appreciate your fairness." He hesitated before adding, "I wonder if you have heard that since the Iron Islands stirred up rebellion, the islanders of the Sisters Isles have also become quite restless. Perhaps they are dissatisfied with merely plundering merchant vessels, and with the defenses of Aerie being lax, Coldwater Castle could be at risk. Of course, these are merely my conjectures." Brynden instinctively nodded. The Sisters Isles, akin to the Iron Men of the East Coast, had a notorious reputation for plunder. "I shall report this to Nestor as well. He will relay it to the hand of the king." Departing the tower, the 3 gradually distanced themselves. Suddenly, Brynden reined in his horse, directing it toward the coast. Gazing at the neatly arranged salt flats scattered across the bay, Blackfish muttered under his breath, "This little rascal. Is something amiss, my lord?" The young knight inquired. The Sisters Isles were adjacent to the newly established saltworks in collaboration with House Hightower and Peter. and he suspected Brynden sought to eliminate a threat through the hand of the king. The furrows on Blackfish's brow deepened, his demeanor growing more serious. Indeed, the sisters' isles warranted a reprimand. Let the Duke deal with it, he concluded. A raven flew from Moondor Castle to King's Landing. Jon Arryn had just extricated himself from the complexities of affairs, returning to the Prime Minister's tower adorned with the white moon and blue falcon banner. Scholar Comyn soon entered, delivering a letter sealed with the sigil of Moondor Castle. The Duke, squinting and rubbing his forehead, appeared weary as he sat. Prime Minister, perhaps you should rest for a moment, he suggested, understanding the Duke's burdens during wartime. It is of no concern. Comyn, bring me the letter. Jon Arryn opened his eyes, examined the wax seal, and then unfurled the scroll. As the hand of the king and the Duke of Eagle's Nest, he convened a monthly assembly of matters pertaining to the Vale of Arryn at Moondor Fortress, relaying them via Raven for resolution. The issues at hand were invariably those of taxation, piracy, and the incursions of mountain clans, far less burdensome than the ceaseless bickering of the small council. Yet, one particular matter piqued the Prime Minister's interest. A knight from Coldwater City had recently met an untimely demise, and a minor noble from the nearby Five Fingers Peninsula was accused of murder. The findings of Brynden's investigation had finally arrived, yet the situation had grown more intricate. A maid? The Sisters' Islands? Jon furrowed his brow. The islanders indeed resisted royal influence, but the notion of them assassinating a noble knight seemed preposterous. Furthermore, the Lord's son had been exonerated. The capabilities of Blackfish were beyond reproach. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as a knight of the Bloodgate. The Hawthorne family was somewhat familiar to him. The valor of Beric Hawthorne during the Battle of the Bells and the Trident had bestowed honor upon him, and he had once knighted him. Yet what of his son, Loren? Why did that name linger in his memory? Corman, do you know of this Roren Hawthorne? The Duke casually inquired, as scholars typically assisted nobles in managing their fiefdoms. Corman pondered briefly, having served the Duke for nearly a decade. He was well acquainted with the Lords of the Vale. Your Grace, after the war concluded, you traveled to Sunspear to negotiate with Dorne, accompanied by the knight Beric Hawthorne. The Duke recognized he was referring to the rebellion of Robert. The arduous negotiations with Dorne had persisted for a considerable time, and their return to King's Landing had occurred 2 years later. However, with each campaign or journey, a retinue of knights accompanied him. How could he possibly remember them all? Surely, there was something he had overlooked. Had there been an incident concerning the Hawthorne family? While Beric was still in King's Landing, their lands had suffered an attack. It was said to have been the work of mercenaries from a merchant ship seeking refuge from the storm, though fortunately, the steward had managed to drive off the assailants. Alas, Beric's son had sustained a head injury. The message relayed to King's Landing had declared him dead. Deeply remorseful, he had offered condolences and compensation. Though he could hardly recall the specifics, it must have been 10 gold dragons. Finally, the Duke recollected that such brutal occurrences had become rare post-war, and during that time, his wife Lisa had just experienced a miscarriage of their first child. But he had not perished? Perhaps the steward had erred in his panic upon Beric's return. His son was indeed alive and vibrant, as if transformed. Oh, you may not yet be aware, but it is said that the boy had previously been somewhat simple-minded. Oh, the fortunate child. The Duke suddenly paused, reminded of his own offspring. Lisa had recently miscarried once more, marking the third such loss since their marriage. How old was this Loren? The Duke glanced back at the letter. Corman shook his long neck, and Jon Arryn understood he had placed the scholar in a difficult position. In a letter from Blynden, it was stated that he possessed no noble refinement and resembled a merchant instead. Even the accusations regarding the Isles of the Three Sisters seemed akin to eliminating threats to his salt mines. The concept of knighthood was not surprising, as minor noble territories lacked the presence of knights, making the presence of some bourgeoisie rather unremarkable. The Prime Minister nodded in agreement, suggesting that perhaps they could find a castle with a knight to adopt him, to learn the knowledge and etiquette befitting a noble. His father was away at war, and as the Lord, he felt obliged to take such action. Common reflected on the various nobles in the Vale with knights stationed there and proposed 2 suitable lords, both of which were promptly dismissed by the Duke. One noble from Seagull Town lacked any semblance of nobility, while the other had only young maidens as heirs. Was he to grow up alongside the maidens? The Duke felt inexplicably irked. The knight observed the Prime Minister's graying hair and weary visage, and suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. He fiddled with his knightly necklace and suggested, perhaps he could come to King's Landing? However, the Duke hesitated. To become my adopted son? Would not King Robert and Stark of the North become his brothers? That is unacceptable. Jon felt a pang of guilt towards Loren. Yet more significantly, he sought to seize this opportunity for political performance. The Lord of the Hawthorne family was away at war, and the Prime Minister, as the protector of the East, did not forget to look after the heir left in the territory. This was crucial for solidifying the people's loyalty in the Vale. Yet, adopting him as a son was an entirely different matter. A squire, the knight smiled. I meant to say, as your squire. But what of that boy, Ruv? I understand your sympathy towards that child and the desire to adjust his position to that of a squire. However, we must acknowledge that Ruv has a peculiar temperament, and the guards do not welcome him. He has always aspired to become a knight, yet even in your company, opportunities for such are scarce. To lessen his grievances, perhaps you should consider making some rearrangements. Furthermore, the newly imposed salt tax in the valley has been increasing rapidly. Evidently, this Loren possesses some capability. You have much on your plate, and recruiting a squire could alleviate some of your burdens. Chapter 8. Alina. When the young knight, whom he had met once before, once again stood before Loren, he found himself somewhat bewildered. To King's Landing? The Duke summoned him? Indeed, Master Loren should depart at once. The knight from the Blood Gate, adorned in the white moon and blue eagle insignia, slightly bowed and departed on horseback, holding the order stamped with the Duke of Eagle's Nest seal. Loren felt tears welling in his eyes. No wonder, just days prior, the Duke had requested lords with knights stationed to accept young noble heirs as squires or adopted sons. He had already grasped the essence of this political performance. Balin tilted his head as he finished reading the order, chuckling, the Duke's squire? It seems Master Loren is soon to become Sir Loren. Old Blore wore a broad smile. A squire is akin to an adopted son. Yet an adopted son need not necessarily be a squire. Work diligently, and Sir Bale will take pride in you. Loren understood that Old Blore spoke the truth. The nobles of Westeros often solidified friendships by raising each other's children. The adopted son resides and shares meals with the noble family, absorbing the refined etiquette and knowledge befitting their status. In contrast, the squire must also master the arts of combat and the chivalric spirit. During times of war, the squire accompanies his lord to the battlefield, fighting side by side. While the jubilant Lord Bloro beams with happiness, Loren wears a mask of resignation. Having read the original works of A Song of Ice and Fire, he is acutely aware that the treacherous King's Landing, surrounded by wolves, is hardly a desirable destination. The power struggles surrounding the Iron Throne are destined to be a mutual drain of resources, not to mention the city's foul stench and the omnipresent threat of wildfires. Yet, evasion has never been part of his character. Since he has arrived here, he is determined to carve out an achievement. Dragons, White Walkers, and the Drowned God may once again walk the earth, and even more unfathomable ancient deities and the Lord of Light are poised for resurgence. As the long night descends, bringing chaos and calamity, Loren must devise a means to safeguard himself and those around him. His memories from before the crossing linger, making it difficult to sever the ties of affection he holds for his father and Lord Bloro. While King's Landing may be fraught with peril, it offers greater opportunities for expansion than being confined to the peninsula. In times of turmoil, possessing a bit of self-preservation becomes all the more vital. Moreover, he possesses the advantage of foresight, suggesting he might thrive in such a place. Nevertheless, he cannot escape the commands of the king's hand regarding the protection of the eastern territories. The salt mines in Peter's domain are on the verge of commencing operations. With the affairs of the salt mines now on a steady course, Lord Bloro's capabilities are sufficient to manage both locations. Recently, he has recruited 3 wandering knights and 2 mercenaries to guard the territory. Although their combat skills are lacking and pale in comparison to those of Bolton, their clear backgrounds provide reassurance against treachery. With these thoughts in mind, Loren sets about making preparations to journey to King's Landing. Under the luminous moonlight, the cold waters of the city lie in eerie silence. In a room cluttered with hay and miscellaneous items, Alina curls up like a kitten beside a bundle of hay. The bloodstains adorning her body are heart-wrenching. Yet, her blue eyes remain fixed on the sliver of moonlight streaming through the narrow window above. Her hands, bound behind her, move incessantly, producing faint sounds of friction. A wooden plank is pressed tightly against her back, and the rope binding her hands rubs against it until only a slender strand remains. After a barely perceptible snap, the maid finally slumps, her bloodied hands trembling as they press against the ground, steadying herself. With shaking fingers, she frees her feet from their bindings and quietly approaches the door. She nudges it gently, but it opens only a crack. Eyes squeezed shut, tears flow down her cheeks. Yet, moments later, she opens her eyes anew, her expression resolute. Familiar with her surroundings, she quickly feels around until she discovers a worn hatchet. Hesitating, she tucks the hatchet back into the hay where she had been lying, still unsatisfied. It is only when she finds a sturdy enough rope that she returns to the hay, readying the bindings on her feet before settling down to wait in silence. As the horizon faded into obscurity, nearly imperceptible footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Then came the sound of a lock being turned. An elderly man, bare-chested with thinning hair, stealthily entered. He was John, the uncle of Atis, another lord of the Cowett family, who resided on a farm outside the city. It was he who commanded the knights left behind to detain and interrogate the maid. Elena merely gazed at him, silent. John's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached her directly. Unable to bear the maid's indifferent gaze, he seized her by the neck. "You little wretch, behave yourself. And when Royce returns, I shall intercede on your behalf." The maid gasped for breath, her eyes revealing a glimmer of desperation. Only then did John chuckle and release her, beginning to unfasten his own garments. He then reached to lift her already tattered skirt. The maid struggled, yet her gaze remained resolute. As he raised her feet, the man pressed closer. The stench mixed with his heavy breathing assaulted her senses. Noticing her resistance waning, he relinquished his grip on her ankle. Now was the moment. Elena abruptly withdrew her legs and delivered a fierce kick to his chest. John, startled and yet to recover, witnessed the maid lunging toward him. With both hands gripping a chopping knife, she struck fiercely at John's face. He let out a cry of despair, about to call for help when a rope ensnared his neck. John's complexion turned crimson as he continued to struggle. His fists rained down upon the maid, but her grip remained unyielding. It felt as if an eternity passed. Elena gently pushed the door open. A sliver of dawn light emerged, yet the castle remained tranquil. Her body frail, she quietly maneuvered around the stables, heading toward the castle gate. She pushed the latch, creating a narrow opening. In a swift motion, Elena slipped outside. Closely adhering to the ancient, weathered walls, she made her way eastward until she heard the sound of the cold river flowing. Finally, she quickened her pace, stumbling toward the adjacent peninsula. As the morning light grew faintly bright, painting the sky in shades of gray, the maid arrived before the tower. After a moment's hesitation, she knocked on the door. Occasionally, while working outside the city, she encountered fishermen from the peninsula who spoke of their youthful lord with smiles and admiration. The maid often pondered how such a noble lord could exist. With no other choice, she risked her safety to come here. Otherwise, with Dawn's arrival, the guards of Coldwater City would surely apprehend her. The door swung open, revealing a man whose youthful vitality mirrored the freshness of that very morning. The cool morning breeze swept through, and as Elena widened her eyes, her intuition told her that this man was the very one who had slain Atis. In killing John, she finally comprehended the calmness she had seen in Lauren's eyes upon their first encounter. As Elena turned to flee, Loren grasped her back. In the early morning, a merchant vessel, having loaded sea salt, set sail from the rudimentary dock of the peninsula, bound for White Harbor and Seagull Town. Loren exchanged pleasantries with the captain, sharing anecdotes about White Harbor and Seagull Town, until Poland led a hooded figure aboard, entering the cabin. It was then that he bid farewell to the captain. Upon returning to the cabin, Elena lay quietly on the bed, her hood draped aside, adorned in a coarse gray linen gown. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Upon seeing Loren enter, she instinctively scooted further inward, a hint of terror in her gaze. Loren chuckled softly, wondering how she could be so fearful of him yet dare to intrude upon his abode. The maid glared defiantly at him. "What are your intentions? Shall I arrange for someone to escort you home?" "I have no home." Elena averted her face, concealing her expression from Loren. Her mother had remarried shortly before her untimely death, and she was subsequently sent to Coldwater City to serve as a maid. The cabin felt cramped, and the atmosphere turned rather oppressive. "I do not harbor resentment towards you for killing Atis. Was it because he violated you?" Loren recalled Atis's unwelcome advances. "No, it is because he was my brother." Elena turned to face him, her eyes brimming with tears, revealing the torment of her past. Her father had violated her mother, and she was born of that union, an unfortunate illegitimate child. Loren was taken aback. Bastards often faced scorn, and those conceived through violence were regarded as inherently wicked. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer comfort in response to her sorrowful gaze. "Are you feeling any better?" He wished to approach her, yet the sight of her furrowed brow and the fear in her eyes halted him in his tracks. Elena, accustomed to reading the emotions of others, sensed Lauren's restraint and softened her tone. "In a few days, it will be all right. It is not uncommon for maids to endure mistreatment, is it?" Loren sighed inwardly. They had exchanged brief words the day before, and this pitiable girl was merely 14 years of age. "No one will harm you again. Do take a proper rest." Elena looked at him and finally nodded, burying her face in the pillow as she wept softly. Chapter 9. Seagull Town. After several days of tumultuous sailing, they finally arrived at Seagull Town. As the largest port in Ellen Valley and one of the 5 great cities of Westeros, Its splendor was self-evident. After securing passage to King's Landing at the port, the trio began to explore Seagull Town. Alina, having never ventured beyond the confines of Coldwater City, had an almost negligible chance of being recognized here, yet she still donned her hood. In a shop, Roren procured a complete set of attire for them. Poland donned a brown leather armor made of cowhide, adorned with metallic studs that added an air of opulence. Had he not often appeared in a languid posture, he would surely have seemed a formidable warrior. Alina, too, changed into a finely spun light-colored woolen gown. Already a striking figure, her deep crimson hair enhanced her vibrant aura. Unfortunately, her first foray into the city left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon exiting the shop, she quickly pulled her hood back over her head, timidly trailing behind Roren. Glancing about nervously, resembling a startled fawn, entirely devoid of the fierce demeanor she had exhibited just days prior. After traversing to this place once more, Roren found himself gazing around, this time with a deeper appreciation for the diverse architectural styles that surrounded him. He procured 2 gifts, which he secured in the saddlebag of his horse, Black Wind. After navigating through a couple of narrow streets, they arrived before an elegant residence. Its towering, antiquated stone walls were adorned with vibrant flowers and climbing vines. Roren knocked on the firmly closed gate. An impeccably groomed steward opened the door, his gaze swiftly scanning the 3 visitors before settling on the insignia on Lauren's left breast. He inclined his body slightly, addressing him. "Ah, the young master of the Hawthorne family? Please, do come in." Leading Black Wind into the courtyard, Roren handed the reins and gifts to a hurriedly approaching servant. The 3-story dwelling was enveloped by lush trees and blooming flora, the red-tiled roof glistening under the sun's rays. "Oh, I recognize you. It's foolish Roren," a young man on the second-floor terrace called out, pointing and laughing. "Silence, Abbot," came the command as a middle-aged man with streaks of gray in his hair emerged from the open door on the ground floor. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between him and Roren. "Roren, you've grown considerably since 2 years ago." Roren placed his hand over his heart, replying, "Uncle Benjamin, it's been a while. I traveled to King's Landing and made a detour to visit you in Seagull Town." After hanging his sword bag on the wall by the entrance, the group was ushered inside. The intricately carved wooden window frames, the exquisite fireplace, and the wrought iron staircase all spoke of the family's affluence. A woman languidly reclined in a wooden chair, supported by a cushion of fine silk. Upon noticing Lauren's arrival, she smiled gently and said, "Welcome, Roren. How is your father?" "Aunt Tia, I am well, thank you. My father has gone to the Iron Islands to quell a rebellion. The conflict should not prolong much longer, and he is expected to return soon." Roren could sense the polite formality in his aunt's words and responded with equal courtesy. The small nobility of the valley often intermarried with the wealthy merchants of Seagull Town, and his mother had been one such union, marrying into the Five Fingers Peninsula. However, with his mother's passing 5 years ago, their modest noble title had proven insufficient to foster strong ties, resulting in a rather lukewarm relationship. Yet, as Roren prepared for his journey to King's Landing, he knew he must consolidate every possible alliance, family included. Just then, the young man who had been shouting from the terrace descended the stairs, saying, "Roren, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you can forgive me." Despite his words of contrition, his gaze continually flitted toward Elena, who stood behind Roren. Since he was visiting relatives, Roren had instructed the maid to remove his hood before entering. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Roren replied, "It is of no concern, Abbot. I have heard you have served as a squire for 5 years. Perhaps we can engage in a friendly contest." At that moment, the back door of the parlor swung open, and a youth clad in coarse linen entered. He appeared somewhat shy as he regarded the gathering and offered a slight bow toward Roren, saying, "Cousin Roren." Roren displayed a faint smile as he greeted, "Cousin Leo. It has been quite a while." His uncle Benjamin noticed Leo's displeasure, but chose to remain silent. Roren took his seat, flanked by Poland and Elena. The maid summoned by the butler had already served refreshing mint tea to the gathering. "Roren, do you have business in King's Landing?" Uncle Benjamin inquired. "I intend to serve as an attendant and, while there, seek out several agents for sea salt. Perhaps you could send someone to accompany me? The Peninsula Sea Salt Company would offer you the most favorable prices, requiring only the investment in a shop for your business to thrive in King's Landing." Benjamin picked up his cup of tea, contemplating for a moment before responding. The rental prices in King's Landing far surpass those in Seagull Town. The profit margins on salt are slim. If we could secure 2 years of free supply, we might consider it. Aunt Tia quickly cast a glance at Roren and added, "Your family's small salt fields are already stretched thin supplying the valley. Investing in King's Landing may lead to a fruitless endeavor." It would be wiser to proceed as we previously discussed. Sell the salt fields to us so that you may reap the benefits. Seeing his uncle's cautious nature and his aunt's condescension towards his youth, Loren chuckled softly. This matter requires careful deliberation. Let us wait for my father's return. His initial intention had merely been to explore possibilities, and with that thought, he felt there was little left to discuss. As Loren prepared to take his leave after a few more pleasantries, he noticed that the previously reserved cousin Leo had risen before him. Uncle Benjamin, Aunt Tia, I wish to accompany cousin Loren to King's Landing, Leo declared. Benjamin's hand trembled, causing a few drops of hot tea to spill onto his hand. Ignoring the pain, he responded darkly, Leo, I will not invest a single penny in King's Landing. Aunt Tia glared at him in anger. Loren, maintaining his composure, inquired, Cousin Leo, have you not been overseeing the business in Seagull Town? Abbott has taken over. I am currently at loose ends, Leo replied, casting a glance at Benjamin. Benjamin muttered, Leo, you are my nephew, we are family. However, if you choose to leave Seagull Town, the business here will no longer concern you. Suppressing his anger, Leo expressed, I will not compete with Abbott for family inheritance. Do not think of sending me to be a night watchman. Being a night watchman is an honor, Benjamin retorted, his expression fluctuating. Yet if you are determined to go to King's Landing, we cannot stop you. However, we agreed that once you leave Seagull Town, everything here is no longer your concern. Let him go, Benjamin, let him go. Tia suddenly collapsed onto the table, weeping, Leo, after your parents passed. We have raised you for so many years. How can you think this way? Even amidst the sudden upheaval, Loren remained unfazed, but then he had an epiphany. I just remembered, this used to be Leo's home. Uncle, you and Aunt Tia didn't live here before. Tia suddenly sat up straight, her face devoid of tears, and fixed a fierce gaze upon Loren. The storms of the narrow sea are unpredictable. If you intend to depart, it would be wise to set out sooner rather than later. Loren shrugged. Cousin Leo, shall we gather our belongings? Leo nodded and entered through a small door at the foot of the stairs, soon emerging with a small bundle in hand. After bidding farewell to Benjamin and the others, Loren turned to leave. Cousin Loren, did you not say we could engage in a friendly duel? Abbott's voice suddenly rang out. Loren exchanged a knowing smile with Boron. Cousin Abbott, we are pressed for time to catch our ship, perhaps another occasion. Abbott, who had initially hesitated upon seeing Loren's somewhat robust form, felt his doubts vanish with those words. He had served as a retainer in the Shet household for many years, and Loren, having been somewhat simple-minded in his youth, had only recently improved. How could he possibly be a match for him? Fear not, Loren, I shall go easy on you, Abbott declared, drawing his sword with a resounding clang. However, let us make it interesting. If you lose, you must give me your maid. Loren noted that his uncle and aunt remained silent, seemingly amused by the prospect. He chuckled and drew his own sword. Let us settle this first. Loren lunged forward, his sword aimed straight at Abbott. Abbott swiftly countered, but mismanaged the force of his swing, nearly dropping his sword to the ground. Fool! Boron, watching, could not suppress his laughter. Indeed, Loren quickly unleashed a second strike aimed at Abbott's side. Abbott had yet to adjust his stance, and it appeared he was about to be struck at the waist. No, Aunt Tia gasped. With a last-minute adjustment, Loren turned his blade, opting to strike with the flat rather than the edge, sending Abbott sprawling to the ground. Loren pressed the tip of his sword against Abbott's face. Trembling and shaken, Abbott pleaded, I concede, spare me. Loren sheathed his sword, bowed slightly in farewell, and made his way outside. Benjamin suddenly inquired, Loren, whose retainer will you become? Sir John Aaron, the hand of the king? Tia, assisting Abbott to his feet, expressed disbelief. How could the hand of the king choose you as a retainer? Loren offered no reply, leading Blackwind out of the courtyard. Leo, since you have chosen to follow me, I shall not disappoint you. Moreover, one's own possessions should not be surrendered lightly. Standing on the deck with Leo, gazing at the receding town of Seagull, they both embarked upon an uncertain journey. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away across the sunset sea, a young boy had also just set sail. Back to the cabin, scene. The winds at sea are strong. Yes, Lord Stark. Tears blurred his vision as the Iron Islands grew distant, and the city of Pike slowly faded from view. Chapter 10. Arrival in King's Landing. Upon the heights of Aegon Hill, the red keep shimmered in the sunlight, resplendent in its glory. As one's gaze traverses beyond the Red Fort, the ruins of the Dragon's Lair and the Grand Hall of the Believers are also visible atop the towering hills. The mouth of the Blackwater River is adorned with a multitude of sails, as merchant ships incessantly navigate its waters. Dilapidated shanties line both sides of the dock. Even before disembarking, the pungent odor of fish and decay assaults the senses, rendering the sweltering heat nearly unbearable. Passengers aboard the vessel hastily cover their noses and mouths. At the moment the bell of the hall tolls, Roren and his companions emerge from the dock, stepping into the chaotic din outside the mud gate. Fishermen and vendors jostle to enter the city from one side of the city gate, forming a line only under the stern admonitions of the golden robes. Beside the queue, a massive wicker basket awaits, into which each person must toss a copper coin before gaining entry. Roren watches the lengthy line with dismay, while Leo skillfully navigates through the throng. Ignoring the intimidating presence of the golden robes, Leo extends his hand to one individual, presenting a handful of copper stars. The golden robe glances back at Roren and his companions, then gestures to clear a path through the crowd. Ever since Genos Schlynth took command as the captain of the golden robes, these scoundrels have grown increasingly corrupt. They block half the city gate merely to collect an entry fee. Upon passing through the gate and entering the fisherman's square, perhaps accustomed to the stench of the place, Leo lowers his sleeve from his nose and mouth. They treat us like pigs, Boron remarked with a shrug, lamenting Lorne's reluctance to reveal his family crest. Roren chuckled softly. Although the intelligence officer's little bird may not notice an obscure noble, exercising caution is never amiss. Leo led them through winding alleys until they arrived at the eastern side of the Rennies Hills, near the Iron Gate. This area was a densely populated residential neighborhood. Due to the establishment of new salt fields, Roren found himself lacking in wealth. Leo compared several rental offers and selected a two-story residence that met their expectations, providing them with a temporary refuge. After a brief period of rest, darkness enveloped the sky, and the trio set out from their abode in search of a place to dine. Inquiring along the way, they were directed to Silk Street, also situated within the Rennies Hills. As night deepened, the streets remained brightly lit, with scantily clad courtesans beckoning from their balconies. Beneath the glow of the lamps, numerous ragged children were seen begging from passers-by. Some pursued patrons to the doorsteps of the brothels, only to be driven away by the thugs on guard with clubs. These are the children of the flea market, cast out by their families, hoping to contribute a little to the household, Boron explained, noticing Roren and Elena's bewilderment. A few children gathered around, prompting Boron to draw his knife and angrily scatter them. Meanwhile, women from above, noticing their fine attire, giggled and flirted, hoping for another patron. Roren and Leo exchanged glances, both feeling a flush of embarrassment, while only Boron appeared amused, occasionally responding to the playful banter, much to Elena's chagrin. Fortunately, not far into Silk Street, there stood a tavern where a few individuals ordered an array of small dishes and beverages, engaging in jovial banter as they dined. Before long, a sudden commotion erupted outside, as several armored figures clad in golden robes stormed into a nearby brothel. "Mercy, mercy, my lord!" A stunning woman, draped in delicate silks, cried out as she was dragged away. The golden-robed men pulled her into a carriage, her cries fading into the distance. "What is happening?" Leo inquired, his companions' gazes turning towards Boron. Having traveled far and wide, Boron had regaled them with numerous tales of King's Landing during their time at sea. He shrugged, seemingly apprehensive, and whispered, "The butcher has an affinity for the company of various courtesans. Yet, why does that woman weep? Does the commander of the guard not pay?" "Pay? It is typically the brothel that pays him," Boron replied. "That woman fears she may not return tomorrow. The butcher, once a swineherd, has become a nightmare for the courtesans of King's Landing." A look of disdain crossed Boron's face as he downed his mug of ale. The mood soured, and the four hastily concluded their meal before retreating to rest. The following morning, Roren sat before a mirror, tidying his appearance, while Elena stood behind him, smoothing the creases of his collar. For the first time, Roren scrutinized himself closely. His black curls were neatly gathered at the back of his head, exuding a natural charm, while his brown eyes sparkled with a newfound resolve. He instructed Elena to remain at home and not to open the door easily. Together with Boron and Leo, Roren exited the courtyard. Cousin Leo, the newly established saltworks on the Fingerbone Peninsula, is about to commence production. The market in Aelin Vale is nearly saturated. We must swiftly penetrate the market in King's Landing. Rest assured, Roren, the price you propose will be irresistible to the merchants of King's Landing, Leo confidently asserted. Roren smiled, recognizing that a price war is often the most direct and effective means of seizing market share. Upon reaching a crossroads, the companions waved their farewells, with Leo and Boron heading towards Fisherman's Square, a hub of diverse shops leading to the riverside. Roren mounted his horse and rode towards the Red Keep, which loomed majestically atop a hill, constructed from pale red stone, exuding grandeur and elegance. 7 immense iron-roofed bell towers punctuated the skyline, reaching skyward with an air of authority and solemnity. At the palace gates, golden-robed guards stood in stark contrast, bowing in salute to a knight emerging from the court. Loren assumed this was no ordinary figure, pulling the reins of his horse to clear the path. As the knight approached, Loren cast a quick glance, revealing a somewhat stout, middle-aged man with a pockmarked face and sparse hair atop his head. The man scrutinized Loren before his gaze settled on the insignia of a middle finger emblazoned on Loren's chest. It was a badge he wore in transit. Loren, maintaining his composure, slightly inclined his body and continued guiding his horse towards the palace gates. At that moment, a disparaging remark echoed from behind, "Son of a dog." Loren turned to see the stout man, now accompanied by 2 attendants, retreating into the distance. Upon arriving at the palace gates, the golden-clad guards failed to notice the earlier commotion. Observing that Loren was adorned with his family's insignia and wielded a royal decree, they bowed in reverence. Loren acknowledged their salute with a nod, still baffled by the recent altercation. How could he have unwittingly incurred the ire of a stranger upon his arrival in King's Landing? Suppressing his burgeoning frustration, he inquired of the guard inspecting the decree, who exited from here moments ago. The guard lifted his gaze towards the end of the road. "Ah, that would be the commander of our city's garrison." Loren astutely perceived a hint of disdain in the guard's tone, though he felt a pang of discomfort. He feigned generosity and produced a golden dragon, saying, "As a newcomer, allow me to treat you all to some drinks." Thank you, young Master Loren." The guard's eyes sparkled with delight as he gratefully accepted the coin and returned the decree to Loren. "I shall escort you to the Prime Minister's tower." Engaged in light conversation with the guard named Mori, Loren made his way to the eastern side of the Red Keep. Inside the skirt of the Prime Minister's tower, Bachelor Keeman, weary of the oppressive summer heat, was quietly inscribing something behind an open window. Noticing the approaching figures, he craned his long neck for a glimpse, hastily setting down his quill to greet them. "Loren." The scholar's gaze fell upon his insignia. "It is indeed I. It is an honor to meet you, Bachelor Keeman." Loren noted the vibrant array of the bachelor's chain of office. With Mori having departed, Keeman instructed a servant to take Black Wind to the stables, inviting Loren to enter the skirt of the tower. "The Prime Minister is convening a council in the throne hall. We shall wait for his return here." Understanding the inclination to take it easy on the first day of work, Loren settled into the atmosphere. The bachelor resumed his writing at the window, while Loren, feeling somewhat restless and hesitant to rummage through Keeman's belongings, picked up a book nearby to peruse. The Princess and the Queen? Upon opening it, he discovered it chronicled the tale of the Dance of the Dragons. Having learned the common tongue from his father and old Lord Blore, he had been unable to afford books during their family's financial struggles. He became engrossed in the narrative, losing track of time. The Targaryen civil war had nearly depleted the dragons, making it exceedingly difficult to regain their former glory. Loren looked up to find Bachelor Keeman had left his desk, watching him with a gentle smile as he regarded the book in Loren's hands. "Our war has long since quieted. Come, Loren, let us venture outside." It was then that Loren noticed a swell of commotion outside the city. The two ascended the steps leading to the walls of the Red Keep. An unending throng of people surged towards the fortress from every direction. From afar, countless hands reached up, and innumerable faces gazed skyward at the towering walls. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Long live Queen Cersei! Long live King Robert! May your reign be everlasting!" Atop the high walls, a cluster of women surrounded the tall, golden-haired queen. As she walked along the battlements, she scattered glimmering tokens, sparkling in the sunlight. As the queen approached, Loren noticed that the crowd surrounding her was carrying several baskets filled with copper stars. Loren and the monk bowed slightly. Suddenly, the queen halted, casting a glance at Loren. There were already enough dark-haired individuals in the vicinity, and she was surprised to see yet another. Loren raised his head, gazing at the resplendent woman before him, and said with a dignified composure, "Our bodies and skin are bestowed by our parents. We have no other choice." Cersei momentarily paused, intrigued by his assertion of a lack of choice. She let out a light laugh, taking one of the baskets, and amidst the cheers of the crowd below, the copper stars cascaded down. Cersei turned to leave, deeming the common folk and minor nobles unworthy of her time. The crowd below jostled and tugged at one another, slowly dispersing under the stern reprimands and lashes of the gold-clad guards. Chapter 11. Lisa, a wretched war had already drained the royal treasury, and the self-satisfied Lion of Lannisport was urging the king to host a tournament. Jon Arryn returned to the Hand's tower late at night, as Loren followed Common. They had not yet entered the parlor when he heard the Hand lamenting. The servants ushered them inside. The candelabras illuminated the parlor as if it were daylight, with the Duke and Lady seated at opposite ends. Roren Hawthorne? The Duke appeared even older than Loren had anticipated, his hair only slightly more abundant than common S. Yet his gaze remained sharp, with a prominent hooked nose accentuating the wrinkles on his face. "My Lord Duke, Lady Lisa," Loren bowed slightly. Lisa was not as he had imagined her to be, sharp-tongued and bitter. She was slender, her visage beautiful yet tinged with melancholy, sitting alone near the fireplace. Her chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, adding an air of softness. Lisa nodded, her gaze lingering on Loren's face for a moment, her eyes momentarily clear. She appeared as youthful as the person he remembered, but this was not him. Lisa seemed somewhat fatigued at that moment. "You may converse. I must retire for a while," she said, her expression distant as she rose to ascend the stairs. However, for reasons unknown, she suddenly stumbled over the thick carpet beneath her. With a startled cry, she was about to fall. Loren, swift of foot, rushed forward and managed to catch her just in time. With the danger averted, Loren exhaled in relief and remarked, "My lady, you should take care of your health, for you are with child." "What?" Lisa, still shaken, transitioned from fear to surprise, her beautiful yet gaunt face displaying her astonishment. The Duke and the scholar were equally taken aback. It was then that Loren realized he had been misled by magic and quickly added, "My apologies, my lady. I misspoke." Lisa touched her abdomen, belatedly recalling that her monthly cycle had indeed been absent for some time. She retreated back to her chair, saying, "Common, would you kindly examine me?" The scholar knelt before her, straining to press his ear against Lisa's belly. The hand's tower fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the flickering of the flames. After a while, the bachelor rose with a beaming expression, addressing the Duke and Duchess. "I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to both of you." The Duke exhibited a hint of amusement, yet Loren discerned only trepidation in Lisa's eyes. During his time on the Fingers Peninsula, he had occasionally overheard discussions about Lisa, each accompanied by whispers of miscarriage. Nevertheless, having briefly played the role of a midwife, the Duke and Duchess's unfamiliarity with Loren dissipated entirely. Lisa appeared to regain some composure, requesting Loren to escort her to her chamber. As Loren fulfilled his duty and prepared to take his leave, Lisa unexpectedly inquired, "You hail from the Fingers Peninsula as well?" "Indeed," Loren replied concisely. Lisa nodded and reached to untie the sash at her waist. Loren silently withdrew from the bedroom. Descending the stairs, he found that Bachelor Common had already departed, leaving only John Arryn alone in the drawing room. The solitary Prime Minister bore a somber expression, reflecting upon his two late wives, Lisa's recurrent miscarriages, and the numerous unfortunate heirs who had perished. Loren felt a pang of sympathy. On the table in the drawing room rested a teapot, still warm, and Loren poured a cup, presenting it to John. The Prime Minister roused from his reverie. "Loren, you do not harbor resentment towards me for summoning you from your homeland to King's Landing, do you?" "Of course not. It is an immense honor to serve as a steward to adults," Loren responded. John chuckled lightly, continuing, "That fool Janos still imagines sending his son to my side. King's Landing is already replete with foulness, and this castle harbors enough butchers. I have no desire for another." Loren fell silent, finally understanding why the commander of the city guard regarded him with disdain. Upon returning to his modest chamber in the tower, Loren lay on his bed. Yet his thoughts drifted to the queen's golden tresses and the duchess's ample bosom. He shook his head, striving to dispel the chaotic musings, as the youthful hormones of summer often overwhelmed his mature sensibilities. When the light streamed through the narrow window, Loren had already awakened. The courtyard retained a slight chill, and he navigated around the Prime Minister's tower, crossing a wall, and entering the sacred grove within the Red Keep. He had discovered this place while on the city walls yesterday. The sacred grove was deserted, with towering elms, cypress trees, and black poplars standing tall. The ancient forest fragmented the sky above. The courtyard felt somewhat eerie, and Loren ventured deeper, commencing his morning exercises as he had on the Fingers Peninsula. He first ran several laps along the outer path, then traversed a series of winding trails, when suddenly, a magnificent oak tree came into view. Its sprawling canopy soared above the surrounding foliage. Morning light filtered through the gaps, illuminating dragon's breath blossoms of a deep crimson hue beneath the oak. The trunk was entwined with smokeberry vines, amidst which an aged visage could be faintly discerned. Loren paid it no mind, and continued his workout beneath the canopy. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the interplay of light and shadow among the branches to dance. The rustling leaves whispered like a soft murmur. Suddenly, Loren came to a halt, his aged visage silently observing him. Frowning, he stepped before the heart tree, hesitatingly lifting a hand, his fingertips poised to make contact with the ancient entity. Nearby, the sound of metal clashing broke the stillness. A few crows took flight, soaring over the crimson fortress walls to alight upon the elevated iron bell tower. Startled, Loren turned and retreated from the sacred grove. In the courtyard where Prime Minister Ta resided, two individuals were engaged in a duel of swords. Beside them, a slender, red-haired guard stood, occasionally offering pointers. Intrigued, Loren approached to observe. During his time on the Five-Finger Peninsula, he had placed greater emphasis on physical training, and his combat skills were merely a result of brief tutelage under his father and the old Brullo. Initially, the two had eagerly imparted their knowledge. But as the years passed, they cited age and pressing matters as reasons for their withdrawal. Thankfully, young Brullo was robust and valiant, and during their leisure, they would refine their techniques together. As a Duke's Guard, the combatants before him exhibited numerous commendable aspects in their offensive and defensive maneuvers, while the red-haired guard consistently pointed out their shortcomings. Loren watched with rapt attention. From the rear, individuals gradually emerged from the skirted building, joining the spectators or practicing on an adjacent open space. "Ah, Lord Middlefinger," a derisive voice called from behind. Loren chose to ignore it. A hand landed forcefully on his shoulder. "Good morning, Lord Middlefinger." Swiftly, Loren grasped the offending hand, and amidst gasps from onlookers, executed a shoulder throw, sending the man sprawling onto the vacant ground ahead. "Good morning, I am Roren Hawthorne." The man on the ground grimaced as he struggled to rise, clearly having taken a hard fall. "Not a bad move," he remarked. "Haha, Fu, weren't you supposed to show the newcomer a thing or two?" The crowd began to jeer. The man, indignant, charged at Loren, but the red-haired guard interjected between them. "Fu, dueling is prohibited. If you wish to fight, take it to the arena." Fu seized a blunt sword, his features contorted with rage. "You despicable wretch who dares to usurp my position. Let me see what you're capable of." Loren was taken aback. He had heard the scholar mention this individual the previous day, who had originally been assigned as a retainer to another noble house in Eileen Valley, but had remained in the Crimson Fortress under the pretense of illness. The two guards withdrew from the duel, clearing the space. Loren stepped forward to retrieve a practice sword. Fu, seething with humiliation and anger, lunged at him without reservation. Although his strikes were wild and unrefined, he managed to control their angles and force, and with his substantial girth and strength, Loren found himself primarily on the defensive. "Loren, beg for mercy and leave the Crimson Fortress. I may show you leniency," Fu declared, his posture suggesting he intended to inflict severe injury rather than death. "Not a chance," Loren calmly retorted. After exchanging only a few blows, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Fu once again swung his sword in a fierce arc. Yet Loren, breaking from his usual pattern, advanced rather than retreating. He deftly blocked the incoming strike and swiftly changed his attack, aiming for Fu's hands that gripped the sword. Fu, taken aback, stumbled in a frantic attempt to retreat. However, Loren had already closed the distance, positioning his sword against Fu's hilt, delivering a sharp elbow strike to Fu's chest. The force of the blow sent Fu reeling to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. The red-haired guard promptly lifted him up, stating, "Fu, I have told you to learn to adapt in a timely manner. Relying solely on brute strength and sticking to the basics will inevitably lead to significant losses. Sir Marvin Belmore, I shall take my leave," Fu replied, his face flushed, as he fled amidst the laughter of the onlookers. It was then that Loren realized the red-haired man was the captain of the Eagle's Nest City Guard. Marvin cast a glance at the remaining guards, prompting them to restrain their enthusiasm. "Is there anyone else eager to challenge?" Upon seeing some who were keen to try their hand, he turned to Loren, asking, "Can you endure another bout?" Loren nodded in affirmation. Old Blore often advised him that understanding diverse combat styles would enhance his chances of victory in battle or duels. Marvin first summoned a young nobleman named John Plyer, a clever fellow from Pebble Island, warning, "He is far more astute than Fu, so be cautious." Loren expressed his gratitude and promptly engaged in combat. After several exchanges, John succumbed to defeat. Marvin hesitated momentarily before calling forth another challenger. "If you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to concede." Recognizing Marvin's goodwill, Loren nodded once more. The next opponent was a robust man. Both wielded blunt swords, eyeing each other warily. As the sound of metal clashing filled the air, they tested each other through several exchanges before returning to their respective stances. The blunt swords were heavy, and Loren felt a slight fatigue in his arms. Yet he was astonished to see no tremor in Edmund's grip on his blunt sword. Realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, Loren's fighting spirit surged, and he launched another attack. The duel continued until both were drenched in sweat, at which point Marvin called for a halt. "My lord the Duke is due for court. We shall conclude here for today." They instinctively ceased their battle, and Loren's arms felt nearly numb as he discreetly employed magic to enhance his blood circulation. Edmund placed the blunt sword on the rack and, with a voice like thunder, proclaimed, "You are quite impressive. You are among the strongest opponents I have ever faced." Loren silently added to himself, "One of them." "Let us refrain from mutual flattery," Marvin chuckled, giving Loren a hearty pat on the shoulder. "That maneuver earlier, the one where you threw him from behind, was executed with remarkable speed. How did you accomplish that?" "Oh, it is a rather simple grappling technique. You must grasp your opponent's arm in this manner, then press your shoulder against," Loren explained while demonstrating the technique, drawing the attention of several onlookers who gathered around. The method was straightforward, and the more astute among them quickly grasped the concept. John Plyer, who had previously battled Loren, along with others nearby, laughed and challenged one another to see who could successfully execute the throw. Chapter 12. The daily routine at Red Keep. After hastily consuming breakfast in the kitchen, Loren proceeded to the Prime Minister's tower to await instructions. "Good morning, Loren," he was greeted. As John Arryn savored a bowl of porridge, he gestured towards the desk upon the entrance of Loras, indicating 2 letters lying there. "Quickly, assist me in discerning their origins. That old cur, Pycelle, insists on delivering my correspondence at dusk, as if he fears I might enjoy a restful slumber. I shall not acquiesce to his wishes." Loras rummaged through the cluttered desk and retrieved the unopened letters, noting the wax seals emblazoned with the sigils of House Lannister and House Tyrell. "My lord, they are from the Duke." "Open them," John commanded, as Loras unsealed the letters. He prepared to present them to the hand of the king. "What do they say?" John inquired. Loras, taken aback, turned his gaze to the missive. "To the hand of the king, protector of the East." No, tell me the contents," John urged. Loras swiftly scanned the letter, which began with a respectful salutation from Lord Mace Tyrell, expressing his concern that the position of Chancellor ought not to remain vacant for long, and offering his assistance in matters of state. John finished his porridge, handing the bowl to a nearby servant. "Our inflated fish, my lord, seems to possess quite the spirit. You should inform him that I would prefer to lead the swine from the pigsty, as that would render me far more suitable for the role of Chancellor than he." Loras silently folded the letter. "Huh, you little rascal, I can see the dilemma etched upon your face." John's hooked nose quivered with mirth. "Now, let us see the next letter. What does that self-important lion proclaim?" "Sir Stark has returned to the north with his ward, Theon Greyjoy. The tournament at Lannisport has concluded, with Jorah Mormont of Bear Island emerging victorious in the lance competition. Furthermore, the Iron Throne now owes the Westerlands 32,000 golden dragons. Those wretched lions." John cursed vehemently. The letter from the Westerlands detailed an array of matters, which Loras continued to relay. "The king, accompanied by the armies of Storm's End and the Vale, has embarked on his journey by sea back to King's Landing." A thought struck John. It had been over 6 months since the outbreak of war, and he pondered the fates of his father and young Robert. Quietly stowing the letter away, Loras began to organize the other documents on the desk into meticulous order. His previous experience as an officer made such tasks second nature. Earlier that morning, John had penned 2 letters, and after delivering them to Pycelle, Loras found himself without further duties. By afternoon, he accompanied the Duke to the throne room for a meeting with the court, becoming acquainted with the various lords. As merely a squire, he received little attention beyond the occasional delivery of documents. Thus, the 3rd day arrived. In the afternoon, the chimes of the clock tower resonated. As was customary, Loras took the Duke's longsword and made his way to the throne room. The Iron Throne, adorned with spikes and twisted metal, loomed atop its dais. Nobles had already gathered within the hall. John approached the Iron Throne, seating himself upon a small chair at the base. Loras stood quietly behind him. As the hand of the king surveyed the assembly, the murmur of conversation quickly subsided, and the hall fell into silence. Just as he was about to speak, a child suddenly burst through the grand bronze and oak doors. The golden-haired, green-eyed child was exceptionally vivacious. He giggled as he dashed across the hall, leaping onto the dais and maneuvering around Joffrey towards the throne, which was adorned with remnants of shattered swords. The child scrambled up the steps with hands and feet, yet the incline was steep, causing him to sway precariously with each step. The courtiers collectively drew in a sharp breath. "Joffrey, be careful." The queen, resplendent in her crimson attire, rushed from the hall, her tone laced with urgency. Loras, standing closest to the throne, swiftly approached and hoisted the child, who had managed to ascend 2 steps, back down. "Be quiet, Joffrey," he admonished. Perhaps spoiled by indulgence, the child, taken aback by such sternness for the first time, pouted and began to cry. A few chuckles erupted in the hall. The hand of the king, regaining his composure, exclaimed, "Your Grace, you ought to keep a closer watch on your child." Cersei frowned, remarking, "Joffrey is always so rebellious. You should learn how to discipline him." The queen fell silent, settling into a chair beside the Iron Throne. The young prince, having been released by Loras, scampered over and nestled into Cersei's embrace, no longer wailing, but casting a resentful glare at Loras. The council meeting in the throne room proved to be far more tedious than Loras had anticipated, predominantly revolving around matters of the Crownlands and Stormlands, trivial and uninteresting. Jon Arryn, however, patiently adjudicated each matter with diligence. As the bell tolled once more, the hand declared the council concluded and, along with several prominent lords, made their way toward the meeting room. Observing him engaged in hushed conversation with Giles Rosby, the acting master of laws, Loras discreetly trailed behind. A waft of perfume filled the air, accompanied by a voice tinged with sweetness that suddenly emerged from behind him. "It seems young Lord Loras possesses little reverence for our prince." Loras turned slightly, contemplating the danger of a mischievous child scaling the Iron Throne, which was embellished with sharp blades. He was merely concerned for the prince's proper growth, a sentiment he hoped Lord Varys could appreciate. The Master of Whisperers, who had served 2 generations of monarchs, smiled faintly as he glided into the council chamber, his soft slippers making no sound. As the splendid queen approached, Loras and several guards stood vigil at the entrance to the meeting room. Cersei halted beside the Sphinx statue, casting a sidelong glance at Loras. "Dare to disrespect my son again, and I shall have your head mounted on the city walls." Her gaze was as frigid as the glistening crimson eyes of the nearby black marble statue. "Foolish woman, you ought to be grateful to me," Loras muttered, suppressing his ire. Maintaining a calm demeanor, "Your Grace, Joffrey is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and should embody the valor and wisdom of his father." Initially disinterested in conversation, Cersei turned back upon hearing Loras's words, her expression softening somewhat. "He certainly will," Loras continued, in a child's heart. "A mother is more worthy of praise than the 7 gods. I comprehend your affection for the prince, yet trees must endure storms to grow sturdy. No one wishes for Joffrey to become a great king more than I. Perhaps seeking a suitable mentor for him would prove beneficial. If the queen trusts me." Before I could finish my sentence, her disdain and skepticism were already unmistakably evident. Loran, sensing the shift in conversation, remarked that indeed, finding a suitable tutor for the Lannisters would be a trivial endeavor. Sir Jaime, the prince's uncle, was undoubtedly an appropriate choice. "I shall ensure he spends ample time with the prince." Cersei turned and strode into the chamber. Loran inwardly cursed. If Jaime were reliable, they would not be entangled together. His words to Cersei were heartfelt, to avert a bloody struggle among the 7 kingdoms due to the contest for the throne before Winter's arrival. The stability of the crown was paramount. As for whether the Iron Throne was occupied by a Baratheon or a Lannister, what concern was that of his? Yet Jon Stannis, and even the likes of Peter Baelish would surely not remain indifferent. How to alter the course of history? Loran felt a headache coming on. In the following 2 days, he remained confined within the Red Keep, shuttling between the Godswood, the Hand's Tower, and the throne room as the Hand's attendant. Whispers, faint yet persistent, continued to echo in his ears, but Loran refrained from approaching the Heart Tree. Logically, this Heart Tree should not possess any mystical powers, unlike the Weirwood. However, the blood ravens beyond the wall were enigmatic with unclear motives, and Loran decided to steer clear of such peculiarities for the time being. His power was still feeble. Daring to intrude upon the hall would likely result in him being relegated to the menu rather than the table. Chapter 13. A setback in the market. Loran. "Take him down. Edmund Stone, bring this brat to his knees." A throng of spectators encircled the armory, where Loran was engaged in a fierce bout with the bastard of the Vale, Edmund. The crowd swelled, and even the guards atop the walls could not resist watching the spectacle from their lofty perches. Though it was not yet noon, the heat had already descended, causing both combatants to sweat profusely, their leather armor steaming. Edmund had fought alongside the rebels during Robert's rebellion and was reputed to have won the tournament at the wedding of Jon Arryn and Lisa, demonstrating his remarkable prowess. Despite his youth, Loran had diligently practiced over the years and managed to hold his ground against Edmund. Concerned that employing magic would hinder his martial skills, Loran had restrained himself from using it. Now utterly exhausted, he felt the tide turning against him. They had been sparring since dawn, and he knew the outcome was imminent. Gritting his teeth, he launched a fierce assault. The two exchanged blows in a flurry of strikes and parries, earning cheers from the spectators on the walls. However, Loran's arms were in agony. Following a clash of steel, his strength finally waned, and he stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. Conversely, Edmund was also in a poor state, propped up by his dull sword, gasping for breath. Well fought, Loran, the red-haired captain of the guard approached, and helped him up, patting him on the shoulder. On the other side, Edmund's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. By the seven, Loren, you are truly a marvel. Loren expressed his gratitude to Marwyn Belmore, wiped the sweat from his brow, and chuckled. But you still lost, did you not? Edmund shook his head. Your progress is astonishing. In our next contest, I fear I shall be bested by you. As the spectators dispersed, some surrounded the victorious Edmund, while others approached Loren to offer consolation. Loren exchanged playful fist bumps with them, and a few defeated rivals came forth to mock him. Without hesitation, Loren revealed his family's gesture and returned their jest with a middle finger. Over the course of these days, the guards had come to understand the meaning of the gesture and departed with laughter and banter. Having been a soldier in his past life, Loren adeptly navigated relationships with these individuals, quickly forging camaraderie. Meanwhile, the peculiar servant had slinked away from King's Landing in disgrace. Loren recalled that according to the original timeline, Eddard Stark had investigated Jon's death upon descending to King's Landing, and this servant seemed to be implicated. However, his position had now been usurped by Loren. Thus history had taken a slight detour. As the crowd dispersed, Loren made his way back to his modest abode. He raised his head to arrange his disheveled hair and unexpectedly locked eyes with a gaze from the lofty Prime Minister's tower. Lisa, who spent her days ensconced within the tower, had become somewhat unhinged after enduring several miscarriages. Since confirming her pregnancy once more, she had grown increasingly cautious, seldom descending the stairs. It was Loren who could no longer bear to watch, subtly reminding her on multiple occasions that reasonable exercise during pregnancy is beneficial for fetal development, eventually persuading her to come down. To his dismay, Lisa frequently insisted that Loren accompany her for leisurely strolls, with no means to refuse. He found himself wandering the sacred woods or along the Red Keep's walls with her, often pondering whether she regarded him as a mere substitute for Peter Baelish. Loren bowed toward the tower, placing a hand upon his chest, before retreating to his chamber. After a refreshing wash, he noted the hour was still early, and his curiosity was piqued once more. Upon departing from the Five-Finger Peninsula, he had already arranged a shipping date for salt with Old Blore. The narrow sea had been remarkably calm of late, suggesting no delays would arise. With the conflict in the Iron Islands quelled, the Prime Minister was less occupied, granting Loren a measure of leisure. Upon entering the Prime Minister's tower to state his business, Jon had graciously provided him with a pass to enter and exit the Red Keep. Leading forth his steed, Black Wind, Loren eagerly exited the Red Keep, heading towards the rented cottage. Standing atop the walls of the Red Keep, which loomed over Aegon's Hill, he could nearly survey the entirety of King's Landing. Loren often stood there to observe, noting a winding path that traversed the intersecting streets, leading directly from the Red Keep to the cottage nestled at the foot of Aegon's Hill. The neighborhood surrounding the Red Keep, though considered an upscale residential area, was not devoid of beggar children. While he did not believe himself to be a target for petty thieves, Loren nonetheless took the precaution of circling the area several times. Until noon, the small courtyard remained elusive. The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted by Loren's knock on the door. After a brief moment, footsteps echoed, and the gate was opened a crack. Upon seeing Loren, Elena's violet eyes sparkled with life. With a smile, she swung the door wide open, resembling a fluttering butterfly as she emerged. The two entered the courtyard, where the ground was freshly sprinkled with water, adding a touch of coolness to the air. A few garments swayed gently on a wooden rack within the yard. Are you the only one home? What about Boron and Leo? Loren inquired. They have gone to the docks, Elena replied. Loren surmised that it was likely the sea salt had arrived and was contemplating a visit to the docks. However, he noticed Elena seated by a wooden basin, frowning as she scrubbed a light-colored dress, the very one he had gifted her during his time in Seagull Town. What troubles you, Elena? You appear quite distressed. She raised the garment, a hint of grievance in her voice. I can't seem to wash this spot out. It turned out to be a small stain of grease. She had evidently scrubbed it numerous times, her hands now slightly pale, yet the stain persisted. Loren's heart stirred. During his military exchanges in the Middle East, he had seen many artisanal soaps at the market and had taken an interest in their crafting methods. He had once considered attempting to make some while in the Five-Finger Peninsula, but due to limitations in materials and later distractions with the saltworks, the endeavor had been set aside. Perhaps he could try his hand at it here. Nonetheless, some matters require patience, and this one should be approached gradually. Let's not worry about it now. We should head to the docks and discuss it upon our return. Elena's dejection transformed into joy once more. Ever since arriving in King's Landing, she had spent nearly all her time in this courtyard. Although she had grown accustomed to such days in Coldwater City, she found no pleasure in them. After securing the door, Roren mounted his horse and leaned slightly to extend his hand toward Elena. She hesitated for a moment, but then placed her hand in his. With a firm grip, Roren helped her onto the saddle. The saddle was spacious enough for one, but it felt cramped with two. One was delicate and graceful, while the other was youthful and spirited. Roren, at the age when hormones surged, felt an immediate reaction. Fortunately, his maturity kept him from objectifying the vulnerable girl before him. He made an effort to lean back, and upon sensing his restraint, Elena finally relaxed her tense body. However, the horse's movements necessitated that Roren constantly adjust himself to maintain distance from Elena. Their shifting caused the horse, Black Wind, to grow somewhat restless, tossing its head in resistance. The two on the horse found themselves in a precarious situation. Suddenly, Elena leaned against Roren, capturing one of his hands and wrapping it around her waist. "Ride properly," she instructed. "Oh," Roren replied, ceasing his movements. He noticed the color of her face resembling the evening glow, and her body felt slightly warm in his embrace. Gentle as the morning sun. It is worth noting that, in his 2 lifetimes, he experienced the sensation of holding a girl in his arms for the very first time. Upon exiting the muddy gate, the two of them strolled along the riverside dock, searching diligently. Perhaps their conspicuous presence atop their horses attracted attention, for upon reaching the third dock to the west, they heard Leo calling, "Loren, Loren, over here." Upon seeing Bolo and Leo directing the dock workers as they loaded goods, Loren waved back with a smile and approached them. Leo appeared somewhat elated as he introduced to Loren that 5 shops along the riverside had decided to procure their goods. The remaining shops were still hesitant, but he planned to return the following day with another batch of salt to entice them further, confident that their affordable and high-quality merchandise would be irresistible. As midday approached, 2 horse-drawn carts completed their loading. After presenting a copper star to the golden-robed guard, they were permitted to enter the city. They made their way along the riverside road toward the King's Gate, flanked by a succession of shops. Many small vendors and bakers sourced their raw materials from this area. Leo remained in high spirits, noting that the 5 shops could accommodate 100 stones of goods, with 1 stone equating to 635 kilograms. With the market poised for expansion next month, he believed it was not unreasonable to expect sales to double. He was confident that within 6 months, half of the shops in King's Landing would be sourcing from them. Loren observed Leo's unwavering confidence and felt a sense of relief. The extraction costs of Stormland salt were exorbitant, making it difficult to withstand the pressures of price wars. It was rumored that prior to the rebellion led by Robert, it had nearly been driven to extinction by the sea salt from Dorne and the Free Cities. However, it had inexplicably resurfaced in the market of the Crownlands in recent years. The sea salt from Dorne and the Free Cities was also limited by transportation costs, rendering it less of a concern. Their own saltworks possessed a geographical advantage, capable of supplying the Vale of Arryn and subsequently penetrating the northern market through White Harbor. Collaborating with Peter Baelish, their saltworks could initially dominate the market in King's Landing before gradually encroaching upon the lands between the rivers. Thus, they could potentially capture half of Westeros's market. The plan was flawless, yet just as they arrived at the first shop, Leo called the shopkeeper to receive the goods, only to be pulled aside. "What do you mean you can't take that much?" As they conversed, Leo exclaimed incredulously, suppressing his anger as he pulled the shopkeeper to the cart, untying a sack of salt. Snarling, "We had a clear agreement. Look here. The goods I offer you are far superior to what you are currently selling." I understand, Snarling stammered. "I have seen the sea salt from the fingers." "I am sorry, Leo. I cannot take that much. If you wish to sell, you may leave behind this open sack, but the rest must be taken back. It is only because my master is Sir Lyle of Oldtown that I dare accept even a single sack." Upon hearing this, Loren sensed an underlying issue and stepped forward to inquire, snarling, "What do you mean by dare not accept? Is someone threatening you?" Snalen observed him adorned with the family crest, exuding an air of nobility, his gaze evasive, hesitating to speak. Loren brandished the royal seal, the hand of the king, before him, asserting, "I am here on behalf of the Prime Minister. Snalen, we shall not make things difficult for you, merely elucidate the situation. Who is threatening you to prevent the procurement of sea salt from the Vale of Arryn? Is he belittling the authority of the king's hand?" Jon Arryn had no connection to the taxation or the sea salt of the Stormlands, yet it did not hinder Loren from leveraging his influence. "We have consistently sold the mineral salt from the Stormlands," Snalen replied, visibly convinced by the sigil of the White Moon and Blue Falcon. "It is said that Genos acquired the distribution rights for the Stormlands mineral salt in King's Landing. Your recent lobbying of various merchants has evidently drawn his attention. I truly cannot afford to offend him, Otherwise, the gold cloaks will come seeking trouble daily. The commander of the city guard? Loren recalled a stout, toad-like man he had encountered upon his arrival at the Red Keep. He had initially aimed to place his son in service to Jon, yet failed, thus venting his frustrations upon Loren, even cursing him before the Red Keep. Loren had intended to deal with the man later, but fate had conspired to intertwine their paths. Yet why the Stormlands mineral salt rather than the Dornish sea salt? Snailin, when did the mineral salt appear in the markets of King's Landing? Shortly after the usurpation, I mean. Following Robert's rebellion, the merchant replied, glancing around cautiously. There are rumors that the salt mine was granted to a landed knight. Yet Genos presented a contract with Jon Clinton, compelling the knight to acknowledge it, as the mineral salt was simply unsellable. Loren's eyes lit up. Jon Clinton was the last hand of the Targaryen king. He had heard tales of the man's drunken demise across the narrow sea last year, yet Loren was aware that this was a falsehood. The true Jon Clinton had assumed a new identity, clandestinely collaborating with exiled Targaryens scattered across Essos. Snailin, thank you for your revelation. Let us retain this sack of salt for now. I shall find a way to resolve matters with Genos, and you must not pass the buck then. Commerce is not warfare. It often requires a degree of concession, especially since the true culprit is the detestable Genos. Snailin meekly replied, as long as you can persuade Genos, I shall exclusively procure from you in the future. Rest assured, I shall convince him. The subsequent merchants, without exception, declined to accept deliveries. Chapter 14. Soap the coachman drove the cart towards the rented quarters, with Loren and the others trailing behind. A sudden turn of events had disrupted their plans, leaving Leo in a state of indignation. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, cursed gold cloaks. Loren, we cannot concede defeat. What if we opened our own shop? I am certain I could manage it well. You know I excelled in Seagull Town. Alternatively, I could push the cart through the streets selling our goods. Our prices are fair and would surely be well received. He gazed at Loren with hopeful anticipation. Loren was acutely aware of the encroachment upon his family's estate, and undoubtedly, a tempest of anger brewed within him. Having ventured to King's Landing with a singular determination, the promising circumstances swiftly took a turn for the worse, causing him a sense of urgency. Yet, witnessing his unwavering spirit stirred a sense of admiration within him. Leo, your efforts these past days have been commendable. I regret my oversight regarding Genos. I should have assessed the market of King's Landing prior to making plans. He then patted Leo on the shoulder, adding, after all, he is merely the commander of the city guard. I am not one to concede easily. The two exchanged a knowing smile as they traversed the streets. The pervasive stench of King's Landing clung to them like a shadow. Passing through a thoroughfare bustling with the slaughter of livestock and the sale of meat, the odor intensified. Yet, it reminded Loren of the prospect of soap making. The idea of acquiring salt was momentarily unfeasible, leaving even Elena somewhat disheartened. It was time to assign them some tasks. He commissioned Boron to procure a barrel of lard and shared the soap-making process with Leo and Elena. Upon returning to their rented quarters and unloading the salt into an empty room, Loren settled the fare with the driver, allowing the courtyard to regain a semblance of tranquility. Elena, eager to hear about the substance that could cleanse their garments, hastened to the kitchen to stoke the fire. Leo busied himself preparing empty barrels and cloths for filtering. Boron, showing a hint of indifference, departed the courtyard, heading towards Silk Street. After Loren and Elena had finished burning the plant ashes and heating the fats, they commenced the preparation of lye. The subsequent mixing of lye and fat proved to be a lengthy and tedious endeavor. Loren gazed at the room filled with salt, its door firmly shut, and could not help but feel a twinge of worry. After all, Genos Sterling commanded a formidable contingent of gold-cloaked guards, while his own group was rather modest. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Loren. He recalled that he had an acquaintance in King's Landing. Informing Leo and Elena of his intentions, he mounted Black Wind and galloped forth. At the foot of the Red Keep stood an impressive and elegant edifice. Navigating through a grove of fragrant trees, he arrived before a spacious four-story stone building. After a servant entered to announce his arrival, a slender young official emerged to greet him. Lord Peter, it has been some time. You seem even more resplendent than before. Peter's smile broadened, as though genuinely pleased to see Loren. As they entered the grand building, customs officials bowed and made way for them. Loren had deliberately inquired about Peter's recent endeavors. It was said that on the 10th day of his tenure at the customs house, he had exposed a corruption scandal, effectively purging the entire establishment. He had since ascended to a prominent position within the customs hierarchy, organizing affairs with remarkable efficiency. After exchanging pleasantries, Loren conveyed the predicament surrounding the sale of sea salt to Peter. Peter delicately rotated the glass teacup, made of milky glass resting on the table, and remarked, "I have indeed heard whispers of Genos's unscrupulous dealings. However, one must not underestimate him. He has operated in King's Landing for many years and possesses extensive connections." Certainly. Loren was well aware of this fact, and he also understood that Littlefinger and Janos were cut from the same cloth, destined to conspire together sooner or later. His visit today could very well be a precautionary measure, an attempt to sever the potential alliance between the two before it could take root. A wide network does not equate to a lack of adversaries. As far as I know, this individual has been brazenly trading positions within the garrison, with most officers having to bribe him monthly to secure favorable postings. Peter remarked casually that it was impressive for young Lord Loren, who had only recently arrived in King's Landing, to have even gleaned news of the gold cloaks. The little birds of King's Landing are far from few. Loren feigned profundity, claiming to have gathered evidence of Janos's corruption concerning some gold cloaks, yet he feared that what he possessed might not be sufficient to bring about Janos's downfall, and thus hesitated to take a stand. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Peter's eyes. Janos still possessed some skill. Toppling him through corruption would indeed be a formidable challenge. As he scrutinized Loren, he hesitated before speaking. "I could attempt to gather additional incriminating evidence, but that would only serve to create a formidable enemy for myself. The risks I would undertake are considerable, while the profits from the salt largely reside with you." Peter silently fixed his gaze upon Loren. "Damn it. So this was the reason he was waiting for me here." Loren cursed inwardly, though his expression remained composed. "What does Lord Peter propose?" "The profit would be split 50-50 in the first year, and thereafter, 80-20, with me taking the larger share." Littlefinger responded with a smile, calmly sipping his mint tea. Seeing his self-assured demeanor, Loren chuckled softly and suggested, "Perhaps I should share a piece of information with you. You might find it worth a fraction of the salt profits." "Oh." Littlefinger raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Loren continued unabated. "Janos's salt business is actually sourced from Jon Cunnington. And so? Just because the former king's hand is guilty does not implicate those who do business with him. Moreover, Jon has been dead since his removal from the Golden Company last year." "No," Loren asserted vehemently, "Jon Cunnington is merely in hiding. He has assumed a new identity and is currently conspiring with exiles across the Narrow Sea, plotting to overthrow the Iron Throne. Furthermore, he is raising a child who bears a striking resemblance to Aegon Targaryen." Loren thought silently, yet refrained from sharing this with Peter. Upon hearing that Jon Cunnington was still alive, Peter's expression shifted dramatically. He set down his teacup and inquired, "Is this truly the case?" It is no wonder he reacted so strongly. Jon Cunnington had nearly captured Robert during the Battle of the Bells and had severely injured the ruler of the Riverlands, Hotine Tully, while also slaying the heir of House Arryn, Dennis. If this news is accurate, it could elevate Peter to great heights. "Of course it is true. I can provide you with his alias and the city where he is hiding." Loren picked up his cup of mint tea. "But you must assist me in linking Janos and Jon Cunnington to the charge of treason." Peter's eyes flickered. Given the significance of Jon Cunnington, why would you not report this directly to the Prime Minister, but instead come through me? Loren silently chuckled, realizing that attempting to eliminate one's enemies through others is indeed no simple task. "In King's Landing, I wield no power and, upon reporting the former Prime Minister, I am merely rewarded with a few gold dragons. Conversely, you, positioned in a high-ranking role at the customs, will undoubtedly be further promoted due to this affair, allowing our salt business to flourish extensively, assisting you in ascending to prominence. Why would I not relish such an opportunity?" Patel then remarked that he needed to ascertain Jon's alias and the city-state where he was concealed. Loren shook his head, questioning how Patel could ensure he would not abandon him for personal gain. He insisted on a form of collateral to guarantee that he would not end up empty-handed. "Collateral?" Patel replied, "The salt works in your territory would serve quite fittingly." He lifted his teacup once more, sipping thoughtfully before placing it down, picking up a quill to begin writing. Upon completion, he handed the document to Loren, stating, "This is the transfer agreement for the salt works. Now, I require the name and the city-state." After reviewing the agreement, Loren opened his palm, revealing a line of script, Pantos, Griffin. The Griffin's activities were quite noticeable, and there were merchant ships frequently traversing to Pantos that could provide valuable insights. Patel nodded. "I shall make the necessary arrangements. You may return to me in 3 days." Loren understood that Patel needed to verify the accuracy of the information and nodded in agreement, finishing his mint tea before taking his leave. Upon returning to the rented courtyard, he found Elena radiating joy as she sat beside an empty barrel. "Loren, come quickly. Our soap is nearly ready," she exclaimed. Indeed, while scented soap required additional fragrances, Loren had to settle for basic soap for the time being. The soap in the barrel had begun to solidify, albeit with a faint odor of grease that was still somewhat tolerable. Loren pressed the soap with his hand, noting its slight softness. It is ready for a trial. Next time, we can reduce the water ratio, and it will not be so soft. Leo approached, and Loren instructed him to fetch a knife from the kitchen to cut off a small piece of soap. The group gathered around a wooden basin as Elena gently scrubbed her soaked gown with the soap. When she retrieved it from the water, the troublesome stains had vanished. It worked, Loren. Look. Elena beamed with uncontainable happiness. Loren assumed her joy stemmed from the rejuvenation of her new dress, yet he noticed her holding the soap, gazing at him with anticipation as she cautiously inquired, Loren, may I join you in making this in the future? Of course. I teach you so that we can produce it for sale, he replied. Thank you, Loren, Elena said joyously. Since the decline in salt sales, Leo's earlier gloom had dissipated. This product requires the use of lard, and we cannot price it too low. Ordinary folk may be reluctant to purchase it. However, this is King's Landing, where many can afford it. I am aware of several shops that cater specifically to the nobility, Loren. I shall attempt to market it tomorrow. Loren smiled and nodded, acknowledging that with their small number, they could produce less each day while setting a slightly higher price. As night gradually descended, the group retired after sharing a humble dinner. Loren lay upon his bed, contemplating his strategy against Genos Sterling. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself seated upon the back of Black Wind, cradling the enchanting Elena in his arms. It was not until the crack of dawn, heralded by a thunderous roar, that Loren awoke from his reverie. A chill wind, laden with raindrops, wafted through the window. The narrow sea unleashed a torrential storm, marking the end of the youth's first spring dream. Chapter 16. The Prime Minister's Tower. At the world's end lies the dust of the wind. The tales of the mortal realm invoke longing. Loren hummed a tune, utilizing the moonlight to discreetly relieve himself in the woods beside the tavern. After all, this was King's Landing, where even an inn lacked a proper lavatory. As he emerged from the thicket, rejuvenated, he beheld a figure standing at the edge of the trees. Leaning against a tree, the stranger's voice resonated with a magnetic yet affected quality. Ah, a delightful melody. But what language is this? It was none other than the minstrel. Loren casually conjured an ancient civilization from Essos and replied coldly, it is Low Valyrian. By the way, I saw someone urinating against that tree when I entered. Cursing himself for his carelessness, Loren chastised inwardly. He stepped from the shadows of the woods into the light, untying Black Wind from the hitching post. The minstrel, brushing off his garments, hurriedly approached, a hint of flattery in his voice. May I know the name of the creator? Loren mounted his steed, drawing forth his glimmering longsword, its tip aimed menacingly at the singer. Do not dare to replicate my work, nor speak of this matter, lest I send you to meet your creator. The minstrel staggered back in fright, and Loren turned his horse towards the Red Keep. The plan to eliminate Genos was imperative. He had no time to indulge the minstrel's idle chatter. In the night, the Prime Minister's tower stood like a lifeless stump, stripped of its canopy, with only a few small round windows revealing flickering candlelight. After exchanging greetings with the Prime Minister's guards, Loren pushed open the door and entered the tower. During his time at the Red Keep, he had routinely tidied the hand of the king's desk each night, a task that had become second nature. The Prime Minister, John, was slumped in his chair, dozing. Upon hearing Loren's entrance, he opened his eyes. Noticing 2 sheets of paper scattered beside the chair, Loren stepped forward to gather them. Ah, I must have dozed off. These infernal bills are truly tormenting, John remarked, shaking his head as he resumed his perusal of documents under the candlelight, while Loren quietly organized the desk. As he swiftly scanned through the letters, it was not long before the sound of snoring emanated from John's side. Turning to look, Loren realized the Prime Minister had once again succumbed to sleep. John was quite aged, always presenting a vigorous facade in the court, but it was only within the confines of the Prime Minister's tower that he could find a moment of respite. Having tidied the desk, Loren lowered his gaze to the document John had just been examining. The text was interspersed with various figures. After a cursory glance, Loren understood he was looking at the accounts from Whispering Keep, which explained John's evident fatigue. He seized a quill and extracted a fresh sheet of paper. Beside that bill, Loren began to write. After completing the calculations and verifying the figures, the sound of conversation drifted in from outside. Tap, tap, tap. The door of the Prime Minister's tower swung open once more, and a guard stepped inside. My Lord Duke, Maury from the Capital Defense Force seeks an audience. John Aaron, roused from his reverie, glanced around, his expression still a bit bewildered. Loren softly reiterated the guard's words. Oh, let him in. The Prime Minister straightened his posture, yet his gaze returned to the accounts of Wind's Rest. He regarded a sheet of paper that had appeared beside him with curiosity, but before he could inquire of Loren, Mori entered. Mori bowed respectfully, placing a hand on his chest. "My Lord Prime Minister, I have matters regarding Janos to report." The Prime Minister, deep in thought, replied, "Speak." However, Mori merely cast a glance at Loren and remained silent. Loren quickly interjected, "Your Grace, perhaps I should excuse myself." "No need." The Prime Minister shook his head. "Mori, Loren is my attendant. He shall fight alongside me on the battlefield. Moreover, this is the Prime Minister's tower, where the banner of honor flies high. It is not a place for conspiracies. Speak freely." Only then did Mori begin to speak, detailing Janos's embezzlement of military funds, the exorbitant fees for entering the city, and the accusations of placing loyalists while eliminating rivals in one breath. The Prime Minister's tower fell silent, and after a moment of contemplation, Jon Arryn remarked, "I have heard of the Capital Defense Force's transgressions. The root indeed lies with that butcher, Janos." He waved his hand dismissively at Mori. "You may return. I shall discuss this matter at the council tomorrow." Suddenly, Mori knelt on the ground. "My Lord Prime Minister, if that is the case, you might as well imprison me in the dungeons of the Red Keep, lest you never see me again." Jon Arryn furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. At that moment, Loren interjected, "Your Grace, speaking of Janos, a letter arrived today from the King's Landing Customs, seemingly related to this individual." The Prime Minister, perplexed, inquired, "How could customs be connected to Janos?" "Retrieve the letter and let us see." Loren swiftly extracted a sheet from several documents concerning the finances of King's Landing. Customs discovered a shipment aboard a vessel bound for Pentos, containing undeclared golden dragons. Upon verification, it was found that these golden dragons were issued by the commander of the Capital Defense Force, Janos Sterling. As Loren began to read the letter, he abruptly paused, hesitating before passing it to Jon Arryn. "Your Grace, you must see this for yourself." With a furrowed brow, Jon took the letter, and as his eyes scanned the lines, his expression darkened. After placing the letter on the desk, the Prime Minister pondered for a moment before turning to Loren. "Please summon Master Keeman." Loren nodded and proceeded to exit. "And Marwyn Belmore," Jon added. "As you wish, my lord." Loren first conveyed the summons to the scholar before heading to the guard barracks to fetch Marwyn. Once again, within the confines of the Prime Minister's tower, Ser Cormont gazed gravely at the letter before him. After a brief moment, the scholar spoke. During the rebellion of Roberts, Janos had opened the iron gates, allowing the Lannister forces to seize the city, thereby bringing an end to Targaryen rule. The Iron Throne, grateful for his contribution, appointed him as the commander of the city guard. However, over the years, the merchants and common folk of King's Landing have voiced their discontent with the man in the golden robe. It is evident that Janos is not a competent commander. Now, with his entanglement with Jon Cunnington, it is imperative that he be detained. Furthermore, we must send someone to Pentos. The former Prime Minister's ambitions are not to be underestimated, and we must plan accordingly. Jon Arryn slammed his fist onto the desk, gritting his teeth as he declared, "This man nearly turned the tide during the Battle of the Bells. Even after being exiled by the Mad King, he still sought to use the Golden Company to reclaim the Seven Kingdoms. He is no coward. When news of his drunken demise reached the Red Keep, I harbored suspicions. Sir Marwyn, gather 30 guards to apprehend Janos Slint. Ser Cormont, dispatch someone in King's Landing and at Seagull Town to inquire about Jon Cunnington. Mori, once Janos is captured, you shall wield my authority to ensure the city guard is firmly controlled." The 3 men complied and departed. Marwyn acted swiftly, and soon 30 armored guards were assembled before the Prime Minister's tower. Mori also gathered a dozen of his golden-robed men. Jon Arryn emerged from the tower, his gaze sharp as he surveyed his surroundings. "Loren, you shall take my sword and oversee the operation. You are also responsible for searching Janos's residence for new evidence." "Understood." Chapter 17. Janos's diary. The gates swung open with a resounding crash as armored knights, exuding an air of authority, exited the fortress, making their way to the residence of the city guard commander. Inside the Prime Minister's tower, Jon Arryn, with a look of confusion, picked up the manuscript that Loren had previously calculated. "Cormont, the children are not likely to return soon. You must assist me in examining this." Cormont stared blankly at the manuscript adorned with concise, yet perplexing symbols until he noticed the figures transcribed in the common tongue at the bottom, detailing the income and expenditure of Whispering Keep, which elicited a look of surprise from him. He fetched the accounts and began to verify them. Upon reaching the street where the commander's residence was situated, Loren, Marwyn, and Mori briefly conferred on their course of action. The captain of the guards drew his sword, commanding the guards to split into 2 groups, one to encircle the residence, the other to prepare for an assault through the front entrance. Mori led a contingent of golden-robed men to the door, knocking forcefully. From the fortified courtyard, a voice boomed. "Who goes there? Lord Janos is about to rest. Come back tomorrow if you have business." Mori refrained from mentioning the arrest, instead calling out, "I am Mori, the captain of the Red Keep Guards. And I have urgent matters to report to Lord Janos." The door creaked open slightly, revealing a warrior clad in golden robe and black armor, who cursed as he stepped outside. "What business cannot wait until tomorrow? Is it that the Red Keep lacks a second to attend to you this evening?" Mori scoffed coldly, suddenly drawing his sword and striking fiercely. As the golden-robed figure staggered back with a scream, the Prime Minister's guards remained at the alley's entrance, careful not to stir too much noise and alert Janos. Upon witnessing Mori's decisive action, Loren unsheathed his sword and shouted, "Charge!" Black Wind led the charge towards the entrance. Inside, sensing imminent danger, the occupants attempted to shut the door. Yet, with all his strength, Mori crashed into it. Bang! The door flung open with a resounding crash, toppling two golden-robed figures to the ground. Mori and his subordinates swiftly pushed back the guards within, while Loren and a dozen Prime Minister's attendants galloped inside, racing towards the residential quarters. Upon bursting into the brightly lit living room, a chorus of shrieks erupted. Servants hurriedly scattered to the sides. Black Wind trod heavily on the thick, luxurious carpet, leaving a trail of mud in its wake. "What is all this ruckus?" A coarse voice bellowed from above. Janos emerged from his room, disheveled and wielding a bloodied whip. Upon seeing Loren and the guards storming in, his face contorted with rage, his features twisted in a grotesque manner. "Who are you?" Loren coldly responded. "Janos, you have engaged in corruption, embezzled military funds, solicited bribes, and extorted the citizens of Jinlen. By the king's command, we are here to apprehend you. Will you come down willingly, or shall we come up to seize you?" The commander of the guards, his countenance dark and somewhat uneasy, replied icily, "Wait a moment, I shall don my armor." He turned and slammed the bedroom door shut. Loren, seizing the moment, dashed up the staircase. With his knife in hand, he kicked open the door. Inside, he found a battered woman sprawled on the floor. But Janos was nowhere to be seen. Only the wardrobe stood wide open. The bottom of the wardrobe had been overturned, revealing a dark hole. Knowing Janos could not have fled far, Loren swiftly plucked a candle from the candelabrum and illuminated the opening. Finding no ambush, he drew his dagger and leaped inside. Not far ahead, flickering lights beckoned, and Loren swiftly pursued. Janos ran breathlessly, hearing footsteps closing in behind him. As he fled, he fumbled a small pouch from his pocket. "Here, take this, 50 golden dragons. Grant me some time, and I will personally apologize to the Prime Minister." He tossed the pouch over his shoulder. Unmoved, Loren continued his silent pursuit. With the footsteps growing ever closer, Janos, realizing his ploy had failed, abruptly turned, cracking his whip with a sharp snap. The tunnel was narrow, forcing Loren to retreat and evade. The whip lashed past him, and Loren seized the moment to lunge forward. Janos, unable to strike again, was tackled to the ground. The oil lamp in his grasp extinguished, plunging the tunnel into darkness, save for the sound of Janos's furious curses. The dagger in Loren's hand pressed against his neck, slowly applying pressure as if it were on the brink of slicing through the skin. At that moment, Janos felt a chill coursing through his throat, prompting him to cease his tirade. A few guards rushed in, lighting candles as they escorted Janos back to the chaotic living room of the official residence. Until this moment, he remained unaware that besides the few charges he had just faced, Loren had woven an intricate web of treason against him. Feigning indifference, Janos surveyed the assembly in the living room and coldly threatened, "In a few days, once I extricate myself from this predicament, I shall have you grovel on the ground." Licking the carpet clean, the flickering candle flames cast wavering shadows, mirroring the turmoil hidden beneath Loren's calm exterior. This was his first attempt at using cunning to bring another to ruin, a practice he neither relished nor excelled at. Rather than engage with the ambitious in this foul-smelling place, he would prefer to confront the towering infernos of the Shingen Mountains or leap from immeasurable heights. Yet, he understood he had no alternative. The long summer would eventually come to an end, and apart from the 2 salt flats on the Finger Peninsula and the ineffective water-based magic, he possessed almost nothing. The unspeakable threat lay quietly lurking in the far north. With winter approaching, Loren realized the time granted to him was scant. He had no choice but to confront those who obstructed his path and were unwilling to yield. In a realm besieged by wolves, one must wield power that instills fear in those predators to survive until the end. Loren stepped forward and delivered a punch that sent the defiant commander of the garrison crashing to the ground. "Perhaps someone will attempt to rescue you. However, Commander, I assure you, You shall never return here. I might even petition the king to have your head displayed on the Red Keep's walls, visible from this place. Is it you? The wretched cur from the Finger Peninsula. Janos finally recognized Loren, struggling fiercely, yet having lost the advantage. He was bound like a dead swine and thrown onto a horse's back. Mori, bearing the Prime Minister's orders and possessing some authority even in his gilded robe, swiftly took control of the residence, detaining Janos's steward and servants. The captain of the guards, Marvin, conducted a thorough search of the mansion. Meanwhile, Loren re-entered the bedroom. On the dark red floor lay the bloodied woman. Loren cursed under his breath, grasping her hand and sensing that she still lived. He stepped outside and shouted, "Mori!" Summoned 2 maidservants. The maidservants entered the bedroom, beginning to cleanse the woman and apply salves. Ignoring them, Loren commenced his search of the room. After a thorough rummage, he found nothing of consequence. The maidservants had finished tending to the wounds, and the 2 buckets of water they brought had turned a vivid crimson. Loren ordered them to move the woman to another chamber, then kicked over the wooden buckets. Blood immediately spread to every corner of the bedroom. Loren placed his hand on the floor, closed his eyes, and quietly attuned himself to the surroundings. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes wide. Approaching the right side of the bed, he gently struck the floorboards with his long sword, producing a dull thud. Lifting the floorboard with his blade, he uncovered a hollow containing a booklet and a key. The majority of the guards were commoners from the valley, along with noble bastards like Edmund Stone, and the literate among them were few. This was precisely why Jon Arryn had summoned Loren to accompany him. Opening the booklet, he found it adorned with crude drawings and haphazard numbers. Loren felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing he had not previously discerned Janos's penchant for art. He swiftly skimmed through the pages, pausing thoughtfully on the third. The illustrations on these pages were nearly identical. Loren fixated on a bird with 3 heads. Was this the Targaryen 3-headed dragon? Scribbled behind it was the number 1000. Next, he encountered what appeared to be a cat. No, it was a lion, Lannister. The number inscribed behind it was 500. A chain link, a maester, 100. In addition to these barely recognizable images, there were numerous indecipherable symbols interspersed throughout. Flipping through a few more pages, he noticed a striking transformation at the top of the next page. The 3-headed bird had been replaced by a cat. Oh, wait. No, it had antlers. It was a stag. He quickly turned to the final page and discovered a distribution agreement for Stormland's salt, which bore the seal and name of the former Prime Minister. Loren exhaled in relief, pleased to tuck the letter away. The document from customs could only serve as supporting evidence. It was this agreement that would link Janos to John Clinton. Now, with this record of bribery in hand, Loren felt a sense of ease wash over him. The conspiracy was hardly meticulous, yet Janos was a foolishly large fish. Upon descending the stairs, he found Marvin and the others helplessly gathered before a locked iron door. The sound of axes echoed persistently, yet the heavy door remained unmoved. Dispersing the group, Loren inserted the key he had just found into the lock. With a crisp click, the iron door swung open. The room was nearly filled with wooden crates. Marvin ordered the guards to open several of the crates, prompting a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. Countless golden dragons and silver stags shimmered within the boxes, igniting envy in their hearts. Eager to seal the boxes and report to the Prime Minister, Marvin instinctively sought Loren's agreement. However, a moment's reflection led Loren to consider his past life, where he had pledged himself to the realm, and in such a collective, spoils were naturally to be shared. Yet, in this life, why must he adhere to such moral ideals? He pulled Marvin aside to counsel him, before returning to the original spot. The Prime Minister's guards and the golden-cloaked men brought by Mori seemed to harbor suspicions, eagerly watching the two. With a slight smile, Loren addressed them, acknowledging their tireless dedication to the kingdom's stability. Since this operation was orchestrated under my guidance, I shall take the liberty to allocate 10 golden dragons to each individual. Agreed. The room was filled with exuberance as the gathered individuals clashed their armor and weaponry, creating a resounding cacophony. Loren then spoke. Edmund Stone, prepare a pouch and ensure that each of the Prime Minister's attendants remaining at the Red Keep receives 5 gold dragons. Mori, fetch 10 chests of silver stags to compensate for the recent withholding of the soldiers' wages. He continued, next, we must conduct an immediate inventory, sealing all items in chests, awaiting the arrival of the Prime Minister's emissaries. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, as Loren dispatched a messenger to inform the Prime Minister. He commenced the inventory of the wooden chests. The personnel present were few, and Loren estimated that the quantity of currency in each chest was relatively uniform. He decided to tally 3 chests each of gold dragons and silver stags, calculating the average and multiplying it by the respective number of chests. The inventory was completed swiftly. Marwyn secured the door and personally stationed 20 guards to maintain watch over the area. Loren then led the remaining individuals, escorting Genos into the Red Keep. The royal law enforcer had also accompanied Robb on his campaign, leaving a hunchbacked elder in charge of the dungeon affairs. These were prisoners that the Prime Minister had mandated to be kept under strict surveillance, confined to the 3rd level of the dungeon. Awakened from his slumber, the elder commanded the jailer to receive the prisoner, weakly assuring, "Rest assured, my Lord Prime Minister, I shall fulfill my duties diligently and will not betray my noble lineage." However, once Loren departed, the elder instructed his men to bring Genos into a chamber on the 1st level. He was no longer in a lethargic state, but rather entered with a water jug in hand, stating, "Genos, I did not expect to find you here." The room had a narrow window through which the moonlight streamed in at an angle. Genos sat in a chair, letting out a cold laugh as he took the water jug for himself. Nor could I have anticipated this. Our esteemed Prime Minister has arrested me on charges of embezzlement and bribery. Riverlands, you know I have always been as pure as water. As he poured the water, he fixed his gaze upon the elder. Riverlands responded with a smile. "Indeed, this is well known both inside and outside the Red Keep." Genos retorted, "It is widely acknowledged. Yet no one thought to inform me of such a commotion." His tone softened slightly. "Here I am, trapped. And I must rely on you to contact the royal ministers to prove my innocence." "Naturally, of course," Riverlands continued. "This dungeon has become unbearably dilapidated. Water seeping in and the walls crumbling. Perhaps one day I shall be buried in this sunless abyss, just like the dragons entombed within their lairs. Genos, I too possess a semblance of true dragon blood. To hell with your true dragon lineage, Riverlands." Genos interrupted angrily. "Once I escape this place, I will ensure that 300 silver stags are provided to the Red Keep dungeon each month. Can you initiate contact? Now." No, it's too late. All the lords are asleep. Tomorrow, at dawn, I shall go without delay," Riverlands assured as he hunched over and gestured farewell, exiting the cell. Chapter 18. Genos' friends Loren emerged from the dungeon and returned to the Prime Minister's tower, where the candles still flickered. Jon Arryn and Maester Coleman remained seated at the desk, engaged in conversation. "My Lord Duke, we have fulfilled our mission and uncovered evidence of the collusion between Genos and John Clinton." Loren presented Genos' diary and the salt mining agreement. Jon Arryn picked up the document, his expression darkening. It was widely known that Genos had commenced salt mining operations in King's Landing following Robert's rebellion. Yet he had consistently claimed that the agreement was established post-war with the newly appointed knights. Little did anyone suspect that he had conspired with the very murderer of Dennis. "Jon's heir. I shall pronounce this man's death sentence at the next council meeting," he declared, his sense of justice unwavering. Loren pushed the booklet forward slightly, voicing his concerns about the numerous ties Genos had, fearing that the lords present might attempt to exonerate him. Jon opened the booklet, and, after a brief perusal, a cold smirk formed on his lips. "Fear not, Loren. This is indeed the path to his demise." Without further elaboration, he handed the booklet to Common, stifling a yawn as he said, "Perhaps the maester would care to speculate on whom Genos has bribed." Observing the Prime Minister's fatigue, Loren swiftly reported another discovery from the night before. "My lord, we have nearly accounted for the assets embezzled by Genos. There are 27 chests of golden dragons, approximately 53,000 coins, and 168 chests of silver stags, totaling around 336,000 coins." This substantial fortune dispelled the weariness of both the Prime Minister and the Maester. The already precarious finances, strained by the rebellion in the Iron Islands, had plunged into deficit, making this sum a timely boon for the Iron Throne. Jon inquired further, "Does Loren still possess an understanding of arithmetic?" "Indeed, my father imparted some lessons to me," he replied modestly. Such knowledge was a rarity among common knights and nobles. Loren smiled humbly, noting that Westerosi nobility placed greater emphasis on knighthood education. While mere literacy was considered a significant accomplishment, only a select few nobles had the benefit of scholarly assistance, driven by their need to manage taxes. Would they learn a measure of mathematics? The following day, after training in the Godswood, Loren returned to the courtyard of the Prime Minister's tower. Nearly half of the Prime Minister's guards remained stationed at Genos' residence, rendering the courtyard eerily quiet. As Loren prepared to train with the guards as usual, he noticed Lord Varys, clad in silken robes, approaching the Prime Minister's tower with silent grace. Loren greeted him. "My Lord Varys, your arrival is quite early. The Prime Minister may not yet be awake." Varys smiled faintly. "I did not intend to disturb Lord Jon's rest. However, the Prime Minister's sudden arrest of the commander responsible for the city's defense last night has left the populace in a state of anxiety. As the king's appointed master of whisperers, I find myself in the dark regarding these events, which troubles me greatly. There is no need for alarm, my lord. You must be aware of Janos's notorious reputation. His arrest should hardly incite panic, Roren replied, summoning a passing maid to inform the Duke of Varys' visit. Jon had not brought the steward to King's Landing, as such hospitality was typically the duty of Common and Roren. Please, come in, my lord. Roren invited Varys into the parlor. After pouring him a cup of hot tea, he quietly stood by, awaiting Jon's descent from the bedroom. Varys, in his calm demeanor, inquired about House Hightower of the Reach, which had flourished due to the sea salt trade and was now gradually gaining recognition. He suggested that it would indeed please Jon to see the misfortunes befalling Janos. His tone was measured, his voice unhurried. Yet, Roren became alert. Such words carried weight. Who would not rejoice at the downfall of a great scourge upon the realm? Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he noted that whispers of little birds fluttered throughout King's Landing, and even the Red Keep might struggle to conceal secrets. Could it be that some detail had been overlooked, noticed by this master of whispers? Varys merely smiled and nodded, choosing silence. The parlor remained steeped in an eerie stillness until it was shattered by Jon's footsteps. Good morning, Varys, Jon greeted. My Lord Prime Minister, Varys replied, inclining slightly. I do not wish to question the decisions you have made, but Janos has, after all, served the realm well during the war. As commander of the city guard post-conflict, he swiftly quelled the chaos wrought by the Lannister forces. He should not face imprisonment due to mere misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Jon grinned, revealing a smile with half his teeth. He retrieved Janos's journal from the table. Varys, why not see if you have been sketched within its pages? Varys casually opened the book and chuckled upon reaching the second page, his vibrant silk attire trembling with mirth. Those of humble origins often resort to bribery to solidify their standing, a blemish upon their character. Yet, the situation with the city guard was complex. Should he be dismissed for this? Who could guarantee that the next would not be worse? This reasoning was rather flimsy, yet in the original text, Varys indeed persuaded Jon Arryn in such a manner. Jon sneered. Varys, your little birds have wings. They should be allowed to fly across the narrow sea and pay attention to matters there. Roren keenly observed Varys pause momentarily. Just as the Master of Whispers was about to respond, the Prime Minister's guard entered, announcing, My lord, the Queen requests an audience. Before the guard had finished speaking, Cersei had already entered the Prime Minister's tower. My Lord Duke, you arrest the commander of the city guard without convening a council. I require an explanation. Her golden hair gleamed in the morning light, her gaze piercing. Jon merely scoffed. The king is away at war. The Prime Minister may handle state affairs at his discretion. Queen, your duty lies in bearing the king's children, not meddling in governance. Cersei's radiant visage instantly darkened. The parlor fell into a heavy silence. Roren moved a chair beside the long table. Your Grace, please take a seat. He then turned to Jon, asking, Duke, shall I prepare breakfast for you? Jon nodded, and Cersei followed suit, taking her seat. The atmosphere in the parlor lightened somewhat, as Roren arranged for servants to bring breakfast. He noticed Maester Pycelle and the acting Minister of Justice, Giles Rosby, approaching together. Thus, the esteemed members of the council gathered before the throne. Jon, seemingly oblivious, dined on his breakfast. Meanwhile, Varys had distributed Janos's diary for the others to peruse. Once he finished his meal, Jon took the napkin handed to him by a servant, wiped his mouth, and, observing the grim expressions on their faces, remarked with a smile, having all seen Janos's drawings of cats and dogs, is there anything further to discuss? The elderly Maester Pycelle, with slurred speech, responded, My Lord Chancellor, while the implications are quite evident, these fabricated illustrations may prove insufficient as evidence. Gale Rosby, who appeared even more frail and aged than Pycelle, had been coughing incessantly since entering the chamber, and now his coughing intensified. Cough, cough, my Lord Chancellor. Janos included my family crest among them. Cough, cough. If you, like Lord Varys, consider this a record of bribery, it is undoubtedly an affront to the honorable and upright House of Rosby. Jon disregarded him and addressed Varys. What were we discussing earlier? Oh, let your little bird fly across the narrow sea. Varys, Jon added, John Clinton is still alive. Janos initially allied with him during Robert's rebellion and has not forgotten to provide him with benefits over the years. As Jon's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the sitting room once more. The faint smile that had lingered on Varys's lips began to fade. Chapter 19. Varys's confusion. The Queen was the first to break the silence, unable to contain herself. Is there any evidence regarding John Clinton? It was then that the Chancellor produced a customs report, revealing that the traitor had begun to amass a nascent rebellion in Pentos, with merchants able to provide some leads. The customs officials had already dispatched personnel to investigate. Littlefinger's letter began circulating, and Loras observed quietly, noticing with alertness that Varys's brow had slightly furrowed. Gale Rosby and Maester Pycelle remained mute, while the sight of the bribery record had instilled a sense of invulnerability. The evidence of Janos's collusion with the former prime minister rendered the assembly speechless. King Robert's animosity towards the Targaryens was well known. "Fool!" Cersei exclaimed as she set down the letter, her voice laced with anger. It was the Lannisters who had dealt the final blow to the Targaryen dynasty. Her vigilance regarding the remnants of the former regime was equally unwavering. Jon Arryn, seeing no further dissent, shifted from his previously passive stance, rising from his chair, hands resting firmly on the desk, and declared coldly, "Janos's treason requires further investigation. However, his corruption is beyond dispute. In the name of the king, I hereby pronounce the death sentence on Janos. Command the captain of the Red Keep Guard, Mori, to temporarily assume the role of commander of the City Watch." The matter of the City Watch was of utmost importance and required the king's approval. Given Robert's disinterest in state affairs, Jon had effectively made a decisive ruling. Cersei and others had come early to pressure the chancellor to spare Janos, nearly embroiling themselves in the charge of treason. At this moment, they were disinclined to intervene in the appointment of the City Watch commander. The group promptly withdrew. As evening descended, Mori, accompanied by the golden-robed figure and the prime minister's guards, transported the ill-gotten wealth of Janos to the Red Keep. Simultaneously, he brought forth alarming news regarding Janos. According to the servants, 13 corpses and skeletal remains had been unearthed from the backyard, victims of Janos's malevolence over the years. Jon Arryn instructed Mori to cremate the bodies of these women, dismissing the matter as he and Maester Coleman busied themselves with the acquisition of the assets. A shadow of discontent crossed Loren's face as he entered the dungeon. Rhaenyra, the hunchbacked elder, hurriedly greeted him. Having attended the afternoon's council in the throne room, he was already aware of Janos's death sentence. Loren seized Rhaenyra by the collar, pinning him against the wall. "Rhaenyra, you've been scurrying about for Janos, whispering tidings. Are you also in collusion with the traitor?" From early morning, Varys and others had pressured the prime minister, leading Loren to suspect that someone in the dungeon had been bribed. Rhaenyra, already fraught with anxiety, trembled as Loren interrogated him. "Oh, Loren, I was merely deceived by that wretched butcher. Please, believe me, you must help me report this to the prime minister." He feared Jon had begun to harbor suspicions against him. Loren regarded his cowardly demeanor with disdain. "Then do not treat my words as mere whispers in the wind." Of course. Take me to Janos," Loren commanded, releasing him. Rhaenyra nodded vigorously, leading the way. Descending the steep, shadowy staircase, the dungeon grew increasingly dark. At the bottom, only the light of the lantern he carried illuminated a small circle around him. In the obscurity, faint groans emanated from several cells. A flicker of light emerged from the deepest cell, where Janos was suspended on a battered wooden frame, his garments tattered, evidence of his recent flogging. Loren shook his head, deeming it insufficient. "Continue the interrogation until Janos divulges more treasonous acts." "Indeed, I shall make him speak." Rhaenyra hurried inside, whispering to the jailer. Soon, 2 jailers began selecting their tools, and the dungeon echoed with piercing screams. As Jon commenced his investigations into the merchants and sailors traveling between King's Landing and Seagull Town, the former prime minister's incognito existence began to unravel. Janos's treachery was now firmly established. News spread throughout King's Landing, with many citizens exclaiming "Long live the king," a clear indication of their deep-seated resentment towards Janos. Simultaneously, the peninsula's sea salt market finally opened, fulfilling long-held ambitions. Leo paid little heed to the minor squabbles over soap commerce, while Elena, reluctant to relinquish her hard-won achievements, found herself in a flurry of activity. During a casual conversation with Mori at the Red Keep, she learned that the woman saved from Janos's estate had regained her mobility but refused to return to Silk Street. Loren resolved to detour back to the garrison to check on her. The woman's face bore a whip scar, stretching from her nose to her chin, one side of her visage swollen. Upon noticing the entrance of a person, her gaze faltered and shyly averted. Subsequently, she knelt upon the ground, clutching her clothing tightly. "I do not wish to return. I beseech you for mercy." Loren sighed, having no intention of persuading the courtesan to reform, yet recognizing her desire. He felt it unkind to cast her back into the depths of debauchery. Considering the pressing need for assistance at Elena's establishment, he spoke. "Come with me." He procured a carriage from the manor and gently assisted the bewildered woman inside. Riding on his steed, Black Wind, he followed closely, drawing nearer to the Rennie's hills, when he suddenly heard the sound of weeping emanating from the carriage. "What troubles you?" Loren inquired, frowning as he approached the carriage window. The woman stared at the ruins of Dragon's Lair high above, tears streaming down her swollen cheeks. This is the road to Silk Street, I am aware. Even upon their return to the courtyard, the woman remained in a state of distress. Elena hesitated to inquire, glancing back and forth between them. What are you pondering? Loren asked, pinching her cheek. I have found you a companion. With that, he summoned Leo and Poland to proceed outside. The three had already arranged to visit the horse market that day to purchase 2 steeds. Thanks to the thriving soap and salt trade, their finances had recently improved considerably. On the way, Poland jested that Loren must have stumbled upon extraordinary luck in acquiring Black Wind. They thus set a wager to see who could select the finest horse. However, each time Poland chose, Loren would uncover hidden injuries or flaws. In contrast, Loren managed to select 2 seemingly unremarkable horses, which, upon Poland's meticulous inspection, revealed no imperfections, leaving him to concede defeat. With the horses acquired, their mobility was greatly enhanced. Loren then led them once more to the capital garrison's official residence. Introducing Mori to the two. Mori, having gained insight from the matter concerning Janos, increasingly recognized Loren's capabilities as the Prime Minister's aide. He candidly expressed that should they encounter difficulties in King's Landing, they should not hesitate to seek his assistance. This was precisely why Loren had endeavored to elevate Mori. The garrison, possessing significant authority in both defense and public order, had long been undervalued, resulting in its current state, rife with inebriates and gamblers. Loren naturally sought to cultivate alliances and gradually position his own people within. After departing from the garrison, Loren hurried back to the Red Keep, only to encounter Peter emerging at the entrance. Congratulations on your promotion to Master of the King's Landing Customs, Peter remarked, smiling modestly, expressing gratitude towards Loren. The two exchanged pleasantries for a brief moment before parting ways. Peter had played a substantial role in the Janos affair, and the tax revenues from the customs had seen remarkable growth in recent days. Jon Arryn had already contemplated promoting Peter to the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer. However, Peter's tenure in King's Landing had ultimately been too brief, lacking the necessary connections. Varys had advised the Prime Minister to postpone any plans for promotion, citing Peter's insufficient experience and the need for further evaluation. All of this was anticipated by Lothar. After all, the enigmatic relationship between Varys and Jon Cunnington had raised suspicions, and Peter's letter had become a means of advancement, yet it also alerted Varys. Lothar smirked as he entered the Prime Minister's tower, pondering whether the rift between the two would hinder their ascent on the ladder of power. Speaking of Varys, the so-called Spider of the Realm, what did he truly seek? While he professed loyalty to House Targaryen during the reign of the Mad King, he often provided misleading information that drove Aerys further into madness. Conversely, if he aimed to dismantle Targaryen rule, why did he fervently urge the Mad King to refrain from allowing the Lannister army into the city at the last moment? Jon Arryn had dozed off in his chair, and Lothar quietly organized the desk, suddenly casting his gaze towards the inky blackness of the fireplace. During the long summer, the fireplace needed no fire, yet Lothar felt as though faint echoes were reverberating within. He recalled that the Red Keep was laced with secret passages, and the Prime Minister's tower was no exception. In the dungeons of the Red Keep, the Spider stood in silence, facing a disfigured Jenna who could hardly articulate a word. Varys left without gleaning any information, his heart weighed down by unanswerable questions. Who had betrayed Jon Cunnington? Why had young Aegon remained undiscovered? Peter, Jon Arryn, and Lothar and Morrigan, what was it that you desired? Chapter 20. The Hound Training, Reading Letters, Council Meetings. Lothar continued his life as a servant, though circumstances had evolved. With the expansion of the salt trade and the maintenance of the soap business, the burdens that once pressed upon him had dissipated. Lothar had gained a measure of composure. Within the Prime Minister's tower, Jon Arryn began to involve him in matters beyond mere letter reading and desk organization. The taxation of the Seven Kingdoms, along with the fiscal affairs of the Crownlands, Stormlands, and the Vale, were now subject to Lothar's preliminary calculations before being presented to the Prime Minister for review. In this process, Lothar discovered that the kingdom's finances had indeed plunged into a state of disarray. In terms of revenue, Westeros still adhered to a feudal system, resulting in meager taxes from the autonomous regions, with the Crownlands and the unassigned Stormlands accounting for over half of the total tax income. Beyond the dominant taxes, customs duties at King's Landing constituted a significant portion, comparable to the combined customs revenues from White Harbor and Old Town. Additionally, there were trade taxes and profits accrued from the royal mint through coinage. As for penalties from criminals and resource taxes from forests, lakes, and other sources, these were nearly negligible. Naturally, Dorne was a copper star that could hardly be expected to yield anything to sustain essential expenditures and King Robert's extravagant lifestyle. The Prime Minister was left with no choice but to rob Peter to pay Paul, or to engage in extensive borrowing to maintain the treasury. Currently, the two primary financiers were none other than the Lannisters and the Church. Fonya Novel Network. Duke, here are the income and expenditure details of the Wong family's fleet, along with the itemized list for required funding. The naval officials believe that with the return of the expeditionary fleet, extensive repairs are imperative. Jon Arryn furrowed his brow as he received the bill from Loren. Although the rebellion had been quelled, the spoils of war were far insufficient to cover the expenses incurred. Fortunately, this was the last letter of the morning. Jon signed it with a frown, and Loren took his leave. He approached the armory, where the heat of summer was beginning to descend, and the guards had started to disperse in small groups. Loren hung up the target and took out his bow and arrows to commence archery practice. In his past life, he had been a skilled marksman capable of fulfilling sniper duties. Yet now, wielding a bow felt less than intuitive. Thankfully, the principle that diligence can compensate for lack of talent proved effective in archery. During his time on the Five Fingers Peninsula, he had managed to hit the target consistently within 50 paces. Regrettably, there had been little time for practice then, and his bow at home had developed cracks. However, upon arriving at the Red Keep, he had more time to hone his skills. Though the captain of the guard, Mervyn, was not adept with the long sword, he possessed considerable insight into archery. Under his guidance, Loren made significant progress, greatly increasing his chances of hitting the bullseye. The scorching sun of the long summer had risen high, and Loren had already loosed nearly 100 arrows over 5 rounds. To avoid drawing attention, he merely employed magic to alleviate the soreness in his arms, letting sweat trickle down his face. While he was focused on shooting another round, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Loren set down his bow and turned around. A tall figure was striding from the clock tower atop the city wall, clad in gray leather armor and draped in an olive-green cloak. The most striking feature was the dog-headed helmet perched atop his head. "Draw your sword, lad. Offending a prince comes with consequences." The helmet's visor remained up, revealing a face marred by burns, with half of it charred and the other half displaying crimson fissures beneath the scorched skin. "Dog, strike him hard with your sword, and then sever his head." Joffrey lay sprawled over the city wall, looking down at the courtyard. Behind him stood the Red Keep's instructor, Alliser Thorne. Loren shifted his gaze from the two on the wall to the man before him. Was it really necessary to react so violently just because he had once crossed the prince? "Hound, if you cannot defeat me, then you shall watch obediently when I deal with Joffrey later." He returned the bow to the armory, donning a helmet for himself. He then drew his long sword and approached Sandor Clegane, standing before him facing north. The hound lowered his visor, yet sunlight still pierced through the gaps, illuminating his eyes. It was then he realized that Loren's stance was flawed. "To hell with you, you cunning little brat." The hound swung his sword down at Loren, who raised his sword to block the attack. The clash of swords resonated with a sharp metallic sound, and Loren felt a sudden numbness in his arm. A revelation that the hound's strength surpassed even that of Edmure Tully. This only ignited Loren's fighting spirit. Having become accustomed to Edmure's combat style, he had transitioned from an equal footing to gradually overpowering him. The hound's appearance filled him with exhilaration. Without uttering a word, he brandished his long sword and launched an assault. Eager to gauge his current prowess, Loren held nothing back, engaging with full force, keenly observing each of his opponent's moves, and exerting every technique he possessed, channeling his magical energy to alleviate the ache in his arm. In the courtyard, the gleam of swords danced in the sunlight, accompanied by the incessant clanging of metal. After exchanging dozens of blows, the startled birds in the godswood took flight. A gaggle of crows cawed as they soared to the pinnacle of the bell tower. Peering curiously downwards, guards rushed from the barracks, while Maester Luwin abandoned his quill, extending his long neck out of the window. Jon Arryn emerged from the Hand's Tower, and high above, Lisa stood at the window, quietly observing the duel below. The interplay of swordlight and sunlight painted a vivid tableau, with the hound's ferocity pitted against Loren's agility and resilience. As the fight intensified, neither combatant could claim superiority, their swords clashing in a symphony of metal that echoed through the air. The onlookers were captivated by the spectacle, their hearts racing. Guards called out fervently, "Loren Hightower, take down that dog." The hound, facing the blinding sunlight and distracted by the shouts of the guards, became increasingly irate. He unleashed wide, powerful slashes, leaving Loren breathless as he struggled to parry and counterattack. The magical relief began to wane against the growing fatigue in his body, bringing him to the brink of despair. Suddenly, The bell tower at the southeastern corner of the Red Keep tolled, signaling the arrival of King Robert, the Hammer of the King. "Sir, the king has returned." Upon hearing the bell, both the Hound and Loren ceased their combat. The courtyard erupted into a frenzy, with Jon Arryn shouting, "Mervyn, assemble the men at the docks. Loren, prepare my horse." "At once, my lord," Loren replied, removing his helmet. "Hound, we shall continue our duel another time. Do remember to inform Joffrey that should he find himself at my mercy again, he ought not to seek refuge in his mother's embrace." "Be off with you, boy," the Hound retorted, also removing his helmet, sweat plastering his thinning hair to the charred side of his face. Loren returned his helmet to the armory, leading Black Wind and Jon's mount before the Hand's tower. As he loosened the reins, a sharp pain surged through his hand, revealing a blister formed from their recent skirmish. He donned Jon Arryn's leather armor and retrieved the long sword hanging on the wall. By the time they emerged, the Hand's guards had assembled. Loren followed closely beside the Hand, a formidable contingent of over 100 cavalry making their way towards the docks of King's Landing. Upon the towering walls of the Red Keep, Sandor Clegane's hand trembled ever so slightly. Chapter 21. The king returns to his loyal King's Landing. 3 warships loomed at the mouth of the Blackwater River. Accompanied by the resounding blast of horns and the rhythmic splashing of oars, the foremost vessel approached the docks of King's Landing like a majestic beast. Its grand gray-white sails billowed in the sea breeze, emblazoned with the black-crowned stag upon a golden field. As the ships drew nearer, the gleaming armor of soldiers on deck became visible, their lances standing tall. The crowned stag was carved into the ironclad hulls and shields, embroidered upon the silken banners of the lances. Additionally, the flags of House Baratheon and House Stormland fluttered prominently. Loren also spotted the white moon and blue eagle banner of House Arryn, the silver arrow of House Hightower, and the rune-engraved pebble banner of House Royce. As he scanned the myriad of emblems, Loren sought the banner he had designed, the one depicting the middle finger, but found nothing. The ship named after King Robert's hammer docked, and the horns blared once more, accompanied by the ringing of the Red Keep's bell. Jon Arryn had already made his way forward. Surrounded by the white-clad King's Guard, King Robert descended the gangplank. The Prime Minister bowed, placing a hand upon his chest. "Ha ha, Jon," Robert exclaimed, embracing him. His voice was hearty and robust. "Sometimes I truly wish this damned war had not ended, so I wouldn't have to return so swiftly to this foul-smelling city." Jon chuckled, but bore a hint of resignation. "Robert, a king has his duties." "Huh, indeed. A king dreams while the Prime Minister builds those dreams," Robert replied, patting his shoulder. As the two separated and strolled together, Robert gazed towards the Red Keep atop Aegon's Hill. "But you know, I'd much rather be a mercenary across the narrow sea." The docks were crowded with people eager to catch a glimpse of their king. Maurice directed the gold-cloaked guards to maintain order. The tales of the Ruby Ford continued to be recounted. In the eyes of many, Robert remained a formidable warrior, and his duel with Prince Rhaegar at the Trident fulfilled numerous fantasies of knightly valor. 6 years had elapsed since the War of Usurpation, and though Robert had gained some weight, his towering stature retained a semblance of strength, especially after his recent victory, making him all the more beloved. At that moment, servants brought forth the steeds for the king and his Kingsguard. Jon Arryn and Robert mounted their horses, protected by 6 Kingsguard as they departed the docks. Loren and the Prime Minister's guards followed closely behind. As they approached the mud gate, he glanced back at the Blackwater River, noticing the second warship just arriving at the dock. Jon had mentioned that the noble knights of the Vale would enter King's Landing upon their return to pay homage to their lord. It was reasonable to assume his father was aboard one of those ships. On the docks, the number of soldiers continued to swell. Yet many did not join the procession into the city, but rather headed upstream along the Blackwater. Loren recognized several banners of noble houses, likely those returning directly to their own lands. Upon entering King's Landing, Robert suddenly called out behind him. Lawrence turned back to see a tall, gaunt man slowly lifting his head, his eyes almost devoid of color, appearing utterly lifeless. He trailed behind the group, starkly out of place among the animated conversations of those nearby, and only galloped forward when he heard Robert's shout. He was the King's Justice, Robert's executioner, as explained by the captain of the guard, Mervyn Belmore, who observed Lawrence's confusion. The lanky man approached Robert, and amidst the cacophony of voices, Lawrence could not discern their conversation. He noticed Ellen Payne breaking away from the group, forging ahead towards the Red Keep. After his departure, the following crowd seemed to relax somewhat. A bald monk clad in red robes spoke to a knight accompanying him, inciting a wave of hearty laughter. Lawrence speculated that he was Melisandre's Soros. News of his fiery sword and his advance upon the walls of Harrenhal had already reached King's Landing, and it was said that a few minstrels had composed songs about it. The red-robed monk seemed to sense someone observing him, and upon lifting his gaze, his eyes met Loren's. Loren's nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to the path ahead. To his surprise, the red-robed monk broke away from the crowd and hurried towards him. "Are you a kin of Blor? I recognize his banner, which bears your crest," he inquired. Lorenz looked at him in astonishment, replying, "We are friends. I am Roren Hawthorne. Do you know where young Blor is?" "I have not seen him." Soros chuckled lightly. "After the battle, I caught a glimpse of him in Lannisport. That fellow has had a stroke of bad luck, as he was unhorsed by a lance from Jaime Lannister." Lorenz furrowed his brow. "What has become of him? And what of those who accompanied him? Is anyone injured?" "I only saw him alone. He is quite the valiant lad," Soros remarked, shrugging. "However, he and Jorah Mormont ascended Harrenhal behind me, so apart from myself, it is likely no one else took note of him." With a hearty laugh, Soros concluded. Lorenz felt a wave of relief. Young Blor still had the spirit to partake in the tournament, suggesting that his companions had likely escaped unharmed. As they made their way towards the Red Keep, cheers erupted from both sides of the street. Robert and John engaged in conversation, occasionally waving back at the crowd, which elicited even more fervent applause. Suddenly, Lorenz turned to Soros and asked, "As a follower of R'hllor, have you seen anything in your flames?" Soros turned to him in surprise, pausing for a moment before responding. "The Lord of Light has yet to reveal any signs." He removed a silver flask from his waist and took a couple of swigs. The flask seemed empty, and he shook it beside his ear, cursing before returning it to his belt. "You are the first to broach the subject of the true God with me. If you are interested, we could find time to discuss it further." He had journeyed across the sea from the free trade city of Myr to King's Landing to convert the fire-obsessed mad King Aerys II to the worship of the Lord of Light. Yet before the Mad King could be persuaded to alter his beliefs, the Targaryen reign met its untimely demise. He found camaraderie with Robert Baratheon, sharing numerous topics of interest with the king, such as battles, indulgence in alcohol, and women, albeit excluding the Lord of Light. For years, his missionary efforts bore no fruit, and the wavering faith of Soros led him to the brink of relinquishment. However, upon hearing Roren broach the subject, a flicker of hope ignited within him. "Of course," Roren replied, not disappointing Soros, who nodded and continued, "And what of your flaming sword?" "That is merely a trick of wildfire, Roren," Soros responded, somewhat disheartened, believing Roren was intrigued by it. "I do not wish to deceive you, but many in King's Landing are already aware." Roren chuckled softly. "Soros, I harbor no interest in your tricks. I inquire if you possess other means, perhaps magic or something else." "None, Roren. R'hllor has yet to manifest miracles, and even if he did, they would not be of a nefarious nature." Roren nodded, refraining from further questioning. The scholars of the Citadel refused to acknowledge magic, often associating it with blood sacrifice and similar matters. Thus, in Westeros, magic is frequently imbued with sinister connotations. Nevertheless, the world's magical essence shall awaken one day. The followers of the Lord of Light are among the few capable of harnessing this mysterious power. They possess the ability to resurrect the dead and manipulate flames, while viewing the ancient gods as their sworn enemies. Roren believed that when the long night descends, they might become valuable allies, and it would be prudent to forge an alliance in advance. At last, the party arrived at the Red Keep, where Robert and John strode through the gates side by side. The statuesque queen, adorned in a delicate crimson gown of goose down, stood refreshingly vibrant beneath the castle walls. Her skin was as white as snow, her visage tinged with a gentle blush, and she gazed at the king's entourage with a beaming smile, her golden hair framing her striking blue eyes. As Roren marveled at her beauty, his attention was suddenly drawn to a brilliant golden figure. A member of the King's Guard removed his helmet, revealing Jaime Lannister, tall and striking, with flowing golden locks, piercing blue eyes, and a smile sharp as a blade. He unabashedly directed his gaze towards the queen, sharing her golden hair and blue eyes, both brimming with mirth. Upon entering the Red Keep, they encountered Island Payne descending slowly from the northern battlements. Behind him, a pike bore the still bleeding head of Janos Slint. Roren calmly withdrew his gaze, contemplating a potential means to stabilize the kingdom. This involved revealing to King Robert the illicit affair between Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Given Robert's disposition, it would likely result in 2 more heads adorning the battlements. By rallying the Baratheons, Starks, Tullis, and Aarons, they could swiftly obliterate the Lannisters in the Westerlands. If the king were inclined, a marriage alliance with the Riverlands could be sought to secure their support. As for Dorne, their well-known animosity towards House Lannister would make their enlistment achievable at minimal cost. However, he could not merely point to Joffrey's golden hair as evidence to the king. Such an act might lead to his own demise. After all, it is not entirely unreasonable for a child to inherit his mother's hair color. In the original text, Cersei bore 3 golden-haired children, which led the king's brother, Stannis, to suspect something amiss and inform Jon, prompting the prime minister to investigate the Baratheon lineage. Thus, the only viable solution was to catch them in the act. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Unless he could secretly infiltrate Maegor's holdfast and hide beneath Cersei's bed, the notion of catching them red-handed was utterly absurd. After all, the Red Keep lacked the dilapidated towers of Winterfell. Chapter 22. The gold cloaks pay the king and his entourage strode directly into the throne room. As Robert approached the Iron Throne, he regaled Jon with tales of how Tywin Lannister appointed his newly adult dwarf son as the Master of Sewers. You know, Jon, I dared not drink too much in Casterly Rock, lest I relieve myself and have our Lord Tywin claim I washed away his son. Laughter filled the hall until an aged yet still imposing Kingsguard stepped away from his post. His white armor captured the attention of all, and the merriment in the throne room gradually subsided. He approached the Iron Throne, bowed before the king, and lowered his sorrowful blue eyes. Your Grace, we have lost a brother of the Kingsguard in battle. I humbly request permission to return his ashes to his family, to honor the noble and fearless brother who upheld his vows. Robert regained his serious demeanor, replying, Of course, Barristan, I grant your request. And take along 5,000 golden dragons. May it provide some comfort to his family. Jon's lips moved as though he wished to speak, yet he ultimately remained silent. Barristan accepted the urn of ashes wrapped in white cloth from another guard and turned to exit the throne room. The first council meeting following the king's return commenced as scheduled. Jon announced to the lords that Janos had been executed for treason. He then reported to the king on expenditures related to naval maintenance and the city guard. Next, the Grand Maester reported that a section of the King's Road had been washed away by the Trident and required urgent repair. The naval officials also reported the disappearance of a merchant ship en route from Bravos to White Harbor. It was evident to Loras that the king was becoming increasingly restless upon the Iron Throne. After a while, Robert could no longer endure it. He descended from the sword-studded Iron Throne, simply stating that he was weary from the journey and would retire to rest before turning to leave the throne room. Jon and the other lords appeared accustomed to such behavior. Following the council, there was another meeting before the king. Loras, bored, stood guard at the meeting room door when he noticed Morris approaching. In the recent council, he had been officially appointed as the commander of the city guard. He had just taken charge at a time rife with challenges. Not long ago, a portion of Janos's ill-gotten gains was distributed, allowing the golden-robed individuals to receive their military pay, which facilitated his smooth acceptance by the troops. Mori, what has transpired? Loran inquired upon seeing his urgency. Mori sighed, revealing that this month's garrison pay had not been fully disbursed, prompting his subordinates to demand the reinstatement of the city entry fee. Loran furrowed his brow. This fee had become a tool of extortion wielded by the golden-robed against the citizens of King's Landing, inciting widespread disdain. Thus, he had initially advised Mori to abolish it. Mori was acutely aware that persisting in its collection might incite a civil uprising, and the lords of the Red Keep would hastily offer their heads to pacify the mob. Unless, of course, he resorted to bribing the entirety of the Red Keep, akin to Janos's approach. Mori, as you heard in the throne room, the royal treasury is nearing depletion, and alternative means for the garrison's pay must be considered, Loran noted. Therefore, could you persuade the prime minister to allocate funds so that the garrison's pay can be supplemented? Loran smiled, recognizing Mori's desperation had led him to seek solutions in haste. I will indeed counsel the prime minister. However, you must understand that even if funds are procured, it will only be a temporary fix. Mori contemplated for a moment. I shall remove the dregs that Janos previously recruited from the garrison. This will ensure a larger share of pay for each individual. Are you suggesting we exploit the system? Loran discerned his intentions, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed Mori was not one to shy away from adaptability. That method holds merit. We can commence with it. He replied with a smile and reassured the other brothers. In truth, with thousands of golden-robed individuals, there is no need to resort to such despicable means as collecting entry fees to secure military pay. Mori appeared both surprised and perplexed. His desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with Loran stemmed, on one hand, from Lawrence's position as the prime minister's aide, which had greatly aided his efforts to undermine Janos. On the other hand, he had come to realize that Loran was far more complex than he initially appeared. First, he had orchestrated the diversion of 10 chests of silver deer to win over the garrison's loyalty. Later, he had gleaned from the brothers stationed at Muddy Gate that, prior to Janos's downfall, Loran had numerous connections with Peter, who currently oversaw the customs of King's Landing. This raised questions regarding the extent of Loren's influence in the events that had transpired. Seeking assistance today was rooted in recognizing the Prime Minister's trust in Loren. He had not anticipated that Loren would indeed possess the means to resolve the golden-robed soldiers' pay dilemma. Mori remarked, even if we expel some ruffians, the garrison should still comprise around 3,000 men, amounting to a monthly payroll of 300,000 silver deer. Oh, is the military pay for each golden-robed individual merely 100 silver deer? Loren inquired curiously, understanding why Jon felt a pang upon learning that the king had granted 5,000 golden dragons as compensation for the fallen Kingsguard. However, upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. A single silver deer could procure a decent feast. 100 silver deer would suffice to sustain a family of a golden-robed individual. The Prime Minister and his esteemed council have exited the conference hall. Loren gently patted Mori on the shoulder, stating, I shall first ascertain the situation in King's Landing. We can discuss matters in detail later. Mori eagerly nodded. Very well, I entrust this to you, my lord. The vassals from the Vale of Arryn have arrived, and are at the gates of the Red Keep. Shortly after returning to the Prime Minister's tower, Loren heard a guard enter to announce the news. Loren could hardly contain his joy, prompting the Prime Minister to instruct him and Scholar Common to welcome the guests. However, despite Loren introducing nearly 100 nobles from the Vale, including the likes of Royce of Coldwater, he could not find his father and their party. He hurriedly detained the last noble, whose sigil suggested he hailed from Seagull Town, and inquired, Are all the knights from the Vale present? The noble, recognizing Loren's position, responded with humility, Some remain aboard the same ship as Lord Stannis. They docked at Dragonstone today and should arrive in King's Landing in a couple of days. Loren thanked him and returned, disappointed, to the Prime Minister's tower. The small hall, which could accommodate over 200, was bustling with activity. Lisa and Jon sat at the far end, both adorned in new fineries, one exquisitely charming, the other aged and weary. Common sat alone at the corner of the long table near the Duke and Duchess, appearing somewhat anxious and out of place in such a setting. Loren noted this, especially recalling how Common had hidden in his quarters when pressure was applied to the Prime Minister by the Queen and others regarding Jane. Jon seemed accustomed to this behavior, so Loren refrained from probing further. He took a seat beside Scholar Common at the long table. The hall was alive with commotion as servants brought in platters of delectable dishes. In preparation for the vassals' reception, the Duke had even summoned numerous chefs from the city. As the servants began to serve the food, the aroma filled the air. Esteemed guests, Jon raised his wine goblet, and the hall fell silent. To your loyalty and courage. To glory and victory, cheers. The vassals of the Vale raised their goblets in a spirited toast, drinking heartily. The golden honey-glazed roast chicken was irresistible. And as the others began their feast, Loren did not hesitate to tear off a chicken leg for himself and Common. He savored several garlic-roasted ribs and bacon, and seeing Common still indulging in his chicken leg, he offered him a strawberry pie. After finishing the pie, Common rose to leave, while Loren polished off a hearty chunk of roasted lamb, accompanied by a bowl of barley and venison stew, feeling quite satisfied. As the revelry continued around him, he too rose and made his way outside. In the courtyard, he found Common standing atop the city walls, craning his neck to observe the stars. Loren ascended the wall as well. This small area had nearly become a celestial observatory for the scholar, and under the moonlight, the engravings on the bricks were still visible. Loren recognized these as the scholar's records of the lengths of shadows cast by the sun. He had also made similar observations during his time on the Fingers. The cyclical nature of shadows throughout certain years is remarkably predictable, allowing him to discern with clarity whether it is the beginning or the middle of the year. However, there are times when the sun's shadow inexplicably elongates or shortens, heralding the arrival of winter or summer. Loren hypothesizes that this phenomenon may be attributed to variations in the planet's axial tilt, yet such patterns remain elusive and difficult to grasp. Upon entering the Red Keep, he subtly engages Common in discussions surrounding this topic. His appointment to the Duke's side by the Academy is certainly indicative of his capabilities. Nonetheless, the information Common can provide is rather limited. He is familiar with the names of the 12 zodiac signs and their ruling stars, as well as the 7 wandering stars corresponding to the 7 gods, but he remains entirely ignorant of the changing seasons. Upon hearing Loren ascend the city walls, Common lowers his head. Loren, do you wish to study astrology with me today? I would like to borrow a book on the laws of the kingdom from you. Loren replies with a smile, adding that astrology offers him little assistance and can wait for another time. Common closes the tome recording the celestial phenomena, also smiling as he states, I still believe that you would fare better studying at the Academy than in King's Landing. The two descend from the ramparts, and Common retrieves a slender volume from his quarters. The code? Loren muses, surprised that a kingdom with a minister of justice would have a legal text so thin. Common hesitates, remarking that for Loren, the law often serves merely as a reference. Loren chuckles, I understand, I merely wish to peruse it. Due to the existence of the city moat and the gallows authority, judicial power within the territories rests in the hands of the lords, leading to an array of interpretations of the law. Some lords themselves possess only a rudimentary understanding of legal texts, often resorting to customary law for adjudication. Moreover, the disparity in the application of law between nobles and commoners is immense. Loren's interest in the legal code is primarily inspired by Mori. The golden-robed general amalgamates the functions of the military and the police, yet still grapples with concerns over military pay. To Loren, this is utterly perplexing. The crux of the issue undoubtedly lies within the enforcement of the law. Only by identifying passages in the code that empower the golden-robed general can he claim legitimacy in his actions. Chapter 23. Little Burrow as dusk descends. Loren has just emerged from the Prime Minister's tower. He returns the already perused Kingdom Code to Common the Scholar. Shortly after he re-enters his chamber, a sudden knock reverberates at the door. Upon opening it, he is greeted by the golden-robed general, who has taken over Mori's post at the Red Keep. Loren, the brother stationed at Mudgate, informs him, your father and his entourage have entered the city. Lord Mori has taken them to your home. A wave of joy washes over Loren as he thanks the general, swiftly summons his black steed, and hastens out of the Red Keep, making his way towards the Rennie's Hills. 2 days have elapsed since the Prime Minister's feast for his vassals. Concerned that his father and the others might arrive in King's Landing too late and be forced to seek lodging, he imparts the location of his residence in the Rennie's Hills to Mori, while also requesting the golden-robed general at Mudgate to keep an eye on his family. As he arrived at the courtyard, the last rays of sunlight had faded into silence. Fortunately, the moon had ascended high into the sky. The gate stood wide open, and from within came the sharp rebukes of a woman. That wretched harlot is one of our own from the brothel. You, with your noble lineage, dare to seize her? Beware, for Sir Simon Thorne may bring your lord's head before the Iron Throne. The name Thorne struck a familiar chord in Roland's memory. The master of Black Castle bore that surname. His family, a meager line of nobility, held a small fiefdom comprising a manor and 2 villages. Yet it seemed they also operated a brothel in King's Landing. With a furrowed brow, Roland stepped inside. The modest courtyard was starkly divided into 2 factions. On one side stood over 20 individuals, wielding axes and clubs. Opposing them were his father and Boron, among others. Though outnumbered, their resolve matched that of their adversaries. Save for Leo, they were clad in fine armor, swords drawn and poised for action. At the center of the commotion, a knight stood with a woman beneath his feet. Mori was stationed to one side, flanked by 2 men in golden robes. What is going on here? Roland inquired, diverting the attention of all present. Roland, bellowed the tallest knight in the courtyard, removing his helmet to reveal tousled brown hair and a face adorned with a smirk. He took a step forward but cast a glance down at the woman beneath him. An old madam from the brothel came here to snatch your woman. I have bested her, my woman, Roland replied, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Little Bloro had grown up alongside him. During a time when Roland was perceived as a fool, Little Bloro had remained steadfast, sharing meals and playtime with him. Perhaps due to Roland's straightforward nature, Little Bloro had developed a penchant for blunt speech. As Roland approached, he noticed that behind Little Bloro, Elena bore an expression of fury, resembling a small leopard as she shielded a woman marked by whip scars. The woman beneath Little Bloro continued to protest. You are the ones who have taken my harlot. Sir of the Guard, you must uphold justice. Roland frowned, yet she seemed unwilling to relinquish her claim. We invested a great sum to rescue her from that flea-ridden den and nurtured her to this age. How can she simply declare she no longer wishes to continue? That dog, Genos, has sullied her before she even sold her maidenhead. Approaching the woman, Roland noted that the swelling on her face had subsided. Though the whip mark remained prominent, her fair features still bearing a certain youthful innocence. It struck him that he had yet to inquire her name. What is your name? Lucy, she replied. Is what she claims true? It is, the woman said, her demeanor betraying unease as she hesitated to speak further. Roland led Mori into a nearby room. Questioning, surely this constitutes human trafficking? In Westeros, human trafficking equates to the slave trade, a crime punishable by death. Mori hesitated momentarily. It was a matter of calculation. Yet in the flea-ridden dens, there were always those incapable of supporting their offspring. The nobles of the Red Keep were either indifferent or unwilling to intervene in such affairs. Loren cast a sidelong glance at him and said softly, Mori, though the lords may choose to neglect their responsibilities as the commander of the city guard. It falls upon you to shoulder the weight of this duty. Mori felt a sense of helplessness. The soldiers were frequently unpaid, to the extent that even guarding the city gates had become an undesirable task for them. It was precisely due to the insufficiency of military wages that there should be a more diligent governance over King's Landing. Mori, I inquire of you, during your patrols within the city, have you ever encountered merchants engaging in illicit activities? Certainly, he replied. Bakeries often mix wood powder into their flour, and butcher shops inject water into their pork. Loren interrupted him. And how do you typically address such matters? We impose a fine. How much can you fine each month? Furthermore, what becomes of the collected fines? It varies, but it rarely exceeds 800 or 900 silver stags, a portion of which is submitted to Janos, while the remainder scarcely suffices for the brothers to enjoy a few drinks. You are truly squandering the opportunity. With so many lucrative and nefarious enterprises flourishing in King's Landing, why focus solely on bakeries and butcher shops? Loren continued to entice him. Consider the number of brothels in King's Landing. How much gold do you think they earn each month? Given that most are involved in human trafficking, shouldn't they be subjected to stricter oversight? Mori appeared troubled. If such a course were to be taken, many brothel owners would face execution. Surely, this would incite chaos in King's Landing. Who demands their heads? Do you execute every thief by severing their fingers? Loren countered. If a thief is willing to pay a fine, the brothers conveniently turn a blind eye. Loren laughed. Then it is settled. Thieves can be fined. Why not do the same for brothels? As long as they lift restrictions on the women and are willing to pay them wages, those who can amend their ways should be permitted to pay a fine and be absolved. Mori, the opportunity lies before you. Whether you dare to act is entirely up to you. Mori's eyes reflected his inner turmoil, still wavering. However, he knew that most brothels had some connections, making them perilous to confront. Loren added fuel to the fire. You could enlist brothers familiar with Silk Street to ascertain which establishments are backed by influential figures and which are merely inconsequential nobles. We are combating crime for the realm. As long as you manage the balance appropriately, what consequence could befall you? Ensure your accounts are meticulously kept. This will prevent internal discord due to uneven distribution within the city guard, and additionally, you can offer a monthly tribute of collected fines to the Iron Throne to secure the support of the Prime Minister and the King. With such measures in place, what is there to fear? Monthly? Can this enterprise sustain itself indefinitely? To deter the resurgence of the human trafficking scourge, it must indeed continue. Those willing to cooperate may be subject to fewer inspections, while those resistant will be scrutinized daily. I believe that within a few days, there will be no one left unwilling to cooperate. In an instant, Mori grasped Loren's insinuation. Are you suggesting I collect protection fees? What you refer to as protection fees is merely a business tax. Loren appeared exasperated, as this was merely the first step. The subsequent restructuring of various industries in King's Landing would be the greater challenge. The vast garrison could not solely rely on the brothels for sustenance. If you dare to proceed, consider today's events a test. If you hesitate, then disregard my words entirely. Mori pondered for a moment. If military funds continued to elude him, it would not be long before he was ousted by his comrades in the garrison. Should the reintroduction of entry fees be considered, it would mirror the misguided path of Genos, proving insufficient for adequate military funding. It would be wiser to levy taxes from industries such as brothels. Emily's father constantly doubted his own capabilities, fearing he would not last long in the position of garrison commander. He must witness my prowess. There exists a military encampment at Dragon's Gate. I shall summon the troops immediately, Mori declared through gritted teeth. The two conferred further on the details of their actions, and Mori exited the room to whisper to a companion clad in golden robes. The man mounted his horse and departed. Loren returned to the courtyard, addressing his father. I initially planned to host you for a warm welcome this evening, but it seems I must first resolve a pressing issue. Belhosen scrutinized Loren intently. You have grown taller once more. Go on, attend to your matters. I shall guard this courtyard for you. Very well, Loren replied with a smile. Though his father's hair had turned gray and he bore signs of aging, he always managed to provide a sense of comfort, alleviating the tension that had plagued him since arriving in King's Landing. Turning around, he said to little Brolo, release her for now. Little Brolo then lifted his foot, allowing the madam of the brothel to flee back to her domain. Consider yourselves fortunate. Hasten to deliver that little harlot to us, Loren mocked. Lead the way. We shall accompany you. The madam, undeterred, insisted, pointing to Lucy. You must take her with you. Loren nodded with a smile. Seeing Lucy's anxious demeanor, Alina reassured her. I will accompany you. We shall return together. Lucy grasped her hand tightly as they proceeded outside. Little Brolo followed suit. Chapter 24. Silk Street. Silk Street was ablaze with light, the exquisite and magnificent buildings resonating with laughter and moans. Make way, until a contingent of garrison soldiers clad in golden robes and black armor stormed into the bustling thoroughfare, causing chaos. Mori had already directed a group to block the opposite end of the street, escorting the remaining soldiers to a brothel's entrance. The madam, who had been vociferous moments earlier, stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. What is happening? What is going on? Did you not just indicate that there was human trafficking here? Mori replied ominously, gesturing to the soldiers behind him. Act. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and the soldiers surged inside. Mori shouted to the upper floors, "This brothel is suspected of slave trading. Everyone must exit your rooms immediately." Over 20 soldiers ascended the stairs, amidst screams and curses, as they forcefully flung open door after door. The men fled in panic, while the women, fearing they were about to be violated, were driven down to the lobby in terror, only to discover that the situation was not as they had imagined. Mori had already set up a table in the lobby, and the prostitutes were brought in one by one. Name? Evelyn. How old are you? 27. How long have you been here? Since I was 7. How did you come here? My father incurred gambling debts, and I was taken away by the casino and sold. One question after another was hurled at the trembling women, who could only comply. As anticipated, nearly half of the women here had been purchased from brothels or dispossessed farmers. With the evidence in hand, Mori finally felt a sense of relief. He summoned 5 captains of the guard, and after a discussion, they selected 5 brothels as their next targets. Whether they were to test the waters with 1 or 6 brothels, it was all the same. The golden robes were once again deployed, and shouts of anger erupted from the 5 brothels. The commotion caused by the golden robes created chaos in Silk Street. Patrons in the unaffected shops feared becoming the next targets and fled in all directions. Some attempted to escape, but the streets were blocked by the fearsome golden robes, leaving them to shout insults from a distance. The women and madams were gathered together, and Mori, accompanied by 2 literate captains, began to interrogate them. Lauren stood guard at the first brothel, while over a dozen golden robes patrolled and searched the premises. The quality of the guard varied, making petty theft inevitable. Soon, 2 golden robes rushed back from the backyard in a hurry. One appeared shaken, while the other dashed to the street to vomit. What happened? A fellow guard inquired upon seeing their ghastly state. Lauren lifted a lantern and proceeded toward the back. Poland and Little Bluo followed closely with their swords drawn. In the backyard, 2 rows of low houses were constructed. On the left, aside from the toilets, there were a few rooms used by the thugs and assistants, where some axes and clubs were visible. On the right, opening the door revealed a long row of makeshift beds, shabby and tattered blankets lying side by side. "This is where we rest," Lauren remarked, turning to see Elena and Lucy had followed him. He nodded and continued to walk further back. In a corner, there was another room with its door wide open, a discarded candlestick lying before it, presumably thrown down by the golden robes moments ago. Lauren stepped forward to enter, but Lucy suddenly interjected, "My lord, do not go in." Frowning, Lauren raised his leg to enter nonetheless. In the dim light, he could make out a straw mat on the floor where 2 women lay asleep. As he approached, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, causing him to feel nauseous instantly. The 2 women had been dead for quite some time. Lauren turned and commanded, "Poland, bring the madam over here." He suppressed his discomfort and moved the light further ahead, only to behold 2 figures, both covered in blood, with insects writhing upon their faces. One appeared to be in their 20s, while the other, a youthful girl of diminutive stature. As he lifted the tattered skirt of the little girl, a mass of decaying flesh and blood was revealed. In an instant, Loren was consumed by rage. He forced himself to unveil the other, met with the same horrific sight. The madam had already been brought over by Boron and unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. Loren, in a cold tone, inquired about the situation. The madam, unfazed, disdainfully glanced at the deceased pair, explaining that they had borne the offspring of clients, consumed 2 cups of moon tea, and ultimately succumbed. They were meant to be buried that very night. Moon tea, a potent abortifacient in Westeros, bore severe side effects, often leading to death. Does such a tragedy occur frequently? Loren pressed. The madam, somewhat ingratiatingly, replied, "My lord, you jest. Were this a common occurrence, we would be bankrupt. Typically, there are only 2 or 3 cases in 6 months. This instance was merely coincidental. They had just sold their maidenhood and hadn't even recouped their investment before being taken away by a stranger. What a pity." Little Blore, who had been observing with a detached demeanor, suddenly interjected, "She ought to be hanged." Loren nodded in agreement. Indeed, let her be hanged on the terrace out front. Little Blore approached the madam, bound and terrified on the ground. She pleaded, "My lord, I know your heart is kind and cannot bear witness to such things. But Silk Street has always been this way. Some have a taste for it. I cannot be blamed. I cannot be blamed, my lord. Have mercy." Her voice faded into the distance as Loren turned to Boron, instructing him to summon a few gold cloaks to carry the two women to Silk Street for all to see. Then burn them. Let them depart in silence. Boron nodded and stepped outside. Little Blore dragged the struggling madam onto the terrace facing the street, a place typically adorned with alluring women soliciting clients. He hung a sheet from the beam, securing it before tugging down hard, satisfied with his work. He then lifted the woman from the ground, gripping her hair to hoist her upwards. The madam pleaded for mercy while hurling curses. The raucous crowd outside, initially embroiled in shouts and insults, surged towards the commotion, some recognizing the woman above. "Hey, knight, why trouble a defenseless woman? Did you not just best her in a duel, sir?" The derisive voices echoed from below. But Little Blore remained indifferent, suspending the madam by the neck from the sheet. At that moment, four gold cloaks emerged, carrying two wooden boards. The crowd outside, jeering and mocking, craned their necks to discern what was being carried. When they finally beheld the ghastly sight of the women upon the boards, the jesting and laughter swiftly dissipated, replaced by a somber silence. As the woman was lifted to the center of the road, most people were already aware of the grim situation unfolding. Silk Street gradually fell into silence, until not a sound could be heard. Wooden planks and straw mats, removed from the houses, were piled together, as the golden-robed figures placed two women upon them. Flames flickered and soon engulfed them entirely. The towering fire illuminated Silk Street, casting a brightness that surpassed even its usual glow. The woman in the attic swayed in the wind. Loren stood on the steps, gazing at the flames in the street. These two women, who had perished during the long summer and begun to decay, could never emerge from the inferno. After all, any fate or prophecy held no relevance to them. Yet, an unsettling heaviness filled his heart, even though he knew that an army of the dead would eventually invade. He had never naively believed he could save the entire world. Perhaps what he sought to save was never this world at all. The threat of the dead did not lie beyond the wall, but rather within the very realms of the Seven Kingdoms. Danger did not loom in the future. It was here and now. The self-proclaimed nobleman had long ravaged the world like the very dead themselves. Chapter 25. The active action. By the time Loren returned home from Silk Street, it was already past midnight, yet he found his father, Belle, still awake. Amidst the flickering light, Loren poured 2 cups of hot tea for himself and his father. "How did you end up in King's Landing? I heard the golden-robed guards at the mud gate mention your name, and I could hardly believe it." Loren smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "Atis Coldwater is dead, and Coldwater keeps suspects I am involved. However, Lord Brynden of the Bloodgate helped clear my name. Perhaps Duke John wished to avoid further entanglements between our families and summoned me to King's Landing as a servant." Belle paused for a moment, sensing that Loren had glossed over many details, but he wisely refrained from pressing further. The next morning, Loren, having not slept a wink, entered the Prime Minister's tower. There were no letters to read today. After organizing his desk, he stood to the side, waiting for John to finish his breakfast. Feeling a bit weary, Loren couldn't help but yawn twice. John, rarely seeing him in such a state, smiled and asked, "Did you not rest well last night?" Loren nodded, just as he was about to report to the soldiers about the previous day's raid on Silk Street. "A raid?" John asked, astonished. "Yes. The guard discovered a large-scale human trafficking operation on Silk Street, conducting surprise investigations at 6 brothels, finding that nearly half of the women had been trafficked or sold into the establishments by other means." John immediately furrowed his brow. Loren felt a twinge of guilt. He had played a subtle trick with his words. Most of the women sold into brothels were indeed victims of debt or were sold by their families due to financial hardship. Yet, a gentleman must present the truth in a certain light. He emphasized the trafficking aspect deliberately to elicit John's sympathy for those women. As expected, John set down his breakfast. What does Maury plan to do? In the coming days, the City Watch will conduct thorough inspections of all brothels. How absurd. Is he truly intent on shutting down the brothels of King's Landing? John felt a headache brewing. While he certainly empathized with the women involved, his honor forbade him from turning a blind eye to the ongoing human trafficking. However, the brothels were intertwined with the interests of numerous nobles, both great and small, within and beyond the realm. Acting hastily to close them would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. More critically, such actions might deter sailors and merchants from conducting business in King's Landing in the future. Observing John's turmoil, Loren produced a letter from his pocket. "My lord, the City Watch has no intention of closing any brothel. Last night, I conferred with Maury and devised a course of action that requires your review." John exhaled a sigh of relief and suddenly inquired, You and Maury? Indeed, my lord. I was also involved in the discussions. Many merchants clad in gold robes and those from Silk Street had witnessed his presence. Should John later discover his involvement, he might harbor suspicions of ulterior motives. Thus, it was better to be forthcoming. This matter must be addressed regardless. John nodded, accepted the letter, and began to read it attentively. After a while, he abruptly asked, "Why prohibit women under 16 from entertaining clients?" "My lord," Loren speculated, "I suspect many women die in childbirth due to their young age and underdeveloped bodies. This should prompt the scholars of the Citadel to conduct investigations across the 7 kingdoms and propagate such an understanding." John silently tucked away the letter, non-committal. "I will bring this plan to the small council." Exiting the prime minister's chamber, Loren retrieved a large sack from a nearby room and made his way to the kitchen keep. This building, adjacent to the main kitchen, housed ministers of the court. The acting minister of justice, Giles Rosby, resided on the top floor. After announcing his presence, Loren was ushered inside. Giles appeared to have just awakened, languidly slumped on his bed. "Ahem, Loren, what does the prime minister require?" Loren produced a letter once more and extended it toward Giles. "My apologies, my lord. I have come regarding matters concerning the city watch." He then handed the sack to the waiting steward, who opened it, revealing a dazzling array of silver stags that caught Giles's eye. Giles swiftly perused the letter. "The city watch intends to execute a madam involved in human trafficking? Ahem. This is indeed a service to the people." He promptly affixed his signature, and the steward applied the seal of the minister of justice. Grasping the freshly minted death warrant, Loren departed with discretion. The city watch's actions inevitably sparked backlash. Numerous nobles residing in King's Landing appeared at the afternoon council, vociferously accusing the gold-robed officials of reckless behavior, disturbing the peace of Silk Street, and attempting to extort the brothels. Some even accused Commander Maury of the city watch of inciting a riot in King's Landing, alleging he was a conspirator with the traitorous Genos and should be arrested for treason. Fortunately, Maury had already compiled a detailed account of the noble patrons behind the brothels of Silk Street and submitted it to the Prime Minister. John observed several names on the list, their faces contorted with rage as they jumped up and down in agitation. According to the laws of the realm, those who condone the trafficking of individuals through brothels should don the black garb and join the Night's Watch. Yet, he was acutely aware that the brothels on Silk Street represented one of the most lucrative enterprises in King's Landing, involving numerous nobles, making leniency inevitable. After the council was dismissed, John strode towards the royal meeting with a grim expression. As usual, Loren followed closely behind, when suddenly, a rhythmically heavy footfall echoed from the throne room, approaching rapidly. "Prime Minister, if the allegations of human trafficking on Silk Street are true, you ought not to compromise with them. If they are unwilling to wear the black, then let their heads roll." The speaker swiftly passed Loren and fell in step beside John. "Stannis, you ought to spend more time with the newborn princess," the Prime Minister replied, shaking his head. The number of implicated nobles was vast, and harsh penalties would undoubtedly destabilize the realm. Besides, they were not directly involved in the operation of the brothels. As they entered the meeting chamber side by side, Stannis coldly asserted, "The affairs of the kingdom are for you to decide, yet I shall persist in my viewpoint." John smiled faintly. "I have a proposal for the garrison's subsequent operations. Perhaps you would find it appealing." He handed Stannis the plan drafted by Loren to regulate Silk Street. At that moment, Cersei approached from the throne room, followed by a wide-eyed Joffrey. Upon spotting Loren stationed at the entrance to the meeting chamber, the prince scampered to Cersei's side, clutching her skirts tightly. Cersei, distracted, entered the meeting room. As Stannis finished reading the document, he looked up and saw her, frowning as he remarked, "Cersei, the king has returned to King's Landing. There is no need for you to attend the royal meeting." Cersei, with her neck held high, retorted defiantly, "I believe it is not detrimental for the prince to engage with political matters. Besides, I have yet to see the king here." With that, she firmly occupied a seat, drawing Joffrey into her embrace. Varys and Giles soon entered as well, and the proposal circulated among the attendees. Once the prominent advisors had perused the document, an unusual silence enveloped the chamber. It was the Grand Maester Pycelle who finally shattered the eerie stillness, trembling as he spoke. "Regarding the age restrictions, further deliberation is required from the Citadel. It should not be hastily enforced." Cersei was the last to finish reading. She cast a glance at the Grand Maester and remarked, "Dispersing salaries, age restrictions, refusing power. If wives were granted the power to refuse their husbands, half the men in the 7 kingdoms might find it difficult to ascend to their wives' beds." With a decisive slap, she placed the proposal on the table, smiling as she added, "However, I do appreciate this document. At last, a man understands the pain of childbirth." The Grand Maester's lips moved, but he refrained from further protest. Stannis, seated next to Cersei, resumed his examination of the proposal. At merely 25 years of age, his skin has already been darkened by the relentless sun, and his hair is visibly thinning. Who could have penned such a description? Our dear Sir Gales clearly lacks the vigor for such observations. Ahem. Just as Gales was about to speak, he was preempted by Jon, who introduced, "This is my attendant, Loren." Stannis pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. Indeed. The chaos of Silk Street requires regulation. While closing the brothels may not be feasible, this proposal holds some merit. Varys, who had been silently observing, spoke softly. Silk Street may indeed need reform, but we should not act rashly before reaching a consensus at the Royal Council. Furthermore, it is utterly unconscionable to execute a poor woman without due trial. With a slight smile, Varys added, "My Lord Prime Minister, according to the reports from Little Bird, it is your attendant, Loren, who has committed the extrajudicial judgment, infringing upon the rights of the King's Landing moat and gallows. We must hold him accountable for his unlawful actions." Jon furrowed his brow, yet did not respond. A harsh coughing fit echoed through the hall once more. Ahem. My Lord Varys, the poor woman you refer to is indeed the mastermind behind the trafficking of persons. Ahem. To rid the populace of this scourge, I have sanctioned the death penalty. Gales realized he had been outmaneuvered, yet the silver stag had been accepted, and the seal of the Minister of Justice had been utilized, making it difficult to retract. Varys's smile gradually faded. It seemed my information had arrived a tad too late. Chapter 26. Brothers at odds. Stannis, what name have you given to the little princess? Cersei inquired as the royal council dispersed. A hint of tenderness crossed Stannis's visage as he replied, Shireen Baratheon. Cersei nodded. I shall arrange for a gift to be sent to Shireen on her name day. Thank you for your generosity, your grace, Stannis replied, his demeanor returning to its customary sternness. Shireen was the first child of him and his wife, and though her gender brought him some disappointment, he rose and exited the council chamber with an air of decisiveness, bypassing the languid maesters and minister of justice, making his way to Dragonstone. As the Duke of Dragonstone and the Master of Ships, he had his own quarters here. Upon returning to his room, he dismissed his servants, sitting in quiet contemplation, his fingers drumming on the desk, yet hesitating. After a prolonged silence, he appeared to resolve his indecision and pushed open the door to step outside. The Prime Minister and Maester Corman were engaged in drafting a formal decree, while Loren continued to practice archery in the courtyard. He was interrupted by a call. Loren? He quickly turned, recognizing the visitor, and bowed slightly. My Lord Duke. Stannis glanced at the target in the distance, suddenly smiling. Your archery is commendable, but further practice is required. I will, my lord. Are you here to see the Prime Minister? Please, follow me. Loren escorted him into the Prime Minister's tower, retrieving a bottle of summer red wine from the cupboard. After taking a seat, Stannis surveyed the writing Maester Corman was engaged in, then turned to Jon and said, My Lord Prime Minister, Gales is both feeble and ailing. He ought not to occupy the position of Minister of Justice. Stannis's gaze was piercing, and his words were sharp. Jon found himself somewhat taken aback. Although he shared discontent with regards to Giles, dismissing a key advisor was not a matter to be taken lightly. Yet, having sponsored the Iron Throne with 50,000 golden dragons, he had garnered Robert's support, and none could readily replace him. Humph. The gold had long been squandered by the king, and it was only fitting that Giles should depart. Today's proposal, as you have seen, is far more pragmatic than the kingdom's existing code. Moreover, the laws of the Seven Kingdoms have remained unchanged since the days of Jaehaerys. Reform has long been overdue. Suddenly, Stannis turned his gaze towards Loras, suggesting him as a suitable successor. His directness nearly caused Loras, who was pouring wine, to spill it. Thank you for your esteem, my lord, but I fear I am not fit to shoulder the burdens of the realm. Loras became increasingly wary. He had no prior acquaintance with Stannis. So why this unexpected honor? Jon furrowed his brow, acknowledging Loras's remarkable talent. Yet he was merely 13. The king would surely not consent. Jon spoke slowly, rife with uncertainty. The ministers of the Navy and Justice had never been adversaries. Why now this confrontation? Stannis lifted a goblet of summer red wine, shaking his head as he remarked, Whether you agree or not, we must give it a try. Jon scrutinized him, attempting to discern Stannis's intentions. He observed as bubbles rose incessantly from the bottom of the glass. Very well, I shall endeavor to persuade the king. Jon relinquished his speculation and turned to Loras, saying, I too believe you are well suited for the position of Justice Minister, but do not harbor excessive expectations. Robert has yet to formally appoint anyone, likely having his own thoughts on the matter. Loras quickly responded with humility, I am but a novice, and I am profoundly grateful to serve as a duke's squire." Though still puzzled, Loras recognized that the Chancellor and Stannis had decided to recommend him to the king. Any further refusal would only appear ungrateful. Furthermore, how could he not be tempted by the prospect of the Justice Minister's position? The imposing Maegor's Holdfast, the largest structure within the Red Keep, commanded its own courtyard. Nestled within the very heart of the castle, it was encircled by 20-foot thick walls and a dry moat bristling with spikes. Ser Marintrant, clad in white scale armor and with a menacing gaze, stood guard at the drawbridge's far end. Upon receiving the announcement, Jon, Stannis, and Loras were permitted entry. The corridors of Maegor's Holdfast faintly resonated with the sound of a harp, accompanied by a singer's melodic verses. As the three were ushered into a chamber by the king's guard, they were greeted by Robert's hearty laughter. "Jon, Stannis, it has been far too long since you last graced my presence." "Robert, it seems you do not spend much time here either," Stannis coolly retorted. Loras followed closely behind them into the room. The floor was adorned with soft, luxurious carpet. Vibrant tapestries hung from the walls, and the arched windows were intricately carved with exquisite wooden designs. The king sat behind a long table fashioned from a solid block of golden heartwood, appearing as though he had just risen from slumber, clad in loose-fitting nightwear. With his black hair in disarray, Robert disregarded Stannis, bellowing towards the door. "Curse it, do you not see my guests? Hurry, bring the wine." Two servants hurriedly fetched drinks and goblets from the cabinet. Loren was somewhat astonished. His recollection suggested that Robert was typically accompanied by two attendants from House Lannister. However, this moment transpired much earlier than the original narrative. Perhaps Cersei had yet to arrange for her cousins to enter the court. As the servants poured the wine, Jon Arryn retrieved the draft bill for reannotation. "Robert, Silk Street has been discovered to be engaged in large-scale human trafficking. The kingdom must enact new legislation to enhance oversight." Stannis had already taken his seat, asserting that brothels would only debase the kingdom's morals and that their total closure was the most definitive solution. "Perhaps we should ban fine wine, dining, and flatulence all at once," Robert quipped sarcastically. He took the bill, first glancing at Loren, who stood behind Jon, before focusing on the paper in hand. Moments later, he cursed for the servants to hasten and fetch a quill. Stannis watched coldly as his brother signed the bill. Suddenly, he interjected, "Robert, this bill is the work of Loren. We are here to recommend him to you. His abilities are sufficient to assume the role of the Minister of Justice." Upon finishing his signature, Robert, having just lifted his goblet, abruptly set down the unicorn chalice upon hearing Stannis's words. Loren felt a sense of dread. Indeed, the king's countenance darkened. Jon also noted this shift and urged, "Robert, Giles Rosby is truly unfit for the position of Minister of Justice." Robert waved his hand to silence the Chancellor's continued remarks. Frowning, he glared at Stannis and sternly declared, "I intend for Lancel to assume the role upon reaching maturity. Stannis, I have spoken to you about this." "Lancel?" Stannis scoffed. "You ought to prepare him a fine hound rather than involve that handsome lad in the council meetings. Do not speak of him so. He is our brother." The king's tone softened, tinged with resignation, and besides, he is still young. Enjoying life is not a vice. "Stannis, you are too rigid." "Young? Lancel is merely a year younger than Loren. Robert, do not allow him to remain at Storm's End. Perhaps he could come to King's Landing, where I may instruct him personally." The king shook his head. "Do not concern yourself with this. The scholars at Storm's End are more than capable of training him to be a competent Minister of Justice." Stannis remained resolute. "There are not even peers of Lancel's age there. That will soon change. House Tyrell will foster the third son of Duke Mace Tyrell, Loras Tyrell, at Storm's End. Additionally, they shall provide a loan of 100,000 golden dragons to the Iron Throne." "Tyrell?" Stannis's expression darkened. "The Reach has never harbored good intentions." "Enough, Stannis. It has been many years since the siege of Storm's End. You must let go of your grudges." Two brothers were embroiled in a fierce argument, with Jon occasionally attempting to mediate. However, in this scenario, Loras felt entirely sidelined, as the matter had escalated into a dispute solely among the Baratheon siblings, leaving him, an outsider, at a loss for words. When Stannis proposed that he take on the role of the Hand of the King, Loras harbored suspicions of ulterior motives. For in the original narrative, it was indeed Renly who was destined to assume that position. Nevertheless, Loras clung to a sliver of hope, pondering whether the king might be swayed to appoint him prematurely. Little did he anticipate that Robert had been scheming to appoint Renly as the Hand of the King long before. In his desire to seize an opportunity, he found himself unwittingly becoming a pawn in the king's grand designs. Stannis harbored an obsession with Storm's End, growing increasingly displeased with his brother's prolonged residence there. As for House Tyrell, They seemed to speculate about Renly's elevation to Storm's End and his entry into the small council, thereby drawing closer to him in an effort to enhance their political capital in King's Landing. Perhaps Robert, considering the animosity between Stannis and the Tyrells, had deliberately assigned him to Dragonstone. Yet, this decision would undoubtedly intensify Stannis' resentment towards his brother. After all, to phrase it kindly, Stannis was serious and earnest. To frame it less charitably, he was harsh and ungrateful. In Chapter 27, a familiar song, Loras had grown utterly disinterested in their quarrel, yet one matter eluded his understanding. With the support of the Prime Minister and the Master of Ships, the king could easily have appointed him to temporarily fill the position vacated by Giles, allowing Renly to take over once he reached maturity. After all, the kingdom's legal code, being the first codified law of Westeros, was a chaotic mess, riddled with contradictions. And Loras was fully capable of contributing. He recognized that he could not afford to remain passive. This issue merited further pursuit. Even if the hand of the king was unattainable, he could still seek a lesser role. Once the discord between the Baratheon brothers began to subside, he stepped out from behind Jon. "Your Majesty, I am but a humble scholar, ill-equipped to bear the weighty responsibilities of the hand. However, I believe I possess some insight into the law, and perhaps I could serve as Sir Giles's deputy, drafting certain proposals for your consideration." Loras inclined his head modestly. Striving to appear humble, he discreetly observed Robert, who was growing increasingly sullen. Loras instinctively braced himself. Indeed, the next moment, Robert abruptly hurled his wine cup at him with great force. "To hell with your proposals, bastard. You would do well to keep your head down. Otherwise, tomorrow I shall have your head mounted on the castle walls." Loras swiftly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the cup as it whizzed past his cheek. "Stop, Robert," Jon exclaimed, rising to his feet. "Loras, you should leave." Loras nodded, wiping the wine from his face, and exited the room with a calm demeanor. "But why, Robert?" Within the chamber, the Prime Minister voiced the unspoken question. The king's fury seemed to dissipate as he apologized. "I am sorry, Jon, I did not mean to embarrass you. Your servant, though seemingly docile, is far from it. He has been in King's Landing for but a short while, yet he exhibits the demeanor of an ambitious schemer. Just last night, those wretched gold cloaks obeyed his every command. Now, he aspires to meddle with the esteemed ministers and influence the kingdom's legislation. If he has any absurd legal insights, he could very well implement them through you, but the thought of promoting him is utterly preposterous." Loren leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. He finally comprehended why Robert harbored such animosity towards him. No wonder he appeared as if he had just awoken. It turns out he was also in Silk Street last night. Truly, it reflects the king's penchant for indulgence and vice. The incident where he commanded the gold cloaks to storm the brothel, executing the madam and cremating 2 courtesans, must have caught Robert's attention. And thus, he categorizes me as a deliberate schemer ingratiating myself with the city guard? It seems the king is not entirely foolish, possessing at least a modicum of vigilance. Yet, he unjustly accuses the very person who desires stability for the realm. Robert, continue to wear your green crown of shame. Loren thought bitterly. What sins have the people of the 7 kingdoms committed? Having ousted one mad king, they are now graced with a mediocre ruler. In the chamber, Jon and Stannis resumed their counsel, advising the king against reveling in brothels. Robert laughed and cursed in response, completely disregarding their counsel. Laughter from women echoed from a nearby room, presumably the queen and the court ladies gathering. Loren remained leaned against the wall. The cold touch of the red stone wall gradually calmed him. He had evidently underestimated Robert's folly. Just observe the company within and outside the court. The foolish and arrogant queen, the resentful and aging minister of the sea, the treacherous and cunning chancellor, the sickly and inept justice minister, and the intelligence chief who only exploits children for information while colluding with both insiders and outsiders. The court is rife with incompetence, arguably the worst cohort of the Kingsguard in history. Only the fearless Barristan could hold the fort. And then there is the ambitious yet still dormant Littlefinger, the bloated and corrupt archbishop. Were it not for Janos hanging by a thread, this list would include him as well. Loren recognized that he had been a bit too hasty, initially intending to act with discretion upon his arrival in King's Landing. However, since orchestrating Janos' downfall, he has courted the gold cloaks, reformed Silk Street, and intervened in the kingdom's code. His relentless maneuvering has finally aroused some suspicion. He shook his head. It was evident that achieving his aims here was far more complex than he had anticipated. Approaching the corridor by the window, below the Mager's holdfast lay the parched moat, its bed littered with sharp, pale spikes. The laughter of women in the corridor gradually subsided, replaced by a new melody. As the singer's voice rose, Loren's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The melody was unmistakably that which Loren had previously hummed at the Hooked Tavern. He approached quietly, with Jaime leaning against the porch, his golden armor gleaming magnificently. A Lannister guard adorned with the roaring lion emblem stood sentinel at the entrance. Before arousing their suspicion, Loren decisively halted his steps. Having just angered the king, he wished to avoid further trouble. Thankfully, due to the long summer, the windows of the room stood wide open. Loren gazed from a distance, his sight traversing the circular archway, where he indeed spotted the minstrel with whom he had once crossed paths. The bard strummed and sang in the slanted sunlight, performing before a rapt audience of noble women. Cersei, ever resplendent, gazed intently at the singer. The bard, evidently talented, had reworked the lyrics and melody into a rendition far more lively and varied than what Loren had previously heard. The strings resonated, and the voice soared, creating a most enchanting sound. As the performance concluded, the room erupted in generous applause. The minstrel stood tall, bowing graciously to the queen and her company. As he exited the room with his harp in hand, several pairs of beautiful eyes lingered upon him. The dashing troubadour, passing by the archway, did not forget to bestow a smile upon the women within. Just as he turned towards the staircase, he suddenly froze. Loren, with a smile upon his face, stood before him. A fine piece. May I inquire the name of its creator? This was a question the singer had asked outside the tavern that fateful day. Are the queen and her ladies aware of your past accusations of plagiarism and your subsequent exile from the north? Loren pressed on. The knightly minstrel clearly recognized him, his complexion paling instantly. Cornell had not taken Loren's earlier threat seriously. To him, it was merely a dilapidated tavern, although Loren bore a long sword and rode a fine steed. In the eyes of the bard, he was merely a hedge knight wandering the seven kingdoms. After adapting the peculiar melody he had heard, it swiftly gained popularity in King's Landing. This marked his debut performance at the Red Keep, yet he had not anticipated encountering Loren here. This was the king's residence, and he had evidently offended a nobleman. He could almost envision himself being lashed in a dungeon, just as he was about to plead for mercy. The sound of clinking armor echoed down the corridor. Jaime appeared around the corner of the staircase, looking curiously at the two. Do you know each other? I had the fortune of learning a piece from this knight, the minstrel implored, casting a meaningful glance at Loren. I am not a knight. Loren replied with a light chuckle. We have merely crossed paths. I cannot claim to know him. The bard's countenance turned ashen, fearing exposure. Yet Loren continued, however, I did offer him some guidance. Jaime frowned as he ascended the stairs. I detest singers. Chapter 28. Cornell as the lamps flickered to life. The night in King's Landing sparkled with brilliance. In a nondescript tavern nestled within the muddy path, two modestly attired gentlemen sat in a dimly lit corner. My lord, this establishment is quite deplorable, one remarked. I am aware. The other, Cornell, interjected, but you needn't address me as my lord. Did you not inquire about my identity today? My apologies. He replied, I emerged from the Red Keep, performed at another noble's estate, and subsequently arrived here alone, as per your instructions. A servile grin adorned Cornell's face. Thank you for not exposing me today. Loren chuckled derisively. Do not celebrate prematurely. I shall not allow you to claim that melody without recompense. Of course, I am willing to make amends. Amends? Certainly. Loren fixed his gaze upon him. 200 gold dragons. Cornell's eyes widened in disbelief. No, that price is exorbitant. I cannot afford it. 200 gold dragons could procure over 50 fine steeds, a sum far beyond the means of a mere singer. Loren's demeanor shifted abruptly as he smiled menacingly. Do you presume I am here to negotiate with you? He swiftly drew a dagger and pressed it to the poet's chest. Hush now, Cornell. Do you think that should I plunge this blade into you and flee, the gold cloaks would ascertain who perpetrated your demise? As Loren spoke, he placed his other hand on the singer's arm, concealing them from prying eyes. The singer, on the verge of tears, had never encountered someone so quick to resort to violence. Do not be afraid. Loren's tone softened slightly. Cornell, have you been frequently visiting the noble estates of the royal domain lately? The singer, confused yet anxious, nodded. Why yes, primarily those of King's Landing. Oh? Loren inquired with a knowing glint in his eye. Have there been any intriguing tales concerning these nobles of late? If they be of considerable interest, I would be inclined to trade them for the gold dragons you owe me. Cornell glanced warily at the dagger in Loren's grasp, hesitating before speaking. Anna, who recently married into the city of Wanha, returned home. She was escorted by Vard Fry, the infamous Black Vard. While I was performing, I witnessed Black Vard surreptitiously reaching beneath Anna's skirts. Loren shook his head, a smirk curling his lips. That holds a modicum of intrigue, but alas, The Fry family scandals are worth no more than a copper star. Is there anything more compelling? Cornell's throat bobbed nervously as he scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice to a near whisper. Today, at the Red Keep, near the staircase, I detected the scent of a woman on the regicide. I am quite adept at this, and it appeared to be the Queen's fragrance. Silence, Roren hissed, his voice laced with fury, interrupting Cornell. You wretched fool. Why yes, my lord, I truly am a fool, Cornell stammered. Mind your own business. Roren, maintaining his composure, sheathed the dagger and retrieved a piece of parchment along with a quill. Should you glean any further information, do inform me. I shall seek you out again. For now, please sign this promissory note. Cornell grimaced as he picked up the quill. Why must it still be 200 gold dragons? Roren smiled. I have not prepared a second note. However, I can offer you an additional song as compensation for an interesting tale. The singer, having transformed his sorrow into joy, reluctantly inscribed his name on the promissory note. Amidst the cacophony of voices surrounding him, Roren softly hummed a tune. This afternoon, he had adapted a song from another realm, haphazardly cobbling together some universal phrases, resulting in a rather disjointed composition. Yet, the singer was more concerned with the melody, paying little heed to the disarray of the words. After completing his rendition, indifferent to whether Cornell had taken note, he picked up the promissory note from the table and departed from the tavern. Minstrels wander through the Seven Kingdoms, their presence felt from the last Hearth City in the north to the azure Isle of Riverbend. They are arguably the most well-informed among the populace. Most are astute and literate, making them exceptional candidates for intelligence gathering, due to his previous actions inciting the king's displeasure. The path to the court was temporarily severed for Roren. He could only devise means to extend his influence from the far reaches of the realm. Upon riding back to the courtyard on the Rennie's Hills, Roren found his father had ventured to the Red Keep with over a dozen nobles from the Vale to meet the Prime Minister and partake in a banquet, and had yet to return home. Young Brol and Poland were engaged in a vigorous sparring match, their swordplay fierce and radiant, seemingly slicing through the moonlight. Nearby, in proximity to the kitchen, Lucy stirred the soap mixture, frequently glancing up towards Roren. Approaching her, Roren noticed her forehead glistening with sweat and said, "Allow me. You should take a break." Lucy looked up, her fair face framed by her chestnut hair. The scars on her ear appeared to have faded slightly. Sensing Lauren's gaze upon her, Lucy felt a flutter of anxiety and replied, "No need. I'm capable." She hastily lowered her head, a hint of girlish shyness coloring her cheeks. Roren chuckled softly, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, but hesitated, feeling it might be too bold. Having enlisted shortly after university, he had dedicated over a decade to his country and was utterly unsure of how to interact with young women. Unbeknownst to him, Lucy's expression turned to one of disappointment at the retreat of his hand. "I'll assist Elena in the kitchen," Lucy announced, setting down the stirring stick and hurriedly returning to the kitchen. Young Brol and Poland had ceased their combat, leaving the courtyard in a tranquil hush. After a while, a commotion at the entrance heralded the arrival of Bell, leading a horse into the courtyard. "Father," Roren greeted him, taking the reins. "I heard you have arranged for the ship tomorrow?" Bell nodded. "The people from Coldwater City have already returned a few days ahead of us. I must also depart soon, to guard against them using Addis's death as a pretext to provoke us on the peninsula. The situation here is more precarious than on the peninsula. You must exercise greater caution. I will leave young Brol to assist you. Hardwin and Fran, as hired knights, have collaborated for some time. They are loyal and reliable, and they wish to stay, to be at your service in the future. But this means we will be short-handed at home." Roren expressed his concern. A few days ago, at the Prime Minister's banquet, he encountered Royce Covard, who hypocritically greeted him in the presence of the Prime Minister. One wonders if he would be driven to madness upon returning to Coldwater City after hearing of his brother's demise. "Rest assured, I have already initiated a recruitment plan in King's Landing, and I shall do the same while passing through Seagull Town. Reinforcements will soon be at hand." Bell scoffed disdainfully, asserting that Royce Covard was hardly a rival. Roland chuckled as well, as with the expansion of business, he could now audaciously proclaim that matters solvable with money were trivial. The knights and mercenaries available to Coldwater City numbered merely around 30, supplemented by approximately 300 able-bodied men from the territory. Upon his father's return, along with the knights recruited by Old Barlow during this period, the peninsula would be sufficiently fortified. Once reinforcements were gathered, Coldwater City would pose little threat. He resumed stirring by the lie, remarking, "According to Scholar Common, there are still no signs of seasonal change. Summer is likely to linger for a considerable time. After father returns, perhaps we should consider expanding the saltworks." Bell nodded in agreement, indicating that the saltworks indeed required additional manpower. There were many dispossessed farmers in King's Landing. Some could be recruited and sent to the peninsula. He belched, having indulged in considerable drink at the Prime Minister's feast, and as he relaxed here, the effects of the wine began to wash over him, inducing a sense of drowsiness. I must retire for the evening. After Roland escorted his father back to his chamber, he returned to the courtyard to discuss the recruitment of dispossessed farmers with Boron. Whether in times of war or peace, bankrupt farmers consistently emerged under the oppression of noble lords and affluent knights. The distinction lay in the fact that during wartime, they could enlist in various lords' armies to earn a meager living. In peacetime, however, these destitute souls had no choice but to seek survival in populous cities. This reality directly resulted in the increasingly crowded and chaotic flea markets within King's Landing. Boron, with his years of mercenary experience, was well versed in the ways of all walks of life, making him the ideal candidate for the task of recruitment. He also reviewed the recent accounts with Leo. Not long ago, his cousin had brought over 3 former associates from Seagull Town, all capable young men. Through their collective efforts, the peninsula had nearly monopolized the salt market in King's Landing and was gradually expanding into the Crownlands and Stormlands. The reputation of their soap also began to flourish among the affluent households of King's Landing. The limited production meant that supply consistently fell short of demand. Roland had imparted the principles of Arabic numerals and the art of double-entry bookkeeping to Leo, who, being diligent and quick-witted, soon organized the accounts with remarkable efficiency. Chapter 29. Lyssa's passed as night deepened. Only the kitchen remained illuminated. Elena and Lucy busily mixed lye with wood ash, engaged in conversation and laughter. Roland stood in the shadows, quietly observing the 2 charming girls. Suddenly, Elena's hand was struck against the stove, prompting her to cry out in pain as she cupped her hand to her mouth, gently blowing on it, exuding an endearing yet pitiable aura. Lucy approached as if to offer her comfort. It was then that Loren noticed Elena's hands had turned pale from the caustic water, with several blisters forming. Neither of them had realized he had reached the doorway until Loren grasped Elena's hand, prompting a startled gasp from her. "Do not move." Loren observed the damage inflicted upon her hand by the caustic solution, a pang of guilt washing over him. "Why did you not inform me?" Elena merely felt a warmth spreading through her palm, the pain easing slightly, unaware that Loren was discreetly channeling magic. "It is of no consequence. During my time as a maid, my hands often suffered from frostbite." As his grip enveloped her hand, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, the dark red of her hair accentuating her allure. Loren found himself momentarily entranced, hastily averting his gaze from Elena's face. The magic could only provide temporary relief. It was not a lasting solution. In their pursuit to increase productivity, Elena and Lucy often toiled late into the night, and if this continued, they would inevitably exhaust themselves. Loren pondered for a moment before speaking. "Boron will be recruiting help at the flea market these days. I will have him enlist some children to assist you. Leo would be frequently away, and 2 hired knights would be integrated into the city's defense forces." Loren had also made arrangements for Boron and Little Blore. During the day, the yard would likely only be occupied by Elena and Lucy, so having children around would provide a measure of safety. "No," Elena exclaimed, "if that happens, it won't be long before others learn the method." Loren smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. We can create something even better. The process of making soap is quite straightforward. Boron has recently procured large quantities of lard and straw, and it seems the raw materials may have already been figured out by others, making it inevitable that they would replicate it. However, the current soap is still rudimentary and possesses ample room for improvement. Moreover, there is the possibility of crafting scented soap, though extracting the essence can be laborious. Yet, if the essence can be produced, it would allow for the expansion of the business into perfumes, which would be immensely profitable. The city-state of Lys on the eastern continent is renowned for its alchemy, primarily producing perfumes that yield substantial profits for the city-state. Loren was determined to find a way to partake in this venture. After all, he had attended university in his previous life and was well versed in the principles of distillation and extraction. As the year 289 of the Igan calendar drew to a close, with the return of Balistan, the royal council, aside from the Minister of Finance, was now fully staffed. John had also found some leisure time, and after securing his consent, Loren no longer needed to attend the throne room or the royal council meetings. Mornings were typically dedicated to martial arts and archery, as well as reconciling accounts for the prime minister. Afternoons were spent learning about the knowledge of this world from Keeman, or sparring with the red-robed monk Soros and swiftly mastering his dialectical accent. The red-robed monk was a formidable warrior, having not only shone brightly in Pike's City of the Iron Islands, but also claimed victory in several martial tournaments. The substantial rewards he earned were squandered on the finest wines in King's Landing and on the most beautiful courtesans, along with the wildfires and the burned steel swords. His pockets soon became utterly empty. Loren occasionally invited him for drinks and promised to finance the construction of 2 temples dedicated to the Lord of Light in King's Landing and Seagull Town within 5 years. The two quickly became companions in revelry. In their leisure time, he accompanied Lisa on her strolls, perhaps due to the trauma from her previous miscarriages. She grew increasingly anxious as her belly gradually swelled. She frequently requested Common's assistance to check on the status of her unborn child. The fetus was developing well, as Loren discreetly utilized magic to discern. As Lisa approached her due date, she found herself increasingly drawn to venturing outdoors, often dismissing her servants to keep them at a distance while allowing Loren to attend to her needs. According to Common's vague accounts, Lisa had begun to suspect a connection between her misfortunes and her servants ever since her last miscarriage. Dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, brewing a storm. Lisa had not ascended the castle walls in many days, yet today she threw a tantrum, insisting on going up to take a look. The sea breeze howled as the two stood quietly atop the Red Keep's walls. In the distance lay the tumultuous Blackwater Bay, while behind them, the tranquil godswood lay beneath the castle walls. Loren gazed into the distance, contemplating recent events. The customs officials had sent word from across the narrow sea, revealing clues regarding the former prime minister of the previous dynasty. However, by the time they reached his residence, it was vacated. Perhaps John and Peter's extensive investigation had startled him into fleeing, or perhaps Varys had conveyed the news across the narrow sea in advance. In any case, John Cunnington had now completely vanished. Loren felt indifferent. The purpose of unearthing the former prime minister had always been to topple Janos, a goal now achieved. And he had successfully created a rift between Varys and Peter. Yet, it was likely that he had also aroused their suspicions. Upon arriving in King's Landing, he had aimed to remain as inconspicuous as possible, but now he found himself a subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of mending fences after the sheep have fled, Loren took steps to remedy the situation. He acquired 2 additional properties near the base of the Red Keep and the Rainwood, currently searching for a suitable estate outside the Mudgate. He only hoped that these 3 boroughs would serve him well in a time of dire need. Loren's gaze drifted past Lisa, towards the southern expanse of Blackwater Bay, which was far less prosperous than King's Landing, with only a few villages nestled among the fields. Further in the distance, the vast Kingswood lay like a great black beast resting upon the horizon. How wonderful it would be to have a stronghold outside King's Landing. He could establish workshops for soap and perfume there, without fearing the exposure of his methods. He could develop his ventures in peace, at least without the constant vigilance of the king or others, as was the case in King's Landing. Lost in thought, Loren was suddenly interrupted by Lisa, who believed he was spying on her, and she turned to ask, "Loren, do you think I am beautiful?" His reverie was broken as her red locks danced in the wind, brushing against his face, causing a slight itch. There is no trace of the sharp-tongued demeanor often depicted in television dramas. Had she not been with child, the 23-year-old Lisa would undoubtedly embody grace and charm, reminiscent of Morena during her portrayal in Firefly. In the long summer, her delicate gown clung tightly to her figure, caressed by the sea breeze. Roland responded with a calm smile, for even the flowers of Riverrun would feel inadequate in the presence of a lady such as her. Yet, upon hearing his praise, Lisa displayed no joy or sorrow. She mirrored his sentiment. Roland was left perplexed. Lisa offered no reply, instead turning her gaze towards another towering spire of the Red Keep. Following her line of sight, Roland recognized it as the White Sword Tower, the residence of the Kingsguard. If I were truly beautiful, why would he rather don a white cloak than take me as his bride? Why, when he lay upon me, did he call out the name of Caitlin? Lisa's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. It seems you, like those from Riverrun and the Eyrie, approach me merely to curry favor. He was right. You are all scoundrels. All deceivers. Lisa ground her teeth, her emotions spiraling out of control. I shall make John Arryn aware of your misconduct and demand he cast you out of the Red Keep, or see you hanged. Though Roland had long anticipated Lisa's neurotic tendencies, her current hysterical outburst provoked his ire. When did I ever lay a hand upon you? It was Jaime who refused to wed you, and it was Peter who called out Caitlyn's name while upon you. What have I done to deserve this? They stood at the corner of the city wall, with the patrolling gold cloaks and servants distant, the stone wall shielding them from prying eyes. Anger surged within Roland. Lisa, in her delicate condition, possessed a certain allure, her once modest curves now accentuated. Of course, he harbored some inappropriate thoughts, but John had once extended his support, compelling Roland to suppress any bold notions he might entertain, never once considering action. Yet, The impulses of youth are not always easily contained. In this moment, he grasped Lisa's hand and guided it towards himself. I am not lying. This, Lisa, is what is truly inappropriate. Lisa gasped, retracting her hand sharply. Her cheeks flushed and her breath uneven. Yet, she refrained from further histrionics. Seeing her regain some composure, Roland exhaled in relief. My lady, the sea breeze is rather strong. We ought to return. Lisa moved slowly, still seemingly in a daze. Upon reaching the staircase of the wall, she paused, glancing at Roland with a forlorn expression when he showed no inclination to move. With a resigned sigh, Roland extended his hand to steady her. Together, they descended the wall. Lisa hesitated, then finally could not restrain her curiosity. Am I truly that beautiful? Once more, Roland found himself at a loss for words. Of course, if you believe those around you speak thus merely to gain favor, you should explore King's Landing after your delivery. I have long advised you that remaining in the Hand's Tower will drive you to madness. Lisa hesitated, nodding slightly. In my youth, Loras interjected. My lady is still quite young. Lisa smiled gently and continued. That year, when the Duke of Tywin sent envoys to propose, it was the happiest moment of my life. Indeed, many years ago, the Duke of Tywin from the west and the Duke of Hoster from the Riverlands sought to unite Lisa with Jaime. However, as Jaime became a member of the Kingsguard, the prospect was regrettably abandoned. The Mad King seized the opportunity to humiliate Tywin, never considering the shame it brought to a young girl of that time. When the news of his donning the white cloak reached Riverrun, I wept through the night. Lisa descended the steps, standing beneath the ominous weirwood trees, perplexed by her emotions. Until the sea breeze swept through, the two found themselves in the weirwood grove, the canopy above swaying like tumultuous waves, mirroring Lisa's capricious feelings. It was only that night when he confessed his love to me, declaring that the admiration others held for me was mere flattery, while his feelings were genuine. Loras, infused with sarcasm, retorted, Is that what you call a confession? And foolishly offering your maidenhead to Peter? Silence! Lisa exclaimed, her head snapping up in alarm, glancing around frantically. No need to look, it's futile. He boasts to every nobleman he encounters about his conquest of your maidenhood. No, he is not that kind of man. Caitlin has never engaged in anything improper with him. You are aware that such things should not occur? Lisa stood frozen. But he loves me. Then surely he must have defended you vigorously? As the rain began to fall, Loras gazed up at the rustling canopy. When you were forced to drink moon tea. Lisa shed tears once more. For years, she remained confined within the confines of the Hand's Tower, attempting to persuade herself. My lady, we must return. Loras turned to leave the grove. He would extend sympathy and assistance to the innocent, yet remain a detached observer to those who stubbornly acted foolishly. Chapter 30. The Alchemist's Guild. As night faded, King's Landing began to emerge into clarity. Taking advantage of the morning chill, Loras and Sorrel exited the Red Keep, riding towards the Silent Sister Street. The streets were desolate and quiet until they reached the square where several thoroughfares converged in the heart of the city, revealing a few scattered souls. These were the busiest individuals in the city, most clad in tattered burlap garments. By day, they labored diligently at the docks, earning their daily sustenance, and returned at night to their humble abodes. As they cleared the path, they regarded Loras and the red-robed monk atop their steeds with curiosity, pondering why these lords were up so early, particularly when they noticed the two heading towards the dark high building in the west of the square. They couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. That was the Alchemist's Guild, a place that all in King's Landing avoided with trepidation. Gazing upon the imposing structure with its black roof and gray faade, Loras could almost envision the bustling scenes of its past. The surroundings of this building are now overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected for a considerable time. Not far away, the sacred Beller Cathedral stands majestically atop the Vezania Hills. Pilgrims, when seeking solace or prayer, would rather take a detour than pass by this dilapidated structure. After engaging in a spar with the red-robed monk yesterday and learning of his intent to procure wildfire here, Loren wrestled with his curiosity until he could no longer contain his desire to explore. Indeed, the method of soap making has been learned by others, and two competing brands have already emerged in King's Landing. Improvements to the product are urgently needed. He intends to experiment with the creation of fragrances, and the Alchemist's Guild is the only place in the city where he might obtain distillation equipment. Soros knocked firmly on the door, while Loren, seizing the moment, curiously examined the ancient wooden door before him. The door, crafted from ironwood, bore a deep black hue, yet it was adorned in the center with a decorative strip of a grayish-white, reminiscent of bone. The texture of this unfamiliar wood was remarkably intricate. When he traced his fingers across it, it felt almost like skin. Frowning slightly, Loren thought that even the driest wood should retain some moisture. However, as he channeled his magic, it felt as though there was nothing beneath his hand, his magical essence dissipating into the wood like a cow diving into the sea. "This is fish liang wood," Soros observed, mistaking Loren's contemplation for an attempt to identify the material. Loren feigned enlightenment, having heard that this wood could endure for millennia. It indeed appeared remarkable. Soros nodded, mentioning that a door in the black and white court of Bravos is also made from fish liang wood. Just as he finished speaking, the door creaked open from within. An elderly man, bleary-eyed and pale, glanced at the red-robed monk before scrutinizing Loren with caution. "Step aside, Harlan. Do you not wish to conduct business any longer? I have brought you a new patron," the monk said, appearing quite familiar with the elder. He added with a smile, "Be careful. This is the Prime Minister's attendant, and a single word from him could sever your meager income." Loren did not mind the introduction. After all, the Prime Minister's name was often quite advantageous. "Good morning, wise Harlan. I have come for personal matters this time." The elder's demeanor softened slightly, and he stepped aside, inviting the two inside. After a long yawn, he remarked, "Soros, if you could refrain from arriving so early next time, I would gladly accept a few less silver deer from you." The hall was dim and spacious, with a single chair placed in the center, covered with a blanket, presumably for the elder to rest upon while waiting for Soros. Harlan lit an oil lamp and led them down a long corridor. Upon opening a door at the end of the corridor, a tunnel leading underground revealed itself. The three of them traversed the tunnel in silence, the solitary lamp resembling a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, at risk of being engulfed by the surrounding darkness. Loren could not help but recall the prison beneath the Red Keep. However, while that dungeon was always filled with the sounds of anguished cries, here, there was only an eerie silence. However, if compelled to choose between the two, Loren would prefer to remain in the dungeons of the Red Keep. During the reign of the Mad King, countless wildfire was produced here, hidden away in the corners of King's Landing. Indeed, most of it still lies quietly stored within the hall of the Alchemist's Guild. At the end of the staircase is a narrow, elongated corridor. Harlan lit 2 oil lamps on the wall, casting a faint glow in the dim space. Like a labyrinth, numerous passages lined both sides of the corridor. Leaving the two to wait, Harlan, lantern in hand, navigated through the winding passages. In the fleeting moment when the light flickered past, the corridors were illuminated, revealing a myriad of tightly packed ceramic jars. Harlan turned into one of the passages and soon emerged, clutching a jar tightly. Soros lifted his crimson robe, and only then did Loren notice that, in addition to the wine jug he often carried, a slightly smaller copper vessel hung from his waist. Harlan had already hung the lantern on the wall. Soros approached with the copper vessel, and the two moved further away, into the reach of the light. Harlan cautiously opened the ceramic jar. Under the flickering illumination, a greenish liquid slowly poured from the jar, flowing through a funnel into the iron vessel. The faces of the red-robed monk and Harlan glowed faintly with green, both bearing a serious expression. Wildfire flowed like jade, a delicate stream. Loren watched the slender green line and the flickering light on the wall, his heart tightening with unease. The air was thick and stifling underground, and he could almost envision the wildfire quietly evaporating. He wondered what spectacle awaited King's Landing when the gas eventually filled the stone chamber, igniting with a ferocious explosion upon contact with a spark. Suppressing the urge to flee, Loren observed the red-robed monk sealing the copper vessel once more. It was ironic that the followers of Rallick, deeply linked to fire, knew to store flammable liquid in metal containers, while these seemingly more scientific fire mages still relied on ceramic jars. Harlan, with his pallid green visage, turned to Loren. "Aren't you coming over?" Loren decisively shook his head. "I did not come for wildfire. I am merely interested in alchemy and wish to procure some tools." Harlan's eyes brightened at this, and he sealed the jar, the green glow on his face finally dissipating. They exited the tunnel, returning to the spacious hall. Although Soros worshipped the Lord of Light, he remained apprehensive about the wildfire-laden Alchemist's Guild. He feared that as the weather grew warmer, the danger would escalate, and after paying 2 golden dragons, he departed alone. Harry led Loren up the staircase towards the upper levels, secretly calculating how many golden dragons he could earn from him. Currently, Soros was his only steady client, and while 2 golden dragons seemed substantial, with the war now quelled, it was likely to be 6 months before the red-robed monk returned to purchase wildfire again. He decided to share a portion of the profits with the 2 elderly individuals and the apprentice still lingering at the guild. The remaining funds would suffice for a few delightful meals and some visits to attractive courtesans. Perhaps he could even consider reducing the workforce, Harry mused. Chapter 31. Vincent. As he ascended to the highest level of the guild, It appeared as though this place had not been visited in quite some time. A thick layer of dust was stirred by his footsteps, wafting through the morning light. Harry plucked a large set of keys from the wall, and with another cloud of dust swirling around him, he unlocked the first door. "Sir, feel free to explore, but do exercise caution. There are many precious and fragile items here," he said, though Loren could not be bothered to correct his title. This space resembled an alchemist's workbench, strewn with various bottles, each containing only remnants of dried liquid. There were also some desiccated plant tubers and scattered mineral rocks, a scene of desolation. In the days of the Targaryen dynasty, this place had once thrived, but with the fall of the dragons, the success rate of the alchemist's experiments waned, leading the guild inexorably towards decline. With the Mad King's obsession with wildfire, the pyromancer Rosath had even served as Hand of the King for 2 weeks, representing the last flicker of hope for the alchemists of Westeros. That glimmer was extinguished when the Kingslayer wielded his gilded sword to slay the final 3 sages. It was necessary for someone to oversee this place to prevent the wildfire hidden below from spreading, which is why the guild continued to support the few remaining alchemists, who in turn had elected Harry as the new sage. Loren had no time to envision the former glory of this space. A glance around the cramped room revealed that apart from the scattered alchemical materials, the table held only a few glass vessels resembling beakers and variously shaped ceramic jars. The pyromancer Harry noted the disappointment on Loren's face and could not help but purse his lips. In the past, some noblemen would occasionally visit in hopes of acquiring valuable items, and Harry often managed to offload some trinkets to fill his pockets. Today's visitor, though younger, seemed less gullible. "Are you not interested in these items, my lord?" Harry inquired knowingly. Loren shook his head. "Though these glass vessels are precious, they are only suitable for baking and weighing, of little use to me." Harry raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Loren's attire, hesitating momentarily. Loren, aware of the implication, patted his pocket, producing a clinking sound of gold and iron. "If you have something worthwhile, do not keep it hidden. You shall not be without your reward." Only then did Harry smile and say, "Follow me." The two descended another flight of stairs, finding this level considerably cleaner than the previous one. As they walked down the corridor, a noise emanated from a room at the end. "Is someone already beginning alchemy at this early hour?" Loren asked. "Yet." Harry shook his head, muttering a curse, and quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the raucous abode, Harry forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, a haze of smoke enveloped the room, with a workbench at its center where a lanky middle-aged man flailed about in a state of disarray, standing before a continually smoking apparatus. Harry strode in, unleashing a torrent of expletives. "Damn it, Vincent, do you desire King's Landing to reek even more?" Roland followed closely, an overpowering and acrid stench assailing his senses, nearly bringing him to tears. Once he collected himself, he realized the scent resembled that of sulfur, covering his mouth and nose. He ventured further inside, whereupon he discovered a young man burning several pieces of or within a crucible. Roland felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated encountering a dedicated alchemical prodigy, fervently engaged in experiments from the break of dawn, only to find a madman exacerbating the air quality of King's Landing. Harry busied himself extinguishing the flames while Roland opened the windows, standing beside them to find some respite. He never thought he would one day perceive the air of King's Landing as remarkably fresh. Harry flung open 2 cabinets, instantly erupting in frustration. "Vincent, I warned you. If you waste my or any further, you can consider yourself expelled from the Alchemist Guild." The young alchemist stood before Harry, looking thoroughly contrite. "I sincerely apologize, wise Harry. I assure you, I shall extract the essence of the ore. Please grant me another opportunity." "To hell with opportunities," Harry retorted, his demeanor frigid. "I regret to say, Vincent, that you are aware the guild's funding is scant. You must forge your own path." After a brief hesitation, he fished out 5 silver stags from his pocket. "Many city-states across the narrow sea hold alchemy in high regard. Perhaps you might find your fortune there. They do not revere alchemy. They require someone to craft exquisite wines and poisons for them." Vincent appeared utterly dejected, and wise Harry, 5 silver stags won't even cover the fare. "I have not demanded compensation for the lost ore, which should suffice." Harry's tone turned stern. "Must I summon someone to expel you?" Roland shook his head and stepped forward. "I do not wish to intrude upon your discourse, but I too am pressed for time. Harry, if you lack what I seek, I must take my leave." Harry hastily curtailed his chastisement of the young alchemist and addressed Roland. "There exists no place in the 7 kingdoms with a more comprehensive array of alchemical instruments than here. Do share what you require. The tools to craft the exquisite wines of the free trade city-states, as you discussed earlier. You wish to distill spirits?" "Roland, intending merely to extract essences using distillation apparatus, nodded nonetheless. In Westeros, the north primarily produced beer, while the south favored wine, both of which were fermented beverages. Distilled spirits were a rarity, only produced in the far eastern Essos. It seemed these alchemists possessed some skill after all. Harry's eyes sparkled, my lord. Most alchemical implements originate from Lys, where rum and other distilled spirits are simultaneously produced. The sale of relevant apparatus is under strict control. I only possess 2 sets here, making it somewhat difficult for you to proceed with a purchase. Loren chuckled coldly. Harry, the sage, I have mentioned my interest in alchemy, but I am not entirely ignorant. As far as I know, to distill liquor, acquiring a still and a few cooling tubes would suffice. Quality tools yield superior results. Harry gave a wry smile as he stepped outside, yet he did not forget to admonish the young sorcerer, Vincent, to hasten his packing. He must depart today. Harry guided Loren through several other rooms on this level, selecting 2 copper stills and some hollow tubes, along with various vessels used by alchemists. After settling the payment, he informed Harry that someone would come to collect the items in the afternoon. As he prepared to leave, he noticed the young alchemist emerging dejectedly from the previous room. Wait a moment, Loren called out with a smile. Vincent, I find myself short-staffed. If you have nowhere else to go for the time being, why not come and stay with me for a while? Observing the hesitation on his face, Loren continued, consider it carefully. If you decide, you can find me at the Red Fortress. I am the Prime Minister's aide. The golden robe will ensure your announcement. With that, he turned and descended the stairs, leaving Vincent to ponder. The knowledge possessed by alchemists is often still shrouded in ignorance, offering limited assistance. He could provide some guidance. Yet the journey from theory to tangible results is a long one. Even if he knew how to manually concoct explosives, he would likely not have the opportunity to gather all the requisite materials before the White Walkers arrived at his doorstep. Climbing the technological tree requires a foundational level of productivity. Otherwise, it is merely a fanciful dream. Nonetheless, some foundational endeavors are certainly worth exploring, such as black powder. It seems Vincent can endure the scent of sulfur dioxide. Surely he could manage to distill some nitrate from manure. As expected, as dusk settled, after a day of indecision, Vincent found himself at the Red Fortress. Once he finished his tasks, Loren led the alchemist towards the Rennes Hills. Vincent appeared rather disheartened, perhaps viewing Loren as merely a wealthy young noble. Could you enlighten me on what you wish to create? I observed you smelting ores during the day. Loren inquired suddenly on their way home. Perhaps having spent too long within the Alchemist Guild, the middle-aged man's complexion was even paler than Harry's. Upon hearing Loren mention his work, Vincent managed an awkward smile. Forgive me, my lord. I wish to see if I can extract the essence from the ore. Essence? Loren asked. Yes, the essence, Vincent replied, his eyes reflecting a hint of fervor. The sages believe that the essence of alchemy lies in transformation. Yet I contend that its true significance is in discovery. Iron ore can only be transformed into molten iron, and wood into ash, because their essences differ. The essence of alchemy should reveal these fundamental truths with the appropriate methods. The path of turning stone into gold is inevitably unfeasible. Loren gazed with a hint of surprise at the tall, pallid man before him. The notion that matter is composed of immutable elements has been posited by humanity since ancient times, yet constrained by the limitations of technology. The formulation of the theory of the 5 elements was an impressive achievement in itself. Thus, could this man be considered a genius of his era? Loren held little hope. If all went as anticipated, he might manage to extract a few substances, only to become entangled in the classification conundrum, ultimately reverting to the antiquated theories of 5 or 4 elements. Of course, if his ore contained minerals like realgar or orpiment, he might not even reach that conclusion, meeting an abrupt end in his endeavors. Shaking his head, Loren resolved to offer assistance. Is there a piece of sulfur among the ores you are calcining today? Indeed. It was extracted from the volcanic dragonstone. Very well, Loren mused before continuing. You shall work in my workshop every afternoon, and in the remaining hours, you may continue with your experiments. Let us commence with sulfur, but we must adopt a different approach. You need to collect the gas released from the sulfur into water and stir continuously. You should obtain the desired results. Vincent, though perplexed by this method, could not suppress his joy upon hearing Loren's promise of allowing him to continue his experiments. Thank you, Loren. I shall certainly give it a try. However, I have one stipulation, Loren added. From now on, you must report your experimental plans to me in advance and meticulously document your procedures. No more haphazard burning of materials. You are aware that some stones can emit toxic gases when burned, are you not? Loren reminded him. And if you manage to produce something this time, do not attempt to test it with your hands. He pondered that success might yield sulfuric acid. Chapter 32. The birth. Laurent took a moment to guide Vincent in his experiment, also advancing him 100 silver deer as both salary and experimental funds. Unfortunately, after 2 days of searching, he found no suitable petals for crafting perfumes in King's Landing, leaving him to rely on Leo to continue the search. On the 4th afternoon, the entire city felt as though it had been scorched by a mad king's wildfire, with waves of heat permeating the air. Laurent paused his archery practice, took a refreshing rinse in the bath, and returned to his modest quarters. He picked up a book on the history of Westeros that he had borrowed from Maester Corman the previous day, yet found himself unable to engage with its contents. Having been in King's Landing for 6 months, he had successfully toppled Janos, allowing his family business to expand smoothly. Yet, aside from that, his gains had been meager. The city guard, Mori, emerged as the greatest beneficiary, while Peter Baelish had been elevated to oversee customs. Although he had been recommended for the position of Minister of Justice, that hope ultimately dissipated. He had come to King's Landing with aspirations of making a significant impact, only to find himself in service of other successes. Despite having set his expectations low due to his lack of societal experience before his military service in a past life, the disappointing outcome still weighed on Laurent's spirits. Nevertheless, the game had only just begun. Surrender was not an option. He closed the book, pondering his next steps in silence. Due to the king's growing suspicion, Mori has ostensibly severed ties. However, 2 knights from his household have infiltrated the guard, maintaining clandestine contact. Mori still seeks favors from him, and the city guard has consistently safeguarded his business interests. Nevertheless, indulging in solitary profit is perilous. In the future, the business in King's Landing could potentially involve Mori. Additionally, with Littlefinger having already collaborated in the salt trade, there are opportunities for him to partake in other ventures as well. After all, he commands the customs of King's Landing, which can be a significant asset. However, the man's ambition is vast, and collaborating with him is akin to courting danger. Ultimately, it boils down to one's own inadequacies. With sufficient power, even the fiercest tiger can be rendered harmless as a kitten. The knights and mercenaries recruited from the Five-Finger Peninsula number nearly 30. Yet that territory remains too small. They have reached their limits, and the distance from King's Landing makes effective support challenging. The pressing need is to acquire additional land. However, in the absence of war, relying on feudal rewards from lords is implausible. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lauren's mind. The Iron Throne is financially strained. So why not lease land from the crown under the pretext of establishing a workshop? Once the workshop produces soap and perfume, there could even be an opportunity for royal shares. Subsequently, he could recruit knights or mercenaries as guardians for the workshop. Nonetheless, such endeavors are ultimately trivial. If only he were in the guise of Robert, he wouldn't have to toil feudally. He could simply conquer the West and deal with the lions, big and small. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted Lauren's reverie. A maid from the Prime Minister's tower stood at the entrance. Loren, the lady says the Prime Minister's tower is too warm. She wishes to take a stroll in the Godswood. Loren rolled his eyes. Matters of the crown and business could wait. He first needed to fulfill his duties as a servant. However, with Lissa's due date approaching, it would be wise to avoid descending the stairs. He ascended to the Prime Minister's tower, intending to persuade her. Since their earlier conversation on the city walls and in the Godswood, Lissa had shown considerable emotional stability. Little did he know that as soon as he reached the upper floor, before he could utter a word, he heard her voice tinged with regret. I don't mean to trouble you, but I've been upstairs for many days, and it is simply too hot here today. Her timid tone made it difficult for Loren to refuse her, but she remained suspicious of her servant. The Prime Minister's tower loomed high, offering no respite from the sweltering sun, making it even warmer than the building in which he resided. Loren extended his hand to steady her, assuring her that there was no trouble. She just needed to be cautious while descending. Lissa placed one hand on his arm and cradled her belly with the other, carefully navigating the staircase. Upon reaching the reception area on the ground floor, she exhaled deeply, her expression betraying a hint of triumph. The leaves in the Godswood hung limply, exhibiting a languid, lifeless demeanor. However, compared to Prime Minister Tali, it was indeed somewhat cooler. Lesha walked along the woodland path toward the heart tree, and Loren spoke. I am truly sorry about that day. I should not have said such things. Just days prior, she had threatened to take her own life, and now her sudden display of understanding left Loren a bit taken aback. He replied, It's all right, my lady. The oak tree stood lush and verdant, providing a canopy of shade. A servant brought a chair and placed it beneath the heart tree. Lesha, feeling fatigued from her walk, was about to sit down when she suddenly froze, clutching her abdomen. No, not now. Beneath the oak heart tree lay a patch of dragon's breath, which, unlike other flora, unfurled unrestrainedly in the scorching weather. The dark red blossoms resembled 1,000 mouths, eager to devour flesh and soul. Loren raised his gaze to Lesha, whose face was etched with panic and fear. Lowering his head, he noticed the hem of Lesha's velvet gown suddenly stained with blood. "You are going into labor." He wrapped one arm around her waist and with the other, lifted her effortlessly. Quickly, summoned the midwife, and immediately informed the Prime Minister. Loren strode outside, calling out to the servants. As he approached the Prime Minister's tower, Bachelor Common hurriedly followed. With steady arms, Loren carried Lesha up the stairs and into the bedroom. Just as he laid her upon the bed, Lesha grasped his hand tightly. "I am so frightened," she trembled, her face still filled with trepidation. Loren endeavored to soothe her, his tone softening considerably. "Do not worry, my lady. Everything will be fine." Fortunately, as Lesha's labor approached, the servants had prepared thoroughly. The midwife, already residing in the Red Fortress, took charge of the bedroom with her attendants. Loren was ushered out. When John returned hastily from the royal council, the anguished cries of Lesha echoed through the Prime Minister's tower. Loren observed the Prime Minister's lips quivering and his hands shaking. So he placed a chair outside the bedroom. Within, Lesha's cries persisted, mingling with the midwife's commands and the hurried footsteps of the maids that drifted out into the corridor. John fidgeted restlessly in the chair. Witnessing the birth of a new life is inherently exhilarating. Yet Loren felt his own anxiety rise as he paced the hallway. Lesha's cries grew increasingly piercing, akin to the howling cold winds from the previous winter, sweeping away the oppressive heat of the corridor. The midwife's voice became more urgent, tinged with rising panic. Occasionally, Bachelor Common could be heard encouraging Lesha with trembling words. After what felt like an eternity, the cries abruptly ceased. The corridor and room fell into an eerie silence. "Oh, Holy Mother, have mercy on the poor woman." Common's voice shattered the stillness. "But why was there such sorrow? Mother River Loren, why must you be so cruel?" Came the midwife's voice, still praying to the deities of a millennium past. John trembled as he rose to his feet, a foreboding sense enveloping him. How could this happen? Loren, unable to contain his impatience, furrowed his brow and strode purposefully to the bedroom door, thrusting it open with vigor. The air within was thick and stifling. A servant stood holding a blood-soaked towel, the room reeking of iron and despair. Lisa lay upon the bed, her garments stained with blood, her pallid face fixed towards the ceiling, her eyes devoid of life. At the foot of the bed, the midwife knelt, cradling a lifeless infant. The child's eyes were tightly shut, its limbs limp and unresponsive, another stillborn. Overcome with sorrow, John leaned against the doorframe, sinking helplessly to the floor. Ronar, Albert, Dennis, along with Jenny and Lisa. He silently mourned the heirs and former wives who had departed from his life. Seven gods above, why must I endure such punishment? The curtains fluttered without a breeze. A spectral dance of gloom. It was the silhouette of a stranger, a phantasm haunting the realm, a tale recounted by the old wet nurse many years ago. Lisa reminisced about the town of Riverlands, where the Tumblestone and Red Fork rivers converged beyond the city walls. As a child, her bedroom was adjacent to the fortifications. The rivers roared with ferocity, yet within her chamber, only the faintest murmurs of water could be heard. Those sounds were like a lullaby, soothing her through countless nights until that fateful day when the man she believed to be her destined one donned a white cloak. She had hidden herself in her room, weeping through the night to the rhythm of the flowing waters. Soon after, the boy who had grown alongside her stealthily entered her chamber. Their secret was soon discovered by her father. She drank the moon tea, resulting in the loss of her first child. That very night, the familiar river sounds vanished, replaced by the mournful cries of a ghostly lament. With each subsequent child lost after her marriage to the Eyrie, the howling winds of the castle echoed with spectral wails. Until this pregnancy, those haunting sounds had not graced her dreams for a long time. The fetus was developing well, as the maester often declared, a fact she could also feel. Yet now, lying in bed, she could hear the return of those phantoms that elicited both fear and guilt. Lisa felt herself plummeting into an abyss with no end in sight, forever devoid of light. She had once tried to envision the mindset of those condemned prisoners cast from the moon door of the Eyrie. Surely their anguish could not rival her own. Suddenly, a figure approached the foot of the bed. Lisa's vision blurred with tears. Was that her uncle? Brendan had always regarded her as his own, yet she had erred, undoubtedly breaking his heart. She recalled the sorrowful expression he wore as he sent her off to wed, mirroring her own grief on the journey to the Eyrie. Her sight gradually sharpened. Lisa fell once more into the depths of despair. It was not the uncle, but rather that lad from the Five Fingers Peninsula. Loren cradled the infant from the midwife's arms. The tiny body was drenched in amniotic fluid and streaked with blood, its skin wrinkled and devoid of vitality. Yet, this was not how it should be. When he had ushered Lisa into the bedroom, he could still sense the life of the fetus. Loren's heart twisted in anguish as he held the child tightly. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Clear the way. He approached the bedside, first pushing aside the midwife, then sweeping away the scissors and towels that lay beside Lisa. Looking into Lisa's vacant gaze, he presented the child before her. Gently prying open the infant's mouth, he urged, "Lisa, blow. What are you staring at? Hurry, blow." "Oh, all right." Lisa appeared somewhat bewildered, yet under Loren's insistence, she complied. Loren then sat at the edge of the bed, placing the infant upon his lap, and pressed 2 fingers rhythmically against her chest, again and again without pause. Jon strained to maintain his composure. Common opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. No one noticed when the wind suddenly picked up, the curtains fluttering chaotically. At that moment, a distant rumble of thunder resonated from the sky. The room was filled with the sound of a newborn's cries. Chapter 33. The marvelous encounter of fishbeam wood and sulfuric acid. The rain poured heavily. Servants bustled in and out. Lisa remained reclined on the bed, now adorned in a fresh gown. The small infant lay nestled against her chest, peacefully asleep. Casting her gaze towards the door, she attempted to discern the conversations happening downstairs. But the sound of the rain drowned out all noise. As she listened, it seemed she was transported back to her childhood in the flowing city. Then, lulled into a deep slumber, she drifted into dreams. "My dear scholar, I have already mentioned that this is medicine, not magic," Loren explained with a hint of exasperation. "Perhaps the infant was asphyxiated by amniotic fluid at birth. If we promptly clear the mouth and nose, followed by chest compressions, there is a significant chance of revival." "I will," Common replied slowly, nodding. "You do not mind if I write to the Citadel, do you?" "Of course not. The drowned god priests of the Ironborn often employ this method in their ceremonies to revive their followers," Loren answered. "I will document the procedure of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and send it to you shortly." Although this method was mastered by the Ironborn priests, it had not been disseminated beyond the Iron Islands. The Citadel still held some value. Common penned a request to investigate the dangers of young mothers. And soon the Citadel produced results, advocating that the lords of the 7 kingdoms prevent early marriages among their subjects. Jon quietly observed their discourse. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly. Upon seeing the newcomer, he hastily rose, bowing and placing his hand over his heart. "Your Majesty, the Fonya Novel Network presents King Robert," accompanied solely by a member of the King's Guard, both of whom were drenched by the rain, clearly in a hurry. Lord Run and Ser Keeman hastily bowed in respect. "Jon, I have heard you have welcomed a daughter." The news of the Prime Minister's sudden departure from the Royal Council had already spread throughout the court. The Queen and Varys, among others, had dispatched servants to lend assistance while discreetly seeking information. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Jon replied, his face creased with an uncontrollable smile. Robert stepped forward and embraced him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Jon." The king appeared somewhat heavier than when he had last returned to King's Landing, making the embrace seem quite laborious for the Prime Minister. Although Robert may not have been the most competent ruler, he nevertheless valued emotional bonds deeply. In Westeros, there was no tradition of visiting newborns. Only on the day of naming would friends and family offer their blessings and gifts. Yet, Robert braved the rain to visit the Prime Minister's tower, a testament to the profound bond between the two men. Lord Ryn busied himself pouring wine for the king when a sudden thought struck him. Even Stannis, upon suspecting the truth of Cersei and Jaime's incestuous relationship, feared provoking Robert's ire and chose to confide in Jon, leaving it to him to unveil the truth. As an outsider, Ryn felt it inappropriate to address the matter himself. He replaced the summer red wine with a stronger Bravos rum, filling Robert's cup to the brim. Just as Ryn was about to withdraw, the king turned to him and said, "Young man, I still cannot grant you the office of the Minister of Justice. However, you have saved Jon's child, and I must reward you. You may make a request." The sudden shift in Robert's demeanor caused Ryn a moment of hesitation, but he understood that the king was earnest in his proposition. Ryn did not decline, promptly stating, "Your Majesty, I wish to lease a small parcel of land near King's Landing to construct a warehouse and workshop." Observing that Ryn was both prudent and reasonable in his request, Robert nodded in agreement, discussed the matter with Jon, and make it happen. In just a few exchanges, the arrangement was settled. The king and the Prime Minister conversed for a while longer, finished their drinks, and, as the rain ceased, departed in a flurry, much like they had arrived. Ryn and Keeman, seeing that their presence was no longer necessary in the Prime Minister's tower, retreated to their respective chambers, until the door was once again knocked upon. Vincent had reached the center of Silent Sister Street, his throat sore and itchy, making it difficult for him to suppress a cough. Yet, he bore an expression of excitement. He had succeeded. Just the day before, he had finally created the substance known as sulfuric acid, as referred to by Lord Roren, through the burning of sulfur. Initially, there was a muffled burn, but after reacting with water, the sulfuric acid had failed to corrode the paper even after an entire night. Subsequently, by burning and introducing it into the air, the results improved somewhat. Nevertheless, the outcome was still unsatisfactory. It was Roren who had discovered that the sulfuric acid contained too much water, resulting in a low concentration. The two contemplated that perhaps they could distill the dilute sulfuric acid to enhance its efficacy. Believing that the forthcoming tasks would pose little danger, Roren advised against allowing any liquid to come into contact with skin. He hurried back to the Red Keep, leaving Vincent in the laboratory. As Vincent observed the sulfuric acid evaporating to merely 1/5 of its original volume, it began to emit wisps of smoke. Curiosity piqued. He unwittingly inhaled several breaths of the acidic vapor. By the time he realized the mistake, a sharp pain had already seized his throat. Yet, this was of little concern. He was exhilarated as he dripped sulfuric acid onto paper, which almost instantaneously carbonized. Subsequently, he experimented with every inconsequential item within his reach: iron sheets, ceramic pots, and copper stars. Vincent's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the essence of sulfur ore. He felt as though he had burst open the ultimate gateway to the path of alchemy. As he gazed at the dwindling magical liquid, he yearned to extract more, only to discover that the sulfur he had procured was entirely depleted. Despite the sweltering heat, he dashed through much of King's Landing, as if propelled by the wind. After a brief respite in the square of Silent Nun Street, Vincent made his way toward the Alchemist Guild. Just as he was about to knock on the door, his gaze was drawn to the bone-white decorative strip adorning it. Having spent many years here, he recognized it as the legendary symbol of the forest's children, a fish that would not decay even after a millennium. But what if it encountered sulfuric acid? Instinctively, Vincent touched the glass vial in his pocket, which contained the last remnants of sulfuric acid. He surveyed his surroundings. It was of no consequence, he thought, as the fish stood just outside the door. Who would know the truth? Unable to contain himself, Vincent discreetly retrieved the glass vial and brought its mouth close to one end of the decorative strip. The sulfuric acid flowed forth, dripping onto the surface of the fish. Yet, there was no reaction. Disheartened, he finally knocked on the guild's door. Harlan opened the door, welcoming him inside. The sage remained pleased with his decision to dismiss Vincent, as it not only curtailed the waste of ore and reduced personnel costs, but also opened a market for his own goods. There was a tinge of regret, however, regarding the former apprentice, who, since his departure, had completely shed his previous humility. His acute understanding of the ore market and his ruthless bargaining had cost Harlan a significant sum. The two engaged in a verbal duel, and Vincent's increasingly intense cough raised Harlan's suspicions that he might be afflicted by some dreadful ailment, prompting him to concede. Satisfied, Vincent exited the guild with a bundle of ore in hand. Outside, a fierce wind began to blow, urging him to quicken his pace for an earlier return. As he approached the square of Nun Street, ominous dark clouds rolled in from the horizon. Thunder rumbled, and large raindrops pelted his face. Concerned for the ore in his arms, Vincent had no choice but to sprint back. The broad porch of the Alchemist Guild provided ample shelter from the wind and rain. As Vincent reached the entrance, his back was already drenched. He cautiously unfastened his front, relieved to find that the ore had sustained little damage. Rain and wind invaded the corridor, forcing Vincent to seek refuge near the guild's entrance. Once again, he caught sight of the bone-white decorative strip. To his astonishment, one end of the fish beam had turned to char, crumbling at the slightest touch. Sulfuric acid had corroded the wood. Gently, he pried at the strip, and the carbonized end promptly detached, causing the fish beam to loosen. Amidst the thunderous roar echoing through King's Landing, Vincent resolutely withdrew the entire strip. Then, a flash of green caught his eye. On the reverse side of the fish beam were several twisting tender shoots. Vincent trembled all over. This was a magical potion, one powerful enough to resurrect the fish beam. In a flurry, he glanced around. With the torrential rain pouring down, Vincent concealed the fish beam in his embrace and dashed into the downpour, racing towards the Red Keep atop Aegon's Hill. Chapter 34. Naming day. Loren contemplated the ideal location for the workshop. The south bank of the Blackwater River offered flat terrain, proximity to the royal woods, and abundant building materials. However, being separated from King's Landing by a river would inevitably escalate transportation costs. Moreover, situated beneath the Red Keep, it would be vulnerable to prying eyes. In contrast, The King's Gate at the southwest corner of King's Landing presented an excellent option. Unlike other city gates engulfed by scattered residences, the area outside the King's Gate was occupied by the jousting grounds, frequented by few passers-by, and conveniently close to the Blackwater dock for shipping. With the location determined, Roren also needed to consider the size and style of the workshop. Knock, knock, the door was rapped, interrupting his thoughts. Upon hearing someone seek him out, Roren followed the golden-robed figure to the exterior of the Red Keep. The evening after the rain was bathed in golden, distant light. Yet Vincent appeared like a drenched rat. "What has happened to you?" Roren inquired, bewildered. Vincent pulled him to a secluded spot away from the city gate, retrieving a thin strip of fish beam from his cloak. "Roren, we have concocted a magical potion." The sprint had somewhat calmed his nerves, yet his eyes still sparkled with fervor. Roren accepted the familiar fish beam strip, immediately noticing the newly sprouted tender shoots. His expression remained calm, but internally, a tempest began to stir. As expected, the revival of this strip was indeed linked to the magical experimentation from that day. Regarding the so-called magical potion, he was well aware of the effects of sulfuric acid. Observing Vincent's excitement, he felt a pang of reluctance but nonetheless spoke. "Vincent, it's possible that this fish beam has undergone some mutation." "Mutation?" Vincent queried, puzzled. The method of extracting sulfuric acid was one Roren had shared with him, and he had approached the Red Keep to ascertain whether Roren had deliberately concealed specific effects of this liquid. Roren's denial did not diminish his fervor. Vincent, eager to depart, sought means to procure more fishbeam wood, intent on conducting further experiments. Roren was at a loss on how to instill in him a belief in science rather than these ethereal notions, and thus allowed him to go. He returned to his chamber, clutching the sprouting wooden strips. Gazing at the tender shoots, he slowly opened his palm, feeling the moisture coalesce into beads of water in his hand. It seemed that this magic warranted further exploration. Furthermore, fishbeam wood was indeed an exceptional building material. The war between the Andarlians and the Ancients had transpired thousands of years ago, with the faith of the seven gods now dominating south of the Neck, while the followers of the old gods remained entrenched in the north. Aside from the myriad isles of Lake Goddess I, fishbeam wood had become a rare find in the south. After the cessation of hostilities, some southern lords, recognizing the remarkable properties of fishbeam wood, had indeed attempted to replant it. After all, during the invasion, they had grown accustomed to weapons and structures crafted from this timber. Yet, while felling fishbeam wood was a straightforward task, no one had ever succeeded in replanting it. Roren borrowed a bowl from the kitchen, cutting the sprouted strips and immersing them in water. The adage "a tree takes 10 years to grow, a person 100 might hold true. Perhaps these saplings would indeed prove beneficial in the future. Though the banquet had yet to commence, the Prime Minister's small hall was already bustling with activity. The white moon and blue eagle banner of the island family proudly hung from the dome above. Below, courtiers thronged the long tables, while in the center, a group of dancers from the Summer Isles, accompanied by musicians, performed an exuberant dance to the rhythm of the drums. Brightly colored feathered cloaks created a vibrant sea of hues, dazzling to behold. Roren donned a brown jacket and black riding trousers, as wearing armor in such a setting would be somewhat impolite. Nevertheless, the lively atmosphere of the hall did not significantly concern him. He busied himself with ushering guests for the Prime Minister and his wife, guiding the dignitaries into the parlor and then onward to the small hall. Most of the courtiers had arrived, and it was only the ailing Chancellor who arrived tardily, shuffling in with difficulty. Roren welcomed him inside, exhaling a sigh of relief. The prominent ministers and the royal couple remained in the parlor. With a smile, Varys approached Lisa, curiously inspecting the infant in her arms and inquiring about her health. More than a month had passed since her delivery, and Lisa had noticeably improved. Dressed in a flowing sky-blue silk gown, she elegantly expressed her gratitude for Varys's concern. Once the eunuch departed, she also warmly greeted the stumbling Chancellor, urging him to take care of his health. After her pregnancy, she seemed transformed, efficiently directing servants to receive guests' gifts and graciously thanking each visitor. The Tully family, a lineage that had endured since the days of the Ancients, had seen the former fragile Lisa reclaim her confidence. The melodious chimes of the great hall of Baelor resonated through the air. In the small hall, servants began to serve a sumptuous array of dishes. Jon gestured to the king and then addressed the assembled lords, inviting them to take their seats in the small hall. Lisa handed the infant to the midwife beside her, smiling as she linked arms with Cersei. The two women walked side by side towards the small hall, engaging in conversation about the topic of motherhood. Recently, news of the Queen's pregnancy had also emerged. After Lisa's delivery, Jon had sought a wet nurse in King's Landing. only to discover that Lisa required no assistance in nursing her child. Consequently, he had to pay the wet nurse off. The midwife, however, remained in the Hand's Tower, aiding Lisa in her recovery and in caring for the infant. As the servants made their way to the small hall to assist, Loren casually picked up the shadow cat pelt from the table to wrap the baby. The midwife, nearing 60, retained her vitality. Her hair was a mix of black and white, and her dexterous hands folded the pelt skillfully, her keen brown eyes fixed on Loren. In the north, encountering an orphan from the Greenblood region was a rarity. Loren frowned, stating, "I am neither a Dornishman nor an orphan." He had heard from Calmont that the midwife hailed from Dorne, home to the finest midwives in Westeros. The midwife paused, apologizing for the misunderstanding. Loren shook his head, dismissing it. While black hair was not uncommon in Westeros, he had never before seen someone with the same combination of black hair and brown eyes as his own. The white-cloaked knights escorted the king and queen, along with the Hand and his wife, into the small hall. The music and dance ceased abruptly as the courtiers and their families bowed in respect. The four took their seats on the elevated platform at the front, and Lisa once again cradled the infant in her arms. The child, disturbed by the sudden commotion, awoke and began to wail, filling the small hall with her cries. "John, can you hear? You have a rather demanding daughter," Robert exclaimed, laughing heartily as he pounded the table. "Come on, you haven't announced the child's name yet. Everyone is eager to know." With a smile, John stood and retrieved a silk handkerchief adorned with a sapphire. "Wait," Robert interjected, rising as well, his voice booming as he declared, "the rightful heir of House Arryn, the Defender of the East and Duke of Eagle's Nest, shall be named." He glanced at the embroidered name on the handkerchief, clapping John on the shoulder. The two spoke in unison, "Daelisa Arryn." "To Daelisa." Robert raised his goblet. "To Daelisa." The assembled lords cheered, lifting their cups to drink deeply. The musicians struck up a tune at just the right moment, and in the ballad, ancient legendary heroes triumphed over giants, vanquished dragons, and rescued a princess named Daelisa. It was the first day of the year 290 AC, and it seemed a splendid beginning. Chapter 35. A new home outside the King's Gate. On the evening following the naming day, Loren received another summons from Lisa. After bowing to John, he ascended alone to the second floor of the Hand's Tower. The awkward couple typically occupied separate spaces, one in the bedroom and the other in the sitting room. However, with the birth of the heir, it appeared that both had shed the burdens of responsibility that had weighed upon their shoulders. Since the onset of Lisa's pregnancy, the couple has maintained a separate sleeping arrangement. With the bedroom door ajar, Lisa reclined on the bed, cradling Daelisa in her arms. Loren gently rapped on the door before stepping inside. "Madam, do you have any instructions for me?" Lisa offered a faint smile and gestured toward the interior of the room. "Please, open that box for me." Beside the bed stood a small oak table with gilded edges, atop which rested a long wooden box. Loren approached, unfastened the latch, and lifted the lid, revealing a slender, elegantly crafted longbow nestled amidst soft rushes. The bow, pale as bone, glimmered with a chilling light. "Do you like it?" Loren inquired, somewhat taken aback as he turned around. Lisa had loosened her white robe, nursing the infant. In that moment, he beheld a sight more captivating than the full moon outside. "I meant the bow and arrow," Loren hurriedly clarified. Lisa chuckled softly. "It is a gift for you. This is far too precious." The bow was exquisitely made, accompanied by 3 sturdy rawhide strings. "It was sent by Caitlin. I informed her that you saved my Daelisa. Perhaps it was also for me." Lisa pondered silently, wondering how she could express her gratitude. "Please accept it. Do not refuse." After a moment's hesitation, Loren replied, "Then I thank you, madam. When you next write to Winterfell, please extend my gratitude to Lady Caitlin." Lisa nodded in acknowledgement. The moonlight poured in, suffusing the room with tranquility. Observing Loren's slightly awkward demeanor, Lisa shifted the infant to the other side and smiled once more. "Thank you, Loren. It is my honor to serve you, madam," Loren responded, his gaze now clear, the initial fluster having dissipated. Despite the king's high spirits, John, considering the kingdom's finances, opted to host only a modest tournament to commemorate Daelisa's naming day. As only knights anointed with sacred oil were permitted to compete, Loren found himself relegated to the role of spectator. The outcomes of the contests were somewhat unexpected. During the first day's team joust, Jaime, feared by many knights, was targeted by nearly 10 opponents from the outset. He cursed as he was the first to exit the tournament grounds, eliciting a cheer from the citizens of King's Landing. Ultimately, the championship was claimed by Balistan, who maintained decorum during his matches. The following day's archery champion was a landed knight from the Reach, while the lance tournament was won by Euron Royce, one of the few lords who traveled from afar, still clad in his ancestral bronze armor, said to be inscribed with magical runes. Jaime also fell to him in defeat. It is rather amusing to note that the regicide seems to have an unfortunate streak at tournaments. Since becoming a knight, aside from claiming victory at the wedding of Cersei and Robert, he has largely been unsuccessful over the years. The one time he triumphed, Rhaegar Dane, and others had already perished, and Balistan had been grievously wounded. During the last tournament in Lannisport, victory seemed assured, yet Jorah Mormont succumbed to a frenzy, once again missing the championship. The long summer endures, with the narrow sea occasionally delivering gusts of wind and rain. As golden dragons continue to flow into the realm, a modest abode has risen half a league beyond the King's Gate. Surrounded by stone walls towering 2 men high, the courtyard features wooden watchtowers at 3 corners. Vincent's laboratory occupies another corner, constructed entirely of stone to mitigate the risks of explosions or toxic fumes, resembling a tower that also serves as a lookout point. Each watchtower houses a solitary figure. Young Blore returned home and brought back 8 men from the territories upon his return to King's Landing. Typically, these men guard the courtyard. Having participated in the War of the Robbers' Rebellion, with their families working in the salt mines and earning salaries that would make even the farmers of the Riverlands envious, their loyalty to House Hawthorne is unwavering. They have been outfitted with leather armor and weapons, with training overseen by young Blore, to prepare against desperate mercenaries or brigands. After all, the Kingsguard is not far away, and the once mighty Kingsguard Brotherhood still looms nearby. As Loren pushed open the door, he stepped outside. The nearby Blackwater River added a touch of coolness to the air. He stretched lazily, nearly intoxicated by the freshness of the morning. Having escaped the stench and hidden wildfires of King's Landing, he could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. The row he stepped into was the living quarters, except for Boron, who remained in the city. Everyone else had already moved in. Opposite the living area stood a row of warehouses, intended for the temporary storage of Peninsula salt. Alina and Lucy, accompanied by 5 young girls, had begun preparing breakfast and the soap intended for sale. After the renovation of Silk Street, the flea market still occasionally saw children being sold, prompting Loren to take them in under the guise of long-term employment. In the courtyard, Loren had also cleared a small patch of land where 4 saplings of the fishwood tree were thriving. He had probed with magic, and perhaps due to the absence of the forest children's enchanted visages, he sensed no peculiar aura emanating from these saplings. The fishwood trees continued to absorb his magic, with one, frequently monitored, noticeably taller than the others. Upon exiting the courtyard, Loren noticed young Blore running along the Blackwater River. He was drenched in sweat, steam rising from his head. The populace of the Riverlands had likely never witnessed such trained warriors, and from afar, the farmers peered curiously, while the early morning fishermen on the Blackwater River watched with amusement. Young Blore, brimming with robust muscle and having grown taller since returning from the Iron Islands, ran with determination. Loren greeted him and rode toward King's Landing. Upon reaching the Prime Minister's tower, he entered with familiarity. You should help him decline. That was never meant to be his responsibility. Lisa, this matter must be left for him to decide. In the living room, the voices of Lisa and John echoed. Lisa spoke with an air of urgency, seemingly embroiled in a dispute with John, an unprecedented occurrence. John, with a face full of helplessness, noticed a servant preparing to leave. Just as Loren arrived, he greeted with a smile and gestured for him to enter. Upon entering the living room, Loren beheld Maester Keeman as well. While the wails of Daenerys resonated from upstairs, he felt increasingly perplexed. What was amiss today? Is something amiss, my lord? Loren inquired. John nodded, sighed, and revealed. Stannis' daughter is unwell. It is Shireen. A pang of concern gripped Loren's heart as realization dawned upon him. No wonder Stannis had hastily departed King's Landing and returned to his lands a few days prior. John handed him a letter, the bent parchment indicating it had been delivered by Raven. Upon glancing at the letter, it indeed summoned him to Dragonstone. It was grayscale, true to Stannis' character. The letter held no embellishments. Yet, what could he do upon his arrival? Maester Keeman turned his long neck towards him and remarked, Stannis has sought assistance from the Citadel and scholars far and wide, yet responses have been scarce. But I am not a scholar. Indeed, Keeman was also in possession of a scroll, which he extended toward Loren. You first learned of the dangers of early pregnancy and devised the so-called resurrection techniques of the priests from the Iron Islands. The Citadel has recommended you to Stannis. The weight of this letter felt heavier than usual as Loren slowly unfurled it. To his surprise, it was not a letter but a slender silver chain that emerged from the scroll. Keeman spoke slowly. This is the Citadel's token of appreciation for your contributions. To my knowledge, this is the first time they have bestowed a maester's chain upon one who has not been trained within the Citadel. Loren found himself at a loss. torn between laughter and tears. The Citadel was at a loss regarding grayscale and should not have recommended someone lacking medical training. This is utterly unjust, Lisa exclaimed indignantly. Keeman continued, you are indeed entitled to refuse this matter. Not all scholars are paralyzed by fear of disease. Rather, the recorded methods often yield little efficacy. Loren was deeply conflicted. To his understanding, the situation was not as dire, considering Shireen's grayscale had ultimately been contained. Moreover, he possessed magic, and his last illness had occurred when his powers were depleted. However, grayscale was dreadfully perilous, and he genuinely lacked knowledge on how to treat it. Perhaps sensing his turmoil, Lisa gently urged, do not go, Loren. No one will blame you. The cries from upstairs lingered, and Loren found it difficult to reach a decision. My lady, Daenerys has been crying incessantly. I must first tend to her, he declared, making his way upstairs. Allow me, Loren. Daenerys is hungry. You may remain downstairs. Lisa called after him. Chris, hand me the child. A dark-haired maid cradled Delisa as she passed by Loren, while the little Delisa reached out her tiny hands towards him. Lesha took the child and turned towards the bedroom. In her mother's embrace, Delisa gradually ceased her tears but still clamored to be held by Loren. It dawned on Loren why Lesha had kept the child away from him today. Shireen, just 5 or 6 months older than Delisa, was a reminder of their circumstances. Loren smiled wryly, realizing how well Lesha understood him. Madam, please give her to me, he implored. Lesha slowly lifted her gaze to meet his calm countenance and sighed. Have you made up your mind? Loren nodded. There were a myriad of reasons not to go, yet only one compelling reason to proceed. This inner conflict was not unfamiliar to him. He had experienced it before. On that day, when 2 children fell into a frozen abyss, they seemed so far away. As he ran towards them, he had counseled himself against acting. He could pretend not to see, could have alerted the authorities, could have called for help in the village. Yet, he had charged ahead without hesitation. If he could have dissuaded himself, he would never have found himself in this world in the first place. Silently, Lesha handed Delisa back to him. Loren held the girl and pinched her cheek gently. Delisa, I must leave for a while. With his resolve firm, he no longer delayed. He first returned to his home outside the King's Gate and collected a small flask of alcohol from Vincent's laboratory. This substance had many restrictions on its use, and he was uncertain if it would be needed, but it was better to be prepared. He also instructed Elena and little Bloro to watch over the house. After a few repetitive words, the somewhat dazed Bloro sensed something amiss and exclaimed with wide eyes, I want to go with you. Loren shot him a look, and Bloro, realizing he must stay to guard the home, lowered his head in silence. Dragonstone lay at the mouth of Blackwater Bay, yet the island was scarce in resources, and most merchant ships did not anchor there. Loren made his way directly to the 2 docks where the Navy vessels were moored. He approached a naval commander and presented Stannis' summons. The commander promptly arranged for a warship to set sail for Dragonstone. The ship glided slowly along the Blackwater River. Standing on the deck, Loren felt the damp sea breeze. As they reached the river's mouth, a sensation stirred within him, and he looked up towards the towering Red Keep. The sky was clear, and the Red Keep stood majestically, with a figure in blue and red in the distance on its walls. 3 days later, faint wisps of smoke appeared in the distant sky. As the ship drew nearer, a gray, desolate island emerged from the haze. Gradually, a black castle shaped like a dragon, perched atop a mountain, revealed its fearsome visage. In the distance, a volcano continued to emit thin plumes of smoke. The ship docked at Dragonstone, and Loren disembarked, passing through several small fishing villages as he ascended the winding black stone steps towards the castle. As Loren approached the summit, he beheld a middle-aged man scrutinizing him outside the grand door, intricately carved in the likeness of a dragoness maw. The man sported a thick brown beard and wore a small leather pouch around his neck. With his left hand resting on his right chest, Loren inclined his head slightly, addressing him as Sir Davos, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Roren Hawthorne. Noticing Davos returning the greeting while clutching his talisman, a contemplative expression gracing his features, Loren merely smiled, unfazed, and stated that he had come at the behest of Lord Stannis. The Onion Knight, realizing his momentary lapse in decorum, promptly ushered Loren into the stone drum tower. However, midway through, a flash of realization crossed his face. The Hawthorne family of Dorne? Yet you appear to have arrived from the direction of King's Landing? Indeed, sir. Loren raised his hand to indicate his long sword. I serve as the Prime Minister's attendant in King's Landing. Evidently, news from Dragonstone and Storm S and travels more swiftly than anticipated. How fair, Shireen? Davos turned back, his tone growing somber. The maesters are still deliberating on a treatment plan. Have you come regarding this matter? Loren nodded, discerning that the Onion Knight was unaware of Stannis' summons. Davos guided him upward, and soon they reached the uppermost level of the stone drum tower. The circular chamber bore no superfluous adornments, save for a massive table at its center. Upon observing the intricate maps laid upon the table, Roren recognized this as the map room. Most seats remained unoccupied, while four bespectacled maesters engaged in fervent discussion. Stannis sat at the position representing Dragonstone, his expression austere and silent. "My lord," Roren greeted. He noticed Stannis coming to attention, revealing a look of surprise. Chapter 37. The grayscale. Davos excused himself and departed the map room. A few maesters cast a glance at the newcomers before resuming their discourse. The treatment involving lime water and mustard had already been attempted by Princess Margaery 2 centuries prior, ultimately failing to halt the spread of the grayscale even after severe burns were inflicted. There had been rumors in Old Town regarding the amputation of infected areas. "Silence," bellowed the wizened scholar, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. Princess Shireen's grayscale began at her neck. Stannis, with his deep indigo eyes, surveyed the assembled scholars around the table, imperceptibly shook his head, and approached Roren. "Roren, do you possess any alternative methods, aside from that infernal boiling water and blade?" Stannis led him to a stone window encircled by black dragons, distancing them from the map table. Roren stood before the window, allowing the sea breeze, laden with salt and moisture, to kiss his face. "My lord, I must first assess Shireen's condition." Stannis paused, taken aback. Aside from Maester Cressen's occasional observations from the doorway, the scholars who had arrived from the Citadel only deliberated on treatment options in the common room or map room. Not one had suggested a prior examination of the patient. "I mentioned in my letter that Shireen has contracted grayscale." Stannis assumed he lacked understanding of the affliction. Roren nodded, aware that the patient's skin would gradually harden, from the surface inward until death ensued. "Do you know it is contagious?" "Indeed." Stannis was once again taken aback. His plea for assistance had been dispatched to the various powers from Black Castle to Green Haven, yet only 3 scholars from the Citadel had responded. It was hardly surprising, as the grayscale had ravaged the ruins by the banks of the Lorne River, afflicting Westeros for 7 centuries, with no record of a successful cure. The Citadel's reply had casually mentioned Roren, and with a mindset of nothing ventured, nothing gained, Stannis had instructed Maester Cressen to release the last raven from Dragonstone. Judging by the timeline, he must have set out here immediately upon receiving the message. A pang of guilt washed over Stannis. His sole interaction with this young man had been a scheme to usurp the position of the Master of Laws, Lord Blue. His gaze shifted to the window, where the narrow sea shimmered below. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I shall take you there." The 4 scholars behind him had evidently overheard their conversation. A somewhat younger one stood up. "My lord, do not approach the grayscale patient carelessly, or we may find ourselves with 2 patients to tend to instead of 1. An elderly scholar, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, grasped the arm of his chair and rose unsteadily, taking a few steps forward. "You are the young man who devised the resurrection technique for the Ironborn?" Roren smiled. "Yes, and you must be Maester Cressen, serving Dragonstone." The old scholar nodded. "If you have any ideas for treatment, perhaps we should discuss them together." Roren indeed had some thoughts when he had first acquired his black horse. It had been riddled with ailments, and he had expended great effort with water magic to gradually restore its health. However, this experience held no relevance for the scholar. He shook his head and replied, "I am afraid I must examine the patient first." The scholar pressed his lips together and lifted his wrinkled visage. "I shall accompany you." Roren supported the frail, nearly 70-year-old scholar as they descended the steep staircase. Passing through the courtyard lined with gargoyles, Cressen recounted the condition of Shireen. 3 months prior, the first small spot had emerged on the left side of her neck, but at the time, it had gone unnoticed. Only 2 months ago did the spot grow to the size of fish scales, with a second, third, and fourth spot following, now spreading down to her chin, almost daily expanding. They traversed the courtyard and followed a serpentine staircase resembling a dragon's tail, arriving beneath the soaring dragon tower. Stannis gestured for the 2 guards at the door to open it. The door, carved to resemble dragon wings, swung open, revealing a little girl clad in a pale lavender dress, who staggered toward the porch. In her eagerness, she stumbled and fell. A maid trailing behind rushed to assist her, only to retreat in a flurry. The girl rose, tears already brimming on her cheeks. Father Stannis stepped forward, hesitating momentarily before retracting his movement. Roren bypassed him and entered the porch, lifting the girl who had fallen once more. Stannis and Cleisen turned to leave. Roren felt a dampness at his ear and turned to find Shireen resting her head on his shoulder, silently weeping. He could only gently pat the girl, attempting to provide comfort. After a while, Shireen ceased her crying, her timid gaze scrutinizing Lauren as she covered her neck with one hand. He attempted to remove her hand, but she recoiled in resistance, seemingly aware of the adult's aversion toward her. "All right, I won't look," Lauren said, not wanting to trouble her, and with a smile. He carried her into the sitting room. The room bore some decoration, with a woolen carpet adorned with patterns of winter roses and gorse flowers. The staircase leading to the tower was intricately carved. On the walls, aside from the one facing the porch, hung a painted banner of the crowned stag, alongside two tapestries on either side, one depicting the misty, water-encircled dragonstone, the other illustrating a stormy siege with armies encircling a city. Shireen had likely been dining prior, as a small bowl of custard, along with porridge and milk, rested on the table. "You should eat with Shireen," Lauren suggested, carrying her toward the maid. He noticed the maid took a startled step back, suggesting she was compelled to fulfill her duty. Reluctantly, he set Shireen down on a cushioned armchair. Shireen obediently sat, grasping the spoon to carefully begin her meal. The room felt somewhat warm and dim. Lauren observed that the wall opposite the crowned stag bore two stone windows covered with animal skins. He approached and opened the windows, unexpectedly discovering the rare greenery of dragonstone. It turned out that by circling around the back of the tower along the tail of the dragon, one could reach the island's gardens. The sheer cliffs shielded volcanic ash here, accumulating into a thick layer of soil. In the distance, the pale, gray steam from Dragon Mount met the cold dragons and gargoyles, condensing into rain that nourished this exceptional mountaintop garden. Pine trees took root in the crevices, while wild roses flourished amidst the thorns. Leaning against the window, Lauren felt the breeze for a moment, noticing Shireen repeatedly turning her head during her meal, as if fearful of his departure. Although she was capable of feeding herself, she inevitably spilled porridge and milk onto her dress. At this moment, Shireen had abandoned her earlier attempt to cover her neck. Lauren, moved by the sight, approached her. He sat beside her, took the spoon, and began to feed her. Shireen ate dutifully, occasionally glancing at Lauren. He discreetly observed her in return. On the left side of her neck, there was a patch of deep gray skin, resembling stone, that her small hand could barely cover. Soon, Shireen had eaten her fill, leaving a small bowl of porridge. She looked at Lauren and said, "I want to eat." Lauren was amused by her laughter, fully aware that Shirlin intended for him to partake as well. He gently replied, "Thank you, Shirlin. I have already eaten." The little girl, unsure if she comprehended his words, smiled and ceased her urging. Instead, she extended her arms, wishing for Lauren to lift her from the armchair. Lauren enveloped her in his embrace, choosing not to set her down. Observing Shirleen's final hesitance dissipate, he gently placed his palm on her frail left shoulder and subtly channeled his magic. Chapter 38, Dragon Crystal O. I can smell the scent of the sea. Just as Lauren summoned his magic, the tower suddenly resonated with a cascade of bell chimes. Accompanied by the ringing and an oddly pitched tune, a short, rotund jester clad in vibrant garments descended the staircase. His steps were unsteady, arms flailing dramatically. Adorning his head was a hat fashioned from a tin bucket, two antlers with cowbells attached protruding from it. A tapestry of red and green tattoos adorned his plump face. The jester swayed down the stairs, continuing to sing, "There are forests beneath the sea. Oh, dear sir, I know, oh, oh, oh." Lauren observed Shirleen's delight as she giggled in his arms at the jester's exaggerated antics and spontaneous song. However, concern furrowed Lauren's brow. He had retracted his magic the moment the bells chimed. If he was not mistaken, this patch-faced figure, resurrected over a decade ago from a maritime disaster, was likely connected to those peculiar beings. Lauren's gaze shifted to the wall of the porch, where his longsword hung. He pondered whether Stannis would hold him accountable for slaying this bizarre jester. Contemplating Stannis's stern disposition, Lauren suppressed his impulse to seize the jester and confine him upstairs. He turned to the maid and instructed, "Take him upstairs and secure him." The maid, having witnessed Stannis's arrival alongside him, dared not question the order and promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." The jester was led up the stairs without resistance, his bells continuing to jangle as he sang, lock him up, beneath the sea. The fish will secure the dry bones. Oh, I know. The jester's bells were irritating, and at that moment, the girl in his arms expressed a desire to play on the carpet, prompting Lauren to gently set her down. The maid descended from the tower, and the sound of the bells gradually faded. Shirlin rolled around on the carpet, while Lauren delved into contemplation. Unlike the priests of the Iron Islands who indulged in trickery, some followers of the Lightbringer genuinely possessed the ability to resurrect the dead, albeit requiring the restoration of their magical powers. Thus, what was the nature of this patch-faced resurrection? What connection did he hold with the ancient gods lurking in the land of eternal winter? After a time, Sherlin cautiously approached Loren. Perplexed, he set aside his confusion and lifted the girl once more. She appeared fatigued from her play, soon resting her head on his shoulder in slumber. Seizing this opportunity, Loren reignited his magic. The detection of magic is akin to mist encroaching upon a forest, and this ethereal haze possesses the ability to sense, allowing Loren to perceive the robustness of tree trunks and the intricate textures of leaves. Thus, Sherlin gradually unfurls within his consciousness. With his eyes shut, he allows the magic to seep in slowly until he encounters a chill, an aura reminiscent of a desolate graveyard passed unknowingly on a dark night. It is a place shrouded in gloom and silence, where spectral banners flutter eerily. Once more, faint melodies drift from the tower, yet Loren is too preoccupied to heed them. He senses the frigid aura gradually expanding, endeavoring to envelop the entire forest. Continuing to gently channel his magic, he feels a soft tremor from the frail form in his arms. Opening his eyes in pain, Sherlin clutches her throat, tears glistening in her innocent, clear eyes. The sight stirs a pang of compassion within Loren, yet he resolves to persist in his magical endeavor. For just moments ago, he sensed the chilling presence halting its advance. His magical power proves effective against the grayscale affliction. Sherlin, please bear with me. Once we heal, we can leave, he implores. The girl seems to grasp his words, hesitating briefly before obediently resting her head on his shoulder. The fragile barrier he had erected in his heart crumbles once more under her compliance. Suddenly, he recalls the alcohol he had brought with him. Summoning the maid, he requests a clean towel, dabbing a bit upon Sherlin's pallid neck. While one hand probes, the other wipes, but he is disheartened to find it ineffective. He must continue to channel his magic, and indeed the frigid aura begins to stagnate and slowly recede. The small body in his embrace tenses and trembles slightly. Loren suppresses the swell of pity within him. The magic is swiftly depleting, yet he realizes it is akin to attempting to melt a massive iceberg with the palm of his hand. It yields some effect, but to completely dissolve the ice may take years. Sherlin struggles slightly in his arms. Just as he is about to withdraw his magic, he suddenly detects a warm sensation emanating from within her. Under the influence of this warmth, the magic transforms from a mere hand into a blazing hearth, hastening the melting of the ice. He opens his eyes in astonishment. Sherlin remains obediently nestled against him, yet she is now gnawing on a black circular pendant. Loren instantly recognizes it as dragon crystal, having previously collected 2 daggers crafted from the same material. He ceases the magic and gently retrieves the pendant from her mouth. Earlier, while examining the grayscale affliction on her neck, he had noticed her wearing adornments but had not paid attention to their specifics. The pendant is engraved with the image of a majestic stag crowned, and upon closer inspection, he discerns a faint scratch made by Sherlin's recently emerged milk teeth. He surmises that the minuscule piece of dragon crystal she had bitten off is likely the key to their predicament. Though Loren is not well versed in childcare, he realizes that having her continuously gnaw on the dragon crystal is not a sustainable solution. Thus, he gently grinds a small amount of the dragon crystal into powder and offers it to her to drink. The warm breath indeed reappeared, prompting Loren to cease his magical exertions, merely to sense its presence. The warm essence gradually met and enveloped the chilling aura. However, without the aid of magic, it failed to disperse further. An epiphany struck Loren. According to the natural progression of time, Sherlin's grayscale affliction had indeed been subdued. He had pondered on his journey, contemplating who might possess such power. His joy was ineffable. Fear not, Sherlin, I shall heal you. He embraced the girl, gently wiping away the tears adorning her cheeks. Loren continued his healing efforts. Although bolstered by dragon crystal, his magical energy was still rapidly depleting. By the time they arrived at Dragonstone Island, the afternoon had waned, and as twilight approached, his magic was entirely exhausted. Sherlin, with traces of tears upon her face, succumbed to slumber. She awoke only when the guards brought dinner. After dining, a weary Loren sought refuge in his chamber. The maid, named Mitris, had prepared a room for him during the day. Yet, Sherlin, fearful of his departure, clutched her blanket and brought it along. After much coaxing, Loren finally managed to send her back to her own bed. In the depths of night, a torrential storm enveloped Dragonstone Island. Loren was startled from his slumber by a knock at the door. Hearing Sherlin's cries, he opened the bedroom door, and the girl dashed into his embrace. No, don't go, she pleaded. What? Loren asked, astonished by the tears streaming down her face. A flash of lightning illuminated the dark night outside. The girl, shivering in his arms, pointed toward the window. No, Sherlin, he reassured her. Loren glanced outside. where the colossal dragon and gargoyle perched atop the tower and battlements revealed their fearsome visages amidst the thunder and lightning. She had endured a nightmare. Chapter 39. Recovery. Loren held the girl who had suffered from a nightmare. He attempted to tell her the tale of the ugly duckling, eventually lulling her back to sleep, while his own sleep eluded him. Outside, the tempest raged, and as a water-controlling mage, he was unperturbed by such weather. Yet today, he felt restlessly unsettled. Unbeknownst to him, on the top floor of the tower, the patch-faced figure confined by the maid during the day gazed out the window. The wind seeped through the cracks, causing the cowbell to jingle in the breeze. The jester remained motionless, peering through the storm, his eyes fixed on the tumultuous sea in the distance, the very place where he had been reborn. After breakfast, Sherlyn played beneath the tapestry depicting the Battle of Stormwind, while Loren meticulously ground a small portion of dragon crystal powder, intending to continue her treatment. Suddenly, footsteps and heated arguments echoed from outside the door. "Your Grace, we should explore alternative methods," one voice urged. "Davros, do you think I wish to resort to this? I would rather bear the grayscale affliction myself." The door swung open, revealing Stannis leading a group into the room. The four figures before him were cloaked in long, flowing robes, their bodies tightly wrapped, leaving only a slit for their eyes to peer through. One could discern from the staggered gait of one individual that they were among the four scholars from yesterday. Following closely behind were Davos and several guards, who were bringing in barrels of steaming water. An ominous feeling washed over Loren. "My lord, what is the purpose of this?" Stannis' expression was grave as he cast a pained glance at Shireen, stating, "Loren, we can no longer afford to delay. We must proceed with treatment promptly." Just yesterday, he had been observing the scholars debate treatment plans, yet today, he seemed suddenly urgent. Something must have gone awry. Loren inquired. "Isn't the hot water treatment plan deemed unfeasible according to the records of the Citadel?" A scholar responded, "I reviewed the tomes again last night, and there exists a precedent in Old Town where infected areas were scraped away and treated with lime, mustard poultice, and hot baths for grayscale." It was the young scholar from yesterday. How could Loren allow him to employ such a method when he had already conceived a treatment? He pressed, "Did the individual in the records recover?" The young scholar hesitated, saying, "The grayscale did not spread further." His words clearly concealed the truth. Loren coldly demanded, "I am asking if that person was cured?" The scholar fell silent, offering no reply. It was Clisson who spoke up. He did not recover. The patient ultimately succumbed to a high fever, but in the final days, the grayscale indeed ceased to spread. Stannis scanned the other scholars with a furrowed brow. "Loren, we have no other choice. The longer we wait, the more the grayscale will spread." "No," Loren shook his head firmly. "My lord, I have a treatment plan. Your methods are far too perilous. It's out of the question." The young scholar scoffed. "Why not share your treatment plan then? It wouldn't hurt to inform them." Without magical assistance, while dragonglass cannot cure grayscale, it can indeed inhibit its progression. Loren maintained his composure as he faced the gathered individuals. "Dragonglass can." Before he could finish, he was met with the derisive laughter of the young scholar. Clisson could not help but shake his head. "Young man, do you truly believe the Citadel has not experimented with dragonglass?" Stannis sighed, furrowing his brow. "Ingesting dragonglass can lead to a deadly fever, and applying it externally can cause the wounds to fester. Though there is an abundance of it on Dragonstone, it is merely worthless shards of glass. Loren, I appreciate your willingness to assist, but it is best to let the scholars handle this." He nodded toward the scholars, who approached Shireen. No, Shireen cried in terror, stumbling into a corner and waving her small hands in refusal. "Stop." Loren rushed forward to block the scholars, cradling the girl in his arms. "My lord, Shireen's grayscale will not spread further. I am confident I can cure her." The young scholar shook his head. "Is it your dragonglass method? That would only endanger Shireen." The scholars and Stannis spoke with conviction, leaving Loren utterly perplexed. The dragonglass method should indeed hold efficacy. However, the immediate priority is to ensure the departure of Stannis and his company. Loren's mind stirred as he picked up the alcohol he had previously set down. "Your Grace, I utilized this for treatment yesterday, and it proved somewhat effective. Today, there appears to be no spreading of the ailment on Shireen's neck. Grant me another 2 days, and you shall witness the results." Stannis hesitated, questioning, "What is this?" Loren continued, "A single lie requires 10 more to conceal it. This is a concoction distilled by an alchemist I have recruited, containing alcohol and elements purportedly from Ashai." A scholar exclaimed, "Cursed Ashai, damned sorcery. Do you expect us to place our faith in such arcane nonsense?" Loren insisted, "Whether it merits belief will be revealed in 2 days." Stannis' gaze flitted between Shireen and himself. Davos, perceiving his indecision, clutched his lucky charm and urged, "Your Grace, We have waited this long. Waiting 2 more days is of little consequence, especially considering the perilous nature of the scholar's methods. Stannis withdrew his gaze and commanded, Krelson, assess Shireen's condition. The scholar approached and examined her carefully. Your Grace, there is indeed no significant spreading compared to yesterday. Stannis's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he sighed. His countenance grave as he turned to leave. Loren ushered the maid into another room to continue treating Shireen. The matter of healing with dragon glass must remain undisclosed, conveniently. The maid had been tidying his chamber while he polished the dragon glass yesterday. 2 days later, as Krelson observed that the ash-gray discoloration on Shireen's neck had ceased to spread, he finally confirmed the efficacy of Loren's treatment. He took away a small vial of alcohol, and thereafter, no one intruded. The chilling presence within Shireen gradually diminished, and Loren devoted himself wholly to her treatment. Noticing that the intensity of his magic was steadily increasing throughout the process. On the 8th day of treatment, as Shireen rested her head upon his shoulder, Loren was astonished to discover a small patch of ashen, hardened skin on her neck, reminiscent of a wound scab beginning to shed. With a gentle tug, he removed the small gray piece, revealing Shireen's delicate skin beneath. The girl, who had not shed a tear despite the excruciating pain during the treatment, could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep. 3 days later, the ominous chill was finally dispelled. The patches on her neck began to fall away in larger pieces. As the last hardened layer peeled off, Stannis entered the room once more, accompanied by Davos and others. Once Krelson confirmed Shireen's recovery, a woman with a sharply defined face rushed forth from the crowd. My child, she exclaimed, embracing Shireen tightly, visibly overwhelmed with emotion. The girl simply held her mother calmly, yet continued to gaze at Loren, as if she sensed his impending departure, growing increasingly attached to him over the past few days. Chapter 40. The Sea Monster. After several days, Loren stepped out of the room for the first time. They made their way along the Dragon's Tail staircase to the Gardens of Aegon. Shireen, accompanied by the peculiar jester with the tinkling bells on his head, frolicked amidst the distant woods, while the fool continued his merry song. There are forests beneath the sea, my dear adult. I know, he chimed. Loren could not help but internally scoff at the notion of allowing such an eccentric individual to accompany Shireen as she grew. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to Stannis and remarked, My lord, you might consider bringing Shireen to King's Landing. A jester of such odd disposition hardly makes for a suitable companion. The Duke pondered for a moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and countered, Loren, you have healed Shireen, and I am contemplating how to reward you. Alternatively, you may present your own request. The Duke's associates, including Davos, Gendry, and the captain of the guards, all turned their gazes toward Loren. After a brief contemplation, Loren realized that Dragonstone possessed certain resources of interest to him. There is no need for a reward. I would prefer to negotiate a trade with the Duke. A trade? Stannis inquired. Indeed, Loren replied, surveying the Duke's entourage. I shall provide Dragonstone with no less than 100 stones, 635 kilograms, of sea salt each year, in exchange for 5 times the amount of dragonglass. What say you? Loren was not attempting to exploit the situation. He had previously learned that dragonglass was not in high demand in Westeros. The issue was not merely the price of the dragonglass mine, but rather the fact that no one had considered purchasing such an item. Fishermen might carve some dragonglass trinkets to sell to the occasional merchant ship, but they fetched little profit. The exquisite pendant adorning Shireen's neck had been meticulously crafted by Davos's chosen artisan, likely costing far more in labor than the raw materials. In contrast, sea salt was a commodity as valuable as gold dragons. Stannis was well aware of this fact and inquired, What do you intend to do with such a quantity of dragonglass? I aim to use it against the White Walkers. The fool danced in the distance. The raven atop the sea dragon tower, catching the scent of fish carried by the sea breeze, cawed incessantly, yearning for flesh and blood. Yet here, all was serene. A smile involuntarily crept upon Loren's lips, prompting a raucous laughter from Davos and the others, even eliciting a hint of a smile from Stannis. After formalizing the agreement to exchange sea salt for dragonglass, Stannis hosted a feast for all. The hall was filled with delightful aromas as servants brought forth dishes from the bustling dragon kitchen. Despite Dragonstone's barrenness, its seafood was abundant. Loren sliced some roasted apple for Shireen while busying himself with the succulent crab meat in his hands. You have performed a miracle, Loren. Davos suddenly remarked from across the table. Shireen is the first documented patient to be cured of grayscale. Perhaps I was merely fortunate, Loren replied, setting down the crab shell as he noticed Shireen grasping a steamed scallop. He swiftly snatched it away, adding, or maybe Shireen is simply resilient. You know how uncertain these matters can be. He placed the hot scallop down, contemplating a potential visit to the ruined city along the banks of the River Lorne. If he could discover a method to utilize dragonglass to suppress grayscale, the value of this mineral would undoubtedly soar. Dragonstone was experiencing an uncommon tranquility. Though reluctant, Loren gently handed Sherlyn over to the maid, Matrice, reassuring her, "Little Sherlyn, I shall return to see you." The girl clung tightly to his neck, nuzzling his face before reluctantly releasing her grip. As he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of Sherlyn being held by the maid, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, and made his way toward the awaiting Stannis and his entourage. He traversed the winding black stone staircase leading to the dock where the warship was anchored. As the vessel gradually distanced itself from Dragonstone, Loren cast a wistful glance back at the towering Dragonstone castle. In the distance, he could faintly see Sherlyn, much like the stone dragons perched upon the tower, gazing intently at him. The journey back to King's Landing was marked by tranquility, yet a sense of unease gnawed at Loren. This disquiet intensified as he endeavored to sense the moisture in the air, honing his magical abilities. Fortunately, no disturbances occurred. As the day wore on and they neared King's Landing, the air began to grow stifling. Unable to remain in the confines of the cabin, Loren ascended to the deck. Davos was also present, and upon seeing Loren emerge and gaze at the ominous clouds above, he chuckled. "It seems we may return to King's Landing alongside this impending storm." Loren quietly absorbed the humidity enveloping the air, the unease still trailing closely behind him. The sea breeze intensified. Davos, in high spirits, regaled Loren with tales of the forbidden waters south of Blackwater Bay, boasting that, if the weather permitted, he could swim from King's Landing to that very spot. Loren listened attentively as Davos, fond of Sherlyn, expressed his gratitude for having cured the girl's grayscale. As they walked, Davos narrated their journey from Dragonstone to Tidehead Island, from the Throat Canal to the Spear of the Merking, sharing anecdotes from his childhood in Flea Bottom and his escapades as a smuggler on the high seas. The wind grew increasingly fierce, and droplets of mist and rain began to pelt their faces. "Loren, you should head back to the cabin. A storm is brewing," Davos advised. Halting his storytelling, the sea breeze pushed the ship off course, and sailors scrambled under the captain's shouts, adjusting the sails. As the winds intensified, the captain ordered the foresail to be furled and the mainsail lowered by half. With his considerable sailing experience, Davos joined in the effort to secure the sails. Loren remained on deck, gazing at the tumultuous sea. The torrential rain fell heavily, shrouding the horizon in darkness. Loren summoned his magical energy, sensing the undercurrents beneath the surface. A chilling presence brushed against him, something far more dreadful than grayscale. "Davos," he called out. "What is it?" Davos replied. Loren drew his sword, exclaiming, "There is something beneath the ship." Hardly had he spoken when a black tentacle surged through the turbulent waters, crashing against the lowered mainsail with the force of a toppled stone pillar. With a resounding crack, the sail tore apart and the ropes snapped, sending debris flying across the ship's side. Chaos erupted among the sailors. Davos clutched his lucky charm, a finger bone, and gasped by the seven. "What in the name of the gods is that?" A tempest swept across the darkened sea, carrying with it a tattered fragment of a sail, accompanied by a sinister black tentacle. "Who could enlighten me on the unfolding events?" Stannis emerged from the ship's cabin, flanked by a cadre of guards. "It is the cursed sea monster," Loren shouted bitterly. "Be vigilant." 5 tentacles surged skyward, crashing against the side of the vessel. The deck splintered into fragments, wood shavings mingling with the torrential rain that lashed against their faces. Serpentine appendages latched onto the gaping fissures of the shattered deck. The ship rocked violently, beginning to tilt perilously towards the side of the tentacles. "Sever these beasts," Loren urged as he charged forth, "or we shall meet our doom beneath the waves." He lunged at the nearest tentacle, his sword swinging down with ferocity. With splinters and warm, viscous blood splattered upon him. A severed tentacle writhed and twisted upon the deck. Remarkably composed, Loren exhaled in relief, realizing the creature could indeed be cleaved asunder. Stannis too advanced, his expression resolute as he swung his sword at another tentacle. Meanwhile, Davos and several guards joined the fray, swords drawn. The sea monster, seemingly enraged, unleashed several more black tentacles that rose ominously, crashing down upon the deck. 2 sailors, caught unawares, were struck down, their bodies flung overboard like discarded rags. Then, more tentacles sprouted like vines, clinging to the fractured deck. Loren noticed 3 tentacles above, tugging at taut ropes and the lofty mast. The sea monster aimed to capsize their vessel. As Stannis struck at one tentacle, another suddenly surged from behind, ensnaring his leg and pulling him perilously towards the railing. The Duke fell to the deck, driving his sword fiercely into a plank. The pull was halted, and he clenched his jaw, delivering a powerful kick at the encroaching beast. Roren, close at hand, rushed to assist after severing one tentacle. He swung his blade beneath the Duke's feet, liberating Stannis from his entrapment. Yet, in a flash, another tentacle shot forth from the railing, ensnaring his waist with alarming speed. Mimicking Stannis, Roren thrust his sword towards the deck beneath him, but with a sharp crack, the wood splintered, causing the blade to slip free. No time remained for a second strike. In an instant, his body was airborne, flung from the deck by the tentacle, plummeting towards the tumultuous sea below. The winds and rains continued their ferocious assault, and beneath the vessel lay surging waves. Having once faced drowning, Roren remained remarkably composed even in such dire straits. One hand grasped his sword, thrusting it towards the encircling tentacle, while his other hand pressed against the slick, clammy appendage. Channeling his magic with all his might, a chilling wave of nausea washed over him. Yet the spell began to take effect. The descent of the tentacle slowed considerably, and the seawater surged upward, enveloping Roren within its grasp. He was thrust into the depths, yet the embrace of the water cushioned him enough to retain consciousness. The ocean depths are shrouded in darkness, with dim light flickering across the surface. Roren witnessed the tentacles detach from the vessel, observed the tattered sail being hoisted again. As the battered ship sailed into the distance, he beheld dozens of tentacles rising from the water, resembling a dark grove. There are forests beneath the sea, dear sir. I know. Oh. Roren recalled the jester's ballad and understood that the sea monster had come for him. Chapter 41. The mermaid. The tentacles dragged him deeper into the abyss. The underwater world grew increasingly dim, and Roren endeavored to sense the currents around him. Those gasps of air ensnared by the water's embrace. With a surge of will, he inhaled the briny air, barely managing to sustain his breath. His sword remained firmly gripped in his hand. Roren twisted his body in the water, facing the tentacles, and then swung his sword. Suddenly, he felt a release, and without hesitation, he propelled himself toward the surface. The monster's appendages pursued him like phantoms. Magic heightened his underwater perception. Realizing the tentacles were closing in, Roren swiftly turned. Evading a writhing tentacle propelled by the water's force, he darted through the water like a swordfish. The tentacles, burdened by resistance, slowed their pursuit. Roren broke free from the forest of tentacles, swimming toward the southern expanse of Blackwater Bay. However, his respite was short-lived as the chilling presence lurking below surged upward, and the tentacles quickly closed in once more. He attempted to discern the true form of the emerging sea monster, but could only perceive shadows darker than the deep. With each undulation, the shadow drew nearer. It seemed the creature could only swim by its own means, unable to manipulate the water as he did. Roren was uncertain whether to feel relieved. Although he questioned why this octopus-like beast could swim backward, the urgency of his predicament left no room for contemplation. As he and the sea monster engaged in a frantic chase across the expansive waters, Roren struggled to maintain his breath, wielded his magic to sense the pursuing tentacles, and maneuver the water to aid his swimming. His magical reserves were rapidly depleting, and the distance between him and the creature diminished. Ahead, another forest came into view, and Roren's eyes brightened. It was the spear of the Mermaid King. Approaching the southern shore of Blackwater Bay, a multitude of stone pillars stood like 1,000 lances in the ocean. Yet, the tentacles were upon him once more. After severing one that had ensnared his ankle, Roren found himself in a precarious predicament. He cut through another appendage, the stone pillars now within reach. But at that moment, he felt a tightening around his legs as two tentacles coiled around him. With no avenue for escape, after fending off a tentacle lunging for his waist, he found himself unable to free his legs, and his sword-wielding wrist was also ensnared, akin to a pine cone falling from the treetops. He plummeted once more along the stone pillar, drawn towards that chilling aura. Very well, let me first discern what manner of creature you truly are. With scarcely any magic left, and unable to flee, I must ensure that I can retaliate in my final moments. Roland's gaze was fiercely fixed on the shadow. The murky depths obscured the light, gradually revealing the true form of the creature. Contrary to the grotesque entity he had envisioned, it bore a gaping, writhing maw. As he drew nearer, the sea monster grew increasingly impatient, its gigantic mouth writhing in eager anticipation, yearning to devour flesh and blood. Feeling the clammy, entangling tentacles ensnaring him, Roland prepared to channel his magic, seeking to break free and deliver a decisive blow to the beast. However, the tentacle coiling around his legs suddenly loosened its grip. The remaining two tentacles dragged him towards the rear of the creature, away from the gaping maw. No, this was indeed the front. Roland beheld the grayish-white eyes of the sea monster and its disc-shaped crown. No wonder it could track its prey with appendages resembling octopus tentacles. The enormous disc atop its head could expand and contract, propelling it forward. The surface of the disc was covered in protruding bubbles, each containing the silhouettes of figures. They appeared emaciated, devoid of vitality, their abdomens swollen, as if gestating something. Beneath the sea, fish would ensnare the desiccated bones. I know. He recalled the minstrel's haunting melody. The tentacles entwined around his wrist tightened, seemingly intent on crushing his bones. Roland realized that this predicament was untenable. Yet, he had just witnessed the creature's desire to consume him. He looked into the monster's grayish-white eyes. What compelled it to resist its primal instincts? Roland scanned the bubbles and the swollen forms encased within, until, at the center of the creature's crown, he glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of pale light. It was a tail, rising and falling with the ebb and flow of the sea. Soon, he beheld what lay before the tail, a mermaid with a luminescent upper body. Prostrated atop the creature's head, gazing at Roland with a cruel smile, her mouth filled with sharp teeth. For the first time, a sense of panic surged within Roland. The pain in his arm jolted him back to reason. He could not hold on much longer. His sword was about to slip from his grasp, sealing his doom. A weapon is a warrior's lifeline, a truth he learned during his training as a recruit in a past life. Suppressing the rising wave of nausea, magic surged forth, invading the creature's form. Roland's grip slackened, and he swiftly withdrew his arm, swinging his sword to sever the tentacle grasping his foot. He then propelled himself upwards. Dozens of tentacles loomed toward him, enveloping his head. With a sudden twist, Roland reversed direction, plunging downwards like a swordfish, aiming directly at the mermaid. With both hands wielding the sword, he abandoned all defense, charging forward with unwavering resolve. The mermaid, gripped by terror, opened her mouth wide, rising up with her silvery upper body, wielding a long sword. The clash of weapons resonated, a crisp and lingering sound echoing through the water. The mermaid's strength rivaled that of a skilled mercenary, yet due to her infrequent encounters with humans, she struggled under Lawrence's relentless pressure. However, the tentacles had already reached behind her, and Loren delivered a powerful strike. The mermaid's sword was deflected askew, and she was struck on the shoulder. With a successful blow, Loren turned and fled, severing a pursuing tentacle before darting behind a stone pillar. The mermaid, in agony, shrieked, her dorsal fin rising sharply. The tentacles surged into the stone forest as the colossal sea creature navigated through. One of the stone pillars was crushed and shattered in an instant, debris cascading down, muddling the sea further. A series of muffled sounds reverberated through the water and echoed within Lawrence's mind. He had evaded 2 stone pillars, now holding his breath tightly, watching the tentacle flash past him without detection. Dozens of tentacles swept across each pillar like a sieve, searching for Lawrence's trace. It should have been anticipated. The sea creature's sight was obstructed by the tentacles, while the mermaid lay atop its head. As they did not pursue him through sight, they must have relied on sensing the water currents or magic. Indeed, upon holding his breath and suppressing his magical aura, the sea creature and mermaid found it increasingly difficult to track him. The massive body glided slowly between the stone pillars, the creature's grayish-white eyes coldly scanning the fallen debris ahead, while Loren adjusted his position, following the stirred currents to evade its gaze. The creature approached ever closer. The pillar beside Loren shook violently, hundreds of stones cascading down. He instinctively grasped a stone and plunged downward. The sea began to rain, and Loren became a falcon weaving through the deluge, intently focused on the prey below. Closer, closer. He spotted the swaying tail. Releasing the stone, he gracefully swam towards the mermaid. He saw her erect dorsal fin, the wound on her shoulder, and her shimmering silver scales. The mermaid seemed to sense his presence. Slowly turning her head, Loren summoned the last vestige of his magic, rushing to her side. The flash of his sword cut through the water, and the mermaid barely managed to tilt her body aside. She let out a piercing cry that resonated painfully in Lawrence's ears. He struck again. The mermaid's tail swept away from the massive body of the sea creature, slapping against Lawrence's arm, and she vanished into the dim depths of the ocean. The enormous sea creature pushed its way out from between the pillars, its numerous tentacles trailing behind as it too retreated into the abyss. Stones continued to tumble down, along with the arm of the mermaid still clutching the long sword. Chapter 42. Aftermath. Coughing violently, Loren expelled a mouthful of seawater and collapsed onto the rocky surface. Utterly exhausted, he gazed up at the sky. Until the raindrops ceased their descent, the stars emerged in the night sky. His eyelids grew heavy, his body ached all over, and he longed to succumb to slumber right there. Yet, he mustered the strength to sit up. He gazed toward the southern expanse of the Trident of the Sea King, where the royal guards faintly revealed their formidable presence. Retracting his gaze, his fingers brushed against something cold. It was the arm of a mermaid, its delicate scales shimmering with an enchanting luminescence under the moonlight. The previous sword had been sent flying by a swish of her tail, leaving him to seize this arm by chance. This arm was roughly comparable to a human's, save for the subtle webbing between its fingers. After resting for a moment and gathering some strength, Roren struggled to pry his fingers open from the grip on the sword. The blade shimmered with the glimmer of rippling water, astonishingly devoid of any rust. Regrettably, the hilt bore no seaweed, rendering it somewhat uncomfortable to hold. The gentle waves caressed the rocks. Roren found himself experiencing a sense of trepidation at the water's surface. Cursing under his breath, he grasped the sword in one hand and the mermaid's arm in the other, plunging into the sea and swimming toward the shore. It was time to return home. Boron turned off the river path and into another alley, arriving at an elegant dwelling. He knocked on the door and soon was ushered inside by the steward. "Have you brought the items?" A corpulent merchant from Bravos sat in the parlor. Boron scoffed. "I have nothing with me. I remember the formula. I suggest you write it down." Spotting a few sweet melons on the nearby table, he unabashedly picked one up and took a bite. The prolonged summer continued, and the fruits and vegetables of King's Landing had flourished considerably. The merchant wore a face of disdain. "But how can I trust you? If you continue to prattle, I shall take my leave," Boron retorted, spitting the melon seeds onto the floor. "My business must continue. I would never tarnish my reputation." The merchant dismissively waved his hand, prompting the steward to look at Boron with paper and pen in hand. "The ingredients are ashes and lard." Boron meticulously recounted the steps for soap making, all the while devouring 3 sweet melons. He exited the estate with a gold dragon in hand, contemplating his next destination. Alas, this was the last establishment willing to accept a gold dragon. As the number of soap merchants in King's Landing increased, the price of this formula steadily declined. A gold-robed figure crashed into a dilapidated tavern on the river path. Chaos ensued within. The security of King's Landing had deteriorated significantly in recent days. 2 gold-robed figures had been killed just yesterday, and the search for suspects was relentless. "Perhaps I should stay outside the city tonight," he mused. It was all that wretched Maury's fault. That insufferable brat had long warned that casinos could not be managed like brothels. Those places were filled with desperate souls, possibly entangled with the nobility in unfathomable ways. It was imperative to first ascertain the lay of the land, to ensnare them all without alarming the prey. Yet, he had taken no heed, and, having identified the locations of 2 underground casinos, had recklessly charged in. Now, the situation has become dire. Not only have the individuals from the 2 casinos escaped through the tunnel, but they have also incited the wrath of all the casino operators in the city. These men are now mercilessly slaying solitary figures in golden robes and rampaging through the streets. It is rumored that a young nobleman's son has been abducted. Poland made his way towards the Mud Gate, where he owns a residence. It was, of course, purchased by Roren, and he now resides there at his leisure. As he emerged from the city gates, he noticed a large crowd gathered at the docks, all craning their necks to gaze toward the mouth of the Blackwater River. Poland turned his head to look as well. There lay a battered warship, riddled with holes. The ram at the bow confirmed its identity as a naval vessel. Broken ropes and tattered sails flapped wildly in the air. The crowd at the docks speculated on the cause of this calamity. Poland, too, was perplexed. There had been a storm the previous evening, yet Blackwater Bay was not known as a shipwreck cove. How could a tempest have so utterly devastated a ship? The vessel, propelled by its tattered sails, slowly approached the naval dock, and Poland could see from afar that both sides of the hull were severely damaged, with many oars broken. A contingent of armored officers descended the ship's gangway, their leader's face ashen. It was the Minister of Naval Affairs, Duke Stannis. Someone recognized him, and the soldiers along with the golden-robed figures cleared the crowd to either side of the city gate. Stannis mounted his horse, not pausing at the dock, and led a retinue of guards, urging his steed to gallop into King's Landing. An emergency meeting of the council was convened. As Pycelle arrived late, Baelish inquired, "Duke, what on earth has transpired? Surely you can disclose it now?" Stannis cast a glance at the Prime Minister, his voice grave as he replied, "We were attacked by a sea monster on our way back to King's Landing." Just as Pycelle sat down, he hoarsely interjected, "Stannis, this is not a nursery to soothe children." The Minister of Naval Affairs wore a grim expression. The warship, nearly torn apart by the creature, lay docked, and 200 officers and sailors were present in the naval port. If anyone doubted his account, they could later investigate at the docks. "I do not doubt what you say, my lord," Varys remarked with a smile. The bones of the sea dragon rest upon the Naga Hills, and there are often claims of sightings of sea monsters near the Broken Arm and the Stone Steps Isles. The vast ocean is bound to yield a few astonishing fish that stir up trouble. However, whether fish or some other beast, this matter must remain quiet. Otherwise, should merchant ships avoid Blackwater Bay, chaos will surely ensue in King's Landing. This assertion held merit. The sailors returning with the ship must be swiftly sent back to Dragonstone. Cersei was aware that the council members were not fond of her presence in their meetings. She had remained silent since her arrival, but could not resist asking, "How many men did you lose?" The Minister of Naval Affairs hesitated, and Jon felt a twinge of unease, as Stannis repeatedly cast glances in his direction. Moreover, where was Loren? Indeed, Stannis looked at him once more, his expression still resolute, yet his tone bore a hint of melancholy. 7 sailors, along with Loren. After the initial chaos, they discovered that they had also lost several oarsmen. Seated around the table, a few individuals cast a glance at the Prime Minister. What a pitiable child. Varys made a gesture as if to wipe away tears. It is indeed a sorrowful piece of news. Cersei's lips curled imperceptibly. Stannis spoke coldly. Then let us take practical measures. We must discuss the matters of compensation. Cersei furrowed her brow. He was merely a servant and should not address such matters in the royal council. He saved my daughter and me. Stannis' sudden fury startled the drowsy Gales, who abruptly raised his head. Jon, I am deeply sorry, but now that the event has transpired, we can only attend to the aftermath. Does he have any other brothers? I wish to confer upon him the title of knight. None. The Prime Minister shook his head. By the 7, why must he endure such relentless cruelty? The Prime Minister remained silent for a long moment before finally stating, I shall allocate 1,000 golden dragons as compensation. I still insist. Silence, Lannister woman. Were it not for Loren, the kingdom would have lost a warship and 200 sailors. Stannis interrupted Cersei's words coldly and turned back to Jon, saying, Please convey my apologies to his family. Tell them Loren upheld the honor of his house. Upon leaving the royal council, Stannis suddenly recalled the agreement to exchange salt for dragon glass, uncertain if it still held. With the departure of Pycelle, only Jon remained alone in the council chamber. His posture increasingly stooped. How should he convey this news to Lysa? No one understood better than he how such tragic tidings could ravage one's spirit and body. Jon dragged himself toward the Prime Minister's tower. Where's the lady? He inquired, only to realize that Lysa spent long hours on the walls every morning and afternoon. Indeed, the servant confirmed as much. Jon traversed the courtyard and headed toward the steps leading from the sacred woods to the walls. By the time he reached the battlements, he was already breathless. I am truly too old, Jon pondered. He thought of that ancient Pycelle, realizing that he was just as old, wondering why he had not recognized this sooner. Then there was Hoster Tully, Lysa's father, supposedly already relying on a cane. Jon recalled the war from 7 years past, the last time he dragged his weary body into battle. He won that conflict, but lost Albert and Dennis. Now, he feared he could scarcely mount a horse. Why had he sought a servant at all? As Jon approached the battlements facing the Blackwater River, he spotted Lysa standing there in a sky-blue gown, the hue of House Arryn. She had once despised such blue, along with the deep blue and red of House Tully. Jon understood her sentiments and felt a pang of guilt. Otherwise, he would not have elevated that lad from customs. He knew Lysa had suffered immensely before, but how was he any different? Fortunately, he finally has his own heir. Even if she is a girl, he has fulfilled his duty. And Lysa has transformed since the birth of Delissa, all due to that boy who saved both his daughter and his wife. Jon stepped forward and beheld the battered ship docked at the harbor of Blackwater River. She had already surmised the truth. My lady, I am deeply sorry. He will return. Lysa's voice trembled. Chapter 43. A gift for the Queen the day after Stannis' return. An unusual tempest swept through Blackwater Bay, nearly devastating the royal fleet, and the news spread rapidly throughout King's Landing. Of course, there were rumors of sea monsters as well. The incident involving Roland was known to only a few, and Peter was among them. He had even gathered information the previous night. No one could keep secrets from him at the docks. A sea monster, you say? He pondered in the stillness of night. The following morning, 2 servants hastily departed with a carriage. After a considerable time, they returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man whose scarred cheek lent him an air of menace. Peter smiled and inquired, Alec, I hear the gold cloaks have been giving you quite a hard time lately? Curse those gold cloaks. We haven't let them have it easy either. The middle-aged man spoke, chewing on sour leaf, revealing blood-red teeth. Peter's gray-green eyes scanned the bloodstains on the ground, unperturbed, and continued. Of course, your leader controls all the underground dealings in King's Landing. You have your share of desperate men. But must the gambling houses remain closed indefinitely? Ignoring his mockery, Alec retorted, "Of course they must remain closed. That bastard Mori has been trying to capture us to uncover our secrets. If he discovers that aside from gambling, our most lucrative trade is smuggling, it would spell our doom." Littlefinger regarded the scar on his face and said, "I can assist you in negotiating with him to persuade him to cease his harassment." Alec scoffed, "You'll need to exert some effort, after all. You would benefit from the profits of smuggling. Do you wish for customs to tighten their grip?" Peter interrupted, "If I help you negotiate, you must assist me with a task. A new estate has recently emerged outside the King's Gate. Procure it for me." He emphasized the notion of purchasing, and Alec discerned the underlying implication. Who is the owner of that estate? Why should we be the ones to acquire it? Peter smiled knowingly. "I will not conceal the truth from you. The estate's owner was the Prime Minister's aide, who perished in the storm just days ago. I seek you for this task because you possess men willing to take risks. How many people are in the estate?" Alec remained cautious. "And what is it that has piqued your interest?" "There are 8 guards, 2 mercenaries, and the rest are a handful of women and merchants. There are indeed some fine treasures, but I advise you not to entertain any ill intentions. Those items have already caught the eye of those in power." Patel gestured towards the window, and Alec glanced outside to see the red keep shimmering atop the airy hills. After Alec departed with 100 golden dragons, Patel summoned several customs officials, giving them instructions before heading towards the Red Keep. The melodious strains of a harp and the singer's voice echoed throughout the room. Cersei, having heard of an impending visit, brushed off Jaime's hand, adjusted her attire, and made her way to the parlor. Jaime shrugged, rising to push open the door to the adjoining room, tossing a few silver stags to the still-singing artist. "Begone, poet. Enough of your singing." Cersei entered the reception room, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded the customs chief before her. "What gifts?" Patel smiled as he laid out the items he had brought, saying, "I thought perhaps the queen would appreciate these. I purchased a few trinkets at random." Salt and perfume were familiar to Cersei, but the translucent object among them piqued her curiosity. "What is this?" she inquired, lifting it inquisitively. "Soap. You may consider it a form of luxury soap," Patel explained. Cersei was perplexed. She had heard her servants speak of this item and had recently detected a so-called soap scent on their garments. The soap in her hand bore a subtle fragrance. Yet she wondered why such an offering was made to her. The perfume could be understood, being a luxurious commodity from across the narrow sea, more precious than gold. But why a small pouch of salt? "I have heard of poor Loras and his misfortunes," Patel replied with a smile. "His family must be enduring great suffering. They are likely eager to rid themselves of their holdings in King's Landing. We must assist him." Cersei frowned, unable to comprehend fully. "Are you saying these are all Loras's possessions?" She lifted the small bottle of perfume to her nose, the scent of violet instantly captivating her. "He could create this." "Indeed. It was produced on the land he leases. Just days ago, they managed to craft a dozen bottles, and few are aware of it." Cersei was taken aback. She may be foolish, but she understood the implications. The 3 items combined represented a fortune rivaling her own house. A smile blossomed on her face as she beckoned. "Please. Have a seat, Lord Patel." Meanwhile, Loras was in a state of panic. By the 7, that scoundrel was swept away by a sea monster. He had just exited the Red Keep when he overheard the Queen and her golden-haired brother discussing the event. Why did he suddenly feel a sense of regret? The secrets he had confided were enough to hang him 10 times over. He was now one of the most renowned singers in the realm, with invitations coming from across the narrow sea. Yet, all of this had been bestowed upon him by Loras. The poet made his way to the mud gate, where a contact awaited him. He needed to verify the news. Peter did not linger longer than the poet. As he emerged from Maegor's hold and prepared to depart the Red Keep, he beheld a familiar figure atop the city walls. Raising an eyebrow, he hastened to pursue. Upon ascending the walls, he was unexpectedly greeted by a delightful vista, with the distant ruins of the Dragon Pit and the great September of Baelor within view. Below, a network of streets delineated a patchwork of residences. From his elevated position, Peter felt a surge of emotions. Realizing this, he quickly composed himself, lowering his gaze as he walked forward, contemplating his feelings. "Lisa, are you well?" Littlefinger inquired, observing the woman before him, her face etched with sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes. "I often reminisce about our days in the Vale. Those were my happiest moments." Lisa gazed back at him, a smile gracing her lips. "Is that so? Was it truly because of me, or was it Caitlin?" "It was undoubtedly you," he replied, his brow slightly furrowing in apparent reproach, as if lamenting Lisa's failure to grasp his profound affection. Her smile brightened, and Peter felt a moment of joy. Yet he also sensed a certain strangeness in the woman before him. "What have you done for me, Peter? Your scar? Or perhaps a bowl of moon tea?" she asked, her tone tinged with mockery. Littlefinger was momentarily taken aback. Lisa, if there is nothing more, you should return. Please do not seek me out again. Lisa's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes upon him. If you ever tarnish my reputation again, I will not hesitate to have Jon strip you of your lands and titles. Before he could utter another word, Lisa turned and departed, making her way towards the segment of wall overlooking Blackwater Bay. Descending from the battlements, Peter was enveloped in confusion. Lisa had merely come to pay a visit, to rekindle their connection, yet her transformation had taken him by surprise. What had she endured? Daenerys? Peter was indeed aware that she had given birth to a daughter and was also privy to the tale of her miraculous revival on the very day of her birth. Thus, was it the boy who had been slain by the sea creature that had spurred this change? Chapter 44. The siege of the courtyard. Peter departed the Red Keep and made his way directly to the residence of the city guard. Lord Mori, he said, taking a seat, while the man regarded him with palpable confusion. The recent attacks on the gold cloaks had left Mori in a state of turmoil, and he could not fathom why the customs master had suddenly visited him. Littlefinger scrutinized him in turn. Taxation within the city was typically the purview of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, yet this position had remained vacant for some time, allowing the city guard to intervene. Now, however, Mori seemed to have extended his reach into the realm of gambling, a clear indication that matters had gone awry. The Faith of the Seven condemned gambling, and the kingdom imposed heavy taxes on the industry. In King's Landing, apart from a few overt establishments on Silver Street, most gambling operations thrived in the shadows, and those involved were not easily swayed. After the servants had departed, Peter remarked, Mori, there have been far too many casinos shuttered in King's Landing of late, and public order has deteriorated significantly. Sailors prefer to sleep aboard their ships rather than venture into the city, and merchants are incurring substantial losses. You are aware that many nobles in the city have business interests, and they have already impeached you before the Prime Minister on numerous occasions. Mori's expression turned slightly awkward. I did not intend to shut down any casinos, but merely wished to assist the king in collecting some taxes to replenish the royal treasury. Littlefinger nodded, acknowledging that indeed, the management of brothels has proven quite beneficial to the Iron Throne. However, casinos cannot be treated the same way. My purpose in coming here is precisely for this matter. You are the customs chief, yet you find yourself advocating for the casinos. Peter disregarded the disdain in his tone, as these individuals now needed to act on behalf of the queen. The queen? Mori furrowed his brow. Loras is deceased, and the queen seeks to acquire his holdings outside the city. Littlefinger lifted his teacup, his gray-green eyes fixed on Mori. Mori certainly understood what this implied regarding the holdings outside the city. He had just heard of Loras's demise due to the storm. He was astonished that they would act so swiftly. He was accustomed to such matters, yet was unwilling to be complicit in wrongdoing. But this was the queen. Mori hesitated, stating, Loras was my friend. Peter smiled. Of course, my territory includes a salt mine, in which Loras held a 50% stake. If you can remain indifferent to the happenings outside the city, I can transfer those rights to you. Furthermore, previously, the Prime Minister and Stannis recommended Loras for the position of Minister of Justice. This has been a source of vexation for Giles, who is contemplating whether to propose your replacement to the Prime Minister, especially since you were once closely aligned with Loras. However, the Queen has promised that once this is accomplished, she can persuade Giles on your behalf. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from outside, and a man clad in gold robes entered. He glanced at Peter before addressing Mori. My lord, some mercenary-looking individuals have headed toward the King's Gate. The brethren over their claim they appear to be from the casino. Mori remained silent, while Peter quietly sipped his tea. After a moment, Mori lifted his head, instructing them to tend to their own affairs and refrain from meddling. Additionally, ensure that Harwin and Bran are secured. They are individuals planted by Loras and the guard. Balin soon bid farewell to the poet, his expression grave as he arrived at the king's courtyard. The daft giant was practicing archery with the guards. The courtyard was filled with fragrant aromas as they busied themselves crafting new products. Alina, we have encountered a significant dilemma. Loras had never mentioned it, but everyone regarded Alina as the steward of this place. Little Blor sensed something amiss. He sheathed his bow and instructed someone to close the gate. Alina carefully set down the perfume bottle in her hand. What has happened? Loras is on that cursed ship. He has been swept away by a sea creature. Alina and Lucy, who was stirring soap with her 2 children, burst into laughter, assuming the mercenary was merely jesting with them. Balin cursed in anger. Damn it. I am serious. Alina stared at him, her smile gradually fading, replaced by a look of panic in her eyes. How could this be possible? Suddenly, little Brolo spoke up. No one understood better than he the prowess of Loren in the sea. He would be unharmed. However, we must first return to the peninsula. Yes, we must leave this place. Elena observed little Brolo's calm analysis, feeling a twinge of shame, yet she quickly regained her composure. Poland, go to the dock and arrange for a ship. We must hasten to gather our belongings. Poland nodded in agreement. He made his way to the dock and soon discovered a merchant vessel that frequently transported salt between White Harbor and King's Landing. The ship was scheduled to depart at night, and he paid the captain a deposit before hastily returning to the courtyard. Unbeknownst to Poland, at the very moment he returned, Peter had also received news. Most belongings had been abandoned. Elena and the others reluctantly destroyed their soap and perfume. Vincent was nearly in tears as he was dragged from the laboratory. As evening fell, they opened the courtyard gate and stepped out with minimal belongings. However, after only a few steps, a large group of warriors emerged from the nearby residences. Clad in armor and wielding swords, some were mounted on horseback, clearly not friendly visitors. Elena shook her head, realizing their escape was thwarted. It appeared they had already been targeted. Back to the courtyard, she instructed. Little Brolo fixed a cold gaze on the approaching group. Poland's eyes flickered with determination. I shall seek aid from the Prime Minister. Roren is his squire, and he would not allow him to perish. He mounted his horse and rode off, but Elena and the others knew the city gates were already closed. They retreated back to the courtyard. Fortunately, they were well armed. Leo and his 3 companions, as well as Elena and Lucy, donned their leather armor. Vincent took a few orphaned children to hide in the laboratory tower. Little Brolo and 8 guards began to fortify their defenses. Climbing the watchtower, he surveyed the warriors encircling the courtyard, 33 of them. He could see pairs of menacing eyes. Some appeared to be mercenaries, their filthy leather armor betraying a cunning demeanor, while others resembled pirates, clad in tattered canvas garments. There were even deserters from Volantis sporting tiger-striped tattoos. A scar-faced man tossed a bag of silver stag into the courtyard, demanding they surrender the premises and the perfume formula. Little Brolo, realizing the futility of negotiation, immediately retaliated with an arrow. The talks collapsed, and the warriors launched their assault. Although Little Brolo and his companions boasted superior weaponry and armor, they were outnumbered. As darkness fell, the courtyard was breached, and they had no choice but to retreat into Vincent's tower. The alchemist's treasured ores and jars were smashed to fend off several waves of attacks. Poland found it increasingly difficult to remain loyal to his employer, yet the rewards from the Hawthorne family were too enticing to ignore. He fled the courtyard, still contemplating the possibility of bringing back a few heads for a bounty on the Five-Finger Peninsula. Thus, he circled back, and when the courtyard was finally overrun, only 3 mounted leaders remained outside the gates. Poland charged forth, claiming the head of a Volantis deserter. Outside the courtyard, a commotion erupted, momentarily stalling the advancing warriors. Elena and her companions initially believed it to be Lauren's return. However, the warriors soon resumed their assault, and a sense of despair enveloped the group once more. As the moon ascended in the night sky, they repelled a wave of attackers with a jar of sulfuric acid, eliciting heart-wrenching screams from the courtyard. The enemy retreated temporarily, yet all understood that a fiercer retaliation was imminent. The atmosphere within the tower was stifling. Would he truly return? Elena unsheathed a dagger. Realizing that despite having fled from the Five-Finger Peninsula to King's Landing, she could not escape her fate. Indeed, young Bloy remained steadfast in his belief. He gazed through the tower window towards the Blackwater River. Chapter 45. Lauren's salutation ascending the shores of Blackwater Bay. Lauren dragged his weary body and a battered sword into the royal forest. Choosing a flat expanse, he cut down some thorny brambles to create a makeshift shelter, and finally, exhaustion overwhelmed him, leading him to collapse onto the ground in slumber. Inevitably, his dreams returned him to the sea. Yet, this could hardly be deemed a nightmare. Torrential rain lashed the ocean's surface as Lauren, submerged, gazed upwards at 1,000 blossoms illuminating the sky. A small boat, its sails tattered, sliced through the flowers, vanishing into the distance. Where were the sea monsters and mermaids? Lauren turned to search, catching sight of the pale, gray eyes of a sea creature. Those eyes reflected the terror of a mermaid fleeing. The mermaid continued to scream in a display of bravado, baring sharp teeth, yet emitted sounds akin to birdsong. In an instant, Lauren awakened. The horizon glowed with light as a gray-backed falcon called from the canopy overhead. The royal forest was thick with humidity, and the trees emerged vividly in his perception. A sphere of water coalesced before him, and Lauren raised his head to drink deeply. The icy liquid dispelled the last vestiges of fatigue. He exited the forest, dragging his sword along the coastal path towards King's Landing. His stomach grumbled with hunger. As he passed a small creek, he contemplated whether to catch a fish first. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Unless he consumed it raw, he would need to find a way to kindle a fire and cook it, which would inevitably consume too much time. What he longed for most was to return home as soon as possible, even if it resembled more of a workshop, for there at least were Bloy, Elena, and Lucy. No matter how slow that battered boat was, it would reach King's Landing by today. Stannis would carry news of his encounter with the sea monster back home. He must not let them worry excessively. Loren pressed onward, traversing the coolness of the morning until the sun hung high in the sky. Soon, he beheld a village comprised of only 4 or 5 households. He noticed a woman, and she, in turn, noticed him. He patted his pockets. But the coins had long since been lost to the sea. "Could you lend me a couple of loaves of bread? I shall repay you in a few days." The woman regarded him warily, silently retreating into her home. As the door swung open, Loren's gaze fell upon a tapestry adorned with a white deer, an oddity that seemed entirely out of place. A woman emerged from the room, clutching a loaf of bread. Loren graciously accepted the bread, uttering his thanks before departing the village. He walked throughout the day until the sun dipped low and the birds returned to their nests. Darkness enveloped the land, with the moon and stars gradually illuminating the night sky. The sea shimmered as it crashed against the coastal rocks. Loren pressed onward, eager to return home. He walked through the night, occasionally glancing skyward. The azure stars pointed toward the north, the direction of home. As dawn broke, Blackwater Bay revealed a turn, and Loren finally spotted a road, King's Road. Not long after, Rose Avenue converged with it. A sigh of relief escaped Loren. He would return home today. With the light of day increasing, 3 knights galloped down King's Road. By the banners they bore, they appeared to be a minor noble from the upper reaches of the Blue Burn River. Loren called out from a distance, "Sir, could you spare me a horse? I shall reward you upon my arrival in King's Landing." "Get lost, filthy beggar," the 3 knights retorted, riding past him. Loren shrugged and continued on his way. Later, he encountered 2 more groups of riders and a carriage, yet his pleas for assistance remained unanswered. Passing a small inn on the side of King's Road, he attempted to barter for 2 loaves of bread, but was promptly dismissed. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. "Just a bit longer, and I'll be home by nightfall," he reassured himself, ceasing his requests for help and focusing on the road ahead. Eventually, an old farmer driving a plow horse offered him a lift for a stretch, allowing Loren a moment's respite. The farmer returned to his village, and Loren noted his address before resuming his journey toward King's Landing. As night descended, he finally beheld the Red Keep rising majestically on the distant hill. Joy surged within him at the thought of being so close to home, quickening his pace. He wondered if little Bran would leap with joy at his sudden appearance, and whether Elena, Lucy, and the children would shed tears of happiness. Gradually, the visage of the Vicinian hills came into view. He pressed on, soon spotting the walls of King's Landing. A pang of hunger twisted in his stomach. He was famished. Fortunately, home was within reach. Leaving King's Road, he followed the Blackwater River upstream. He beheld the docks on the northern shore and the moored ships, as well as the homes lining the docks. He caught sight of the tourney grounds outside the King's Gate. At last, he was home. The silhouette of the newly built courtyard materialized in the distance. Loren broke into a run, only to furrow his brow as he noticed flickering flames within the courtyard. His heart sank as he witnessed Boron being pursued by 2 knights, his horse bearing the gruesome burden of 2 severed heads. He saw the courtyard gate wide open, shadows flitting within, a palpable aura of hostility permeating the air. How could this be? Why had it come to this? Fury and humiliation scorched his soul like a wildfire. The long-standing endeavors in King's Landing felt like a resounding slap to his face. Roland gazed at the turbulent Blackwater River, his expression frigid. "Little Brallo, they are about to launch an assault again." Elena's tone bore a newfound determination, her thoughts drifting back to that cold, dreary room in Coldwater City. Lucy drew her dagger, her face etched with despair. "Vincent, they seek you. Survive, take care of these children." The tower no longer possessed any means of defense, only demise awaited them. "No, Elena. Lucy, we shall be saved." Little Brallo watched the Blackwater River, where the waters surged, lapping at the banks. With a thunderous roar, the river rushed into the courtyard. Chaos erupted outside, followed by piercing screams. "Fight your way out." Little Brallo brandished his long sword, leaping from the window, piercing an enemy attempting to rise from the water. The guards followed suit, charging forth. The gate stood wide open. The flood arrived swiftly, retreating just as fast. Yet this sudden deluge rendered the warriors in the courtyard disheartened. Upon witnessing Little Brallo and the guards surge forth, they scrambled in a frenzied escape towards the gate. Mercenaries clad in oil-stained leather armor were the first to flee. A flash of blades severed one's head from his body, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Another warrior, donned in leather armor and wielding a longbow, dashed out only to freeze as a long sword pierced through his abdomen. Roland blocked the entrance, felling one enemy after another. A warrior in the courtyard cast down his weapon. Kneeling, "My lord, mercy." One after another, they knelt in surrender. Some continued to resist, only to be slain by little Brallo and the guards. A few ascended the tower, leaping over the courtyard wall, only to be harvested by Brolon. "My lord, mercy, mercy." At last, the final adversary relinquished his weapon. The moonlight, like liquid silver, illuminated the courtyard's blood-stained puddles. Roland realized the enormity of his error. He had maneuvered tirelessly in King's Landing, only to discover that he was outmatched by these few souls and their swords in the courtyard. Little Brallo remained grounded, while Elena and Lucy wept openly. Roland longed to offer solace, yet his stomach betrayed him with a growl. Elena transitioned from tears to laughter. "I shall prepare a meal," she said, leading Lucy away. The surrendered were secured by the guards. Roland and little Brallo disposed of the deceased into the Blackwater River. Their severed heads piled along the path leading to the King's Gate. The middle finger banner was removed from the tower and planted atop the mound of heads. Chapter 46. Interrogation. The aroma of barley stew with beef dispersed the stench of blood lingering in the courtyard. After a brief tidying of the chaos, the meal was prepared. Loren grasped a pork pie in one hand and a forkful of beef in the other, devouring his meal with great fervor. The others, including little Broluo, were not as ravenous, and one could no longer contain his curiosity, inquiring about the sudden flood. Loren was momentarily taken aback, hesitating over whether to divulge the matter of magic. Little Broluo perceived his dilemma. Perhaps it was due to heavy rain upstream, or perhaps a sea creature had pursued them to the Blackwater River. Who could say? Boron shrugged, remaining non-committal about the explanation. "They say you were swept away by a sea monster. I half expected you to return with a mermaid, just a larger octopus, which I managed to fend off in the sea. Let them speculate for now." However, once Loren had satisfied his hunger, he led little Broluo to his quarters. Raising his hand, a sphere of water materialized in his palm. "Indeed, it was my doing. I have become a wretched sorcerer." Little Broluo showed no sign of surprise. Unable to restrain himself, Loren asked, "Did you suspect this?" Little Broluo shook his head. "Loren, we grew up together. You never dared to swim. Suddenly becoming a master of the sea would surely indicate something has transpired. But what of it?" He gazed at the water sphere. "No matter what you have become, we remain steadfast friends." Loren nodded emphatically, patting his shoulder. "Come, let us deal with the remaining scoundrels." The courtyard was somewhat muddy as the guards escorted the last 9 captives out, bringing them under the middle finger. "Speak, who sent you?" Loren commanded them to face the head tower. The captives exchanged glances, remaining silent. Loren chuckled, dragging a bearded captive clad in chainmail to the front of the tower. Little Broluo remarked that he was the only one of the 3 leaders still alive. "I will pose 11 questions. You may choose to answer or remain silent. Each finger will yield an answer, and the 11th will cost you your head. That is the rule. Let us begin." He placed the broken sword against the captive's finger. "First question, who sent you?" "No, I cannot say." The blade cut through flesh, and the bearded man writhed violently as the guards held him down and pried his fingers apart. "Second question, who sent you?" Scarface said it was the queen. "You cannot do this. I demand a trial. I am willing to don black and journey to the Great Wall." "The queen? How could she be entangled with these men?" Nevertheless, it was indeed a clever scheme of using a knife to kill and rob. Had he not returned in time, she would have surely succeeded. "Third question, is the Scarface you mentioned your leader?" "No, but he is closest to the leader." "Fourth question, who is your leader?" "I do not know." Loren swung the sword again. "Fifth question, who is your leader?" "By the 7 gods, we all call him the Underlord, but no one knows his true name." "King? What a wicked jest." "Indeed, the sovereign of the underground." "Underground?" "Yes, beneath the city lies a myriad of cellars and tunnels. The sovereign controls several of these passages, connecting them to the casinos he operates." Roland recalled the book he had recently perused, The Princess and the Queen, during the Dance of the Dragons. The town of Tumbleton was engulfed in flames, and the survivors were plundered, common folk were slaughtered, and women over the age of 8 were repeatedly violated. The news reached King's Landing, inciting unprecedented panic among the populace, who erupted in a riot, storming the dragon pit and slaying 5 dragons. They crowned 3 beggar kings upon 3 hills, and, during this turmoil, excavated countless cellars and tunnels for refuge. It turned out to be a mere rat. Roland yawned. After 2 days and nights of travel, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Yet now was the time to relax. He shifted the blade to the other hand of the bearded man and demanded, "Tell me about the 5 tunnels you know." The bearded man hesitated. Roland feigned a strike. I'll speak, he relented, detailing each one as little Brolin took notes. Now, for the final question, your name? Walker. Very well, Walker. You have passed the test. Do you require assistance with your fingers? No. Very well. Roland pressed the severed digit into the mud and instructed the guard. Bring another one over. Another prisoner was thrust to the ground. Come now, tell me the locations of 11 tunnels. In Eel Alley. Upon hearing this, Roland swiftly severed a finger. Do not repeat what has already been said. He raised his gaze and smiled at the other prisoners. You too. If you have something to confess, best do it quickly. If you only know one, remember to mention it last. The ground was soon littered with severed fingers, and beneath the middle finger lay 2 heads. In the end, they could divulge no more, and the interrogation finally reached a conclusion. After thorough comparison, nearly 30 tunnel entrances were identified. Before dawn, Roland took a bath and changed his clothes. As soon as the city gates opened, he made his way to Aegon's High Hill. Under the astonished gaze of the golden-robed, Roland entered the Red Keep. The Prime Minister's office was still quiet. He instructed a servant to announce his arrival to the Prime Minister and his wife. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Roland. Lisa rushed down, embracing him. I knew you would return. Seeing her on the verge of tears brought Roland some comfort, and he calmly pushed her away. Thank you for your concern, my lady. Noticing his serious demeanor, Lisa paused. What has happened? Footsteps descended from the stairs, and John appeared. Your Grace, Roland bowed, placing a hand over his heart. John gazed at him in astonishment. They said you were confronted by a sea monster, but you returned from the Kingswood coast. Roland dismissed it lightly. However, that is not why I have come. Your Grace, just last night, I was assaulted by a gang of ruffians outside my residence near the King's Gate. Lisa, recalling the visit from Littlefinger to the Red Keep yesterday, suddenly connected the dots. John furrowed his brow, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Roren, his squire, was clearly disregarded by these scoundrels. Who could be responsible? To implicate the Queen with such individuals would yield little success. Roren spoke calmly. I have already interrogated them. They are merely a group of thugs engaged in underground gambling operations within the city. I intend to leverage the Prime Minister's guards to apprehend them all. John regarded him, understanding dawning upon him. The moment Roren encountered trouble, these miscreants acted swiftly, indicating they were no ordinary foes. He sighed. I will summon Belmore to gather the guards. Roren designated 40 of the Prime Minister's guards, yet did not act immediately. Instead, he proceeded to the kitchen keep. Stannis entered the reception hall, his expression laden with complexity as he regarded Roren. I am pleased to see your return and am grateful for your assistance that day. Roren pondered whether Stannis felt guilt as well, responding with a hint of irony. There is no need for such sentiments, Your Grace. After all, you performed your duty. While I willingly ventured to Dragonstone to aid Shireen. However, upon my return, I found my home ransacked in my absence. I wonder if you might assist me once more. Stannis's brow furrowed deeply. He called out, Andrew. A man with brown hair and a beard entered. Gather all the guards. Stannis stepped before Roren, unexpectedly declaring, I shall accompany you. Chapter 47. The Night's Watch. Roren, Stannis, and Belmore deliberated the details of their operation, leading nearly 100 guards down the slopes of Aegon's Hill, only to collide with Mori, who commanded hundreds of gold-cloaked guards. It seemed the gold cloaks guarding the Red Keep had already informed him of their return. Your Grace, Roren, Mori inclined slightly from his horse. I believe I may be of assistance. Roren regarded him with a complex gaze. The ruffians brazenly attacking outside the King's Gate were evidently sanctioned by the gold cloaks. The commander of the capital's guards, whom he had supported, had ultimately betrayed him at the most critical juncture. With their numbers somewhat limited, Roren had initially planned to raid several larger gambling dens, and Mori's assistance would undoubtedly enhance their efforts. In that moment, Roren felt an unprecedented urgency, a desperate desire to amplify his strength. After reuniting with Blor, Boron, and the captives, they surged toward the various gambling establishments within the city. With the addition of the gold cloaks, they could finally conduct a methodical purge. Nevertheless, the gambling dens in King's Landing rivaled even the brothels. And despite surrounding the strongholds identified by the captives, some elusive fish still attempted to thwart their cleansing efforts. Particularly, a gambling tunnel located in Hook Street harbored a substantial sum of wagered wealth. Upon their entry, the guards outside faced an assault, but fortunately, they emerged unscathed. The substantial stakes in the gambling venture posed a dilemma for several individuals, considering the potential repercussions from the king, who might accuse them of collusion with the gold cloaks and the Minister of Marine Affairs. Roren realized it was imperative to offer tribute to the Iron Throne. Ultimately, it was decided that Mori would take 30% of the confiscated gold dragons as military funds for the gold cloaks. while Stannis would claim another 30% for the navy. Loren would retain 10% as compensation for the victims of the recent upheaval, with the remaining 30% submitted to the Iron Throne. By evening, the gambling den had been thoroughly cleared. During the purge, a significant quantity of goods originating from the free cities was discovered, further convincing Loren of Peter's involvement. The so-called Underground King met his demise at Loren's hands in a foul sewer during his escape from the flea pit. With the underground forces in King's Landing severely weakened, various factions began to clash violently. After careful consideration, Loren decided to release 3 captives, including the bearded walker. The gray market was an indomitable force. Rather than allowing others to exploit it, Loren preferred to have it under his control. The released individuals swiftly delineated their respective territories. Aware of Loren's extensive knowledge of the local strongholds and his significant connections with the king's advisors and the Gold Cloaks, they displayed a surprisingly docile demeanor. Initially, Loren had contemplated using this incident to undermine Peter, but even Walker and his associates were unaware of the schemes Peter had orchestrated. Following a customs raid that resulted in the death of a scarred man allegedly plotting an attack, Peter swiftly distanced himself from the affair. Loren had considered recruiting a few desperate souls to carry out an assassination, yet Peter had been well prepared. Not only had the customs increased their guards, but he also frequently traveled with a retinue of protectors. Under pressure from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Marine Affairs, Cersei was unable to attend council meetings. Though Loren had vented his frustrations, he continued to serve as a humble aide to the Prime Minister. However, this incident irrevocably escalated hostilities between him, Cersei, and Peter, shattering any illusions of maintaining stability within the so-called kingdom. After the brief turmoil brought on by the purge, King's Landing returned to a semblance of calm. Approximately 2 months later, the number of displaced farmers entering King's Landing began to swell, with hundreds arriving daily. The flea pit became increasingly chaotic, and makeshift shelters outside the city began to proliferate. It became evident that the vast region from Summerhall to the Vale had been afflicted by drought. On one particularly sweltering day, Loren stood before the window of Maester Calmont, perusing a tome concerning Dorne, attempting to glean insights into the climate of the Dornish frontier. He could only infer from the text that Dorne possessed a highland topography, which obstructed moisture from the summer sea, thus creating extensive arid landscapes. The affected area, nestled against the towering Dornish frontier, was particularly vulnerable to drought threats. He recalled that Lisa's newly appointed maidservant was from Dorne and, closing the book, he resolved to seek her out for confirmation. Just as he entered the Prime Minister's tower, the melodic chimes of the clock from the sept resonated through the air. As the time for the council approached, Loren had no choice but to accompany Jon to the throne room. Due to the drought, the Prime Minister was busier than usual, and Loren could no longer afford to idly linger at work. Upon arriving at the entrance of the throne room, he encountered Cersei, who disdainfully huffed and entered. Loren cast a cold glance at her retreating figure. Indeed, within the throne room, various lords from the afflicted regions were beseeching the Iron Throne for assistance. Fortunately, the recent purges had slightly replenished the treasury, allowing Jon to allocate some gold dragons to address the lords' requests. However, judging by his furrowed brow, the treasury would not sustain itself for long. Once the pleading lords had departed, 4 men clad in short black leather armor emerged from behind the courtiers. Appearing weary and disheveled, they bowed to the Prime Minister, and Jon recognized the leader, expressing his relief. "Euron, the dungeons of the Red Keep are overcrowded. I was beginning to think if you delayed any longer, I would have to urge Cogar to come and collect them." "Overcrowded?" Euron, the crow's eye, assumed the Prime Minister jested, shaking his head with a smile. "My lord, Cogar has a trusted confidant named Mance Rayder who has defected from the Night's Watch. He feels immense guilt, especially at his age. Before we departed, we selected Jamermont from Bear Island as the new commander. Maester Aemon asked us to deliver this news to you, sparing the need for further ravens. Fortunate Cogar, at least he has a Mormont. If only someone could come to share my burdens," Jon remarked with a twitch of his hawkish nose. Euron did not pursue this line of conversation and instead said, "Actually, my lord, I have another matter at hand. The number of farmers remaining in the newly gifted lands has dwindled significantly, and the taxes the Night's Watch can collect are increasingly meager. We request the Iron Throne to provide further assistance." Jon frowned, while Joffrey, nestled in Cersei's embrace, suddenly exclaimed, "They smell awful, mother." Laughter erupted in the throne room, and Cersei chuckled as she patted Joffrey. The 3 men in black became visibly uncomfortable, but Euron's expression darkened. "Hey, child, show some respect." Jon surveyed the courtiers, and the laughter gradually subsided. "Euron, I can only offer 100 gold dragons as assistance to the Night's Watch," Jon declared. "Rhaenyra, How many prisoners are there in the dungeons that need to be taken? A dungeon overseer stepped forward. There are 87. During the crackdown on the underground factions, most captives were handed over to Stannis for judgment, and none of those who mingled in such circles were untainted. Many had fallen into Stannis's hands, facing death sentences, with only the options of joining the Night's Watch or facing execution. Did you engage in another battle? Euron furrowed his brow, realizing the Prime Minister was not jesting. We are only 4. How can we escort so many? Jon glanced around the throne room, appearing troubled. Yet Loren's mind began to stir. He had long struggled with a lack of territory to cultivate his own power, and upon hearing Euron mention the Night's Watch's vast swathes of abandoned land, he could not help but feel intrigued. However, one must first ascertain the circumstances at hand. He rarely spoke in the throne room, but at this moment could not restrain himself. Prime Minister, perhaps I could escort some of the Night's Watch brothers northward. Jon paused, realizing the arduous nature of the journey, fraught with the elements. Several members of the Night's Watch regarded him with astonishment. Loren smiled, suggesting that the sea route would be slightly more favorable. Departing from King's Landing by sea could lead to Eastwatch in just over 10 days. Having engaged with merchant ships, he had learned from the crew that traveling north from Dorne was considerably swifter than descending south from the north. He speculated that there must be a current along the eastern coast of Westeros that would facilitate such a passage. Cersei, overhearing, let out a derisive laugh. Poor child. The sea is fraught with tempests and sea monsters. Do take care not to fall overboard. Your Grace, I fear not the storms. It is the perfect opportunity to learn the art of sailing. Loren replied calmly, meeting Cersei's gaze. He observed Joffrey glaring at him with palpable disdain and continued, Prince, they are the steadfast shields of the realm. You ought to learn to show them respect rather than ridicule. Jon, witnessing the tense standoff between the attendants and the Queen, sighed, Loren, I shall allocate 20 from the guard to accompany you to Castle Black. Chapter 48. Valyrian Steel. Following the council's conclusion, the routine royal meeting commenced. Loren trailed behind the Prime Minister when he noticed 4 members of the Night's Watch approaching. Euron scratched his matted hair, thanking you for your kindness in the throne room. However, I must express that there are few merchant vessels heading to Eastwatch, and I cannot afford the sea passage. Loren halted, smiling. I hold great admiration for the Night's Watch and your contributions to the borders. I have long wished to witness the towering wall firsthand. I shall cover the cost of the voyage. Euron was taken aback. As the only border force of the realm, the Night's Watch held a certain honor. Yet the southern folk were only vaguely aware of the threats at the edge of the realm. While some might regard the Night's Watch with respect, to many others, they appeared merely as a ragtag band of scoundrels and bastards. After 2 decades traversing the King's Road, he had grown accustomed to disdainful glances, and it was the first time in the south he had witnessed such reverence for the Night's Watch. He shrugged. I hope you are not too disappointed upon reaching the wall. Loren chuckled, catching sight of Jaime approaching, clad in white robes and armor, yet exuding an air of nonchalance, as if mocking the world. You ought not to treat him thus. Joffrey is a prince. Indeed, one stirs the young, and the old will come, Loren remarked, glancing towards Cersei, before calmly stating, Jaime, do I need to remind you? Aerys is still the king. Jaime's eyes narrowed slightly as he tightened his grip on his sword. Loren remained unfazed, continuing, Joffrey is your nephew. The king has little time to indulge him. You should spend quality time with him, for neither Lancel nor Sandor are suitable mentors. Little Joffrey is not your charge to oversee. Jaime drew his long sword, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice as he said, Come on, let me see what it is that you, the conqueror of sea monsters, truly rely upon. Upon witnessing this, Euron and the others exchanged glances and took a few steps back. Although they had developed a certain fondness for Roren, the Night's Watch refrained from entangling themselves in the conflicts of the 7 kingdoms. Roren curled his lip. Since his return from Blackwater Bay, the tale of being swept away by a sea monster had spread among the populace, compounded by whispers of the sudden flood that had struck on the night of the attack. Whether they believed it or not, Roren had acquired yet another moniker and gradually garnered a reputation in King's Landing. He too unsheathed his sword, only to notice Jaime's furrowed brow. You would do well to find a different blade. Even if you wield a broken sword, I shall show no mercy. Embarrassed, Roren turned his sword, presenting the barnacle-encrusted side upwards. The sword, seized from a mermaid, had grown increasingly comfortable in his grip, yet it was still a relic of the sea, adorned with stubborn barnacles that clung on despite the many foes he had vanquished. He had contemplated fitting a suitable scabbard for it on Steel Street and restoring the blade. Yet as the Prime Minister became increasingly preoccupied, he had neglected such matters. Jaime, might I exchange my sword for yours? Jaime stared at him in disbelief and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I am not Arthur Dane, nor are you the Knight of Smiles. Nevertheless, he extended his sword towards Roren. The two exchanged weapons, and they fell silent. As Roren launched the first attack, the yard echoed with the clash of steel. At that moment, Jaime shed his earlier languor, his demeanor turning cold and his strikes sharp. Roren summoned all his magical prowess. The mist from the narrow sea heightened his senses, enabling him to perceive Jaime's movements with remarkable speed and respond accordingly. His form danced unpredictably, and his swordplay was fluid and dynamic, resulting in several exchanges with Jaime. Cersei remained at a distance, observing, while the hound cradled Joffrey as they ascended the nearest city wall. Jon and Stannis, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the council chamber. Roren immersed himself fully in the duel with Jaime, harboring pent-up rage from his inability to exact revenge on Cersei and Peter. All of it was now channeled into the conflict. After several more exchanges, their swords clashed, igniting sparks. Jaime, perhaps you should accompany me to the wall, Roren suggested, parrying an incoming strike before swiftly transitioning to offense. Unfortunately, his hasty attempt lacked sufficient force, and Jaime deflected his blow, forcing Roren back into defense. I have donned the white cloak. I have no desire to don a black garb again, Jaime retorted, his strikes still fierce. Roren met his blade with his own, and they retreated briefly. I mean, you ought to venture out more. You might discover other things worth cherishing, Roren thought silently, not merely your sister's body. Jaime, perplexed, launched another attack. In the courtyard, the clash of swords echoed, yet gradually, the sound produced by the two blades meeting began to shift. Both combatants, seasoned in the art of battle, quickly discerned this change. They instinctively paused. Loren raised James's long sword, scrutinizing it under the sunlight. James, your sword is dulled. In response, James mimicked him, lifting his own sword. However, aside from a few chips on the blade, it bore no damage. You two fools, Yoren remarked, his suspicions confirmed at last. This is Valyrian steel. Impossible. No house among the Seven Kingdoms possesses a sword like this, James replied incredulously. It cannot be mistaken. I have seen Lord Stark's ice with my own eyes, Yoren countered. Where did you acquire it? I took it from a sea monster, Loren replied nonchalantly. Yoren furrowed his brow deeply. Iron Islands. Is it truly a sea monster? James returned the sword to Loren, realization dawning that the rumors were indeed true. Loren accepted the sword. Of course, perhaps this world is more astonishing than we perceive. King's Landing merely erodes one's spirit. Spare me your lectures, Loren. James turned to leave but paused, frowning as he said, You may call me the Kingslayer like the others. I do not care. King's Landing is a wretched city. Yet, James, you saved it. In my eyes, that is the only thing you have done right. James fixed Loren with a stare before silently turning away, dragging along his now dulled longsword. Having just arrived in King's Landing, Yoren naturally required a couple of days to recuperate. Upon learning that they had yet to find lodging, Loren resolved to bring the four of them back to his home outside the King's Gate. Following the recent incident of the attack, he had rightfully expanded a guard encampment adjacent to the workshop. Now, in addition to the original 8 guards, he had recruited 20 more young lads from the flea market, training them in the use of polearms under the guidance of young Brolin. Brolin, in turn, had enlisted over a dozen knights. Loren and the Night's Watch made their way toward the King's Gate. As they passed through Steel Street, contemplating the imminent journey, it was time to properly attend to the unexpectedly acquired Valyrian steel sword. It needed a fitting scabbard, and the hilt required rewrapping. Ascending Steel Street, Loren, now quite affluent, sought only the finest scabbard. Renowned throughout the realm, Toblemort's blacksmith shop was reputed to be the only place in the Seven Kingdoms capable of reforging Valyrian steel. The clanging of metal filled the air as they walked along the lengthy street, infused with the scent of burning wood. They entered the most magnificent structure on the street. Chapter 49. Toblemort's blacksmith shop. The grand doors of fishbeam and ebony swung open, revealing several furnaces glowing red from the charcoal. A number of bare-chested men were hammering at iron, forging weapons. The heat washed over them as an older, yet still robust blacksmith reprimanded a young apprentice. Gary, how long have you been delinquent on your tuition this year? The apprentice lowered his head in defiance. Master Smith, I have already begun forging armor for clients. You should no longer collect tuition from me. You insolent wretch. The old blacksmith gritted his teeth. How dare you speak so? Have you forgotten who lent you money and rescued your mother? It was I. A firm knock echoed on the door, interrupting their conversation. Upon seeing a guest enter, the old blacksmith ceased his reprimand and scrutinized the newcomer, frowning as he inquired about his business. I possess a Valyrian steel sword that requires a suitable scabbard and some restoration, Loren stated, presenting his sword. Tobmot, taken aback, accepted the sword and examined it closely. then lifted his gaze to scan Loren and the 4 Knights Watchmen. He slapped the sword onto the apprentice's back. "Hey, stop dawdling, you fool. Quickly assist our guest in cleaning the sword." He then turned back to Loren. "Would you like to add any embellishments to the sword? Perhaps some gilded wrapping on the hilt?" Loren shook his head, disliking ostentation. "No decorations, please. Just clean it up, wrap the hilt in cotton. And the scabbard should be made of simple wood wrapped in cowhide." The old blacksmith nodded with a smile. "The scabbard will take a bit of time. Please return to collect it the day after tomorrow." Loren nodded and departed the blacksmith shop with his companions. On the 3rd day, under Lissa's urging, Loren left the Prime Minister's tower, accompanying the Night's Watchmen and the Prime Minister's guards to the docks. After the prisoners were loaded onto the ship, with time still on their hands, Loren led them back to Muddy Path, seeking a tavern not far from Steel Street to enjoy a hearty meal. Once settled, and while waiting for the food to arrive, Loren made his way back to the blacksmith to retrieve his longsword. He entered the smoke-filled shop, where Tobmot appeared to have been eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Huh, your sword is ready. I thought you would not come today." He retrieved the longsword from a rack behind him and handed it over. The scabbard, crafted from light-colored goldenheart wood and wrapped in dark cowhide, was exquisite. Loren nodded and drew the longsword, only to be momentarily stunned. "This is not mine." The blade, sharp and gleaming, was merely made of regular steel. Tobmot's expression shifted instantly, and he slammed the iron tongs he had just picked up onto the anvil. "You brat, are you trying to swindle me? Do you not see where you are?" As his fury escalated, the other blacksmiths armed themselves and closed in. Loren quickly grasped the situation. He had deliberately sought out the most renowned blacksmith shop in King's Landing to avoid such a predicament. It was said that there were over 200 Valyrian steel swords in Westeros, and this shop was famed for its ability to forge such metal. He had not anticipated encountering such blatant deception. This was indeed something he had taken for granted. While 200 may seem like a substantial number, each sword represents a legacy of a family, and none would part with them for trade. The circulation of weapons in Westeros is nearly non-existent. Thus, such a sword could command a price exceeding 10,000 gold dragons, yet it remains unmarketable. Loren gazed coldly at the blacksmith. Tobermot, with a menacing expression, warned, "Boy, I suggest you make yourself scarce." Outnumbered, Loren recognized that prolonging the standoff would not alter the situation. He turned and mounted Blackwind, hastening back to the tavern. Tobermot breathed a sigh of relief. He was renowned for his ability to forge such weapons, and indeed he could. But he also used this as a means to promote his shop. He had not anticipated that someone would actually enter his establishment wielding a Valyrian steel sword, accompanied by a meager noble with 4 shabby mercenaries, who even refrained from indulging in unnecessary embellishments. This stirred his interest. Yet, seeing that young man depart so swiftly left him with an unsettling feeling. After a while, the sounds of hurried footsteps and gasps of astonishment echoed from the street outside. The old blacksmith was startled, barking at an apprentice, "Fool, go see what is happening." The apprentice dashed outside, only to return in a state of panic. "It's Loren's greeting." "What?" The old blacksmith furrowed his brow, recalling the tower of heads piled up outside the king's gate and a flag raised in defiance. "Just a tiresome intimidation," he mused, akin to that wretched tune from the west. As long as it was not directed at him, he would be fine. Tobermot glanced outside, and indeed, the flag of defiance had appeared, coming to a halt at his shop's entrance. The leading knight dismounted, followed by over 20 armored guards bearing swords. "Good sir, what brings you here?" Tobermot approached, but upon recognizing the rider, he felt as if his throat had been constricted. Loren stormed into the blacksmith shop, surveying the myriad weapons adorning the walls. "Where's my sword? Will you surrender it willingly, or shall I search for it?" The blacksmiths continued their work in silence, not daring to lift their heads. Tobermot, devoid of his previous bravado, feigned calmness and replied, "My lord, perhaps I have made a mistake. I shall find it for you right away." He moved to the forge, patting the head of the apprentice he had chastised earlier. "You wretched fool. How could you misplace a sword? Go find it again." The apprentice silently retreated to the back of the smithy, retrieving the sword and placing it on the old blacksmith's workbench. He returned to the forge, extracting a glowing red sword from the hearth, swinging his arm vigorously to hammer it. Loren drew the long sword, its water-like blade shimmering under the firelight. However, he did not intend to settle this matter peacefully. If wickedness goes unpunished, it only serves to encourage further malevolence. "Edmund, restrain him." The bastard of the Vale, the captain of the escort to the wall, responded to Loren's command, signaling to 2 guards to step forward, pinning the old blacksmith to the ground. The blacksmith shop fell into a hushed silence. "Boy, I have returned your belongings." The old blacksmith struggled vehemently, His hair streaked with gray, yet his muscles remained taut. Loren crouched before him. According to the laws of the realm, theft warrants the amputation of a hand, while robbery is punishable by hanging. Which category do you find yourself in, Master Blacksmith? The old blacksmith erupted, cursing, "You can't intimidate me. My son is a landowning knight, not inferior to your ilk. Both my daughters are ladies of noble houses." Loren ceased his idle chatter, seizing one of the blacksmith's arms with a firm grip. The blacksmith, taken aback, stammered, "It was that scoundrel Gare who made a mistake. Please, do not make things difficult for me." Loren pressed the blade against his hand. "By the 7 gods, what do you desire? I am willing to offer compensation." Loren smiled faintly. "What sort of compensation?" Realizing that he could not escape without shedding blood, the blacksmith hastily proposed, 20 golden dragons. How about that?" Loren shook his head resolutely, hardening his heart as the blade descended. The old blacksmith's pinky finger was severed. Once the echoes of his cries subsided, Loren calmly inquired, "Why not heed my proposal? You shall assign 2 of your apprentices to serve me, and every 2 years, train 5 more blacksmiths for my needs, shall we?" Master Moat, resigned to his fate, conceded, "Very well. I agree, spare me." Loren nodded and turned to the apprentice who had been reprimanded by the old blacksmith. "Join me. How does that sound? As a blacksmith, not merely an apprentice." Gare dropped the hammer he held, eager to step forward. "I am willing, my lord. However, I still owe him 2 golden dragons. That is of no concern. I shall provide you with a commission, and you can repay him later. By the way, tell me, who is the finest blacksmith here?" Gare pointed to a stout man with skin darkened from the forge. Loren regarded him. "I will offer you double the commission to serve me. What say you?" The blacksmith stepped forth, despite the threatening glare of Master Moat. "I am at your service, my lord." Chapter 50, New Gifted Lands. After the sea monster incident, Loren set sail once more, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Yet, a journey to the north was imperative. One could not be deterred by fear. Moreover, after the previous encounter, he found himself less wary of these enigmatic creatures. He returned home briefly to inform his father of his intentions, gaining his support. After half a month at sea, they were nearing their destination. In the morning, a faint linear silhouette emerged on the horizon, gradually becoming clearer as the ship navigated northward. By evening, the line transformed into a long, white expanse resembling a mirage, shrouded in ethereal clouds. The following morning, as the sailors' calls echoed through the cabin, Loren ascended to the deck. Before him stood a towering wall, reaching up to the heavens. An abrupt sight against the backdrop of the sky. Standing at the base of this formidable wall, only half the sky remained visible above, while the other half seemed ready to collapse at any moment. The sense of oppression struck deep into the soul, leaving one in a state of numbness. "We have arrived." Loren snapped back to reality and patted Edmund, who was equally awestruck, gazing upwards. The prisoners destined to join the Night's Watch were being escorted off the ship. Having encountered Commander Carter Pike of Eastwatch, Loren, Yoren, and their companions pressed on towards the Black Castle. Carter Pike dispatched a contingent of Night's Watch members to escort the captives, while the Prime Minister's guards took a day to recuperate at Eastwatch before returning by ship. From dawn until dusk, the wall beside them transformed from glistening with frost to adorned with droplets of water, ultimately fading into the darkness. At last, the group beheld the flickering lights of the Black Castle. The hour was exceedingly late, and the prisoners were hastily confined. Yoren found an empty room to settle Loren. The next day, when Loren opened his eyes, the sounds of commotion filled the air. Upon stepping outside, he felt the crispness of the North's morning. Grateful that Lissa had prepared 2 garments for him before departure. The criminals, still bound by ropes, were released one by one. Yoren was recounting the young prince's insolence and Loren's forthrightness to the brothers in black. Upon seeing Loren emerge, he beckoned, "Come, Loren. I shall take you to meet the commander." Entering the command tower, Mormont emerged from his quarters draped in a black woolen cloak. After the customary greetings, Yoren briefly introduced Loren. Mormont, nearing 60 and with hair completely white, graciously expressed, "Loren, I am grateful for your assistance to the Night's Watch, and please convey my thanks to Duke Allen." He then instructed, "Inform the kitchen that I have esteemed guests to entertain. Prepare a sumptuous feast." Loren quickly declined, "My lord, there is no need for such formality. I am content to share the same fare as the brothers of the Night's Watch." Mormont then smiled warmly. "In that case, let Hab prepare an extra portion of the breakfast I requested." Yoren departed to relay the orders when a raven suddenly swooped down. "Corn, corn." The bird screeched sharply. Mormont retrieved some kernels from his pocket to feed it while listening to Loren recount the situation of the new recruits. "Wait, 87. Mormont furrowed his brow. Having heard from Yoren that this batch of recruits was significantly larger than usual, yet he had not anticipated it to exceed his expectations. As they stepped out of the command tower and onto the wooden platform, they surveyed the throng of new recruits below. Mormont's expression darkened with concern. Loren understood the source of his worry. The Night's Watch was in decline, primarily due to economic factors. Once, they could rely on tributes to collect taxes. But with the frequent raids by wildlings, more and more farmland lay fallow, resulting in diminishing tax revenues. Suddenly faced with such an influx of new recruits, the challenge of procuring weapons and equipment loomed large. After a moment of contemplation, Loren addressed Mormont. "My lord, the lands around Dorne have recently suffered from drought, causing many dispossessed farmers to flock to King's Landing. Why not recruit farmers from there to come and cultivate the land?" Old Bear seemed to ponder the matter, shaking his head and responding in a deep, rumbling voice. "The wild men persist in their attacks. No farmer can be retained here." Loren, eschewing any further circumlocution, proposed. "My lord, why not lease the land to me? I shall organize the populace for cultivation and provide protection. The Night's Watch would benefit from the rent without exerting effort. What do you think?" Mormont, astonished, remarked, "Child, the North is not like the South. We harvest but once a year. Establishing an estate here may lead to more loss than gain." Loren smiled, recognizing Mormont's belief that he was merely fanciful and ignorant of agriculture. "My lord, I am indeed aware of this. Even in a bountiful summer, famine often looms, especially when the long nights descend. Elders venture into the cold night merely to conserve a morsel of food. Children grow and perish under the cloak of darkness. It is precisely for this reason that we must make the most of every parcel of land." Mormont turned to face him, seemingly understanding that Loren had contemplated this before heading north. Indeed, such desolate land cannot be found south of the wall. A fragrant aroma wafted from the courtyard, prompting Mormont to gesture. "Come, let us dine while we converse." He then instructed the steward, "Please summon Maester Aemon to dine with us." Perhaps due to the lengthy voyage, even the humble pine nut oatcakes and corn porridge were savored by Loren. The crispy roast chicken and rabbit were particularly tantalizing. Old Bear and Maester Aemon sat together, discussing Loren's proposal to lease the gift land. The soldiers of the Night's Watch consumed their breakfast, and the hall grew noticeably quieter. Only a few crows flitted about the high wooden beams, cawing noisily as they awaited the dispersal of the crowd to scavenge the remnants on the tables. Loren sat opposite the two at the long table, which still accommodated several others. They donned superior cloaks, indicating their status as officers of the Night's Watch. "Child," Maester Aemon intoned, finishing a spoonful of porridge and lifting his pale, gray eyes, "I wonder how much land you wish to lease." "Maester, I seek 1/10 of the newly gifted land. The number of dispossessed farmers in King's Landing grows ever larger. This land is certainly more suitable than a flea-ridden hovel." Laughter erupted in the hall, with a voice exclaiming, "Young master, do you think the gift land is akin to your family's finger? You ought to be suckling at your mother's breast rather than parading about here." The laughter was sharp and high-pitched, and Loren turned to see a burly middle-aged man, his expression dark and mocking. Upon entering with Mormont, Loren had noticed others dining at the table and had not been introduced. Thus, he was unfamiliar with this individual. "Alazar, do not be rude," Old Bear admonished with a glare before turning back to Loren. "The gift land spans 50 leagues from north to south. It is not an insignificant expanse. While much of it lies fallow, it cannot be easily granted to you." Loren nodded in acknowledgement. Alazar Florent, he recalled. During the reorganization of the brothels in King's Landing, he had hanged an old madam, and the owner behind that establishment was indeed the Florent family of Dorne. "My lord, you may not yet be aware that from the north to the Crownlands, including this very table, a significant portion of the kingdom's populace consumes the salt produced by my family. I also conduct business in King's Landing, and regardless of the value of the gifts, I am quite capable of affording a rental." He cast a glance towards Elisa, and one like Sir Solon, whose household relies on women selling their bodies, could scarcely fathom the extent of our wealth. The commander of the Night's Watch suddenly rose, drawing his sword. "You insolent brat, I shall slay you." He maneuvered around the long table and charged forth. Loren too leapt from his wooden stool, sword in hand. No one intervened, and the hall erupted into chaos. Even Mormont, despite his usual dullness, could discern that these two harbored a grudge. He thumped his goblet against the wooden table, silencing the room. "Elisa, sheath your sword." The commander glared fiercely at Loren but dared not defy the orders of the Lord Commander. He kicked aside a wooden stool and turned to leave. As he passed the group of new recruits by the door, his sharp voice rang out in scorn. "Hurry up and eat, you worthless lot." Aemon, with his dull, gray eyes, stared blankly at the crows startled from the ceiling. Once the hall quieted, he gently inquired, "But Loren, given your family's fortune, why come here to toil in the fields? As far as I know, the Riverlands are abundant with grain. If you desire it, you could easily procure it." Loren, of course, would not divulge that he intended to use the guise of farming to train soldiers. "Scholar, I wish to expand my business into winemaking. Relying solely on purchasing is too costly. Moreover, summer inevitably comes to an end, and having a bit more grain is always advantageous." Aemon nodded. "You mentioned wanting to provide protection for the farm. Can you elaborate on how you plan to do this? Mercenaries or hired knights?" Loren cast a discreet glance at Aemon. The scholar was quite aged, his hair and beard completely gone, and his sight had faded. Yet, it felt as if the old man could see through to his very soul. Weighing his words carefully, Loren replied, "Scholar, I plan to allow the farmers to cultivate while simultaneously training them. They need not be as valiant as knights. They merely require the courage to thrust their spears when wildlings approach. As long as they are not a disorganized rabble, even a small band of wildlings poses no real threat." "That is indeed a strategy," Aemon acknowledged. "But how many do you intend to train?" Common shifted his gaze towards Loren's direction. "If my lord is willing to lease 1/10 of the newly granted land to me, we would need at least 20,000 to cultivate it. However, migration will need to be gradual. In the first 2 years, we might see only 1 or 2,000 at most." Loren had already informed himself that the newly granted land covered approximately 2,500 square miles. Even 1/10 of that would amount to a staggering 60,000 hectares, making 20,000 a conservative estimate. If this land could be developed, it would suffice to sustain the entirety of King's Landing. The number of people in the hall dwindled, and individuals began to depart from the long table. Common continued his inquiry. "Do you have a specific location in mind?" Loren shook his head and addressed Lord Bear and Aemon. "My lord, scholar, I wish to first survey the newly granted land. Once I have identified a suitable location, we may discuss it in further detail. What say you?" After a brief discussion, the two reached a consensus. Aemon continued to fix his grayish-white gaze upon Loren, acknowledging that leaving the land fallow was indeed less advantageous than leasing it. "However, Loren, you must persuade Duke Stark regarding the training of the peasant army here." Seeing their agreement, Loren's spirit soared, and he promptly replied, "I fully understand. I shall take it upon myself to convince the Duke. There is no time to lose. I plan to inspect the newly granted lands, and upon my return, we may not reconvene for 3 days." "Absolutely not." Loren, Old Xiong interjected. "Recently, a small band of wildlings descended southward, and Banyong is currently leading a search in the newly granted lands. You cannot risk camping outdoors." "Very well," he continued, glancing at those nearby. "Jeremy, please assign 3 mounted scouts to accompany Loren during his inspection of the new lands." "At your command, my lord," Jeremy responded with a smile before departing. Old Xiong inquired about Loren's family situation, seemingly uncertain of his authority. Upon learning that Loren was heading south, and that Bell would also be coming to the wall, he felt reassured. As Loren exited the hall, he indeed spotted 3 mounted scouts awaiting him. He greeted them amicably with a nod, but they merely regarded him with indifference. One was even toying with a dagger, seemingly trying to assert dominance. Loren assumed their lack of enthusiasm for the task and paid it no mind. He led Blackwind out of the stables, mounted, and set off southward along King's Road. The 3 scouts exchanged glances and followed closely behind. After about half a mile, a few wooden cottages appeared beside the road. Slowing his horse, Loren inquired of the scouts, "Brothers, is this the village of Mole?" The scout playing with the dagger remained silent, amusedly observing Loren. A slightly more robust one lifted his eyes to glance at him, while the last one, with a blank expression, nodded slightly. Loren remained unfazed. He noticed a small patch of cultivated land beside the village, where barley was thriving remarkably. Continuing southward, the area grew desolate, with no signs of habitation, and even King's Road was obscured by wild grass, its outline barely discernible. Before him lay an expansive forest, its sentinel trees and spruces standing tall and proud as they traversed a narrow path through the woods, the birds above chirping in a lively chorus. To the right, the endless mountains, cloaked in deep green forests, undulated like a vast ocean. The heat dispelled the morning's coolness as Blackwind carried Loren down a low hill and into a thicket. A startled lynx darted into the distant woods. The 3 scouts lagged far behind, and Loren dismounted to drink some water, allowing Blackwind a moment's respite. Lying on a patch of grass, the dappled sunlight filtered through the swaying leaves above. Loren suddenly found himself rather fond of this place. Yet, tranquility was shattered by the sound of approaching hoofbeats, disrupting Loren's pleasant mood. It was evident that the 3 scouts were none too fond of him, and he had little inclination to engage with them further. Riding forth, he continued southward. By midday, Loren suddenly beheld a village emerging ahead. Alas, the settlement lay in ruins, with brambles flourishing between the crumbling walls. As he traversed past several oak and apple trees, Loren plucked a vibrant red apple, biting into it. The tart sweetness invigorated his senses. Before him lay a shimmering azure lake, at the center of which stood a towering spire. This was Hopan town. In delight, Loren dismounted. This was to be his first sight of investigation. Once the largest village in the newly granted lands, it indeed boasted fertile soil and lush pastures. Extracting a piece of jerky from Black Wind's saddleback, Loren began to make do with his midday meal. A breeze swept across the lake's surface, creating rippling patterns. Yet, Loren furrowed his brow. Birds took flight from the lakeside, and Black Wind, grazing on the grass, suddenly raised its head. At that moment, 3 scouts arrived. "You little rascal. Running so swiftly. Aren't you afraid of being snatched away by wolves?" Loren frowned, remaining vigilant as he gazed at the wooded fringes of the lake. However, the 3 scouts did not dismount. Instead, they encircled him from 3 directions. "What do you intend?" Sensing danger, Loren drew his sword. "Sir Soren sends his regards," one of the sentinels remarked, still toying with his dagger. Loren gradually retreated into the water, convinced he could not best 3 scouts in combat. Chapter 51. The wild men. Loren submerged beneath the surface. Several arrows whizzed past, failing to harm him. He emerged on the far side of the lake, whistling for Black Wind, who swiftly galloped to the shore. The 3 scouts cursed as they approached, but Loren had already mounted and drawn his fishbone bow, preparing to shoot at the distant trio. Just then, the sound of bowstrings twanging filled the air as several arrows shot forth from the trees. 2 scouts tumbling from their mounts. Another scout was struck in the chest, turning his horse towards King's Road in a frantic escape, while simultaneously pulling out a short horn. 4 figures clad in fur tunics emerged from the woods. Wild men, Loren marveled. Realizing the source of his earlier unease, the woods indeed concealed ambushers. The fleeing scout sounded the horn. The first blast still had some vigor, but the second was merely a faint, muffled noise. He staggered and fell from his horse, which instinctively slowed its pace. One wild man mounted a horse and pursued, slaying him. "There's another. I shall deal with him." A burly wild man mounted his steed and galloped towards Loren. "Vic, we must depart quickly. The crows heading south will sense something amiss and return," another wild man urged. Vic glanced back, noting the urgency. "Just a moment. I'll take care of this and return post-haste." As Loren perceived the wild men pursuing him, he urged his steed forward, maintaining an air of calm as he galloped ahead. The dark winds provided him with the audacity to revel in his newfound freedom. Should he find himself outmatched, he could simply retreat. However, upon noticing that the other wild men had not followed, Loren resolved to engage this particular foe in a playful contest. He turned his mount around and charged back into the fray. The pursuing wild man, taken aback by Loren's sudden acceleration, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, unable to ready his bow in time, and hastily brandished a long axe. Yet, Loren surged forward with renewed vigor. Lowering his head, he swung his sword. A flash of steel cutting through the air, tearing through the wild man's fur garments and the leather armor beneath, blood beginning to seep forth. The wild man uttered a curse as they narrowly passed one another, each turning to confront the other once more. This time, the wild man swung his axe, aiming for Loren's steed. In response, Loren executed a graceful arc with his sword, the blade meeting the axe with a resounding clash, causing the wild man's weapon to fly from his grasp. Loren pivoted his horse, intent on finishing the encounter. Suddenly, a shadow darted down from the treetop canopy above, startling him into a hasty crouch. With a thud, a small, agile tree cat landed on the ground, baring its teeth at Loren before scurrying towards several wild men. The lynx let out a series of sharp calls as it vanished into the thorns. "Trouble. We must flee. Vic, you fool, you're endangering us all." 4 wild men hastily mounted their horses, racing toward the distant woodlands. "Lily, come down quickly," shouted the foremost wild man as they fled. Yet, from the direction of the king's highway to the south, the sound of 2 horns echoed ominously. No, run." The group plunged into the forest. A hunting dog burst forth from the king's highway, barking as it entered the thicket, closely followed by 5 mounted rangers who charged in like ferocious tigers, pursuing the dog into the woods. The lead ranger drew his bow and let an arrow fly, striking down a wild man with a cry. A series of anguished screams pierced the air, only to be replaced by a mocking laughter. "Huh, look what I've found, a spearwoman." The rangers led their war horses out of the woods, dragging several lifeless bodies behind them. including a limping spearwoman bound by ropes. For individuals approached to inspect the fallen ranger. The ranger who had previously felled the wild man approached Loren. "Who are you? What transpired here?" Before Loren could respond, an exclamation rang out from nearby. "Banyan, Kenji is still alive." The ranger hurried over. The ranger who had been shot down by the wild men lay groaning on the ground. "I should never have accepted that scoundrel's coin," Banyan muttered to the elder bear. "I have not dishonored the night watchers." An arrow had struck his side, blood seeping through his leather armor. Loren approached, recognizing him as the only one who had answered his inquiries back in the mole village. "Of course, I will help," Banyan said, loosening his armor and pressing his hand against the wound. Yet blood continued to seep through his fingers. "He would not survive," another ranger remarked. Loren's mind stirred as he glanced at the spearwoman they had dragged over and bound not far away, then cast his gaze towards the distant mountains and forests. He retrieved a copper flask from his saddlebag. "Let me handle this," calling Banyan aside. He approached Kenji and pretentiously sprinkled a few drops of alcohol onto his garments before pressing them against his wound. He then invoked magic to gradually stem the flow of blood. Observing that the blood had soaked a small area of fabric without spreading further, Banyan inquired in astonishment. "What did you use?" Loren raised his head slightly and replied, "It is said to be a hemostatic potion from the lands of the E." As the bleeding slowly ceased, he secured the fabric around the ranger's waist. With their injured comrade, they feared they must travel by night. After some deliberation, the watchmen decided to return to the Black Castle the following day. The four rangers dug a pit in the woods, discarding several corpses of the wild men within. They emerged to cast a glance at the distant spearwoman. After exchanging glances, and amidst her curses, they dragged her behind a half-collapsed wall. Banyan sat by the lake, frowning as he observed the scene, remaining silent. The spearwoman continued her relentless cursing as Loren slowly approached, occasionally glancing towards the forest in the west. The watchman tore open the spearwoman's upper garment. Rather than resist, the wild woman stared in panic at the four watchmen before her. Suddenly, the tree cat reappeared, leaping from an apple tree onto the half-wall, sinking its teeth into the neck of the watchman facing away. The watchman yelped, instinctively seizing the tree cat and slamming it against the trunk of the apple tree. The creature shrieked and vanished into the thicket. "No, no, no, back, back." The spearwoman cried out incessantly, her eyes wide with fury yet fixated on the four watchmen. She was terrified. One of the watchmen, sporting a bushy beard and clad in black, remarked, "Perhaps she has gone mad." Another shook his head, unsheathed his sword, and struck the spearwoman sharply with the hilt. "Silence, wild wench." The bearded man, having been bitten by the tree cat, gingerly touched the back of his neck, feeling the blood, and cursed as he sought out the creature. Turning, he spotted Loren not far away. "Damn it, get lost, boy." A hunting dog crouched, eager to plunge into the thicket in pursuit of the tree cat. But Loren stepped forward and kicked it aside. The dog yelped, scrambled to its feet, and scurried away. The watchmen all took notice of him. "Hey, boy, since you saved Kenji, we might allow you a turn. You could even have a go at her." The bearded man chuckled as he hung his leather armor on the wall. Laughter erupted among the others. Loren leaned against the apple tree, shaking his head. "No, I do not fancy sharing. You may leave this woman to me." The bearded man paused. "Perhaps I could offer you 2 slaps instead." The night watchman, bitten by a cat, cursed, "Get lost, kid, don't cause trouble. Perhaps it is you who should be leaving." Loren rattled his coin pouch, producing a melodious sound. 10 golden dragons for each of you. This woman belongs to me." The 4 night watchmen exchanged glances. 2 of them approached, one saying, "Kid, I have no objections. This wench is yours." The other concurred, "I agree. My neck is injured, making it rather inconvenient." Another joined them. "What about you?" Loren shook his head, glancing behind them. "Damn it, 10 golden dragons could buy the queen's first night. What is it that you see in this wild woman?" The bearded man retrieved his leather armor from the wall. Loren scoffed, "The queen's first night is long gone. I've never been with a wild woman. I wish to give it a try." He paid the 3 night watchmen, and after they departed, the bearded man donned the leather armor and approached. "Here, take 2 golden dragons for yourself, and these 2 are also yours." The bearded man turned back, slapping his own face twice with a resounding sound. Chapter 52. The shapeshifter. The spearwoman leaned against the wall, casting a malevolent gaze at Loren as he approached. She sighed in relief when he suddenly turned to leave. "No, no." He brandished his sword, cutting through the thicket and stepping inside. A diminutive wildcat lay curled in the grass, appearing listless. It sensed someone approaching and attempted to flee, only to be seized by the scruff of its neck. The spearwoman saw Loren approaching with the wildcat and appeared somewhat despondent. Go back, she murmured, almost as if in a stupor. Ignoring her, Loran tossed the wildcat onto her lap and placed a hand upon her arm. The wild woman's attire had just been torn away by the night watchman, leaving her upper body exposed. I can cooperate with you. Spare my cat. Such a profound bond between a woman and her feline companion. Loran glanced at her. She had a pleasing figure, but was disheveled, unless one were as starved as the night watchman. All right, turn around, he instructed, steadying her as he attempted to lead her away from the wall behind her. The wild woman displayed a pained expression, struggling to rise, then collapsed onto the ground. The wildcat tumbled to the earth, hissing fiercely twice. Never mind, let it be as it is. Loran placed his hand on her shoulder, where flesh was mangled and blood flowed incessantly. She had presumably been struck by a bolt from Banyan's crossbow, the arrowhead wrenched out brutally. Loran employed his magic again, using water spells to staunch her bleeding. Having helped Black Wind with his injuries for 5 years and treating Shireen's grayscale, he had gradually mastered the technique. Once he observed the wound had ceased bleeding, he assisted the spear woman to her feet and draped her in a covering. He lifted the wildcat, pulling the woman towards the lake by the town of Crown's End. As dusk approached, Banyan Stark arrived. You ought to kill her, he remarked, glancing at the wild woman. Slavery is not permitted within the kingdom. Loren chuckled lightly, casually remarking, of course, I have no desire for a slave. Perhaps I could reform her. In that case, the kingdom would gain another subject. The 4 rangers had already accepted his gold dragons, and Loren had rescued Kenji, prompting Banyan to refrain from further comment. I have heard that you intend to develop a farm on the newly granted land. Indeed, such is my intention. The commander-in-chief may consent, but my brother might harbor different thoughts. I am aware that Lord Stark is considering bestowing noble titles here. Loren smiled yet. Even if he could persuade Lord Mormont to relinquish the newly granted land, which Lord in the North possesses an abundance of people to cultivate it. Banyan surveyed the desolate town of Crown's Landing and sighed. The newly granted land had been assigned to the Night's Watch by the aged King Jaehaerys with a wave of his hand, which had always left a lingering resentment within House Stark. To develop this land, support from House Stark was indispensable. Loren was already contemplating how to achieve a mutually beneficial arrangement. Listen, Banyan. If the plan to develop farms on the newly granted land is approved by Mormont and Lord Stark, I intend to appoint you as my full-fledged liaison with the Night's Watch. You know that a farm established on the newly granted land will inevitably attract the Night's Watch, and I must preemptively eliminate that possibility. Moreover, neither Old Bear nor the Duke would overlook the farms, and you alone can satisfy all parties involved. Banyan hesitated. But I am a ranger. The rangers do not undertake missions every day, Loren replied, gently patting his shoulder. Do not be too hasty in your refusal. After all, I have yet to meet Lord Stark. Regardless, it is always a good thing to cultivate the newly granted land. Wouldn't you agree? Banyan finally nodded in agreement. Loren exhaled in relief. Stark and Mormont would not regard him with complete trust, and if a supervisor was absolutely necessary. Banyan, being both a member of the Night's Watch and House Stark, was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. That night, Kenji's wounds ceased to bleed, but he fell into a feverish stupor, mumbling in his dreams. The following day, as dawn began to break, Banyan realized that waiting any longer was not an option. He had no choice but to place Kenji on a horse, and they hurried towards Black Castle. Loren merely stated that he needed to take another look at the newly granted land and remained in Crown's Landing. Once the rangers had departed, he intended to examine the wildling woman's wounds. However, as he began to pull down her clothing, she struggled to evade him. The wildling woman eyed him warily. I can cooperate, but you must release me afterward. Oh, Loren replied, intrigued. Swear by the deity you worship. You bastard, the wildling woman cursed. Unless you swear as well. Very well, Loren nodded. The wildling woman then closed her eyes. By the ancient gods, before the sun rises today, I willingly submit to whatever this man does to me. Now it is your turn, Loren smiled. By the 7, as long as the woman before me does not. Only before the sun rises today. Agreed. I shall reiterate, under the witness of the 7 deities, before the sun rises today, if this woman is willing to obey my command, I shall honor my promise and set her free. The wild woman lowered her head, beckoning him to proceed. Loran tugged at her garment, noting that her wounds had healed quite well. Observing her slight tremor, he gently lifted her chin and urged her to descend. What? The spear wielder fixed him with a gaze fraught with alarm. That shapeshifter, command her to come down. I do not comprehend your words, she retorted, anger flaring in her voice. You scoundrel from the verdant realm, what do you intend to do? Will you forsake your oath? Humph. The ancient god's covenant holds weight only beneath the fishleaf tree. The spear wielder furrowed her brow, striving to maintain her composure. Loren nodded, dismissing her further, as the morning mist began to rise. He circled the lake several times until the pale fog enveloped the surroundings, prompting him to come to a halt. Removing the fishleaf bough from the back of the black wind, Loren strode toward the distant forest. Standing amidst the trees, he closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the surrounding humidity. After a while, he arrived beneath a proud sentinel tree, looking up at its crown, which appeared hazy in the mist. He nocked an arrow and released it skyward. I know you are up there. Should you fail to descend before I exit the woods, I shall take the life of the woman outside. With that, Loren turned to retrace his steps. As he took a few strides, rustling sounds emanated from the treetops. A figure began to slide down the trunk. Loren smiled, but his expression swiftly changed. The figure seemed to lack strength, her grip on the trunk loosening gradually, just 4 or 5 meters above the ground. She could no longer hold on and plummeted downwards. Cursing under his breath, Loren rushed forward just in time to catch her, but he too lost his balance, and they both tumbled to the ground. Before him lay a girl of no more than a dozen years, her hair tied in a ponytail, her face smudged with dirt. Yet her amber eyes sparkled with wildness and innocence. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and lunged at him. Chapter 53. Yelena, do not bully her, I implore you. The spear wielder watched as Loren approached from the forest, her defiance evaporating. The anger on her face instantly faded. Loren rolled his eyes and stepped before her, pulling aside his garment to reveal his shoulder. Bully her? Take a good look at this. A row of tiny bite marks marred his skin. With a hint of irritation, Loren lifted the tree cat from the spear wielder's arms and instructed the girl behind him, Yelena, hurry into the woods and gather some twigs for firewood. Quickly, or I shall slay it now. The girl dashed into the forest. Loren employed magic to assess the situation, discovering that the tree cat had a broken rib, and he returned it to the spear wielder's embrace before making his way to the lakeshore. He extended his hand into the water, and soon, a large fish was swept toward him by the current. Loren drew forth his Valyrian steel sword. With a swift thrust into the lake, he speared a fish. After skillfully dispatching and cleaning it, he seasoned it with salt and spices, while Yelena returned with a sizable bundle of branches. Loren ignited the twigs, and flames leapt eagerly into the air. He skewered the fish on his sword to grill it, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. A tree cat, dragging its body, eagerly called out beside Loren. He tore off a piece of fish for it. Sir, what are your intentions regarding us? The spearwoman suddenly inquired, her tone devoid of pleading or threats. Loren paused. Yelena was the first extraordinary individual he had encountered, and naturally, he wished to harness her abilities. Yet, he remained uncertain of their intentions, wary of inadvertently inviting danger into his midst. Luna, are you still contemplating a return to the tribe? Of course. How do you know my name? The spearwoman replied. Loren glanced at Yelena. But you have taken nothing. When you return, will old man Eugen spare you? Or do you intend for Yelena to become his 9th wife? Although she was unclear about the events that transpired in the woods, Luna sensed that her daughter had divulged considerable information. With a sigh, she remarked, we have no other choice. Yelena shook her head. Mother, I do not wish to become Eugen's wife. Loren nodded, refraining from further inquiries. From Yelena, he had gleaned the reasons for their journey southward, the so-called chieftain. Upon recognizing the girl's awakening as a seeker, perhaps fearing for his own status or desiring to exploit her powers, attempted to coerce her into marriage, and upon rejection, threatened them into raiding. 3 of his subordinates had since met their demise. The fish was now perfectly grilled, and he sliced a portion for Yelena. She fed her mother, and together they savored the meal, bite by bite. As the mist lifted, the tower in the lake sparkled with mottled gold under the sun. Is this the castle of the Greenlands? Yelena mused, gazing up at the tower's pinnacle. She had never seen such a towering stone structure in the north. It was merely a tower after all. Once they finished their meal, Loren addressed Luna. I can release you. Luna was taken aback, but he continued. However, Yelena must accompany me south. I will not conceal the fact that her abilities are of great significance to me, and I shall not treat her poorly. No. In the south, she will find no kin. She will be regarded as a witch or a dark sorceress and killed. Luna insisted, shaking her head fervently. After a moment of contemplation, Loren stated, then you shall accompany me. He seized the rope binding the spearwoman and dragged her toward the lake, pushing her into the water. Yelena, brandishing an unburnt branch, rushed forward. Let my mother go. You promised that as long as I complied, you would not harm her. Ignoring her, Loren continued to thrust Luna into the water. The girl swung the branch at him, but he swiftly snatched it away. Yelena, do not act impulsively. Luna sensed something amiss. There was a pathway beneath the water. The submerged embankment twisted and turned, elevated just enough above the lakebed to prevent the drowning of pedestrians. However, Loren was taken aback to discover that neither of the women could swim. As they proceeded, one of them slipped, and almost simultaneously, both found themselves floundering in the water. He sighed and conjured a spell. A wave surged toward them, and when the mother and daughter regained their senses, they had arrived beneath the tower. Yelena was still in a daze as Loren pushed open the decrepit oak door. After breaking through the barrier leading to the second floor, he pulled both women up and ascended the staircase to the tower's highest level. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Yelena as she stood before the glass. Gazing excitedly at the vast expanse of the northern realms, her prior confusion forgotten. The tree cat at her feet continued to meow, seemingly attuned to its owner's emotions. Luna stood behind another window, observing the apple trees and towering oaks outside, vaguely sensing that something had been amiss earlier. Yelena, I wish to see your abilities. Loren interrupted the girl's reverie. Yelena turned to glance at her mother, who hesitated, then looked at Loren before sitting on the ground and closing her eyes. The tree cat limped around the room, suddenly pausing and lifting its head. It quietly approached Loren, standing in the interplay of light and shadow as it regarded him. Just as Loren reached out to touch it, the tree cat emitted a sharp cry. Yelena crumpled softly to the ground by the window. What is happening? Loren questioned, puzzled. Yelena? Luna rushed to her daughter's side. By the gods, she's been in that cat's body for too long. Loren furrowed his brow and approached. He should have realized earlier. The girl's fall from the tree must have been a sign of her exhaustion. She had merely persisted out of concern for her mother. He placed his hand upon her forehead and began to weave a spell to probe her condition. Yelena groaned softly, leaning toward Loren. He quickly withdrew his hand. The girl was absorbing magic, akin to his previous experience when probing the fishwood. He was baffled by the situation but chose to feign nonchalance. Do not worry, Luna. She is fine. Although the magic was being absorbed gradually, he could still ascertain her vital signs. Why is it necessary to take her back? She seems disinclined toward that place. He continued to inquire as he observed Yelena drifting into a gentle slumber. The spearwoman scoffed, declaring that the people of the verdant land were treacherous and deceitful, unworthy of trust. Loren chuckled derisively. Spare me the useless rhetoric. Are your so-called free folk truly innocent? You know better than I what lies beyond the Great Wall. We do not bow to kings. What does that signify? Your pride and freedom? Why must Yelena still be coerced into marrying someone she does not cherish? Luna was momentarily taken aback. It was a natural order for a strong man to possess a woman. Oh, Loren chuckled. Does that mean you two are now under my dominion? You scoundrel. Luna averted her gaze. You may choose to return to the wilderness alone, or accompany me to the south. In any case, I shall not relinquish Yelena. I intend to harness her abilities, that is undeniable. And you shall observe. The three emerged from the lake, their bodies still dripping with water. With a gentle sweep of his hand, Loren conjured a water orb. Luna felt her clothes instantly dry. Yelena has kin in the south, and she will not be regarded as a witch. I assure you. Chapter 54. Arrival at Winterfell. Unlike those fortresses perched upon formidable heights, Loren merely rode his horse up a gentle hill. Thus, Winterfell unveiled itself upon the distant plain. The thick walls stood as robust and majestic as the giants said to have forged them. As they approached, the marks of countless years of weathering became increasingly evident. After stating their purpose, they were invited inside. The guards, unable to suppress their curiosity, glanced back. The girl behind clutched a young tree cat, her bright eyes darting about. Dressed in an ill-fitting coarse garment, despite her striking beauty, she bore no semblance to a noble woman. Were it not for the man in front bearing the sigil of his house and presenting a letter sealed with the Prime Minister's stamp, they would not have dared to admit the two. They entered through the southern gate, traversing two walls and a spacious courtyard, arriving at the main keep of Winterfell. A few children approached, led by a little girl of 4 or 5, who, upon seeing Loren, offered a shy smile and curtsied, lifting her skirt. Loren nodded in return. A slightly taller boy inquired, John, did you see that? You didn't even walk up to him. The shortest among them replied, Of course I saw him, Theon. He was lying next to Lady Stark. Oh, and there was the smallest one, cradled in a maid's arms. She stretched out her arms, calling out as if yearning to leap from her embrace. One by one, the boys took turns holding her. Another boy, who had been silent, leaned forward to tease her. Hey, Arya, you have a little brother now. What do you think we should name him? The guards entered to announce their presence while Loren continued to listen to their conversation. The little girl pondered seriously, tilting her head before exclaiming, Laimie. The girl in front turned back and said, It's Nymeria, but that S.A. girl's name, it won't do. The little girl pouted and ceased to respond. My lord, the Duke requests your presence inside. Loren returned to his senses, instructed Yelena to wait for him, and stepped inside. Summer was generous here. The room was as stiflingly warm as in the south. Only an occasional breeze wafted through the open window, providing a hint of coolness. Eddard Stark sported a neatly trimmed dark brown beard, his face adorned with a smile. Duke Loren bowed, placing a hand over his chest, and congratulated him on the birth of his son. Eddard's smile deepened slightly. "Come, child. Caitlin has heard of your arrival and wishes to meet you." Loren, taken aback, followed Eddard as he turned to enter the room. Caitlin Tully lay on the bed, a tiny infant peacefully sleeping beside her. "Oh, Loren, do come closer," she murmured gently, as if fearing to awaken the baby. Loren replied softly, "My lady, it is an honor to meet you. Thank you for saving little Daenerys. I know how much that means to Lyssa." "It was the least I could do," Loren humbly responded, while Eddard looked down at the letter in his hand with a smile. After a short while, Loren excused himself, accompanying Eddard back to the previous chamber. "Loren, John mentioned you came regarding the new grant of land." "Yes, my lord. Since the drought in the Great Hall of Summer, King's Landing has seen an influx of dispossessed farmers, and each day in Flea Bottom, people are starving. I wish to organize these individuals to head north for reclamation and sought your counsel. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived by virtue." Loren spoke of the disaster, and indeed, he noted the furrow that formed on Stark's brow. The ensuing discussions were not arduous. Loren assured that no stone walls would be erected, and the soldiers trained would not wear iron armor, with Benjen Stark overseeing communication and supervision, which ultimately eased the Duke's apprehensions. In conclusion, Loren pledged to provide a certain quantity of grain each year, securing Stark's support. Confirming that the summer's water and heat conditions of the new grant were relatively favorable for farming, Loren had recently reached a preliminary agreement with Mormont. Aware that this summer would last a decade, he promised Mormont a lease term not less than that duration, assuring the payment of rent in the coming years, regardless of the season. Finally, an agreement was reached to lease 2 vast areas along the narrow sea coast and the town of White Crown. Loren further added 5,000 golden dragons in exchange for the development of the forests and minerals in the newly granted land. With both parties successfully persuaded, Loren felt a strong desire to return home. He graciously declined Duke Stark's invitation to stay, departing Winterfell with Yelena. Outside the city, in the market of White Winter, there were still some shops. Luna found lodging in an inn. After witnessing Loren's magic, she finally relinquished her insistence on taking Yelena home, purchasing 2 horses and other supplies for their journey. The 3 traveled south along the White Knife River, even as Loren repeatedly emphasized that Winterfell was merely a larger castle. Far from a city, the 2 women could not fathom that there could be greater structures in the south. It was not until 4 days later that they beheld White Harbor, utterly astonished and rendered speechless. They wandered through the city, acquiring some provisions. 2 merchants specializing in peninsula salt were found by Loren, who entrusted them with the recruitment of artisans. Without further delay, the trio boarded a merchant ship bound for the Five-Finger Peninsula. Unlike Yelena, who radiated excitement, Luna gazed back at the distant, pale gray port city, understanding that she might never return to Frostbite Tooth. Days later, they arrived back at the Middle Finger Peninsula, which had changed significantly since her departure a year ago. Near the narrow sea, a lighthouse had been erected for both defense and guidance. The salt fields had doubled in size, and a beach was under construction, promising to further increase the scale. Luna marveled at the vibrant salt fields visible from the vessel, exclaiming that such a sight in the north could provoke a war between 2 tribes. The tower at home was now encircled by a stone wall, with newly constructed barracks, warehouses, and stables arranged harmoniously, resembling a castle. "Where's my father?" Upon returning home, Loren found both his father and old Brallo absent. Sir Bell was at the drainage site, and many new faces had joined the guards. Thankfully, a few familiar ones remained, where he might have found it difficult to enter his own home. Rivers flowed into the fjord from both the north and south of the Middle Finger Peninsula, prompting Loren to suggest to his father the diversion of a waterway to alleviate the need for rainwater collection. The weather here was notoriously unpredictable, and with an influx of people, food could be purchased directly. Buying fresh water seemed somewhat extravagant. Loren left the house in search of his father. The negotiations for the newly granted land had been finalized, and he needed to expedite development. The water channel had just begun to be excavated on the peninsula, still a considerable distance from the tower. Stonemasons were laying stones at the bottom of the dug channel, and to Loren's surprise, Bell and old Brallo were also laboring at the site. Approaching his father, Loren's gaze wandered to the distance, where he noticed an increase in guards at Coldwater City. Upon seeing Loren's return, Bell's face lit up with an involuntary smile. After glancing at the 2 women accompanying Loren, One of them called Old Brallo and the others to leave the worksite. With a hint of anticipation, Bell inquired about the negotiations. Loren nodded, assuring him that everything was in order. He had drafted the agreement on his way back and would like Bell to review it, as he would need to oversee the subsequent development. The Five-Finger Peninsula was exceedingly barren, and Loren's father had long desired a fertile domain. Although the newly granted land was merely a lease, it would provide some satisfaction. Chapter 55. The White Deer. After spending 2 days at home discussing family affairs with his father, Loren once again embarked on the journey away from home as a ship set sail for King's Landing. The fjord of the peninsula gradually faded from view. Observing Loren's reluctant expression, Luna curiously asked why he chose to leave when everything was already so satisfactory. Because the enemy is too formidable, and the Five-Finger Peninsula is far too small. Loren's gaze shifted from the distance to her. She possessed the same bright eyes and radiant smile as Yelena, yet bore the additional marks of a life weathered by storms, which added an air of warmth. Luna, we inhabit a perilous world, and we must devise ways to render ourselves more formidable than our adversaries. Remaining at home will not suffice. Danger? She inquired. Indeed, danger. For instance, my family's salt marsh has drawn covetous eyes. And what of that individual? He is deceased. Yet, you cannot guarantee that the next foe will not be even stronger. Loren inquired nonchalantly. Luna, have you encountered other beings in the lands beyond, such as giants, others, or the children of the forest? Giants do dwell in the Frostfangs. I have not seen them with my own eyes, yet Yugen claimed to have traded with them in his youth. As for the children of the forest, only the seers have professed to have seen them, but their words are not to be trusted. And the others? They are mere figments of legend. Giants in the south are also considered mythical. Dragons existed for millennia, vanishing for just over a century, and yet they too have become the stuff of legend. Perhaps one day these lost entities will re-emerge, one by one. Loren silently turned away, no longer gazing at her. Man's Red had already defected beyond the wall. When did the others begin to manifest? When did the wildlings commence their mass migration southward and unite? Contemplating these matters seemed premature, yet they loomed like the sword of Damocles, impossible to ignore. He endeavored to persuade the mother and daughter to accompany him southward, partly drawn by Yelena's capabilities, but also to glean information about the lands beyond. Unfortunately, their knowledge was limited. The ship had drifted for days, passing by Dragonstone. Loren, gazing at the distant island shrouded in thin smoke, could not help but think of Shireen. It is said that children's memories are fleeting. He wondered if the little girl still remembered him. What is this place? Yelena asked, peering at the black castle atop the mountain. With nothing better to do, Loren regaled them with tales of the Targaryens' conquest of Westeros. 3 days later, the ship finally docked in King's Landing, having previously witnessed White Harbor. The two were still incredulous at the grandeur of the capital. Their hearts eased slightly upon seeing Loren's home outside the King's Gate. Is this your wife? Lucy was in the courtyard, busy preparing perfume, and Yelena, noticing her frown, inquired. Not yet, Loren replied awkwardly. He summoned Alina to introduce the two women he had brought back from the north. In the days that followed, Loren was perpetually occupied. The artisans recruited from White Harbor and the crop seeds procured should have already been sent by his father. Soon, the docks and sheds for the newly granted lands would be constructed. He needed to swiftly recruit the first batch of farmers to venture northward for cultivation, as well as acquire plowing tools, oxen, and draft horses. Fortunately, Leo's manpower had expanded somewhat, allowing him to assist Loren in his ambitious plan for land reclamation. Thanks to the recent purge of the underground forces in King's Landing, recruiting manpower for the flea market under the gang's control is not a challenging endeavor. The newly granted land can easily accommodate a robust laborer per hectare, which presents an enticing opportunity for the displaced farmers who have wandered into the city. Each day, numerous individuals come to Roland to enlist. A month later, the first group of nearly 1,000 people, along with their families, set sail from King's Landing. They will land at Seal Bay and commence a grand reclamation of the land. 2 captains of the guard, promoted by Little Blot, lead 20 guards and 30 mercenaries aboard the ship as the inaugural protectors of the newly granted territory. Roland considers accompanying them, as he desires to train the soldiers, knowing that only he and Little Blot possess the necessary skills to do so. However, the enterprises in King's Landing, the recruitment of personnel, and even the chores of attendants render his departure nearly impossible. Roland increasingly acknowledges the scarcity of manpower. A small workshop has been constructed near the residence by the Blackwater River, where 2 blacksmiths, seized from the old blacksmith Montauk, have been settled. After discussing matters concerning iron smelting with them, of which he has only a rudimentary understanding, he instructs them to continue crafting the long swords and armor they had previously been working on. Upon exiting the workshop, he notices a hooded woman standing before his residence. Her partially revealed face seems familiar. "You are Master Roland. I require your assistance," she states. As she lowers her hood, he recognizes her as the woman who had previously offered him 2 loaves of bread in the royal forest. Shortly after returning to King's Landing, he had dispatched Boron to deliver 2 gold dragons to each of the 2 individuals who had once aided him. Roland invites her into his home. "What kind of assistance do you seek?" Although she takes a seat, her urgency is palpable. "I have heard that you possess a physician's certification from the Academy." Roland furrows his brow, acknowledging the truth of her statement. At that time, when the Academy recommended him to Dragonstone to treat grayscale, they had bestowed upon him a bachelor's necklace. With the healing of Shireen's grayscale, many are now aware of this fact. The woman rises and bows slightly to Roland, pleading, "I know this is presumptuous, but I implore you to save my child." "Your child?" Roland thinks he might be becoming a pediatric savior. "What has happened to him? Can you tell me?" "He was hunting in the forest when he was suddenly attacked by a wild boar. By the gods' mercy, he survived, but his abdomen was slashed open. It turns out the child is not a child at all, but a hunter." "Are the wild boars in the royal forest that ferocious?" the woman exclaims anxiously. Roland, feeling a headache coming on, realizes that if it were merely a superficial wound, he could assist with stopping the bleeding. However, if his abdomen is indeed sliced open and his internal organs are compromised, it poses a significant challenge for him. Nonetheless, he must first assess the situation. The royal forest is not far from here. If he rides, he could return by tomorrow. Once again, I must request a brief leave from John for a couple of days. Fortunately, the Prime Minister has also been rather unoccupied lately and is aware that Loren is preoccupied with the new land reclamation project. Thus, he does not require daily attendance at the Red Keep. He informed Elena and young Bloret, then accompanied the woman as she made her way from the dock to the southern bank of the Blackwater River. The woman found her horse, gracefully mounted, and rode towards the royal forest. The injured individual was a robust young man, approximately 20 years of age. His condition was critical. He had succumbed to unconsciousness, plagued by a persistent high fever. A ghastly wound marred his abdomen. Loren placed his hand upon the young man's forehead and quietly channeled his magic. It was soon evident that there was an anomaly in his abdomen. Fortunately, his internal organs appeared unscathed, though there was significant fluid accumulation. Loren, lacking extensive knowledge in this area, speculated that the injury had induced abdominal inflammation. Yet, the fluid could be easily removed. He feigned administering a potion to the patient, instructing the woman to gather fresh water. After administering a drop of magical elixir from Asha, Loren focused his magic and gradually extracted the fluid from the young man's abdomen. The following day, the patient's condition improved, the fever had subsided, and he regained consciousness. Just as Loren was about to take his leave, the woman halted him once more. "I have heard you are recruiting farmers for the new land. Might we partake in this endeavor?" she inquired. "Are you referring to the 2 of you?" he asked. "No, I mean the hunters and fishermen of the royal forest." Loren's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was possible, but how could he persuade them? With her son's health improving, the woman's spirits lifted considerably. She smiled and replied, "It seems the young master is unaware of our plight. If we could cultivate land, who would choose to remain here? In the royal forest, each tree belongs to the king. We risk our lives against beasts or capsizing boats, struggling to make ends meet. If the new land could accommodate us, I believe every soul here would be immensely grateful." "Certainly, it can accommodate you. I have reached an agreement with the Night's Watch. Even after my lease expires, the farmers will be permitted to remain. But how many can actually leave?" She pondered. With a recent influx of dispossessed farmers, there are now over 3,000 individuals in the royal forest, and at least half would be willing to depart. "I can persuade them." Loren had not anticipated that a casual visit would yield such significant outcomes. His curiosity about the woman's identity deepened. "May I inquire how to address you?" he asked. The woman hesitated, leaning closer to whisper, "White Deer Wenda, of the Brothers of the Royal Forest." Loren was taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. What did the crimes of the former dynasty have to do with him? He smiled and said, "Welcome to the new land." Chapter 56. Delisa as Wenda led the initial 1,000 citizens of the royal forest northward, the recruitment of farmers for the new land could finally reach a temporary conclusion. After all, the area was in dire need of development, and progress would have to be made step by step. Although aided by the assistance of Baiju, Bell still found himself under-resourced in the newly acquired territory. Loren had transferred 2 of the family guards from King's Landing to oversee the salt distribution, along with all the capable hands in management. Young Bloro also had intentions of heading north, yet a significant event disrupted those plans. Queen Cersei had given birth to a daughter, and the naming ceremony coincided with the imminent tournament. This time, no entry barriers were established. Knights, squires, and even ordinary warriors were permitted to compete. As Roren made his way into the city, he observed that the tournament grounds outside the king's gates were already abuzz with training, where two valiant knights brandished their lances and charged heroically towards each other. Roren cast a fleeting glance, then lost interest. His own lance practice was infrequent and paled in comparison to the seasoned knights of noble lineage. Thus, he had only registered for the team tournament. On the journey from the river road to the Red Keep, Roren felt a peculiar itch on his leg. Looking down, he saw Yelena's tree cat emerging from the saddlebag of black wind. He lifted it into his arms. This creature bore resemblance to a leopard from a bygone era. According to Yelena, she had awakened her shape-shifting abilities shortly before her descent south, initially possessing a goat from her household. Regrettably, the goat met an untimely fate during the journey south, and it was only beyond the wall that she found this juvenile tree cat. In the newly gifted territory, it was this nimble feline that had diverted the Night Watch's hounds. Unfortunately, the clumsy allies had set their sights on Roren and his party en route to the new territory, deciding to strike at them, which led to a lapse in their vigilance over Banyan, resulting in a counterattack. A few days prior, at the request of Luna and her daughter, Roren had taken them for a stroll through King's Landing. However, they were soon overwhelmed by the pervasive stench and ceased any further discussion of entering the city. Only Yelena, upon learning that Roren had become the chief steward of the Red Keep, occasionally requested him to escort her inside to glimpse the king's residence. Naturally, Roren lacked the authority to bring anyone in casually and had to flatly refuse. The tree cat was remarkably well behaved, as he knew Yelena had bestowed her shape-shifting talent upon it. No wonder the girl had suddenly taken the initiative to prepare the horses upon hearing he was going out. It had evidently been premeditated. As he stepped into the Chancellor's tower, he was met with the sound of Delisa's cries. Jon and Scholar Keeman were in the sitting room, attempting to amuse her and quell her tears, but their efforts were in vain. It was only when Roren entered that Delisa reached out her arms towards him, prompting a sigh of relief from the Chancellor. By the gods, this was far more challenging than governing a kingdom. Jon hastily handed the girl over to Roren, jokingly remarking on her attachment to him, suggesting she resembled his own child. Roren felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It would be best to refrain from such jesting. Jon, seeing that his daughter was gradually calming down, gently pinched her cheek and smiled, saying, "Look, little Delisa has the same nose as mine." Roren chuckled softly. While Delisa's nose had a slight downturn, it could hardly be described as a hawk's beak, and it harmonized beautifully with her charming little face. The tree cat called out eagerly twice on the ground, capturing the little girl's attention. She leaned over Lauren's shoulder to gaze down, babbling excitedly. The girl, nearly a year old, had inherited the Tully family's red hair and the Aaron's blue eyes. She could stumble about on her own, though she had yet to master the art of speech. "Where's the lady?" Lauren inquired with curiosity. Usually, at this hour, Lisa would promptly come to soothe the child upon hearing her cries. She returned from Maegor's hold, saying she needed to clear her mind. "She should be in the Weirwood Grove," came the reply. It was evident that Jon was also somewhat perplexed. "You should take the child to see her." Lauren nodded and made his way toward the Weirwood Grove. As he approached, he spotted Lisa standing atop the northern wall, gazing towards the direction of the dragon's lair, accompanied by a maid from Dorne. Upon hearing footsteps, the Duchess turned to see Lauren approaching with their daughter in his arms, managing a faint smile. Lauren noticed her eyes were slightly reddened, as if she had recently wept. He glanced at the dark-haired maid, who merely shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty about the situation. Daisy wished to play with the tree cat following Lauren, prompting Lisa to gently set her down from her embrace. The little girl steadied herself against the wall and took a few steps towards the tree cat. Observing her approach, the tree cat hastily retreated but was caught by Lauren and placed in front of the girl. It let out a fierce cry but did not shy away, allowing the child to pet it. Lisa chuckled softly at the sight before turning a few steps away, continuing her gaze toward the north. The dragon's lair appeared dilapidated, with the clouds above scattered like 1,000 scales. "Lauren," Lisa said wistfully, "you promised to take me out." Lauren hesitated, recalling his earlier suggestion that Lisa should venture out more after giving birth, rather than remaining cooped up. A wave of guilt washed over him. He had indeed forgotten about that promise in recent days. "I shall fulfill my promise. Where would you like to go, my lady?" "In King's Landing. There seems to be only Baelor's September, which some noble women enjoy visiting. Or perhaps the River Road. There are numerous wares from the free cities available there. Can we go further?" Lisa raised her gaze to him, but hesitated to voice her thoughts. "Further?" Lauren frowned, as Daisy, following the tree cat, stumbled over to him and wrapped her arms around his leg, clad in a dress of red and blue hues. Suddenly, it dawned on him. "My lady, let us return home. Duke Hoster must miss you dearly." Lisa shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. He wouldn't. Roren was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of how to console her, a profound rift existed between the father and daughter. Yet he vaguely recalled that in the original timeline, Hoster, even in his dying moments, remained preoccupied with Lisa, ultimately not waiting for even a single raven. "Oh," Daisy exclaimed, noticing her mother's tears, her small hands waving anxiously. "Mama," she called out with a garbled utterance. Both Roren and Lisa were momentarily stunned. The world around them faded, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves of the weirwood grove. Lisa suddenly lowered her head. "My child." She embraced her daughter tightly. Contemplating the foolishness I had committed, tears still glistening on her face, she smiled and said, "Roren, they say my father has fallen again and needs assistance to walk out of the door. It was during my visit to the queen to see the little princess that I learned of this matter. I found myself somewhat concerned for him." Roren gazed at Lisa with a hopeful expression and smiled. "Then let us return to the Hajin region." Well, since I had promised her, I would accompany her on this journey. If he could triumph at the upcoming tournament, John would likely be knighted, bidding farewell to his status as a squire. Without any official title, it would be nearly impossible for him to remain in the Red Keep. By then, he could focus on managing the newly bestowed lands and the family business. Chapter 57. Team Tournament. The Baratheon crown and stag banner fluttered in the wind atop the city walls. Once again, the area outside the king's gates was bustling with a vast crowd. The royal family announced the name of the little princess, Mysela Baratheon. Today marked the tournament held in honor of the princess's naming day. Knights from the Seven Kingdoms arrived from all directions, and the throngs of spectators packed the area to capacity. Only one side of the king's gate was left open, allowing participants and the nobles in the stands to pass through. Roren, along with little Brolin, Boron, and Wendell Sunbread, made their way to the tournament grounds, passing by the various banners hanging along the roadside. Upon entering the arena, they had yet to commence battle, but each was already seeking their position. Unlike lance duels, team tournaments often involved more intricate interpersonal dynamics. After all, no one can confidently sweep the field alone. Naturally, one must rally support and align with their own. In the past few days, Roren had participated in several matches and even hosted a banquet to familiarize himself with the Knights of the Vale, ensuring he would not be isolated in times of need. The effort bore fruit as several knights from the Vale quickly gathered around him. Those who had initially harbored reservations about Roren and his companions, upon witnessing their evident camaraderie, tactfully distanced themselves. The knights were thoroughly clad in armor, yet each bore emblems embroidered on their attire or painted on their shields. Thus, the participating knights were distinctly divided into several factions. As a brief horn sounded, the spectators erupted into cheers, and the battles commenced immediately. The wandering knights, hoping to take advantage of the chaos, became the primary targets of aggression. Most of these individuals wielded wooden shields and long swords, their armor plain and unadorned. Some had even failed to assemble a complete suit of armor, competing with merely a breastplate. Roren held little interest in them, casting a wary glance over the shields of the Vale and surveying the surroundings. In a team tournament comprising over 50 participants, the Vale Knights, along with their group of 9, constituted a significant force on the field. After a thorough observation, it became evident that aside from their own, the North, Dorne, and the Riverlands had also gathered in unity. Initially, they all agreed to confront external adversaries before determining their own fates, suggesting an unspoken understanding among many noble knights. "Esteemed lords, let us deal with the North last," a youthful voice proclaimed. Roren noticed that, in addition to the red castle emblem of House Redwine emblazoned on his shield, there was also the flayed man's symbol of House Bolton from the north. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Typically, it signified a marriage alliance, where heirs would display the insignias of both families. Another possibility was participation as a squire in battle. Roren had adorned his shield with the emblem of the blue eagle against a white moon, along with a middle finger crest. The North lacked traditional knightly customs and did not favor jousting tournaments. Such practical group combats were the rare occasions one might glimpse the northern folk. Their long-standing amicable relations with the Vale meant that Roren and his companions had no intention of causing them distress. Swords swung, shields flew. Roren toppled a knight from the west and began to select his next opponent. To his left, Boron shattered a wooden shield, his dull blade striking an opponent's helm. The unfortunate knight from the Riverlands collapsed, rendered unconscious. Although the tournament employed specially designed blunt swords, The absence of bloody carnage did not prevent many from being knocked out or sustaining fractures. The air was filled with roars and anguished cries. As the last 4 clustered knights from the west were expelled from the contest, the battlefield began to clarify. The Vale retained 7 combatants, while the north had 3, and the Riverlands, unexpectedly, boasted the largest contingent of 9. Having established preliminary trust during the recent skirmish, the Vale and the north united to oppose the Riverlands. Despite their earlier tumultuous melee, the emphasis shifted towards chivalric honor, as they feared tarnishing their reputations before the thousands of spectators from King's Landing. The bouts commenced one by one. Loren chose a knight from Highgarden, adorned with a golden rose on a green background. This opponent possessed some skill, yet his techniques were overly conventional. It was not long before Loren bested him, sending him crashing to the ground. The youth with the flayed man emblem on his shield found himself without an adversary, maneuvering along the periphery of the tournament. Just as Loren prepared to engage him, a thunderous crash erupted beside him. A knight from the Vale had his shield sent flying, subsequently succumbing to a strike at his side, collapsing lifelessly. The shield landed at Loren's feet, belonging to a knight of House Redwine who had accompanied Little Bolton. He assisted the fallen knight to his feet, only to notice a Riverlands knight approaching. Casting a glance at Little Bolton on the sidelines, he turned to Loren, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Loren stepped forward, facing an adversary of equal height, the rose motif on his armor gleaming brilliantly. Yet, Loren felt a twinge of confusion. The Tyrell sigil should only feature a single golden rose, whereas his opponent's shield displayed 2. However, there was no time for further contemplation. As the adversary lunged forward with a sword, Loren raised his shield to block the attack, while simultaneously swinging his own sword towards the opponent's head. The rose-adorned shield swiftly ascended, and the clash of sword against shield resonated with a deafening sound. Loren felt an immense force surge towards him, causing him to involuntarily step back. In that instant, his fighting spirit ignited, and he launched an attack. The opponent deftly sidestepped, and their figures danced across the battlefield, alternating between agile evasion and fierce assault. Loren experienced a sense of encountering a worthy rival, marveling at the opponent's prowess. It was a feeling he had only ever felt when facing skilled adversaries like the Hunting Hounds or James, yet this time, he refrained from employing any magical deceit. The rose on his shield had been battered, while the emblem of the white moon and blue eagle on his middle finger was now unrecognizable. The skirmishes of others had gradually come to a close, yet the clash between the two drew louder cheers from the audience. However, with the sound of the horn, Loren and his opponent instinctively ceased their duel. Discontent with the abrupt halt of the match, the cheers swiftly transformed into disappointed boos. Looking back at the arena, Loren observed that Little Bolton had already knocked down the son of Wendell, Brett. The only contenders remaining were himself, Little Blore, Boron, the Skinner, and Galantiriel. The knight who had just fought him removed his helmet, revealing a cascade of soft brown hair. "You are gallant," he remarked, eyeing the emblem of the white moon and blue eagle on Loren's shield with curiosity. "Roren Hawthorne," he replied, smiling, recognizing the valiant gallant as truly worthy of his name. Galantiriel regarded him, sensing a familiarity with this individual. Little Blore assisted Brett to his feet, also removing his helmet, displaying a hint of frustration. He had initially noticed the youth in the arena was a head shorter than him, thinking to impress the audience, only to unexpectedly falter. "Who are you?" Brett inquired, gazing at the boy who had bested him. "Dominic Bolton," the Skinner chimed in, removing his helmet with a faint smile. "I must take my leave, gentlemen. We shall meet in the finals." He began walking towards the sidelines, where the Redford family awaited him. "We'll fight again another time." Brett waved goodbye to Dominic, his earlier disappointment having vanished. The injuries inflicted by the wild boar had only recently begun to heal, and he had managed to endure longer than he anticipated. Dominic nodded with a smile. As Loren and the others conversed while making their way to the sidelines, the arena erupted once more into enthusiastic cheers, this time filled with the voices of numerous women. The victors were indeed in their prime, and even the last to fall, Brett, bore an impressive demeanor, save for Boron. Chapter 58, Blasterial. The resounding cheers echoed endlessly. This time, Loren found himself as an observer. In the arena, a diminutive knight wielded a bare, unadorned shield, devoid of any family crest. Yet, he captivated the attention of the entire assembly. Initially, he was merely a peripheral figure, but having endured 2 perilous battles, he remained steadfast in the arena. It appeared that yet another enigmatic knight had emerged. Boron shrugged his shoulders, finding the spectacle somewhat tedious. However, the other spectators were far from bored, fervently cheering for the diminutive warrior. The tall Duncan, the valiant Jondar, the intrepid Balistan, and the smiling tree knight. Such tales had long been a source of fascination. The short knight executed a nimble roll, evading a fierce strike from the Dornish warrior, earning yet another chorus of applause. This was merely a stalling tactic, and little Broll noticed the man's intentions at once. Boron chuckled, acknowledging the cleverness of the strategy. Who could say that defeating this opponent would not lead to an even more formidable adversary next? Indeed, it soon became evident that 4 victors had emerged, leaving only the short knight and the Dornish warrior to determine their fate. Countless eyes were fixed upon the arena, and no one dared forsake their honor to aid either party. Observing this, the short knight no longer concealed his prowess. After another deft evasion, he delivered a lightning-fast thrust, toppling the Dornish warrior to the ground. The sound of the horn echoed, and the cheers erupted like thunder. It seemed our final match would be quite intriguing. A voice of reflection broke the moment, prompting Loren to turn abruptly. Garland Tiller smiled warmly. "Loren, my brother wishes to meet you. Might you grant him this honor?" Vilas. "Oh, certainly. It would be my privilege," Loren replied, somewhat taken aback. He was well aware of Vilas Tiller, the heir of Highgarden. In the eyes of the Thorned Queen, he was the most astute among the roses. Following Garland towards the noble seats by the river bend, the tournament would last 2 days, with the finals set for tomorrow. Today, the attendance of nobles was relatively sparse, with many seats unoccupied. Vilas was observing 2 boys fencing, their wooden swords clashing with a crisp sound. Noticing someone approach, he turned his head. Garland introduced, "Brother, Roren Hawthorne has arrived." Vilas rose with a smile, assisted by a knight beside him. "Forgive my presumption. I should have personally extended the invitation, yet I feared my condition might steal the laughter that rightfully belongs to the warriors in the arena." Loren bowed respectfully. "Sir, your courage and resilience command universal admiration." Years prior, Vilas had suffered a fall during a tournament, resulting in a disability that left him limping. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. It was rumored that he cherished learning and was remarkably cultured. Even his former opponent from that tournament, Oberyn Martell, held him in high regard. The 2 exchanged polite gestures as they took their seats, though Loren remained curious about the reason for his invitation. In a tournament bustling with dignitaries, it certainly bore significant social implications. Perhaps it was merely an effort to foster camaraderie? Suddenly, a little girl emerged beside Vilas, exquisitely delicate and sweet in appearance. She spoke softly. "If you like flowers, I can have someone deliver some to you. Could you perhaps persuade the lord of the manor to cease harvesting them?" The little girl questioned, her lips pouting in a somewhat pitiful manner as her large eyes gazed up at Loren. Velis chuckled, gently ruffling the girl's hair. "Marguerite, don't be rude." "Galen, didn't you mention that you had heard of Loren somewhere?" Previously, outside the High Court's estate, many flourishing flowers had been abruptly harvested, causing our sister to weep. The lord had claimed that those flowers were meant for Loren. Loren smiled wryly. Vincent's laboratory was now managed by 3 young girls who were responsible for extracting essences for perfume production. The variety of flowers in Wangling was rather limited, resulting in some being in short supply. Thus, Leo expanded the procurement area to the riverbend, and for this, Poland recruited several knights to transport the flowers day and night. Recently, the unique golden roses from Riverbend had become exceedingly popular in the free trade city. It was merely a trivial matter for the little girl to dwell upon. Velis should not be so narrow-minded. Loren tilted his head and reassured her. "I apologize, dear miss. However, flowers inevitably wither. I merely preserve their essence." "Essence?" Marguerite inquired curiously. "If possible, I shall bring you a bottle tomorrow at the tournament grounds." The free city was far more affluent than Westeros, and the golden rose perfume there fetched prices several times that of gold, which Loren sold across the narrow sea. Besides his own estate, only Lisa possessed 2 bottles in Westeros. "There's no need for such extravagance," Velis likely deduced something. The tournament grounds commenced a new round of combat, amidst the deafening cheers. He leaned closer and suddenly asked, "Loren, have you recently offended someone?" Taken aback, Loren turned his head. Given the directness of the inquiry, he felt compelled to be forthcoming. "The knight must know that my family operates certain enterprises, which inevitably attract some greedy hounds." Velis nodded, seemingly puzzled. "For some reason, there have been many spiders in Riverbend lately. Their paths overlap significantly with the estates from which you procure." Loren furrowed his brow. It appeared he was being targeted, and the intentions of these newcomers were ominous. Yet, why would Velis offer him assistance? "Thank you for informing me. I shall instruct my subordinates to remain vigilant." Hesitating slightly, he cautiously proposed, "If the knight does not mind, I believe we could establish a more profound collaboration, such as the distribution of salt and regular supply of flowers." Velis considered this briefly, nodding gently. "Let us discuss this matter later. You must be cautious, not just of the octopus spiders. He turned his gaze towards the central position of the noble seating. The queen sat there, beside her, a knight with hair as golden as hers. She appeared to be requesting something, displaying a rare and charming demeanor. In an instant, Loren understood. It was a Lannister. Jaime was always targeted by those detestable knights at the tournament. The queen, feeling somewhat vexed, quickly transformed her expression into a smile. Uncle Gillian. Loren has repeatedly affronted the prince. You must assist me. He must not be allowed to claim victory in the tournament. Rest assured, Cersei, there are 6 knights from the Westerlands advancing to the finals. I shall ensure they fight alongside Jaime, and with Sandor Clegane on our side, we shall not be defeated. Gillian Lannister, the youngest brother of Tywin, had come to lead the knights of the Westerlands in celebration of the little princess's name day. Cersei remained somewhat dissatisfied. I had Sandor Clegane deal with him once, yet that mutt failed to prevail. If only the mountain had come as well. If the mountain were here, it would only remind the people of King's Landing of what we did when the city fell. Gillian furrowed his brow, gazing at her with suspicion. What has that boy done to incite such hatred from you? Surely, it is more than merely affronting the prince. He has done nothing. He merely should have perished at sea, yet he returned unexpectedly. The queen forced a smile, sitting upright in silence. Chapter 59, Marjorie Loren, someone is seeking you outside. Boron suddenly knocked on the door. Who? He had just changed out of his armor and bathed. A beautiful noblewoman. Loren initially thought he was jesting, but upon stepping into the courtyard, he found it to be true. Sir Velis, Lady Marjorie, welcome. Loren was somewhat surprised to see the two he had parted from not long ago. Behind them followed 2 knights of the Kingsguard and a maid. Lady Marjorie insisted on visiting upon hearing you were in King's Landing. Velis chuckled. The young girl interjected, I hope I am not intruding. Loren smiled and shook his head. Of course not. Please, come in. Velis motioned for the guards to wait outside, leading his sister inside with a slight limp. A tree cat perched atop the tower, curiously observing the 2 strangers who had entered. In the courtyard, several children, about Marjorie's age, were filling containers with fragrant liquids. Marjorie sniffed the air. I smell flowers. Is this the essence of golden roses? Not just golden roses, Loren replied as Elena emerged. Please assist Lady Marjorie in selecting 2 fragrances. Sir, please follow me this way. He gestured for Velis to accompany him into a room. This space rarely received guests, as Loren had converted the parlor into a study. Upon seeing the tall bookshelf densely packed with tomes, Velis was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he had been somewhat astonished upon approaching this location. The estate by the Blackwater Rush, distant from the main road to the King's Gate, had initially seemed like an ordinary workshop. However, as he drew nearer, he realized that danger lurked at nearly every step. The workshop, the fortified estate, and the riverside smithy formed a triangular defense, while over a dozen arrow towers surrounded the courtyard, with guards armed with crossbows vigilantly watching every approaching figure. Due to the previous assault, Loren has redeployed the defenses of the estate. 16 crossbows were procured from Mill for the arrow towers. The walls are adorned with sharp arrows to deter any intruders. Although this defense may not rival that of a fortified stronghold, it is certainly comparable to a small fortress. Now, as Velis observes the neatly arranged volumes on a standing bookshelf, his curiosity about Loren deepens. He is merely limping. He is neither deaf nor blind. Garland, who focuses solely on martial prowess, remains unaware of this man's background. How could he, as the heir of the Highgarden, be so uninformed? Loren has saved the Prime Minister's offspring, cured the grayscale affliction of the Minister of Maritime Affairs' daughter, and retrieved a Valyrian steel sword from the depths of the sea. A weapon never before documented in Westeros. These exploits have been brought to his attention. The rift with the Queen is firmly etched in his memory. His previous efforts to befriend Loren were motivated by a desire to create obstacles for the Lannisters. While the tales of sea monsters may seem fantastical, the initiative to reform the underworld of King's Landing demonstrates that Loren possesses considerable capabilities. It appears that his influence may extend far beyond what Velis initially presumed. After a leisurely exchange, Velis subtly suggests that Loren could serve as an ally in King's Landing. As their conversation progresses, he brings up the previously mentioned proposal for collaboration. Loren is somewhat taken aback by the sudden shift in Velis's demeanor, yet he articulates his thoughts. Whether it concerns the procurement of flowers or the sale of salt, collaborating with House Tyrell would prove mutually beneficial. They briefly discussed this matter before continuing to share amusing anecdotes from across the 7 kingdoms. Loren's extensive knowledge gives Velis the sensation of encountering a kindred spirit. However, their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the sounds of several girls arguing outside. Loren and Velis hastily step out. I do not mean to say this, Selena, But there will be no wizards or magic, nor will there be crystal shoes or pumpkin coaches. Of course, my lady, I mentioned that it was merely a tale. Alina gently reassures a sobbing little girl in her arms as she speaks to the distant Marjorie. Loren takes the little girl into his arms, wiping her tears away. What is the matter, Tammy? The girl, feeling wronged, clings to his neck and gazes at young Marjorie, lamenting that the prince will never marry Cinderella. Tammy is the youngest child in the yard, whom Loren recently adopted from a destitute farmer he encountered at the flea market. Her father succumbed to illness at the docks before he could journey north to his newly granted land. Tammy, the essence of this story has never been about the prince, but rather about Cinderella. She must first learn to love herself before she can find someone who will love her in return. Perhaps he will not be a prince adorned with a crown, but he will undoubtedly be the prince of her heart. Loren patiently comforts her, sharing a helpless smile with Veles. Veles found the situation somewhat amusing. From the fragments of conversation, he discerned what had transpired. Children always fancied such tales, and indeed, there was a certain Jamie from Stonehill who had married a prince. I am familiar with that story, the short-statured Prince Duncan, who lost the throne that rightfully belonged to him due to this affair, which also incited a rebellion. Marjorie approached, grasping her brother's hand. Veles, I believe it's time for us to depart. Could you assist me with the payment? She raised her other delicate hand, revealing 2 bottles of perfume wrapped in a handkerchief. These are gifts for you, Miss Marjorie. Seeing the siblings still being polite, Lauren's mind stirred. Sir Veles, if you must offer a reward, perhaps it would be best to have the Kingsguard avoid conflict with the Vale Knights before the finals? Veles pondered for a moment and then agreed with a smile. Loren escorted the pair to the door. Marjorie glanced back at Loren outside. It is quite an enchanting story, but I do not favor it. Loren replied calmly, Miss, life is not akin to a ballad. These children have already endured enough hardship. Why not allow them to hear a sweet melody? Marjorie smiled sweetly and bid farewell. She climbed into the carriage not far away, but lifted the curtain to gaze at Loren's estate. What troubles you, little Marjorie? Veles rode alongside the carriage. He seems different. Different in what sense? The young girl hesitated. I am not certain. Last night's torrential rain, he remarked. When Loren and the others arrived at the tournament grounds, the ground still bore traces of moisture. He felt a tinge of disappointment. The rain had fallen at an inopportune time. Had it occurred during the competition, the odds would have undoubtedly shifted. The tournament had yet to commence, with the royal fool and performers from various regions entertaining the crowd. Spectating the jousting tournament was a rare form of amusement, especially today. As the finals of the team competition were about to unfold, the onlookers were more numerous than ever before. With the banners of the Baratheons and Lannisters fluttering from the King's Gate, the white-clad Kingsguard escorted the beloved king and queen as they made their entrance. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Robert and Cersei ascended to the central royal platform, while young Prince Joffrey beamed beside the king. And the young princess was presented to the queen by a handmaiden. The sound of horns filled the air. The jester in the arena flicked his sleeves, releasing 2 doves that soared into the sky, earning a final round of applause before retreating from the arena. Loren followed the knights advancing to the finals into the jousting grounds, taking in the myriad of excited, radiant faces surrounding him. Once again, he experienced the sentiments of the slaves within the arena. Chapter 60. Mandon Moore. 3 Kingsguard clad in white armor entered the arena. Among them were Jaime and Barristan. Alongside Mandon Moore, who approached the Vale Knights. Loren was somewhat taken aback. Typically, the Kingsguard would fight alongside Barristan. However, considering that this individual hails from the Vale, his inclusion was met with little objection. After all, Jaime often fought alongside the warriors of the Westerlands. Before the competition commenced, Loren conveyed the crucial information to the assembled Vale Knights to avoid the Knights of Highgarden. As all parties took their positions, the warriors swiftly arranged themselves, eyeing each other with vigilance. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the cheers of the onlookers gradually subsiding as anxious eyes fixated on the arena. The Vale had secured a corner to avoid being besieged from all sides. Beside Loren stood small Bronn and Podrick. A brief glance revealed the presence of Bronn's Yoren on the left flank, accompanied by the Ironborn Mandon, while Edmure lingered near Podrick. The remaining individuals could only be identified by the emblems on their shields. The sound of the horn echoed. A momentary stillness enveloped the tournament grounds. Then, in an instant, the armored figures sprang into action, swords flashing like lightning. The shouts, cheers, and the clash of blades intertwined, creating a tragic yet fervent symphony. Leading a group of mercenary knights, Ser Loras positioned himself at the edge of the enclosure. While they could evade encirclement, they could not escape the onslaught from both sides. The Westerland Knights charged forward. The Red Priest was the first to engage, his gauntlet gliding over his long sword as a fiery blaze flared to life, momentarily stalling the assault of the Westerland Knights. Yet, the situation remained dire. The Dornish Knights, eager to exploit their advantage, surged towards Ser Loras and his men. Engaging in overwhelming numbers was hardly honorable. Let us vanquish them. The Vale Knights remained observant of the unfolding conflict, while Loren had already drawn his sword and advanced towards the Dornish. The Dornish Knights soon began to curse, hastily raising their defenses. However, they found themselves already engaged with the mercenaries, becoming the targets of a concerted attack. The fewest in number, the Stormlands and the Reach Knights began to clash with the Riverlands. The sounds of anguish filled the air, and the cheers from the spectators surged like a tide. Amidst the chaos, the warriors fought for themselves yet provided mutual support. They occasionally grouped together to withstand the enemy's fierce onslaught, and then dispersed to seek opportunities for a decisive strike against their foes. A blunt sword struck a northern knight's helm, sending him crashing to the ground. A diminutive and enigmatic warrior darted from beside Ser Loras, his blunted blade piercing the chest plate of a Dornish knight like a viper's sting. The Martells had not sent any representatives. Only a few families, such as House Hightower, had entered the fray. The Dornish forces dwindled with each passing moment, their remaining members recognizing their untenable position, voluntarily withdrawing from the tournament grounds and becoming the first faction eliminated. The Vale Knights began to engage with Ser Loras and his men, while Loren chose to bypass them and target the Westerland Knights instead. In comparison to the mercenary knights advancing to the finals, the threat posed by the Westerland Knights was considerably greater. The Riverlands and the North had combined their forces, advancing against them, but struggled to gain the upper hand. Loren dashed towards the fray, casting a glance over his shoulder to see little Bronn and Boron charging alongside him. To his astonishment, the Kingsguard, Mandon Moore, trailed closely behind. With a resounding clash, two blunt swords collided as Loren and his companions plunged into the chaos of battle. In this melee, there were no elaborate maneuvers, only the raw instinct of combat. Each clash of steel resonated with power and fervor as the forces dwindled with each passing moment. Soros wielded a flaming sword, its fiery blaze deterring any who dared approach. Balistan engaged two Knights of the Vale, while the valiant Galen led the remaining two Riverland Knights against the last of the Vale warriors. The Riverlands and the North were reduced to three, entangled in a fierce struggle with the Knights of the West. Once more, Loren found himself in combat against the Kingslayer, Jaime. Little Bronn was locked in a fierce contest with the Hound, while Boron intercepted a knight from the west. Unfortunately, Domeric Bolton, caught off guard, fell victim to a simultaneous assault from two Knights of the West, limping away from the tournament grounds. The sun ascended higher, the air growing increasingly oppressive. The battle reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, the cheers transformed into laughter. The warriors, previously engrossed in their skirmishes, could not help but be distracted by the commotion. Loren remained vigilant against Jaime while casting a sidelong glance around the tournament field. Surrounding the arena were barriers designed to confine the combat, with tall wooden poles at each corner, proudly displaying the sigil of House Baratheon. Astonishingly, the enigmatic knight began to scale one of those flagpoles, still clad in armor. Leaving Loren baffled by how he managed this feat, you ought to perform with the jesters before the tournament, rather than play the fool in the arena. Galen, brandishing his blunt sword, called out for a challenge, but the knights avoided confrontation. The laughter persisted. Loren withdrew his gaze, intent on resuming the battle, only to catch a glimpse of Mandon Moore, the Kingsguard, fixating on him. It seemed that upon noticing Loren's gaze, he abruptly turned away. A sense of unease crept over Loren, his instincts ringing alarm bells. Jaime, oblivious to the disturbance, lunged at him with his sword. Loren braced himself, relinquishing any reservations. Channeling all his magical prowess, he felt the moisture in the air, remnants of the rain that had fallen the previous night, now evaporating under the sun's rays. However, this distraction made it increasingly difficult to fend off Jaime's relentless assault. Gradually, the number of combatants dwindled. The Hound remained locked in a fierce duel with Little Bronn. Galen had abandoned the mysterious knight to engage in a relentless battle with the Red Priest. Boron and the knight from the west continued their flamboyant exchanges. Bronn's Yoren clashed with the bastard of the Vale, Edmure Stone. Mandon Moore faced off against another knight from the west. Yet Loren sensed that their duel was gradually drawing them closer to his position. Jaime once again launched an attack, swift as the wind. Loren hastily raised his shield to block. At that moment, Mandemure sprang into action. He and the knight from the west synchronously halted their assault and charged fiercely towards Loren's rear. A sword swung down towards his head. In a panic, Loren lifted his sword to parry, but in his haste, he could not muster his full strength. Bang! The shield and sword met with tremendous force, rebounding violently. On James's side, the shield absorbed most of the impact, yet Mandinur's strike was far less forgiving. Loren's defense faltered as the blunt blade struck his helmet with a force reminiscent of a sudden collision with a bed frame during his school days. A sharp pain radiated through his head, making it difficult to maintain his balance. He staggered back 2 steps, his body tilting dangerously as if to fall. Instinctively, Loren executed a backward roll, evading the duo's assault and half kneeling on the ground, swaying unsteadily. Blood trickled down his forehead, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The cacophony surrounding him faded into silence, leaving him momentarily deafened by the impact. It was only when he heard James's curse, "Mandin, you foolish wretch, he is my opponent," that the tumult of the crowd erupted with gasps, accusing him of treachery alongside his Iron Guard brethren. The onlookers began to jeer and curse. Loren cast a spell to assess his condition and soon exhaled in relief. He wobbled to his feet, and the crowd fell into a hushed silence once more. His gaze drifted past Mandinur, landing on the elevated platform where King Robert's face was ashen, while the Queen wore a faint smile. John looked upon him with concern, and Lisa was weeping again. "It's Loren, the King's squire," someone in the crowd shouted. "Isn't he the salt merchant from King's Landing?" Loren was surprised to recognize the voice. "Loren, kill those 2 damned beasts," another voice echoed, though he could not discern its owner. Loren tightened his grip on his sword. Chapter 61. Defeat. Seeing Loren approach with his sword drawn, Mandinur turned to glance back. The knight from the west immediately stepped forward, forming a 2-to-1 confrontation. A resounding crash echoed through the arena as Boron felled his opponent, striding towards the knight with a disdainful smirk. "Your opponent is me." The Iron Guard cursed under his breath, forced to face Loren alone. Yet he retained ample confidence. Mandinur had once been the finest swordsman in the valley during his youth, later brought to King's Landing by the Prime Minister, where the king had appointed him to the Iron Guard. His opponent, in his eyes, was merely an obscure minor noble. What nonsense about a sea monster conqueror. Such whimsical tales were only fit to frighten children. "Boy, your luckins here." They both launched their attacks simultaneously. The shield of Mandin intercepted a strike of tremendous force, followed by a swift slash of the longsword aimed at Loren, fierce and incisive. Yet at that moment, Loren seemed to have anticipated the move, sidestepping to the left. He did not raise his shield. Instead, his opponent's sword struck on its own accord. Realizing that Loren had effortlessly neutralized his attack with just a single step, Mandin felt a pang of foreboding. Indeed, Loren's second thrust was already unleashed, prompting Mandin to hurriedly raise his shield in defense. Almost simultaneously, Loren's wrist flicked, and his longsword ascended at an uncanny angle, bypassing the shield to pierce the ironclad warrior's breastplate. How could this happen so swiftly? Mandin was struck, his balance faltering as he staggered back 2 steps. Using moisture to sense his opponent's movements proved to be a taxing use of magic. Loren understood the necessity for swift resolution. Without hesitation, he pressed forward once more, his iron sword sweeping towards Mandin's helmet. The adversary again raised his shield in a frantic attempt to defend himself. However, the anticipated sound of impact did not ensue. Mandin, acting on instinct, swung his longsword violently towards the direction where Loren had previously stood. Yet before the blade could descend, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and was sent flying backward. The breastplate had already caved in. How could it be so fast? Mandin was now in a state of panic. Bang! Loren's follow-up attack landed, striking the dented breastplate once more, causing Mandin to crash to the ground, coughing up blood. I concede. Loren paid him no heed, swinging his blunt sword toward the ironclad warrior. At that moment, a figure suddenly collided with him. Bang! He was knocked aside. Struggling to rise, Loren recognized it was Jaime Lannister. Did you use such a sneak attack when you murdered Aerys as well? Humph. Mock me all you wish. Do you think I care? Perhaps you should listen to what these fools are shouting. The Kingslayer smirked. Also, if I heard correctly, my brother in white robes has just conceded. He may be a fool, but your battle is over. Now it is our turn. The last fight was interrupted, and I have eagerly awaited this moment. Jaime surveyed the surroundings with a nonchalant grin. Kingslayer. Die, Kingslayer. The crowd's jeers echoed incessantly. Loren heard this and shook his head, steeling himself as he gripped his sword once more. Galen's shield, scorched by the wildfire of the red-robed monk, cracked, leaving him no choice but to discard it. After a brief struggle, having narrowly avoided being burned several times, he regarded the quest for honor in the arena with indifference. Seeing the futility of the situation, he withdrew from the battlefield. Soros had previously remarked that aside from him, no one would notice who was the second to assault the walls of Pike. Such was the nature of the hound. Among those fighting, the commotion created by him and little Brolio was the most pronounced. Both warriors favored a fierce approach, engaging in a silent duel, letting their swords speak for themselves. As he continued to fight, a growing sense of dread enveloped him. Despite having encountered little Brolo in the Iron Islands, he remained unrecognizable. He pondered when such a figure had emerged in the Seven Kingdoms. The shield had been shattered by the opponent, and the clash of long swords sparked brilliantly. Soros surveyed the tournament arena. Aside from the enigmatic knight still clinging to the flagpole, only Balistan remained without an adversary. It turned out that the bronze Yorn had already bested Edmund, yet had fallen to Balistan himself. Considering himself no match for the royal guard, the red-robed monk approached the hound and little Brolo. "Get away." The hound cursed as he noticed the searing flames approaching. If Jaime was merely unfortunate, the hound could only conclude that he had encountered his bane in this tournament. Almost every team competition, he succumbed to that damned fiery sword. Their duel was interrupted, and little Brolo, with swift resolve, withdrew from the fray. "He is yours," he declared, disregarding Sandor Clegane's curses as he left the arena. However, he did not engage in the next battle. Instead, he made his way beneath the flagpole. "Luna, are you not coming down?" The mysterious knight looked down at him. "How did you know it was me? Your movements gave you away. I have never done this before in front of you." Luna slid down, and they began their sparring. "Are you not going to assist Loren? He is barely holding on. If this were a real battlefield, I would certainly help him. But alas, this is not. Is there a difference? Certainly. There are thousands of eyes watching us. Even if we win, it would be deemed unworthy. Loren needs to garner enough reputation to attract sufficient funds and people for the development of new lands. Compared to that, this match's outcome is relatively inconsequential. But I hear these people cursing that regicide. Those eyes do not care about that, even if he is a regicide. You must defeat him honorably, or you shall face the same scorn." Little Brolo shook his head. "Wait, the red-robed monk has won. I must return. If you seek to capitalize on this, you must seize the right moment." Mandan Moore, with his long sword propped against the ground, staggered to his feet. Bang! The iron guard fell straight to the ground. Fresh blood seeped through the crevices of his helmet. Little Brolo sheathed his sword, no longer concerning himself with the outcome. The competition gradually drew to a close. A tuft of the hound's hair was singed by flames as he cursed and exited the arena. The red-robed monk began to engage Balistan. Boron struck the Western Knight's greaves, the opponent's surrender barely escaping his lips before he was felled by a powerful blow. Observing this, little Brolo approached. "Shall we have a match?" The mercenary shook his head. "I have enough self-awareness. Even if I were to defeat you, there remains that fearless old man afterward. It would be wiser to assist you and Loren. Well, it seems you are my only option. I will help you secure the championship, and the prize will be mine." The red-robed monk's flames finally faltered, and he was soon vanquished by Balistan. The fearless Iron Guard, renowned for his indomitable spirit, had scarcely caught his breath when a new adversary approached with fervor. Boron's strikes were swift and fierce, his movements agile and fluid, presenting a formidable challenge for Balistan. However, seasoned by countless battles, Balistan soon discerned Boron's vulnerabilities. Each of his attacks was executed with precision and power, rendering Boron unable to withstand the onslaught. The mercenary promptly altered his strategy, shifting to a defensive posture. Observing this, Balistan launched a vigorous assault. In a short span, one of Boron's shields was shattered, and as he attempted to seize a new shield, Balistan, recognizing his intent, relentlessly pursued him, closing the distance rapidly. The mercenary was left with no choice but to defend himself with a blunt sword, thus finding himself at a distinct disadvantage. Ultimately leading to his defeat, Balistan planted his long sword into the ground, resting a hand upon the hilt, panting heavily. Setting aside the multitude of opponents he had vanquished in the chaos, since the clarity of the current situation emerged, he had consecutively triumphed over the bronze-clad Yorn, the red-robed monk Soros, and the mercenary Boron. Another figure approached. Young Bleer looked at him apologetically. "My lord, your battle is not yet concluded." "Oh, it has been ages since I have encountered such an exhilarating contest." Balistan glanced at the faltering Loren not far off, then turned back with a smile, shaking his head. "Child, there is no need for apology. Such are the rules here. Yet, it is rare for anyone to adhere to the rules with such extremity as you do. Had I possessed such allies during the tournament at Hellenberg years ago, perhaps I would not have suffered defeat. The crown of winter snow roses would not have been misdelivered to the Stark girl. Had I triumphed over Asher Dane, the girl I cherished might not have plummeted into the sea like a shooting star at starfall. Balistan continued to confront each battle with unwavering resolve. Yet the meaning behind his struggle eluded him. With determination, he withdrew his sword from the earth and approached young Bleer, the blade aimed at his opponent. Devoid of any retreat or hesitation, fatigue seemed to dissipate, as Balistan's swordplay flowed with grace and vigor, exuding an air of composure and confidence. Young Bleer met his advance. His strikes less varied than Boron's, yet imbued with a greater ferocity. Training alongside Loren on the Five-Finger Peninsula had fortified him over the years, and in recent times he had grown significantly, towering even over Loren, who was 2 years his senior, though still merely 16. His stature was now comparable to that of the hunting dog Sandor Clegane. Conversely, Balistan, in his 50s, had undeniably surpassed the prime of a warrior. Feeling the encroaching fatigue and experiencing a slight tremor in his form. "Yield," he declared, "you are no match for me." James furrowed his brow. Observing the precarious state of Loren, who was not faring well himself, his breastplate bore a notable dent, and his hands were lacerated, seeping droplets of crimson. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a hint of moisture to the sweltering air. "I am grateful for this city by the sea and river." Loren shook his head stubbornly. Since his victory over Mandamer, he had been gradually regaining his magical prowess. The moment had come. Loren charged forward once more. Relentless in his pursuit, James steeled himself to face the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The iron swords clashed repeatedly, both magic and strength waning rapidly. This was untenable. Loren had an epiphany. His magic could enhance his perception of his surroundings, enabling him to anticipate James's attack intentions. However, both were wielding blunt swords. Victory would not come swiftly, and defeat was inevitable. Just like that fateful plunge into the sea, Loren summoned the remnants of his magic, deciding to wager everything on this final gambit. Bang! The iron swords collided again. Yet, Loren did not withdraw his weapon. Instead, he pressed forward towards James. The usurper scoffed, exerting greater force to push back the iron sword. Now was the moment. A spark ignited in Loren's eyes as he suddenly pivoted and released his sword. James, unable to retract his arm in time, found himself grasped by Loren's hands. In the next instant, he felt his feet ensnared. A sense of foreboding washed over James. But the long-standing battle honed his reflexes. As he struggled to free himself, he swung his shield downward. Yet, in a fleeting moment, an overwhelming weakness coursed through his arm and body. Before the usurper could comprehend what had transpired, he was toppled over. Bang! Loren pinned James to the ground. James attempted to rise, but the opportunity had slipped away, leaving him firmly secured beneath Loren. Thud! Thud! Fists rained down upon him. "James, I neglected to mention that my true skill lies not in swordsmanship, but in grappling." As Loren watched the usurper lose consciousness, he too succumbed to exhaustion. Collapsing onto the ground, he lay quietly, listening as the clamor of the arena reached a crescendo with the fall of the usurper. His gaze traversed the sandy expanse, witnessing the fearless Balistan gradually losing ground, ultimately departing the arena in solitude. The mysterious knight finally ceased to evade, exchanging a few blows with Little Brolo before being vanquished. A champion had finally emerged. Little Brolo received the queen's wreath, a symbol of love and beauty, placing it upon the swaddled form of Messila. Cersei's expression darkened as she glared past Little Brolo in this direction. Loren smiled and extended his middle finger. Chapter 62. Preparations before departure in the early morning. The dawn remained unclear. The banks of the Blackwater River lay in tranquil silence. Upon the tower of the estate, the guard stood motionless, appearing to be asleep. Suddenly, he dropped to the ground behind the arrow mound. "Halt! Who goes there?" the guard shouted, followed by the piercing sound of a whistle. Shadows flickered around the arrow towers, as figures raised their arrows in defense. The barracks within the courtyard echoed with the sound of footsteps and calls. 3 knights approached from the distant avenue. As Poland waved a flag towards the tower, he remarked, "I must say, your guards are undoubtedly superior to those fools at the Red Keep by several magnitudes." Listening to the clamor of the gathering voices in the courtyard, Loren chuckled. "One must always be wary. Those who covet this place have yet to abandon their ambitions." With the sound of 2 sharp whistles, the gates swung open. A contingent of 50 swiftly assembled, while another group of nearly 100 lagged behind, only managing to form ranks under Brett's stern admonitions. The captain of the guards placed his left hand over his heart and saluted, saying, "My lord, 50 guards and 92 new recruits are assembled." Loren nodded, and the guards dispersed to their posts. Yes, the 50-strong unit promptly obeyed and scattered, leaving over 90 still standing in place. "Thank you for your hard work, Brett. Everyone has done well," Loren said as he dismounted and retrieved a pouch of coins from his saddle. The new recruits will soon be heading north to reunite with their families. So I have decided to distribute their pay in advance. A stir rippled through the ranks. Silence, Brett commanded, and the formation quickly regained its composure. Unfazed, Loren proceeded to distribute the military pay into each person's hands. The new recruits stood at attention, their chests puffed out. Although they ultimately faced defeat in the tournament, they had not returned empty-handed. Loren's triumph over the regicide had garnered him immense renown. In a short span, nearly 1,000 dispossessed peasants had been summoned from the flea-ridden nests. From this group, the new recruits were chosen. Upon their enlistment, they would be exempted from the taxes on newly granted lands, coupled with a pay no less than that of the gilded robes, making the recruitment process remarkably unimpeded. The estate had undergone further expansion, transforming its perimeter into a training camp for new recruits. Henceforth, each time a batch of individuals was dispatched to the newly granted lands, a corresponding group of new recruits would be trained here. These 92 were the first batch personally trained by Loren, along with little Bolo and Brett. Now, 2 months had passed, and they had finally begun to take shape. However, Loren understood that these individuals still required further training in the newly granted lands and would need to endure 1 or 2 trials of blood and fire before becoming true elite soldiers. As the crowd dispersed, the dawn gradually brightened. The kitchen servants had already begun their morning preparations. Loren returned to the most fortified section of the estate. The new recruits had yet to develop combat readiness. The defense of the courtyard relied heavily on the 50 guards, most of whom had been recruited from the earlier batches of dispossessed peasants and had undergone extensive training. Some were subjects from the peninsula, who had proven their loyalty during the last assault on the estate. Vincent's laboratory was already filled with the fragrance of flowers. Alina and the other girls had risen early to prepare for the tasks ahead. Yelena, still drowsy, was roused by her mother, and the two of them, armed with long spears, commenced their training. At the last martial tournament, the fierce woman had earned the esteemed title of the Banner Knight. It was then that Loren discovered her concealed prowess. The perilous nature of the northern wilderness made it remarkable that she could raise her daughter there and also descend as a marauder beyond the Great Wall. After breakfast, young Blore gathered the new recruits once more. Loren escorted them to the docks of King's Landing. Only after watching the group embark on their vessel did he turn his horse towards the Red Keep. It was a fanciful notion to believe that an army could be trained solely from the yields of newly granted lands. The family's holdings must be preserved, and recruitment must continue. Blore had already journeyed north, leaving Loren to remain behind. As he passed through the mud gate, the guard in golden robes hurriedly cleared the path. Loren subtly nodded to the captain of the city gate. The city's garrison was nominally under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Justice, and Gelrose possessed a degree of authority over personnel appointments. That individual, greedy and incompetent, at least was willing to accept bribes, which allowed Loren to discreetly place some of his own people in key positions. Dismounting before the Prime Minister's tower, he felt a weight on his shoulder as the tree cat leapt onto him. This creature, akin to a jaguar, had visibly grown day by day, now reigning over the wildcat population of the Red Keep. Shapeshifters required a formidable talent for the more feral of animals. Luna had persistently urged her daughter to bond with a different creature, prompting Loren to capture 2 cats from the Red Keep. However, Yelena candidly stated that she faced no difficulties when inhabiting the tree cat. Thus, Loren had no choice but to allow her to command this creature for now. In the reception hall on the first floor, he found Delisa playing. Upon seeing Loren, the little girl scampered over. He lifted her effortlessly, and she nestled against his shoulder, engaging with the tree cat. After greeting the Prime Minister, he ascended the tower directly. Lisa was busy preparing to return to Flowing City before the year's end. The tree cat, irritated by the disturbance, leapt from Loren's shoulder and dashed out of the Prime Minister's tower. Delisa, unfazed, remained in Loren's embrace. Upon noticing Loren's arrival, Lisa smiled and suggested that they allow the cat to play alone. The little girl, now capable of understanding adult conversation, tightened her grip around Loren's neck, pleading not to be put down. Lisa chuckled helplessly and then inquired about their route. Loren contemplated, deciding that following the Blackwater River upstream to Stone Tang Town and Acorn Hall would be closer, albeit that path was narrow and rugged. It would be wiser to take King's South Road to Riverway Avenue, ensuring a flatter journey with ample inns and castles, especially since they were traveling with Delisa. As for protection, Sir Marvin or Edmund could lead a contingent of about 20 men. There was also a female guard from my side, who could accompany you for added safety. A female guard? Lisa queried with curiosity. Regarding the mysterious knight from the last martial arts tournament, the Knight of the Flagpole? Loren nodded with a smile and inquired whether it was truly unnecessary to write a letter in advance to prepare Duke Horst for their arrival. Lisa shook her head, insisting it was not needed. Yet, she still harbored some concerns. Understanding her lingering anxiety, Loren chose not to press the matter further. As their conversation continued, a sudden commotion erupted outside the window. Curiosity piqued, Loren approached the window and observed several golden-robed figures hastening toward the sacred wood forest. Handing Delisa over to Lisa, he declared, "I shall go and see." Within the sacred wood, the golden-robed figures wielded swords, thrusting them haphazardly into the underbrush. The young prince, who had been hiding, was furiously cursing, "Find that wretched cat quickly. I shall throw it to the ground with great force." Noticing the hound trailing behind Geoffrey, Loren approached and inquired, "What has transpired?" Startled, the young prince trembled slightly and instinctively hid behind the hound. Ever since witnessing his valiant uncle being subdued and beaten, Geoffrey's feelings toward Loren had shifted from outrage to trepidation. A wild cat scratched the prince, the hound remarked disdainfully. Loren indeed discovered 2 blood marks on Geoffrey's arm. A sense of foreboding welled within him as he looked around, failing to spot the elusive tree cat, which alleviated his worry. Chapter 63. The city of Torrent. Following the search for the wild cat, the golden-robed figures explored a winding staircase of a tower nestled against the wall, leading into the depths below. Loren had previously noticed this during his morning exercises, but alas, the rusty iron door was secured with a lock. When he inquired of the golden-robed figures, they too were unaware of its destination. In truth, the Red Keep contained narrow alleys and a couple of cramped courtyards, purportedly housing servants, where several rooms remained tightly locked. Loren had attempted to locate the entrance to the secret passage of the Red Keep, but his stature prevented him from squeezing through the narrow stone windows and railings, ultimately leading to his failure. He had also cautioned Jon several times to be wary, for the walls of the Prime Minister's tower had ears. Jon, ever the dutiful guardian of Ned and Robert, harbored unrealistic fantasies regarding the morality of the unscrupulous and dismissed Loren's warnings. As he emerged from the depths of the sacred wood, he encountered only 2 wild cats, lifeless upon the ground. The golden-robed figures had not glimpsed the cat that had scratched the young prince, and after a thorough search, they could only apprehend these 2 for reporting purposes. After burying the cats, Loren returned to the Prime Minister's tower. By evening, the tree cat still had not returned, and he reluctantly made his way home. Alina was engaged in teaching Lucy, Yelena, and the other children to read, a class Loren had recently commenced. He called for Yelena to step outside. Without preamble, he stated, "Your cat has gone missing." Yelena, unfazed, asked, "Why are there so many bones beneath the Red Keep?" Bones. It seemed the tree cat had indeed ventured into the tunnels of the Red Keep. Fonya Novel Network. He inquired once more in detail, confirming that Yelena had indeed seen the black dragon bones concealed beneath the Red Castle. "Could you sketch the entrance and the route there?" "Certainly. But I have a slight fear of darkness." The girl gently furrowed her brow. "I must take my kitten along." She whistled softly, and a wildcat, previously captured by Loren from the Red Castle, leaped down from the rooftop. "You can now control 2 animals?" "Indeed," Yelena replied with a proud tilt of her head. Loren was somewhat astonished. Shapeshifters were already rare, and the ability to command multiple animals was exceedingly uncommon. He had a vague feeling it was related to his magic. During their time in Crown Town, Yelena had endured mental strain from remaining too long within the body of a tree cat. When Loren used magic to investigate, he discovered that his magic was being gradually absorbed. Upon awakening, Yelena remarked that her recovery was significantly swifter than usual. Loren instinctively glanced at several saplings in the yard, which were fishwood trees. This marked the 3rd batch. The previous 2 had already been transplanted to the new gift land. These fishwood trees had also absorbed his magic, growing at an unexpectedly rapid pace. The slowest among them had reached the thickness of a wrist before transplantation. Moreover, Black Wind, during its healing process in its youth, had similarly drawn upon his magic, rendering it much sturdier than its peers. If these occurrences were indeed linked to magic, it suggested that magic might possess a nurturing quality. However, having previously treated the injured Bullo and Elena, as well as the unborn Delisa and the one from Dragonstone Island, Sharen, they had not exhibited any unusual traits. Loren shook his head. The sample size was still too small, and he needed further opportunities for experimentation. The date for their journey to Flow City was fast approaching. Given that the Queen, Peter, and several other opportunistic individuals had been eyeing this property, Loren had to fortify defenses as much as possible before their departure. After Bullo headed north, almost 50 trained soldiers were dispatched from the new gift land, soon to arrive in King's Landing. Consequently, Brett's retinue would number no less than 100. Having been raised under the tutelage of White Deer, Winda, he was more than capable of shouldering the responsibilities of command. Poland's band of hired knights and mercenaries had expanded to 30, tasked with the escort of flowers and perfumes while residing in the homes outside the King's Gate, forming a defensive angle with an additional estate. This arrangement would help avoid a sudden encirclement, as had occurred previously. Furthermore, with the Golden Dragon paving the way, Loren had placed his own people in positions among the gold cloaks of the King's Gate and the Red Castle. In the event of an emergency, he could also call upon the Prime Minister for assistance. Elena had fully embraced her role as steward. Her capabilities were evident to all. The production of soap, perfume, and the blacksmith's workshop had been running smoothly, and the management of the estate was orderly, relieving Loren of considerable burdens. In matters of commerce, under Leo's stewardship, no chaos could arise. Ships came and went, transporting numerous goods in exchange for an abundance of golden dragons, as well as seeds, plow oxen, and draft horses required for the newly acquired lands. After imparting his final instructions, Loren convened with Laisha and others the following dawn. Edmund, leading 20 prime ministerial guards, ensured the protection of Laisha's carriage. The group exited the Temple of the Gods and set forth along the King's Avenue toward the bustling city of Flowing River. Luna, donned in leather armor and wielding a steel spear, rode a magnificent steed. To Lauren's surprise, Laisha's maid, a Dorn girl, had also donned a set of leather armor. Equipped with a short sword at her waist, perched upon the carriage's yoke. Although the carriage was luxurious, the interior space was limited. It wasn't long before Delisa grew restless inside, peering through the window to spot Loren nearby, extending her arms in a plea for embrace. Fortunately, the pace was slow, and with the black stallion's steady gait, Loren was able to lift her up. At the tender age of curiosity, the girl found no dullness in her equestrian experience, often engaging the surrounding company with her lively and charming demeanor. Edmund and his companions, having limited interaction with her, were pleasantly surprised by her sociability, and the Duchess showed no discontent with the girl's playful antics. Gradually, they all grew fond of the little lady, who became the darling of the group. The journey was long, and to evade the sweltering midday heat, they often set out early. They would rest at the estates along the way during the evenings and noons. For the first few days, Laisha was cheerful and talkative. However, by the 5th day, upon turning onto River Junction Avenue and reaching the Earl of Holloway's quaint town, her demeanor had shifted to one of somberness. Loren understood that she was feeling a sense of trepidation upon nearing home. Initially intending to visit the Divine Eye Lake and Herrenberg, he resolved to postpone that exploration for their return journey, prioritizing bringing Laisha back to Flowing River City to mend the bond between father and daughter. Has Delisa begun to speak? The old man's voice was hoarse and even seated. He trembled slightly. Edmund, having heard this question countless times, replied, "Father, I have not visited King's Landing. However, Delisa has turned 1 year old. She must be walking and talking by now." The old man furrowed his brow and raised his cane. "Why not? She is your sister's daughter." Edmund felt a sharp pain in his leg, but chose to disregard it. Ever since his father was injured in the Bell Tolls battle, his health had been in decline, and his strikes lacked strength. As for the reason for his absence, 7 years had passed since Laisha's marriage to John in Eileen Valley, and she had not returned since. Edmund was aware that his sister harbored resentment towards their father for marrying her off to an aging man, loathing everyone here. There was no need for him to subject himself to such discomfort. "Have I erred?" Horst's voice grew somber. "Little Laisha, my child, I have been waiting for you." After a moment's pause, he slowly lowered his head. "I am sorry." "Have I erred?" Edmund pondered, confusion etched on his face. Yet, how could he not harbor a sense of guilt? Nonetheless, the union was the most immediate and potent means of solidifying alliances at that time. Family, duty, honor. He could not comprehend why his sister bore such deep-seated resentment, nor could he fathom why their father had been unable to relinquish this mental burden for so many years. The room fell silent once more, while the distant waters seemed to murmur with some commotion. Unable to endure the stifling atmosphere any longer, Edmure declared, "Father, I shall step outside for a moment." By the time he reached the outskirts of Riverlands, it was already the 8th night since departing from King's Landing. Gazing at the castle nestled between the two rivers, Lisa was filled with anticipation, yet hesitated to proceed. "Rory, shall we not enter the city tomorrow instead?" Little Daenerys, growing somewhat drowsy, leaned upon Rory's shoulder. Rory inquired, "Little Daenerys, would you prefer to see your grandfather today or tomorrow?" Lisa had spent these past days recounting tales of their family in Riverrun to her daughter. The little girl responded eagerly, "Today." Lisa nodded at her daughter, as if she had resolved to make a firm decision. The ferryman by the Red Fork, having heard that the Duke's daughter had arrived, eagerly led the group to the 2 largest vessels at the dock. 5 remained to tend to the horses while the boats set sail toward Riverrun. As the oars splashed through the water, Lisa leaned against Rory's arm. The castle walls, facing the river, drew ever closer, and her grip tightened further. Rory softly reassured her, Madame S. sudden return will surely leave Duke Hostine pleasantly surprised and sleepless all night. I do not know, Lisa replied, revealing her lingering anxiety, though her grip gradually relaxed. Who goes there? The flickering flames atop the castle wall illuminated moving figures. Rory mused silently on the swaying boat, contemplating the dire consequences for anyone who might dare to assault this fortress. Is that Sir Robin? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lisa's eyes as she expressed joy at the familiar sight of the castle. The guards atop the battlements paused, incredulous, and asked, Are you Miss Lisa Aaron? Open the water gate. Sir Robin bellowed. The chains rattled as the massive iron gate slowly ascended. When Edmure arrived, he beheld the boats gliding through the gate, approaching the waterside steps. A nocturnal visitation, unless it be for an exceedingly esteemed guest, left him perplexed as to who might arrive at such an hour. Chapter 64. Duke Hostine. As the boat neared the waterside steps, Luna was the first to leap ashore. Just moments ago, little Daenerys had expressed her eagerness to meet her grandfather, yet now she had succumbed to slumber aboard the vessel. Rory waded into the knee-deep water, gently lifting Daenerys and handing her to Luna, before taking Lisa into his arms as well, allowing the river to soak his shoes. Edmure Tully stood transfixed, gazing at the woman who shared his chestnut hair. Is that you, Lisa? Lisa, momentarily hesitant to acknowledge the figure before her, realized that 7 years had passed, transforming the child she once knew into a robust adult. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stepped forward to embrace her brother. You have grown much stronger since we last met. Has father retired for the night? No, he was just thinking of you. Edmure shyly extricated himself from his sister's embrace. I shall inform father. No, I shall go, Lisa declared, leaving everyone behind. She lifted her skirts and hurried across the courtyard, making her way to the keep. His words had sliced through her anxieties like a knife. The keep, much like Riverrun, bore a triangular shape, and the lonely flicker of candlelight from the eastern balcony swayed gently. Ascending the spiral staircase step by step, Lisa glimpsed a stooped figure lost in murmurs. My child, forgive me. The misfortunes of his daughter, marked by repeated losses, cast a shadow over the twilight years of Host. It seemed he sensed that guilt would forever haunt him in his remaining days, as he worried for Lisa and longed for his daughter's forgiveness, seeking his own redemption. The candlelight spilled from the room's entrance, bathing Lisa in its glow and illuminating her sorrowful visage. She bit her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks. Father. The old man paused, slowly turning around, disbelief etched on his face as he looked down at the object in his hands, then raised his gaze once more to behold the daughter he had yearned for. Little Lisa? Approaching the elder, she noticed he held a small garment, a cherished dress from her childhood. Lisa embraced her father tightly. I'm sorry, father, I'm so sorry. Memories flooded back of playful kisses shared with Catelyn and Peter in the sacred woods of Riverrun, a time of naivety and dreams. Yet, in the end, Host too was moved to tears, patting Lisa's shoulder and wiping her tears away. Do not weep, my child, you are home now. The old man's hands were rough and wrinkled, stirring a wave of guilt within Lisa. She felt she had nearly ruined everything, from her marriage to Jaime crumbling to dust, leading her into despair as the punishments of fate followed in quick succession. She recalled the dreams shared with her sister on her wedding day in Riverrun, telling Catelyn that her son would be the Duke of Winterfell, that her child would reign over the Vale. Yet later, a cold marriage and 3 miscarriages led Lisa to believe she would forever dwell in an abyss, if not for that boy who had suddenly disrupted her stagnant existence. After a while, father and daughter composed themselves as footsteps echoed down the staircase. She turned to see Edmure entering, cradling his daughter. Father and brother watched over Daenerys with utmost care, fearing to disturb the slumbering girl. She has inherited our family's red hair, the Duke said joyfully. And the high nose of House Aaron, Edmure added. Host pursed his lips. Suddenly, Edmure winced as he felt the sting of his father's staff. Enough of that. Your sister has toiled for many days. Go prepare supper and a place for rest. Edmure grimaced. So you do have strength at this hour. Not long ago, Lisa had dined on the road and declined the invitation for a late-night meal. She returned to her long-abandoned chamber, where the furnishings remained as they were when she departed. The next day, Horst hosted a welcome banquet for his daughter and her companions. The Sanha region, with its intricate water networks, abounds in rich resources. The appetizers alone were overwhelming, with an array of vegetable salads and fruits. The first main course was roasted swan, a delicacy that Loren had never tasted before. Its aroma intensified by the stuffed mushrooms. Just as he was about to savor a piece, he noticed Duke Horst raising his glass. "Loren," he called, looking in his direction. "Thank you for saving Delisa." Loren hastily lifted his own glass in polite response. "Your Grace, you flatter me. It was my duty." Horst continued, his brow furrowed. "I have heard that you still serve as John S. Squire. You saved his heir. Why has he not knighted you?" Loren smiled lightly. John did indeed have such intentions. However, there exists a hierarchy even among knights. Those knighted by great nobles often look down upon those knighted by lesser ones, and likewise, the latter regard those knighted by knights with disdain. Achieving knighthood through valor on the battlefield or in tournaments is undeniably glorious. Yet if one does not earn the title through combat, the nobility will inevitably scorn them. Davos nearly saved Windswept Keep from falling during the War of the Usurper. Yet the disparaging title of Onion Knight will forever accompany him. The power of authority resides in the hearts of people. If one seeks merely the title of knight, I could easily have my father bestow it upon me. However, a title that lacks genuine recognition holds little value. I am determined to earn my honor in battle. Horst understood his choice. Delisa struggled free from her Uncle Edmund's embrace and squeezed into Loren's arms. He cut her a piece of apple pie along with some cream quail. Meanwhile, Horst continued, "The Lannisters repay their debts, and we Tully shall not be in anyone's debt either. Loren, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." The elder had regained much of his vigor since Lisa's return. Loren pondered for a moment and shared with the Duke his plans for developing new lands. "If there are dispossessed farmers in your domain, it might be wise to send them north." Upon hearing this, Horst consulted with his scholar and steward. 7 years had passed since the War of the Usurper, and the conflict between people and land had become increasingly pronounced, with the Riverlands being no exception. In Westeros, where the economy is predominantly agricultural, much of the land across the 7 kingdoms is concentrated in the hands of the nobility. The nobles controlling the farms, in their pursuit of greater profits, will strive to consolidate the lands of free farmers and reduce the number of tenants. The plight of dispossessed farmers becoming vagrants is an inevitable consequence. Flea markets are not exclusive to King's Landing. From White Harbor in the north to Old Town in the Riverlands, cities are becoming increasingly congested. Indeed, the scholar reported that in recent years, poachers have been proliferating throughout the Hudgian region, and the impoverished fishermen who rely on the river for their livelihood are increasingly facing challenges. After pondering for a moment, Horst suggested to Loren the idea of gifting him a small estate. However, from the Duke's perspective, setting aside the substantial investment and hardships of land reclamation, the newly bestowed land was undeniably unsuitable for establishing a manor. This sentiment was not singular. Loren's recruitment efforts in King's Landing appeared to stir considerable commotion. Yet to those in the Red Keep, it seemed a thankless endeavor, likely perceived as mere folly of a newly affluent minor noble. Loren graciously declined his offer, steadfast in his own approach. Observing this, Horst instructed the scholar to write to the various nobles across Hudgian, urging their cooperation in recruiting dispossessed farmers. Chapter 65. The Spirit of Noble Heart. As the banquet concluded, Laisha escorted her father back to his chamber, accompanied by Loren and her daughter. They toured the sandstone walls of Rapid Flow City, the vine-clad water-wheel tower, and the resplendent 7-star sanctuary nestled within the exquisite gardens. Ultimately, they arrived at a grove within the city, where the streams ran clear, birds chirped softly, and the shadows of mahogany trees danced playfully. Loren gently placed Delisa on the soft ground adorned with flowers and grass, while the little girl chased after a butterfly, with the 2 adults following closely behind. Laisha regaled him with amusing tales and youthful folly as they meandered forward. Delisa darted past a stout mahogany tree, suddenly halting and gazing ahead. Loren approached her, locking eyes with an aged visage. It turned out that Rapid Flow City also possessed a heart tree, the Tully family, whose lineage traces back to ancient ancestors. Although adhering to the faith of the 7, did not harbor disdain for the worship of the old gods. Laisha lifted her daughter, offering Loren an explanation. "Mother, I do not like this place," Delisa remarked, tilting her head towards the heart tree. Loren found it difficult to express fondness as well. Unlike the fish-leaf tree he had planted, this tree instilled a sense of unease within him, perhaps due to the expressionless, aged countenance he had encountered. "I often played in the sacred woods back then, until one day Edmund climbed the heart tree and fell 2 crow corpses from its branches. Those birds seemed to have chosen this place as their final resting ground." Laisha no longer lingered there, carrying her daughter as they departed, continuing to recount tales of yore. Suddenly, Loren contemplated that the growth of the fishleaf tree, the hatching of dragons, And even the resurrection and shadow arts performed by the followers of the King of Light all demanded blood sacrifices. If the magic in this world emanated from the so-called divine powers, then, aside from the seven, who had never manifested miracles, it seemed that both the old and new gods bore a cruel aspect. As they moved outward, Loren failed to notice the sap oozing from the fishleaf tree, slowly staining the aged face with crimson. The leaves rustled like 1,000 hands, while a few crows cawed and circled away. In the ensuing days, Loren engaged daily in combat training with the Knights of Rapid Flow City or immersed himself in the local library. During the long summer days, daylight stretched considerably. As dawn broke, Loren had already arrived at the Tower of Tomes. Yesterday, he stumbled upon a tome titled Song of the Ocean, the Fracture of the Continent. Within its pages, the perspectives of Dr. Cassander are recorded, wherein he posits that the fracture of the Dorn Arm is unrelated to the earth-shattering magic of the Children of the Forest, attributing it instead to the rise of sea levels. He endeavors to illustrate the correlation between the capricious climate and the ocean. Loren, however, found little intrigue in his illogical assertions. He was more captivated by the author's speculation that the gradual ascent of the sea brings forth warmer summers and causes the lands of the Shivering Sea to thaw. The Shivering Sea is an expansive ocean situated between the Narrow Sea and the northern continent of Essos, home to the whalers of the Ibbenese Islands. Yet, Ibben is merely an offshore isle of the Essos mainland, scarcely representative of the northern reaches of the Shivering Sea. Thus, what land does the North refer to? Since the assault by the sea creature, Loren has been fervently eager to uncover more about this world. Unfortunately, the scholar's writings offer scant details on the world's periphery, with the few existing records often being mere conjectures rife with contradictions. Should there exist a continent to the north of the Shivering Sea? Is it connected to the land of eternal winter beyond the wall? This inquiry pertains to the extent of power wielded by the others and even the frost god. Furthermore, Loren is not inclined to remain idle. He has long harbored the ambition to organize an expedition northward to the land of eternal winter before the coming of winter. Traversing the tribes beyond the wall is impractical. The most prudent course would be to navigate the western shores of the Shivering Sea, just north of the wall. Regrettably, the Shivering Sea is a realm more perilous and unpredictable than the Narrow Sea. Legends of mermaids and sea monsters, ice dragons and demons abound, accompanied by sudden ice mists and erratically drifting icebergs, prompting all mariners to steer clear of its waters. Aside from the fishing vessels of the Ibbenese and the Lorati along the Essos coast, and the merchant ships that frequent these waters, the vast majority of the Shivering Sea remains unexplored. The expansion of the newly granted lands has led to the rapid expenditure of gold dragons. Nevertheless, Loren resolved to return to King's Landing and sponsor adventurers eager to explore the world's edge. The information in the book was limited, and he set it aside as he exited the library, for he had a matter of great importance to attend to. The servants in the castle were already bustling about, preparing breakfast. Loren took a few loaves of bread, ascended the ship at the waterside steps, and departed from the city of Riverlands. At the stables on the southern bank of the Red Fork, he saddled Black Wind and galloped southeastward. As dusk settled and the sun dipped low, he finally beheld a towering mountain. This was the heart of the noble, the sacred ground of the children of the forest. Legend tells of the Undul's king, Eric, the Kinslayer, who centuries ago slaughtered the ancestral guardians residing here alongside the children of the forest. The inhabitants of the Riverlands still firmly believe that spirits linger upon the mountain. The path was rugged. Loren guided Black Wind until the moon hung high in the sky, finally reaching the summit. 31 grayish-white stumps of fish-laden wood encircled the peak, resembling altars bathed in moonlight. Loren stood atop the tallest stump, gazing into the distance as the plains below lay shrouded in the cloak of night. The mountains were overrun with weeds and brambles, devoid of any signs of habitation. "Pardon my intrusion. May I have the honor of meeting you?" he called out. Yet the surroundings remained enveloped in silence. Sensing the moisture in the air, Loren found himself at a loss. Reluctantly, he retrieved a harp he had prepared in the city of Torrent from the back of the Black Wind. He plucked a few gentle notes to tune it, then began to softly sing upon the mountain summit, cloaked in darkness. Within the grand hall, Jenny danced with her spectral companions, the long-gone souls who struggled to recall their own names. Although he possessed a basic understanding of music, his practice had been limited. His playing was somewhat awkward, the sound slightly muffled. Fortunately, Jenny of the Stone Ruins was not an overly complex piece, and Loren managed to perform it in its entirety. As the final note faded, a raspy voice suddenly pierced the quiet. "Child, you should not be here." Startled, Loren turned swiftly. To his left, on the fourth fishbeam stump, stood a diminutive, aged woman. The mountain wind swept through, lifting her white hair that hung to the ground. In the moonlight, a pair of dark crimson eyes fixed their gaze upon Loren. Aside from here, I cannot fathom where to seek the answers I desire. I have nothing to tell you, the old woman said. Yet, I am aware of your dreams. Everyone dreams. The elder interrupted him, her pallid visage turned towards the mountains below. Dreams invariably seep into reality. Be wary of those dreams, child. Wary? Are they the prophetic dreams? Loren inquired. I have never dreamt of such. Prophecy? A smile crept across the wrinkles of the woman's face. Child, there are no prophecies. You may not dream, but your presence disturbs the dreams of others. As Loren pressed for further clarification, the elder continued, to disrupt dreams incurs a price. You must leave now, child. Be cautious and venture far away. The night will soon descend, colder and darker than you can imagine. With her cane, the old woman rapped on the ground, and the massive stump slowly parted to reveal a cavernous opening. She descended the steps and vanished from Loren's sight. The fishbeam stump resumed its original form. Chapter 66. The Baalacia had spent over 10 days in the city of Torrent and was finally set to return. Edom accompanied the fleet to see her off. The group traveled down the Trident River, reaching the small town of Earl Haraway in just 2 days. After resting for the night, they continued their journey southward by land. It took another 2 days to arrive at Herrenberg, a place historically marked by the ill fate of its ruling families, leading to whispers of it being a cursed castle. The remnants of 5 towering spires stood resolutely on the northern edge of the Divine Eye Lake. Loren gazed upon the charred tower, a remnant of grandeur amidst its ruins. Undeterred by the so-called curse, an ancient deity lurked in the shadows, striving to overthrow the mortal realm, yet the world itself seemed ensnared in a perpetual malediction. Within the castle, the inhabitants resided solely at the base of the 5 towers, while the upper ruins, ravaged by dragon fire, lay overtaken by bats. Sir Walter had received word in advance and prepared a splendid banquet to welcome guests. The old count remained as generous as ever, offering not only a feast but also singers and a ball. The hall of Hellenberg was far more spacious than the throne room of King's Landing. Many nearby lordships arrived with their families, alongside a multitude of knights gathering in camaraderie. Nevertheless, the 100 Hearths Hall still felt somewhat desolate. The melodies of the singers intertwined with the notes of the harp, mingling with the laughter and chatter of the ladies and knights echoing throughout the hall. Loren had just invited the daughter of a knight from the Riverlands to dance when he noticed a hesitant noblewoman approaching him. Upon catching his gaze, the young lady hurriedly lifted her skirts in a curtsy and stammered, I wanted to express my gratitude, Loren, for your assistance with my cousin Lisa. From the emblem on her attire, Loren recognized her as the daughter of the Earl of Riverlands. He could discern her nervousness, perhaps akin to the scholarly maester from the Red Keep, who disliked such elaborate gatherings. Speaking of which, Lisa's mother also hailed from the Riverlands family, making Walter her uncle. In the year 281 of the Age of Kings, Walter hosted a grand naming day tournament for his 7-year-old daughter. This girl was meant to be the centerpiece of that fateful tournament held in an ill-fated spring, yet the events that unfolded rendered the tournament itself trivial. The enigmatic knight of the smiling tree, the enchanting Princess Elia, the resplendent Ashera Dane, the wolf-blooded Lyanna Stark, along with Prince Rhaegar and his offering of the winter rose garland. All of these remain subjects of fascination to this day. Yet, the name of the girl who was to be the star of the tournament is seldom mentioned, Trishelle of Riverlands. The little girl of 7 is now on the cusp of adulthood, while the once illustrious House Riverlands has begun to exhibit signs of decay. The bloodline of House Riverlands is nearly extinguished. Besides Trishelle, the old count's 4 sons have fallen, 3 in the War of Usurpers and 1 to illness. Sir Walter himself is frail and ailing. As a squire, it is my duty to protect Lord John's family. Loren retracted his thoughts, offering a gentle smile, and extended his hand. Would it be my honor to dance with you? Trishelle approached, clearly with intentions beyond mere gratitude. From her frequent glances towards the elderly count and countess on the dais, it was evident that she was merely compelled to attend this ball. Traditionally, upon the onset of menstruation, young women in the 7 kingdoms faced the prospect of marriage and motherhood. However, thanks to Loren's recommendations to the academic city, this custom has gradually been dismantled under the influence of scholars. Nonetheless, Tricia, now 16, was in need of a suitor, and it was indeed time for Sir Heen to find her a husband. Yet, what prompted her to approach him so readily? Surely, he could not be so presumptuous as to believe that the girl harbored any romantic inclinations towards him. Casting his gaze once more towards the elevated platform, he noticed Lisa seated beside the countess, her lips curved in a subtle smile directed their way. It was likely that she was somehow involved. Tricia extended her hand, resting it in Loren's palm. He was momentarily taken aback, as she bore a familiar, chilling aura. "What is it, Loren?" Tricia inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Loren discreetly surveyed her countenance, perceiving no signs of distress. The musicians commenced playing the Bear and the Beautiful Maiden. The two of them stepped into the center of the hall. The melody was exuberantly lively, causing Loren to stumble with almost every step. He felt akin to a clumsy bear, draped in dark brown fur. Observing his awkward movements, Tricia could hardly suppress a smile, her earlier trepidation giving way to ease. She gradually corrected his steps, and together they found their rhythm once more. As the music transitioned to the lovely Maiden of Summer, they continued to dance gracefully to the lilting tune. Upon the conclusion of this piece, Loren exhaled deeply, retreating from the center of the hall, buoyed by Tricia's radiant smile. The banquet table was a flurry of clinking glasses, as servants filled the guests' goblets with various exquisite wines. Loren savored a cup of apricot wine, the sweet and sour liquid alleviating the heat of the summer day. Dilisa, playing nearby with the maid Chris, dashed towards him upon spotting Loren. The music shifted again to Bessa the Tavern Girl, a tune decidedly unsuitable for children. Loren scooped up Dilisa and exited the hall of Herlenberg, leaving the clamor behind. They wandered through the ruins. Dilisa was soon set back on the ground, her feet navigating the uneven stone floor as she grasped Loren's hand, leading him towards the nearby stable. Black Wind, the noble steed, claimed a vast territory all to itself. Upon noticing Loren's approach, it reared up with a whinny and leaped over the fence. Dilisa joyfully ran to greet it, and Loren felt assured of her safety in its presence. Footsteps echoed behind him. It was Tricia, following him outside. She glanced at Dilisa frolicking with Blackwind and suggested, "Allow me to show you around." To extend the hospitality of the host, Loren teased, "Will Lord Walter not be displeased with your little escape?" Tricia chuckled softly and began to introduce the architecture of Herlenberg. "The tallest structure is the Tower of the Burning King." She indicated towards the 5 towering remnants that reached skyward, her voice gradually lowering in tone. "Sir Hien should indeed rename this place." Loren interrupted her speech, suggesting, "Why don't we venture outside to see the Eye of God Lake?" Trish looked at Loren with a glimmer of hope, saying, "Can we first visit the sacred wood forest in Hellenberg, which spans dozens of acres?" "Certainly," Loren replied, somewhat surprised but did not inquire further. He lifted Dilisa and placed her on Black Wind's back, steadying her as they followed Trish towards the northern sacred wood forest. They traversed the space between the Wailing Tower and the Tower of the Damned, passing through the remnants of a once sacred hall, until a vast expanse of forest loomed before them, casting shadows that obscured the sun. The 5 towering spires blocked the sunlight, making the sacred wood forest appear seldom visited. Overgrown with weeds and entangled with thorns, Trish skillfully located a narrow path through the trees. Deeper within the woods, the canopy loomed dark like storm clouds, making sunlight a rare visitor. The ground was blanketed with slick moss, while vibrantly colored mushrooms and ghostly grass thrived in abundance. Dilisa quieted, seemingly enveloped by the tranquil atmosphere of the forest. Loren began to regret bringing the little girl to such a place and was about to suggest returning when Trish suddenly halted. "Here." The treetops were sparse enough to allow a trickle of light. "Loren, let us rest here for a moment. I wish to check on my family," Trish said apologetically. "Father usually forbids me from coming here, but I will return shortly to continue our exploration." "Family?" Loren was puzzled, but Trish was already eagerly stepping onto another forest path, her figure gradually obscured by the trees. He and Dilisa were left behind. Suddenly, a series of caws from crows erupted from the right. Loren advanced a few dozen steps, maneuvering around several sturdy trees, when an enraged visage suddenly appeared before him, as if furious at their intrusion. "What bad luck, yet another fishheart tree." Loren frowned, covering Delisa's eyes just as she was about to turn her head. The fishheart tree, with its lush foliage, cast a shadow as if countless blood-red hands were reaching out. The visage of the heart tree contorted grotesquely, its eyes stained red with sap, a sight both terrifying and unsettling. It was time to leave. He carried Dilisa back towards Trish. The young girl stood before several tombstones. Hearing footsteps, she hurriedly raised her hand to wipe her face. When she turned, a smile adorned her features. "I'm sorry for staying here too long." Loren, observing her reddened eyes, shook his head and inquired, "Whose graves are these?" "They belong to my 4 brothers and Uncle Oswell." Oswell, Loren recalled. He was a royal guard during the reign of the Mad King, who had fought alongside Sir Arthur Dane beneath the Tower of Joy and perished in that battle. Trish, looking gaunt, stared at the tombstones as tears welled up anew. No wonder Sir Hien forbade his daughter from visiting this place. She was already melancholic. and prolonged exposure to such sorrow could consume her. Chapter 67. Tracer. They traversed the ominous forest of Crow's Cause, circumventing the heart tree from its southern flank as they made their way to the eastern gate. Through the gaps between several trees, Loren once more glimpsed that furious visage. It dawned upon him that he had overlooked a significant detail. Helrenberg had been founded a mere 3 centuries prior, and thus, fishbone trees should not have proliferated here. It followed that the malevolent Helren possessed the knowledge required to cultivate these trees. The method of their growth, along with the formation of the heart tree, must be intertwined with blood sacrifices. After all, every inch of Helrenberg soil was steeped in the blood of its builders. Loren pondered silently. On which side did the ancient gods, symbolized by the fishbone tree, truly stand amidst the ice and fire? Why did the Undulls, in days of yore, seek to eradicate the ancient gods, nearly decimating the fishbone trees in the south? Bloodraven Brynden, situated north of the wall, observed the unfolding events in Westeros through the heart tree. What were his intentions? Could the children of the forest serve as allies when the cold god descends? Perhaps answers would only emerge from an audience with Brynden. The path along the eastern side of the sacred grove grew ever narrower, and Treshy's gown nearly snagged on the underbrush. You should mount a horse as well, and keep an eye on Dalisa, Loren suggested to the girl. Seeing her nod in agreement, he assisted her onto Blackwind. Dalisa nestled happily in Treshy's embrace, recounting the fairy tale Loren had shared with her the previous day. Upon exiting the eastern gate, they soon arrived at the northern shore of Lake of the Gods. This body of water, located south of the wall, was perhaps the largest in all of Westeros. Its tranquil expanse shimmered, deep and serene. They entered the lush woods lining the lakeside. Loren first set Dalisa down gently. The young girl inadvertently kicked a black cloth bag hanging beside the saddle, and 2 melodic notes rang out instantaneously. Is that a harp? Tracer inquired in astonishment as she dismounted. Loren nodded. He had a basic understanding of music theory and had learned to play stringed instruments like the guitar, spending some time studying the harp with a minstrel until he mastered it. Cradling Dalisa, he approached the lakeshore, where several black swans gracefully frolicked in the distance. Tracer hesitated several times before finally speaking. Loren, have you heard of the curse of Helrenberg? Loren gazed at her in surprise as Treshy's expression darkened. That was the age when I first began to dream. I thought I would be met by a destined knight, much like the princesses in stories. Instead, I was confronted with the manifestation of a curse. Damn that curse. As Loren uttered these words, he immediately felt regret. Indeed, Dalisa's small hand swiftly covered his mouth. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used such language. He gently coaxed her to remove her hand, continuing, It is not your fault, Tracer. The origins of this calamity lay with the foolish actions of that reckless prince. Yet, if it weren't for my name day tournament, perhaps that war would not have occurred, and my brother and uncle would not have perished in battle. Loren chuckled softly. Even without the Helrenberg tournament, another would inevitably arise. No, the curse has been fulfilled, and everything is already destined. I dreamt of Trisha's words abruptly ceasing as she gazed at the formidable walls of Helrenberg and the towering remnants of its towers. What did you dream of? Loren inquired. The girl lowered her head in anguish and shook it. Loren, could you please play a song for me? He nodded. What would you like to hear? Trisha lifted her reddened eyes. Could it be the blossoming flowers of spring? That year, Prince Riga held the winter snow rose crown, and the musicians played this very piece. Loren awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had studied for too short a time, and many pieces were still beyond his grasp. Noticing Trisha's disappointment, he added, How about I play a new composition instead? What do you think? Without waiting for Trisha's response, Loren whistled, and the dark wind arrived in an instant. He placed Dalisa on the grass, removed the harp, and began to play. The bright white snow blanketed the past. In this isolated realm, I am its queen. As he sang the melody of the theme from Frozen, which he had heard in a past life, it remained enchanting. Dalisa plucked a flower and approached. Trisha was entranced, listening intently. Let it pass, let it pass. I shall rise like the morning sun. As the notes fell silent, a distant black swan called out loudly. Loren withdrew his gaze from afar, looking at the girl before him, and advised, Trisha, do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. Gradually, the girl buried her face in her hands, tears streaming uncontrollably. Dalisa nuzzled closer, using her small hands to wipe away the tears. The girl opened her eyes, cradling the child in her arms, slowly calming her heart. Loren, I once dreamt of the riverbank adorned with blood-red rubies, and I dreamed of the beasts rampaging through Helrenberg, the hunting dogs scavenging. She glanced at the girl in her arms and changed her words. I dreamt of the hunting dogs and lion prides ravaging Helrenberg, of the faceless man and the skinners slaughtering in the castle, while my family and I lay in the sacred woods. Loren listened quietly until the lake of divine eyes returned to silence. Everyone dreams, and those dreams often seep into reality. Be wary of those dreams, child. He recalled the warning from the noble-hearted which a few days prior, along with the persistent question that troubled him. When he traversed into this world, the War of Usurpers had ended 2 years prior. He had often pondered why Riga chose to elope with Lyanna. He strained to recall the prince's details, a tragedy born in the Hall of Midsummer, a fervent love for literature, and a preference for the harp over the lance. To the courtiers, he was the new hope for the kingdom, the heir to the Iron Throne, renowned for his wisdom and valor. Loren vaguely remembered that in the prophecy, the prince born of smoke and salt was also connected to Riga. The prophecy, there had been precedents of prophetic dreams within the Targaryen lineage. Could it be that in his prophetic dreams, he and Lyanna's child is indeed the prince foretold by 5 millennia of prophecy? Thus, even if it stirs chaos, he must elope with Lyanna? Otherwise, it is difficult to comprehend why those 2 young souls would undertake such astonishing actions. Yet, as he gazed at Triss, he discerned an aura within her reminiscent of the cold essence associated with grayscale and sea monsters. However, she exhibited no abnormalities, save for the frail demeanor wrought by the torments of prophecy and dreams. Might these prophecies and dreams, along with the curse of Harrenhal, be another form of sorcery? A tool for the old gods to manipulate the realm? Roland inquired. Triss, have you heard of the curse of King's Landing? The girl furrowed her brow and shook her head. Indeed, there is no such curse in King's Landing, Roland replied nonchalantly. But the tragedy suffered by Princess Elia is scarcely less severe than the curse of Harrenhal. Moreover, the Summer Hall nearly extinguished the Targaryen bloodline in that great fire. He continued, have you heard of Daenerys Targaryen? Triss nodded. She had foretold events before the doom of Valyria, ultimately leading her family across the narrow sea to Dragonstone, where they survived. At this juncture, the girl appeared momentarily lost in thought. Curses and calamities are different. Regardless of their nature, we cannot resign ourselves to fate. Triss, leave this place and join us in King's Landing. He noticed a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Chapter 68. The assassination by the Lake of the Gods. Through Lysa's persuasion, the Earl of Riverlands consented to allow his daughter to accompany the ship to King's Landing. After spending 2 days at Harrenhal, Edmure Tully returned to Riverrun with his guards, while Roland and his companions set sail southward. The Crystal River served as the main artery, with countless streams from the Riverlands flowing into the Lake of the Gods, ultimately emerging from the southern edge of the lake. 3 centuries prior, the black-hearted Heron chose to erect his castle on the northern shores of the Lake of the Gods, valuing its position to intimidate the Riverlands to the north and providing direct access to the Blackwater River to the south, advancing toward the Stormlands and the Reach. Alas, his grand endeavor was obliterated by dragons before it could even commence. Triss and Cerys leaned over the bow of the ship, engaged in conversation. The seldom-traveled air of Harrenhal appeared captivated by the deserts and oases of Dorne. The pair, one shy and the other carefree, found a surprising camaraderie in their discourse. The Lake of the Gods was immensely vast, and by sunset, the oared sailboat had finally reached the southern shore. The waters flowed from this point, coursing southward to join the Blackwater River. As the sun descended, the temperature swiftly dropped. A pale mist began to rise from the lake, as if it were adorned in gossamer. The paddles churned, and 3 vessels gracefully approached the river's mouth on the southern shore. They intended to camp and rest upon the land. A few birds, startled, took flight, flapping their wings into the dense forest bordering the shore. The guards from the first ship disembarked to survey the area, ensuring no danger lurked before Lysa, under the protection of several guards, ascended the gangplank to the riverbank. The horses carried by the third ship were also urged to disembark. The once tranquil riverbank now resonated with the clamor of men and horses. As Loren prepared to depart, he was startled by the sound of wings flapping. Instinctively, he turned to gaze. It was a raven. After a fleeting glance, he nonchalantly stepped onto the boat's planks, only to abruptly turn back. The raven had perched at the stern of the first vessel, unyielding and fixated upon him. A sense of unease washed over Loren. While other birds had taken flight, this raven defied the instinct to flee. He summoned his magic, attuning himself to the surrounding moisture. To his astonishment, he discerned a vessel at the bow that had appeared unbeknownst to him. The fog obscured his vision, concealing a vast expanse of reeds. The tensioned crossbow on the ship resembled a coiled serpent, poised to strike. Loren sensed that a warrior operating the crossbow had aimed at his direction. An ambush, he shouted. The mist was abruptly torn apart. In the fading light, 2 arrows pierced the fog, hurtling toward him in an instant. Realizing the imminent peril, he dropped to the ground. Simultaneously, He wielded his magic to elevate the bow of the boat with a surge of water. Bang! Bang! With two resounding booms, the vessel trembled beneath him, the ropes snapping taut. The 5 rowers, unprepared to disembark, plunged into the lake. Amidst the commotion, Luna and Chris swiftly shielded Laisha and her daughter, while Edmund Sherdong led the Prime Minister's guards in raising their shields for protection, escorting them behind a sturdy tree. The rowers who had fallen into the water swam ashore. The boat gradually ceased its swaying, and when Loren lifted his gaze, he beheld a gaping crack along the side of the vessel, the 2 arrows having nearly penetrated the thick hull. Edmund and 3 guards pursued the direction from which the arrows had come. Loren mounted his horse, hastening after them. After a few paces, he realized the assailants had fled. Indeed, the reeds near the riverbank lay in disarray, revealing the remnants of a concealed vessel. The assassin has escaped. Edmund frowned. This place is no longer safe. We must press on through the night. Loren nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the assassin had evidently plotted this for some time and had acted with swift decisiveness, retreating immediately after releasing the bolts, clearly the mark of a well-trained adversary. Gazing at the fog-shrouded Divine Eye Lake, he sensed the vessel making its way toward the lake's center. The immediate priority was to return Laisha to King's Landing. The group retraced their steps, boarding the boats once more. 3 vessels glided across the shimmering water, navigating downstream along the Divine Eye River. Laisha and her daughter slumbered deeply in the cabin, while the Prime Minister's guards stood vigilant with shields at the gunwales. Chris and Trish, however, leaned against Loren, nestled by the damaged side of the boat. With a hint of confusion, Loren inquired, "Trish, does anyone still inhabit Thousand-Faced Isle?" The young girl raised an eyebrow, replying, "It is said that a greenfolk organization, Guardians of the Fishbeam Wood, resides on the island. However, the area is fraught with treacherous reefs, and those individuals are elusive, seldom seen around the Lake of the Gods." Loren furrowed his brow slightly. The records concerning the Isle of Faces are scarce, and his knowledge of this place is limited. The oath between the children of the forest and the first men is known to me. Yet what of the green men? Did the Undulls not drive them away? The conquest of Westeros by the Undulls spanned a millennium, and by the time they expanded into the Riverlands, they had already shown some tolerance towards the old gods. The maiden smiled, recalling that there were indeed Undull kings, such as Henfrey Tiger, who were devout followers of the Seven. He commanded the continued pursuit of the heathens, leading to the rebellion of House Blackwood in Raventree Hall, soon joined by House Tully of Riverrun, igniting the War of the 6 Kings. Ultimately, it concluded with the downfall of House Tiger and the Stormlands' annexation of the Riverlands. In an effort to ease tensions with the North, subsequent Undull kings ceased their extermination of the old god's faith. Loren nodded and gazed into the distance. He could not fathom why, despite never harboring malice towards the old gods, he had become the target of an assassination by the Green Men. The Lake of the Gods, Goddess Eye indeed? It seemed he must first excise this eye. The two ceased their conversation, and as they scrutinized the shattered hull, Chris turned to inquire, why was the crossbow bolt shot at an angle? The prior assassination had transpired in a flash, with a thin mist over the water obscuring anyone from witnessing Loren magically lift one side of the vessel. The bolt had already been removed, yet unexpectedly, Lisa's handmaiden had noticed the anomaly. Their archery skills are lacking, Loren replied casually. Chris offered no rebuttal to his response, and continued, could you recount the tale of your fall into the sea? Loren cast a glance at the handmaiden, who shared his hair and eye color, embodying the carefree spirit typical of Dornish girls. The tale of the sea monster had spread throughout King's Landing. Yet aside from Stannis, who had witnessed it firsthand, most regarded the creature as merely a whale that ventured into Blackwater Bay or a fabrication of Loren's imagination. He omitted the magical aspects and recounted the story anew to Chris. Terry's listened quietly beside them. May I see your Valyrian steel sword? Loren handed it to her, and the girl from Harrenhal drew the longsword. The handmaiden wore a contemplative expression and asked, I have heard that on the night you returned to King's Landing after your fall, there was a flood outside the King's Gate? Loren nodded gently, countering, Chris, why did you not continue following your grandmother? As I understand, you, as one of the finest midwives in Westeros, are not poorly compensated. The moonlight shimmered on the river, rippling with the strokes of the oars. The handmaiden pursed her lips, retracting her gaze from the water, to spend a lifetime as a midwife and then return to Dorne. Mourning the mother of the Lorne River? She fixed her gaze upon Loren, her eyes reflecting a hint of determination. We are the last of the Loiner. The dragons that once threatened our homeland have perished. I believe it is time to return home. Loren found her thoughts somewhat naïve. Tracy found the situation somewhat unbelievable. However, the lower reaches of the Lorne River were already under Volantis dominion, while other areas had long since become forbidden lands for the exiled victims of Grayscale. She suddenly paused, gazing at Loren. As the heir to Herrenberg, how could she be unaware of the miraculous healing of Shirin's grayscale? Chapter 69, Return. The journey proceeded without further peril, and the fleet successfully reached the Blackwater River. Loren reclined languidly at the bow of the ship, gazing at the azure sky while contemplating the warnings issued by the noble-hearted witch. Disturbing dreams? What was the cost? The woman's few words left him in a state of confusion. Lisa had mentioned that after her previous miscarriages, she often dreamt of a spectral presence haunting her. And then there was Shirin, who frequently dreamt of being devoured by a stone dragon. In the final days on Dragonstone, the girl had not experienced such nightmares again, and he wondered how she fared after his departure. Tracy Riverland was tormented by the dreadful events that unfolded at the horrific keep in her dreams. Loren understood that the dreams of the latter two seemed to carry a prophetic nature. Followers of the old gods experienced green dreams, while adherents of the Light King beheld visions of the future amid flames. Even the patch-faced puppets of the drowned god could utter a few prophecies. Yet, Loren found it difficult to fathom what kind of power could pierce through the mists of time and foresee the future. He preferred to believe that such dreams and prophecies were deliberate guidance from the divine to humanity. However, if both Lisa's and Tracy's dreams were orchestrated by the old gods, what could their purpose be? Was the assassination at Goddess I Lake also a directive from the old gods to their followers? Just like the green dreams of Geo Jianli, which guided him to Winterfell to send Bran beyond the wall. As they approached King's Landing, a wave of floral fragrance wafted through the air. Tracy Riverland lifted her head to sniff. Was it golden roses? It was perfume. Lisa explained that ahead lay a courtyard belonging to Loren, his residence in King's Landing. The two gazed into the distance as the estate gradually revealed itself. From the outside, it appeared rather unremarkable, brick and stone walls with a few wooden watchtowers. A water wheel was constructed by the river, continuously spraying mist as the water flowed. Due to the earlier assassination attempt, Edmund Stone suggested temporarily avoiding the bustling King's Landing docks. Hence, Lisa decided to dock at Lawrence Place. A makeshift wharf had been built along the riverbank for the transport of timber and stones needed for constructing the estate. As the ship turned slowly, a whistle sounded from the watchtower. Fortunately, aside from the bat banner of the Riverland family, the white moon and blue eagle banner of the Arryns and the silver trout flag of House Tully were also displayed, preventing the guards from revealing their crossbows. Even so, they remained vigilant. Several guards cautiously peered over the wall, and upon recognizing Loren at the bow of the ship, they called out to open the gate. Before Lesha and the others could disembark, the incessant sound of metal striking metal filled the air. The surrounding walls enclosed the previous 3 courtyards, and here by the river stood the blacksmith's workshop. The water wheel, constructed by Loren for the forge, was a testament to his ingenuity. Gary and Eve, undoubtedly the finest artisans of Mata's blacksmith shop, excelled in processes such as decarbonizing cast iron, forging impurities away, and carbonizing plate armor. The complexities of smelting iron in a blast furnace were beyond Loren's reach, compelling him to invest in a hydraulic hammer and a larger bellows for them. This significantly enhanced the efficiency of producing iron plates, yet the crafting of armor still required skilled hands to wield smaller hammers for further refinement. Thus, Loren sought to boost production by supplying iron plates to the blacksmiths in King's Landing, ordering armor in return. Presently, the guards within the courtyard were equipped with a complete suit of armor each, while the Five Fingers Peninsula stored nearly 100 sets of armor. Passing through the smithy led to the guard camp. Under the blazing sun, nearly 100 recruits were undergoing training. At the sound of the whistle, they thrust their long spears in unison, creating a dazzling display of gleaming metal. Lesha and her companions were perplexed by this training method, save for the Prime Minister's guard, Edmund, who cast a few astonished glances. Dilisa took a few steps forward, waving her small hand. A tree cat, lazily perched on a trunk, stood up, stretched its body, and then leaped down with a sudden burst of energy, racing towards the little girl. "It's a tree cat," Terry Shaw exclaimed in panic, wanting to rush forward to retrieve the child. However, she watched as the tree cat nuzzled its head against Dilisa's hand, allowing her to pet it. Approaching the main residence, the rhythmic pounding from the forge faded behind them, replaced by the harmonious voices of children singing. The children's choir rang clear as a mountain spring, their song lively yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. "What song is this?" Lesha inquired. "Ah, the lemon tree," Loren replied, pushing the courtyard door open. Alina and Lucy were gathered with a dozen children, seated beside the slide and swing, singing nursery rhymes. This sight instantly transported him back to the nursery of his past life. Dilisa, shy in the presence of the older children, timidly grasped Loren's hand. "It's all right. Go play with them," he encouraged. Little Tammy, lively and charming, noticed the younger girl and eagerly stepped forward to take Dylisa's other hand. Despite the previous encounter with the little Rose from the Telier family, the young girl remained enthusiastic in sharing the stories Lauren had told her. With Alina and Lucy supervising the children, Lauren continued the tour with Lesha and Terisha, moving from the study to the flower bed, where a few young fish leaf trees were planted. From the children's classroom to Vincent's laboratory, the two marveled at every turn. At the simple dock, the Prime Minister's guard was already leading the warhorses down from the ship. Dylissa quickly became enamored with this place. Feeling a twinge of reluctance as she was ultimately lifted onto the horse by Loren, he escorted Lesha and her companions back to the Red Keep, shortly followed by a number of ravens soaring towards the Riverlands. Although the assassination attempt at the Eye of God Lake was fraught with tension, yet ended without peril, Lesha remained the Prime Minister's wife and the daughter of the Duke of Flowing City. Host Tully and Walter Heen dispatched agents to investigate around Eye of God Lake. Loren, aware that the assassin was actually targeting him, specifically the work of the Green Men from Thousand-Faced Isle, also sent out his own operatives. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. Despite having no previous ties with the Green Men, he had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt and thus felt compelled to retaliate. Cornell's hired minstrel and Leo's contracted merchant were sent to the vicinity of Eye of God Lake, moving between various noble estates to gather intelligence on the Green Men. Terisha had previously mentioned that the Green Men lived a self-sufficient existence on Thousand-Faced Isle, but Loren found it hard to believe they could truly remain isolated. The vast expanse beyond the wall compelled even the wild folk to venture out for essential supplies such as salt and iron. How could the Green Men possibly attain complete self-sufficiency? As expected, when the Ice Dragon constellation completed its rotation around the blue eye in the northern sky, the year 290 of the age of YGN came to a definitive close. News regarding the Green Men began to trickle in. Villagers on the eastern side of Eye of God Lake received annual visits from outsiders seeking salt and spices, while a landowner on the southern bank sporadically sold weaponry such as arrowheads to wandering knights. The supplies procured were exceedingly limited, leading Loren to deduce that the Green Men organization comprised around 50 individuals. He simultaneously reinforced his troop deployments and intensified the training of the guards within the courtyard. The courtyard also witnessed a series of new developments. Inspired by the water gates of Flowing City, Loren excavated a trench from the Blackwater River leading directly into the courtyard, allowing small boats to navigate straight into the premises. Dylissa almost frequented this place daily for her amusement, unable to tolerate the foul stench of King's Landing. Terisha found her stay at the Red Keep increasingly restless, and thus accompanied by Clarice, they brought the girl here each day. Were it not for the fear of gossip, they might have considered moving in altogether. Loren encouraged her to teach the local children, and to his surprise, the young woman soon grew fond of this endeavor. Terisha was erudite enough to excel in this role, thereby saving Loren considerable time and energy. His intensified training of the guards naturally caught Clarice's attention. The Dornish girl, with a tradition of martial prowess, remained steadfast to the customs of the loiner, often engaging in sparring sessions with Loren, Brett, and the guards. Upon Luna's return from Flowing City, she was summoned by Lesha to serve as her protector. Her daughter, Yelena, became fast friends with Clarice. One hailing from the northern expanse beyond the wall, the other from the southern region of Dorne, their similar temperaments forged a strong bond. Chapter 70. Thousand-Faced Isle in the Eye of God River, a flat-bottomed paddleboat was making its way upstream against the current. Fortunately, the winds were favorable, and the crew was ample, allowing the vessel to glide faster than one could on horseback. 150 samurai languidly reclined within the ship's cabin. As the cabin door swung open, Loren and Little Bulow entered, prompting the warriors to sit up straight. "Do not be tense. Relax a little," Loren chuckled. "Although this is our first battle, you are all among the earliest recruits of the new land soldiers. We have intensified our training for over a month in preparation for this combat, so I trust one need not elaborate further." His expression then turned grave. "However, I must reiterate the oath you took upon enlisting. Should anyone falter or hesitate in the heat of battle, do not blame me if I sever your heads or cast your families out from the new land after the war." "Yes," the chorus of voices responded in unison. As night descended, the vessel sailed into the Eye of God Lake, navigating along the western shore towards Herwin Castle. It was not until the latter half of the night that the ship rounded the Thousand Faces Isle. After sailing a distance north, it suddenly veered southeast. The oarsmen stowed their paddles, and the ship glided silently towards the island in the lake, propelled solely by the wind in its sails. The horizon appeared to brighten slightly. Outside the cabin, the surface of the lake began to reveal scattered dark silhouettes. These were the rocks protruding above the water and the remnants of shattered ships wrecked by the hidden reefs. Captain Jordan of the vessel, the wave chaser, remained apprehensive. "Loren, are you certain this is feasible? I have traversed this route for decades and have never heard of any ship reaching the heart of the lake." Loren opened his tightly shut eyes and gazed into the inky darkness of the waters ahead. "Rest assured, should the ship run aground here, you can escape in the lifeboat with your crew. Did I not provide you with a deposit? That should be ample to purchase a larger vessel." "It seems it is time to acquire my own ship," Loren mused, disregarding Jordan's concerns as he grasped the helm and sensed the lake's surface through the mist. The number of rocks increased, revealing numerous decayed and rotting ships. As they maneuvered between two jutting rocks, the vessel's left side appeared to scrape against a submerged reef, emitting a creaking sound. Jordan, witnessing his merchant ship, which had accompanied him for much of his life, in such peril, felt as though his heart was in his throat. Yet, recalling Loren's substantial reward and the prospect of monopolizing the soap trade in the region, he resolutely silenced his fears. Under Loren's deft guidance, the wave chaser glided through the scattered rocks. It was said that the child of the forest once used the magical sea hammer to shatter the Dorn arm that connected two continents. Perhaps the reefs encircling Thousand Faces Isle were also crafted by the child of the forest. "That is the island in the lake," Jordan stammered. As the dawn's light began to break, indistinct shadows emerged on the lake's surface. Loren's countenance grew serious. "Thousand Faces Isle, we have arrived." Hearing a knock on the cabin, Little Bulow commanded the soldiers, "Prepare for battle." The warriors began to check their armor and weapons, and amidst the clanging of arms, the atmosphere in the cabin grew tense. The upcoming passage had fewer hidden reefs, and the ship approached like a ghost. As the hull trembled, the vessel, known as the Wavebreaker, nestled against the dock of the enigmatic Thousand Faces Isle, constructed by the enigmatic Green Men. Young Blore, resting against the ship's cabin, stood up and opened the door. Gesturing gently, the soldiers, silent, filed out in an orderly manner. At the newly established dock, they had previously trained for amphibious assaults. 10 soldiers, armed with crossbows, lay flat on the deck, providing cover as the remaining troops disembarked in an orderly fashion. Loren, equipped with a telescope crafted from a milky lens, scanned the shore with vigilance. Once all personnel had set foot on the island, tranquility prevailed at Thousand Faces Isle. Could it be that centuries of peace, combined with the lurking dangers of treacherous reefs more perilous than the trident of the merfolk king of Blackwater Bay, had dulled the Green Men's sense of caution? Loren pondered this, yet remained ever watchful. Ahead lay a dimly lit forest, its trunks pale as bone, with gnarled, aged faces seemingly peering at the intruding soldiers. Crimson leaves draped overhead like a sanguine canopy. The trees of this new land were widespread, and the soldiers were not easily intimidated. The formation split into 15 small teams, advancing along a narrow path while providing alternating cover into the woods. Ike led the foremost team, robust and formidable, with one hand wielding a spear to probe for traps, while the other grasped a massive shield for protection. As the captain, he had guided his 10-man squad to numerous victories in simulated battles, instilling in him a confidence for this endeavor. His gaze swept across the stout timber, searching for any signs of the enemy. The elders had proclaimed that should they achieve merit in this mission, the fertile land along the river, already cleared for cultivation, would be prioritized for distribution among the soldiers' families. The thought ignited within him a fervent desire. A hectare of such land was a dream he had long harbored during his days in the barren outskirts of Dorne. Suddenly, Ike's eyes were drawn to a colossal timber in the distance, the most massive he had ever encountered. Something unusual adorned its trunk, standing out against the crimson backdrop. However, it remained too far to discern clearly, prompting Ike to quicken his pace for a better view. Abruptly, movement caught his attention on the tree trunk. It was a treehouse. Ike raised his fist, and his comrades halted immediately. The enemy had opened a window, seemingly aware of their presence. This was dire. A glint of cold light shot forth from the treehouse, swift as lightning. Ike hastily shielded himself behind his massive shield. With a thunderous crash, Ike was hurled backward. The shield was pierced and fractured, and his chest plate caved inward. Pain surged through his torso, yet he managed to roll behind a tree, shouting, 50 paces ahead, "There are enemies in the trees." Upon hearing this, Loren quickly assessed the situation. The first 3 teams were to advance in alternating attacks, while the 5th team of archers provided cover, and the others flanked from the sides to prepare for a counterattack. A sharp horn sounded from the front, signaling the enemy's alert. The second team has surged from one fish to another. The team captain lies injured, and at this moment, everyone hesitates. Ike barks furiously. "You wretched fools, do you intend for me to suffer this arrow in vain?" Pym, as the deputy, You must lead them into battle, unless you wish to slink back to your flea-ridden nest. Pym, concealed behind a nearby fish, suddenly awakens to the reality of his situation. He had merely fallen ill, yet his family was cast out by the landowner and left to wander in King's Landing. Life in the flea nest felt like a nightmare. His wife later fell ill as well, and Pym toiled at the docks from dawn till dusk, exhausting his finances without being able to save her. In desperation, he borrowed money at the gambling house, only to find that he could not rescue his wife, and his daughter was seized by the casino and sold to Silk Street. Unlike Ike, who yearned for land, Pym's sole desire was to amass enough money to redeem his daughter. The current military pay would suffice in a year's time. But he must not be cast out. Cursing under his breath, Pym commanded, "Stay close to me, and woe betide any cur who dares to lag behind. I shall skin him alive." Armed with a round shield and spear, he charged from the cover of the fish to the next. There were no trees ahead to provide shelter. Pym glanced at his rushing comrades and reminded them, "Remember, spread out as we trained." Taking a deep breath, he surged forward. Kill. The vast expanse of the giant fish lay ahead, and this stretch offered little in the way of concealment. Thud! A crossbow bolt whizzed from the trunk, and Pym heard a scream beside him. He quickened his pace. The enemy would need to reload, and he was safe for now. Closer, closer. Pym finally discerned the treehouse obscured by leaves. Behind the window, a panic-stricken crossbowman aimed his weapon. No more waiting. Pym raised his spear high. The labor at the docks had rendered him gaunt, yet in just a year on the newly granted land, he had regained his strength. His arms were sinewy and powerful, muscles well-defined. Whoosh! The spear shot forth like the wind, penetrating the treehouse. It struck true. It struck true. Seeing the enemy tumble headlong, Pym cried out in exhilaration. Suddenly, an arrow shot from the rear woods, striking Pym in the shoulder, agony coursing through him as he collapsed to the ground. By the gods, protect us! The battle cries echoed around him. The ancient deity gazes upon us. Let us vanquish these intruders. Pym saw dozens of enemies charging forward, yet his comrades did not falter. Standing resolutely before him, the archers of the 5th team retaliated, and without armor, several enemies fell. He struggled to rise but was restrained by a looming figure. "My lord, I am unscathed. I can still fight." Loren pinned him down, drawing out the arrow that had pierced through armor. "You will be fine, but you are indeed injured. Rest here. We shall handle what comes next."